The whole of Songyang village packed into the square that morning to watch their children tested. Tang Yu stood alone at the back of the line. It was the day of the awakening test. Once a year, the Azure Abyss sect came down to the mountain villages to test the children who had come of age. By dawn, the square was packed shoulder to shoulder. Parents shoved to the front. The line of children ran all the way back to the village gate. In the middle of the square stood a gray testing stone on a wooden stand. Lay a hand on it, and the stone reached into the body, measured the spirit root sleeping inside, and showed it as petals of light. The more petals, the higher the talent. 1 petal was common. 2 was good. 3 petals was rare enough that a village would talk about it for a year. A 4-petal root was a sect's treasure. Higher than that lived only in legend. In a poor mountain village like Songyang, 3 petals was the most anyone alive could remember. The last person to do better was the legend himself, 300 years ago. 2 recruiters from the sect sat at a table beside the stone. The senior was a lean man named Su, and he slouched in his chair and did not bother to hide his boredom. All morning the stone had lit weak and small. The best root he had seen was 3 petals, on the blacksmith's fat son, and the boy's father had wept with joy over it. By now Su had stopped writing down names. One child after another climbed the steps. Each time the stone glowed, even faintly, the crowd cheered for their own. Each time it stayed dark, a mother or father began to weep, because a child with no root could never become a cultivator, and would grow up to be a woodcutter or a farmer with no future. Near the back of the line stood Tang Yu, 13 years old, an orphan. His mother had died giving birth to him. His father had been a woodcutter. A winter fever left him bedridden 3 years ago, and in the end all Tang Yu had of him was his axe. Since then the boy had lived alone, cutting wood to feed himself. He expected nothing from the stone. Both his parents had been rootless, and he had always assumed he was the same. And death seemed to follow the boy. His birth had killed his mother. His father was in the ground by the time he was 10. To a poor, superstitious village, a child like that was an ill omen, bad luck to stand too near, and a friendless orphan with no clan behind him made a safe place to put the fear. They had called him waste so long he had half come to believe it himself. Next, Su said, not bothering to look up. Tang Yu climbed the steps and pressed his hand to the stone. It was cold under his palm. The next moment, it began to grow warm. 1 petal lit. Then a second. The chatter in the square died. 3 petals. And Su's bored head came up, his eyes sharpening. The light did not stop. 4, 5, 6. Gasps tore through the crowd. People rose on their toes, mouths hanging open. The next breath, a 7th petal bloomed, and the whole stone blazed white as the noon sun. 7 petals. For 1 heartbeat, the entire square went dead silent. Then, clatter, Su shot to his feet, so fast his chair crashed to the ground behind him. 7 petals. His voice cracked with shock. A superior root. In 30 years of testing, I have never seen more than 4. The square exploded. 7. That's impossible. Did the stone crack? Check the stone. A superior root, here, in Songyang? That's the woodcutter's orphan. That's the waste. The second recruiter sat frozen, his brush dripping ink onto the table, forgotten. A few villagers shrank back from the boy, as if the light might burn them. Without hesitation, Su drew a jade slip from his robe, pressed his spirit into it until it glowed white-hot, and shot it into the sky. A streak of light tore over the rooftops toward the distant sect, and was gone, carrying the news that would change everything. And yet the square gave him nothing, even now, with the proof blazing in front of them. The villagers stared at the orphan standing over the burning stone, and a sour, ugly confusion twisted their faces. A boy like that, a wretch who ate scraps and slept on a dirt floor. It wasn't right. The lowest creature in the valley was never meant to be handed its greatest gift. The whole square's eyes were on the light, and the man in the corner watched them all unseen. He stood in the shadow of a grain store, apart from the recruiters, and watched without a word. He was big, and very still, and the air around him sat heavy as a held breath. His face was a ruin. The nose broken flat, a burn scar dragging one eye down, the jaw set like carved stone. While everyone else stared at the light, his eyes were fixed on the boy alone. Past any thought of which great sect would claim such a prize, he was already weighing one cold, simple thing. How easily could an orphan vanish off a mountain, one whose whole family lay in the ground, whose clan was a memory, whose disappearance would meet only silence and a shrug. A thin, cold smile touched his ruined mouth. His name was Elder Pan, and he was a merchant. The thing he bought and sold was other people's roots. At the table, Su collected himself and raised his voice over the din. The selected children assemble here in 3 days, at dawn. We leave for the sect together. Be here, or be left behind. His eyes found Tang Yu and held him a long moment, weighing the fortune that had fallen into his lap. Then he sat. Tang Yu came down the steps. Every other child whose stone had lit had come down to a cheer. He came down into a cold, gathering hush. Then the whispering started, people who had never once spoken to him bending their heads together, a few of them pointing, as if the orphan had stolen the light straight out of the stone and ought to give it back. In the brightest moment of his whole life, Tang Yu felt exactly what he had always felt. A dull, familiar ache settled in his chest. He had never belonged among them. He walked home alone. He stepped into the empty house and its usual silence, ate a little cold rice, and lay down on his mat. And for once, foolishly, he let himself hope. The sect will be different, he told himself, staring at the dark rafters. 7 petals will mean something there. To them, I'll just be a new disciple with a rare root. Maybe I could make friends. Maybe I could finally have a normal life. Far to the east, a man with a ruined face was already riding through the dark, carrying his name to people who would pay a fortune for it. That same evening, Elder Pan knelt on the cold floor of the Chao clan hall. The man on the high seat was Chao Tianyu, patriarch of the Chao clan, lord of the market town below the mountain, rich enough to buy half the valley 3 times over. His face showed nothing, but for months he had been turning one problem over, hunting a way out. His only son, Chao Sun, had not lit a single petal on the clan's own stone. Rootless. The sects would all turn the boy away, and all his father's wealth could not buy back what the heavens had refused to give. Speak, Chao Tianyu said. Pan kept his head bowed to the floorboards. This morning, in Songyang village, an orphan lit 7 petals, my lord. A superior root. The first in 30 years. He paused. And the boy lives alone, my lord. Yours for the taking. For a long moment the patriarch said nothing. Then he leaned forward, and his voice came out very calm, which was the most frightening thing about it. Can you cut the boy's spirit root out, he said, and transplant it into my son, Chao Sun? I can, my lord. I have a forbidden art that extracts the root from a living soul. But once it is done, the boy will not live to see another day. Then do it. Not a flicker of doubt crossed the patriarch's face. My son shall possess a superior root and walk into the Azure Abyss sect with his head high, no matter what it takes. Pan pressed his forehead to the floor, and the thin, cold smile came back. It shall be done, my lord. Tomorrow night, before the boy ever reaches the sect. The next night, they came for him. 3 shadows slipped into his house in the dead of night. Tang Yu woke to a rough hand clamped over his mouth. He thrashed. Thud. A fist drove into his stomach and folded him in half. The air punched clean out of him. A coarse sack came down over his head. Rope bit into his wrists until they bled. He felt the freezing night air as they hauled him out the door, and then something hard cracked against the back of his skull, and the world went black. When he woke, it was to the stink of lamp oil and old, dried blood. He lay face down on a cold stone slab, his wrists and ankles strapped down so tight, he could not shift an inch, a filthy rag stuffed in his mouth. He did not know where he was. He bucked and twisted with everything he had, and a fresh spike of terror went through him when his body did not move. A man stood behind him, the ruined-faced man from the square, Elder Pan, and in his hand was a thin, curved blade that caught the lamplight like a sliver of ice. Without a single word, Pan pressed the tip to the boy's spine and cut a slow, deliberate line down it. Tang Yu's whole body went rigid. He screamed into the rag, bucked against the straps, pulled until they sawed his wrists raw. It changed nothing. A cold, helpless dread swallowed him whole. He could not move. He could only feel. The blade opened a slow line down his back, and that was the smaller pain. The worst one came when Pan's art took hold of the root inside him and began to pull. It felt like a hook had sunk deep into his spine and was dragging it out through the wound, inch by inch. Fire crawled up every nerve he had. His teeth clamped down on the rag until he thought they would split. The scream had nowhere to go. To the side, a boy in fine silk leaned in close to watch. He had the smooth, uncalloused hands of someone who had never held a tool, and a round, well-fed face that had never once known hunger. A sneer was already curling his lip as he stared down at the boy strapped to the slab, his eyes bright and eager, hungry for what was coming. He looked no older than Tang Yu himself. This was Chao Sun, young master of the Chao clan. Does it hurt him? Chao Sun asked, and there was a cruel delight in his voice. Yes, Pan said calmly. A very great deal. Good. The young master's smile widened until it split his soft face. Make him suffer, Elder Pan. I want him to feel every single bit of it before he dies. A nameless nobody does not deserve the superior root. I can put it to better use than this waste ever could. Pan pushed the blade deeper. The edge ground against the living bone of Tang Yu's spine, and he screamed until his voice tore to bloody shreds, and then no sound came out, and his whole body shook and jerked on the cold stone like a landed fish. The next moment, Pan's fingers closed around something at the base of his spine. He twisted his hand, slow and sure, and he pulled. Something tore loose inside him. Tang Yu felt it leave his body. It felt as though his very soul were being dragged out through the open wound. His vision went white. His back arched against the straps and held there, trembling, every muscle locked in a silent howl. Pan straightened and held the prize up to the lamp. A small knot of soft white light, 7 petals folding and unfolding gently between his blood-slicked fingers. Success, he said, and for once a note of real satisfaction warmed his voice. 7 petals, young master. A superior root, whole and undamaged. Soon it will be yours, and the heavens themselves will not be able to tell you we're born rootless. Chao Sun's eyes lit with naked greed. He snatched for it at once. Pan moved it smoothly out of reach, his expression hardening. Not yet. We transplant it into you back at the estate, under the proper formations. Touch it now with your crude chi, and you ruin it forever. A root like this comes once in 30 years. The young master pulled his hand back, sulking, but he could not tear his eyes off the floating light. Pan looked down at the boy on the slab. Tang Yu's eyes were still open, glassy with agony, and fixed on the root that had just been carved out of him. You shone too bright, boy, Pan said, without heat, almost gently. That was your only crime. For a nobody, a superior root is an invitation written on the open road, and the world is full of men willing to risk their lives for it. Remember that, in whatever hell takes you. He wiped the blade clean on the boy's shirt, unhurried. Dump him past the eastern ridge, he told the two men waiting by the door. Deep, where the ravines run. If anyone ever asks, the waste wandered up the mountain alone and never came back. They'll believe it, because there'll be no body to find. The two men took Tang Yu by the arms. The straps fell away. His body would not answer him, frozen solid down to the last finger and eyelid. He could only watch. The last thing he saw, as they dragged him out into the freezing dark, was his own root, 7 petals of soft, stolen light, folding shut for good inside Elder Pan's fist. Then the lamp shrank to a tiny far point, and the dark swallowed everything, and Tang Yu knew, with the last clear thought he had, that he was going to die in a ditch at 13 years old. A charcoal burner found him at the bottom of a ravine past the eastern ridge. The old man was gathering deadwood at first light when he saw the body in the ditch. Face down, half buried in leaf litter, a long wound laid open down its back. He took it for a corpse, and the sight stopped him cold. A body on the mountain meant trouble, and the wise thing was to walk on and forget he had ever seen it. But curiosity got the better of him. When he crouched down, he caught a faint, shallow rise and fall of the boy's chest. Still breathing, but barely. Up close the wound was gruesome. A deep gash carved the length of this child's spine. A sense of pity swept over the old man, and he decided to care for him. He could not carry him far, so he half-dragged him to his hut at the foot of the ridge, cleaned the gaping wound as best he knew, packed it with crushed herb and ash, and bound it tight with strips of an old shirt. The boy burned with a fever that would have killed most men, and did not wake. Meanwhile, in the village square, on the morning of the assembly, Examiner Su counted the selected children twice. The 7-petal boy was not among them. His face turned grim, then hard with anger. The boy from 3 days ago, Su said to the village chief, his voice gone dangerously cold. The superior root. The orphan. Where is he? The chief spread his hands, sweating. Gone up the mountain 3 nights back, Examiner. Cutting wood like always. He never came down. It made no sense. The boy was an orphan, and on a superior root he could rise to inner disciple of the sect, with a future far past anything this mountain could give. A boy with no interest in that would never have come to the testing stone in the first place. But the boy had come, and tested, and then vanished before he could report to the square and leave for the sect. He must have met with misfortune up there. Su had already shot word of him to the sect with his own jade slip, and the sect's elders were waiting, eager, expectant. If the boy was lost, the blame would land squarely on Su's own head, and he broke into a cold sweat at the thought of the punishment. Search the mountain, he ordered, his voice like iron. Every ravine, every cave. Now, he turned to 2 of his men. You 2, stay behind. Find out what happened to that boy, and send word the moment you do. Only one of the 2 men Su chose truly belonged to him, a man named Wei. The other was named Ho, and 3 years ago Ho had lost a month's wages at the gambling tables in the Chow town, and a man in a gray cloak had paid the debt. Ho had owed him a favor ever since. So the search began with Wei, an honest man, and one secretly working for the men who had taken the boy. For 2 days Wei worked the slopes, reading the mountain like a book, and Ho walked the line behind him, unmaking what he found. A snapped branch, trodden flat, a drag mark in the leaf litter, scuffed over with a careless boot. Wei read the trail, and Ho wiped it clean behind his back. But at dusk on the second day, Wei crouched at the bottom of a ravine and went very still. A dark stain, dried deep into the dirt. The air above it still held the faint iron stink of old blood. It did not seem to be animal blood. This much could only have come from a human. Something bled out here, he called up the slope. Something big, and the brush is broken low. Dragged, westward, toward the ridge foot. Ho came down and stood over the stain, and went cold. The ridge foot. The charcoal burner's hut stood at the ridge foot. He had seen it smoke that very morning. Beast kill, Ho said easily, kicking the broken brush flat as he spoke. A hunter drags the carcass off low through the brush, just like this. You've never hunted, have you, city man? Come, we'll follow the trail in the morning, set your mind at ease, and then ride. The trail's 3 days cold. By morning Ho had talked his partner in a circle, and the 2 men gave it up and rode east after their examiner. Back in the hut, the fever broke on the 4th day, and Tang Yu woke at last. For a moment he did not know where he was. Then he saw the old man crouched at a small fire, felt the binding tight across his back, and remembered. This stranger had hauled him out of a ditch and kept him breathing. You saved me, he rasped, his voice a cracked whisper. Thank you. I won't forget it. The old man grunted and waved a gnarled hand, as if to brush the whole thing away. Then the memory came back to Tang Yu in a sickening rush. The test, the 7 petals, the knife, the slab, the soft boy smiling. He shoved himself up onto one elbow, and a wave of dizziness nearly put him back down. The old man's hand pressed him flat again, gentle but iron firm. Lie down, boy. It's a deep cut, and I've only just got it bound. Move now and it tears open, and you'll bleed out on my floor. Rest. How long? Tang Yu managed. How long have I been here? 4 days. Maybe 5. The old man stirred the fire. There were men on horses up on the slopes, searching. Sect men, by their robes. They rode off yesterday, around midday. Found nothing, by the look of them. For days. Tang Yu went very still. The assembly had been set for 3 days after the test. The one rode off this mountain, the single chance handed to him in his whole life, had opened and closed while he lay here. It was gone now, and all he had left was a hole carved in his back. A single hot tear ran from the corner of his eye into his hair. He made no sound. Then he wiped his face with the back of his hand, and a cold, hard thing settled into his chest where the hope had been. The wound healed slowly. Where his spirit root had been there was only an empty, dead place. A hollow ache that never warmed. He was rootless now. For a month he could do little but lie on the grass mat and heal. When at last he could stand and walk without the wound tearing, he thanked the old man once more and went back down to his own house in the village. But he did not forget the debt. By the second month, when his back could bear the weight, he climbed the mountain to cut wood, and every time he came down with a load he carried part of it to the old man's hut and left it by the door without a word. He kept to himself, silent as the trees he felled. He cut wood, carried it, and sold what little he could. By the 3rd month, the slopes near home were cut bare, so he ventured further out, into a part of the woods he had never worked. The next moment, his heel came down, and the ground rang. He froze. He pressed his foot down again, off the path, between 2 gnarled roots. The earth answered with a low, hollow note. The unmistakable sound of an empty space beneath. A thread of cold, dry air leaked up out of the soil and touched the back of his neck like a finger. Without hesitation, Tang Yu knelt and tore the brush away with both hands. Set into the hillside beneath it was a slab of gray stone that did not match the rock around it. On its surface was the shallow imprint of an open hand. Tang Yu went still. A handprint, sealed in stone, on the mountain above Xianxia. It made him think of the one story every child in the village grew up on. Qin Yuan. 300 years ago, the story went, a poor woodcutter's son from this very village had climbed the whole cultivation ladder to its top and stepped off into heaven. He had been tested and found to have no root, and the elders wrote him off as waste, and still he climbed. The village built him a shrine on the slope, but no one had ever known where his climb began. Tang Yu crouched before the slab he had uncovered and weighed the risk coldly. The sensible thing, the thing any other villager would do, was to climb down and tell the village chief, who would send word straight to the Chao clan. The Chao clan owned every stone, every stream, and every standing tree in this valley. They would take the slab and whatever lay sealed behind it, toss him a few dull coppers for the find, and call him lucky to get even that. Once, Tang Yu had looked on the great clan with awe, even gratitude. That was before they strapped him to a slab in the dark and carved his spine open while a soft boy smiled. The memory turned over in his gut like a swallowed coal. The word waste in the ruined man's mouth. The silk boy leaning in to say make him suffer. It came back, vivid and complete, every single time he shut his eyes. His jaw set hard. He would sooner die in this dirt than hand the Chao clan one single thing more, not so much as a koppa's worth of luck. He hesitated no longer. He fitted his hand into the carved hollow. The slab grew warm under his palm, then hot. Something deep inside the rock turned over with a heavy, grinding groan, like a millstone that had not moved in 100 years. The next moment the stone sank inward and slid aside, and a breath of cold, dry, long-dead air rolled out over his face. In the dark within, a green glow pulsed, once, slow and even, like the heartbeat of something sleeping. Tang Yu knew the danger as well as any mountain boy. A cave sealed this long might be a tomb, a trap, the den of something best left sleeping for another 100 years. A careful boy would turn around right now, climb down, and fetch help. But he had been careful all his life, and he had still ended up with a knife in his spine, thrown in a ditch to die. He ducked his head under the low stone lip and went in. The passage ran only a few steps before it opened into a small chamber. The air was stale and ancient, sealed off from the living world for a century or more. The green glow brightened as he entered, throwing his shadow long and wavering across the bare stone floor. His own breathing was the only sound, loud and ragged in his ears, and his heart hammered hard enough to hurt. The cave was small and almost empty. He had grown up on the treasure stories, like every child on the mountain. Spirit swords humming on jeweled racks, jade pills in golden gourds, heaps of glowing spirit stone, the kind of haul that turned a starving beggar into a robed young master overnight. Tang Yu turned slowly in the green light, and found only bare stone and dust. The whole chamber held one thing, a flat stone shelf cut into the far wall, and on the shelf, a single tablet of green jade no larger than his palm. The cold light was pouring out of the tablet itself. Words were carved into the wall above the shelf, deep and bold, each stroke as long as his hand. The same green glow ran faintly through the grooves, so the lines seemed to float on the dark stone. Tang Yu could read only a little, but he sounded the words out one by one, his lips moving. To the one who owns nothing, and is owed everything. He did not understand what it meant, but the words sat oddly heavy in his chest, as though they had been waiting here in the dark 300 years for him alone, for his eyes and his hands, to read them. He reached out, and he picked up the tablet. The instant his fingers closed on it, the green light woke. It was no longer a glow. It poured up his arm in a warm, living flood, racing under his skin and into his chest, filling him with a light that was somehow bright and cold at once. Then it dove straight down through the core of him, to the dead, empty place at the base of his spine where his root had been carved out. There it gathered, circling the emptiness, sinking into it, pressing against it, as though it were carefully reading a wound only it could see. A voice, cold and flat and ancient, spoke inside his very skull. Ding. System initializing. Booting the sovereign system. Host located. Beginning bind. Stage 1 of 3. Do not resist. Tang Yu went rigid and whipped around the empty chamber, the tablet clutched to his chest. The bare stone walls stared back, the green light coming from inside him now. His heart slammed against his ribs. Who said that? He demanded, his voice shaking in the small stone space. Where are you? Show yourself. The voice did not answer the question. It had already moved on to its own cold work. Scanning host. The green light spread back out through him, slow and thorough and utterly indifferent, counting him bone by bone, breath by breath, like a clerk taking an inventory. Tang Yu held himself dead still and let it work, not daring to move a muscle. For 3 months, he had been a ghost to every soul in the valley, beneath their notice, beneath even their pity. And now, at last, in a dead man's cave, something had taken notice of him, even if it was only a cold voice locked inside his own skull. Then the scan reached his spine, and the dead, hollow place there, and it stopped. For the first time, the ancient voice paused. Something in its careful count did not add up. Anomaly. No spirit root detected. Tang Yu let out a short, ugly bark of a laugh. He had walked 3 whole months on those 4 words. The elders had said them. The recruiters had said them. The gray testing stone in the square had said them every time he laid a hand on it as a younger boy. And now a saint's relic, sealed 300 years in a dead man's cave, had scanned him skull to heel and arrived at exactly the same place as the whole sneering valley. I know, he said bitterly, his voice cracking. There's nothing there. They cut it out of me with a knife. Tell me something I don't already know. The next moment, the voice did exactly that. Absence confirmed. A spirit root is the organ that draws the world's chi into the body. The host stands carved out. An empty socket where the organ should sit. By every normal path of cultivation, the host cannot gather chi, cannot advance. The host remains mortal until death. I know that too. His hands curled into white-knuckled fists at his sides, and his eyes burned. So why are you talking to me? Why bother? Because the sovereign system does not use a root. The system builds a vessel in its place. Hold still. Tang Yu went very still. The bitter laugh died in his throat. The green light gathered at the old scar on his spine. It did not close the scar. It built around it. He felt a space open there, clean and hollow and waiting, like a cup being shaped from clay. At the same moment, the cold, dead air of the cave seemed to bend and lean toward him, and she began to pour in through the new opening, slow, steady, gathering at last where his root should have always been. His knees buckled. He went down hard on one knee on the cold stone floor. It did not hurt. That was the thing that undid him completely. He had braced every muscle for pain, because pain was the only thing this part of his body had ever once given him. Instead, there was warmth. Real, spreading warmth, blooming through the center of him for the first time since he was 13 years old and whole. His eyes filled, and he could not stop them. A fierce, choking knot of grief and hope and 3 months of swallowed rage rose in his throat all at once. He pressed the back of his ruined hand hard against his eyes and stayed down on one knee in the green light, furious at himself for breaking in front of a voice that could probably see every single tear. When he had himself under control again, the voice spoke. Ding. Vessel forged. The hollow vessel is open. Chi gathering restored. This vessel cannot be sensed by any testing stone, read by any sect, or carved out by any blade. Daily quest available. Tang Yu rose slowly to his feet, one hand pressed to his spine. He could feel it now, plain as a second heartbeat. A small, cool weight at the base of his back, and the faint, steady pull of the world flowing gently into it. For 3 months he had been a man with a hole punched through him. Now, alone in a dead man's cave, the hole had become something else. Something deeper and stranger than a root. A thing the valley lacked the words and the tools to even name. And here was the part that made his breath catch. It was sealed so far inside the core of him that every blade ever forged would pass it by. He drew a slow, deliberate breath and felt the chi answer it. A thin, cool current sliding in with every pull of his lungs. A real cultivator, a sect child, would not have felt so small a trickle. But Tang Yu had spent 3 months feeling absolutely nothing in that place, and he counted each breath now like a miser counting his last coppers. He wiped his face roughly on his sleeve. Then he straightened up, squared his shoulders, and for the first time in months his voice came out steady and hard as the stone around him. Show me the quest. The first quest was plain hard labor. Ding. Daily quest issued. Split 100 logs before dawn. Reward. Qi condensation, layer 1. Tang Yu almost laughed again, a real laugh this time. Of every grand task a saint's relic might have set a chosen host, it had picked the one single thing he had done every single day of his ruined, friendless life. He shouldered his father's old axe and went back down to the woodlet below the shrine. The moon was already up over the black line of the pines. He set the first round on the chopping block, spat on his palms, and swung. The first 10 logs split easy. For years of hauling would had at least given him the arms for it. The next 20 began to pull and burn at his shoulders. By the 50th, his palms had torn open, and the hot blood made the haft slick and treacherous in his grip. He did not stop. He tore strips off his shirt, wrapped his bleeding hands, and kept swinging. And with each clean stroke, he felt it. A thin thread of qi fed down into the empty vessel at his spine. One stroke, one thread. One stroke, one thread. The cold green number lit up behind his eyes, and Tang Yu chased it like a starving man chases the smell of bread. It was almost nothing. Set beside a real cultivator's gathering, it was less than nothing, a single grain against a harvest. But it was more than he had been told he would ever have again, and he would have died on that block before he stopped. 60, he counted aloud, to keep the rhythm, his breath fogging in the cold. 61. The blisters on his palms broke and wept clear fluid and blood. He bound them tighter with shaking fingers and swung on. One log, one breath, one thread of qi. The woodlet filled steadily with split rounds, a pile that would have taken any grown man in the village 2 full days of labor. He was driving through it in a single night, alone, under the cold moon. 70. 75. By the 90th log his arms had stopped obeying him. He swung, missed clean, and the axe head bit deep into the dirt. He leaned hard on the handle, chest heaving like a bellows, his head gone light as drifting smoke. But the number kept climbing. 91. He hauled the axe up again. It felt like lifting another grown man. 92. He did not remember the last few. He remembered the 100th. The wood fell open with a clean crack. At that exact moment, every thread of qi he had gathered all night long folded inward at once and caught like a struck flint. Heat bloomed white and sudden through his whole body and dropped him to his knees in the wood chips. Ding. Quest complete. Cultivation breakthrough. Qi condensation, layer 1. Tang Yu knelt there a long while, bleeding into the rags around his hands, breathing the cold night air in great whooping gulps. And a fierce, savage joy burned up through the deep exhaustion. Layer 1. The very lowest rung of the very first realm. The rung soft sect children climbed at 12 and sneered at. Those children had roots, and masters, and clans, and warm beds. He had a hole in his back and a borrowed axe. He was a rootless waste the valley had carved open and thrown in a ditch. And he had clawed his own bleeding way onto the bottom of the ladder anyway, alone, at night, by his own hand alone. The Chao enforcer who had carved out his root stood 7 full layers above this, near the top of the same first realm. He knew that, exactly. He did not care. He looked at his ruined hands in the white moonlight, and grinned through bloody teeth. 1 rung, he said softly to the dark. 8 more to finish the realm. And a realm above that one, and a realm above that. He closed his torn fist slowly. Good. I have nothing else in this world to do, and all the long nights to do it in. The trouble came the very next night. He went down to the woodlet and split another 100 logs, every one of them, his hands screaming. The quest paid out, the same as before. The qi poured down into the vessel at his spine, the same warm flood as before. But this time, it did not stay. He felt it leak back out of the new vessel almost as fast as it went in, draining away into nothing. By gray dawn, he had gathered a full night's hard-bought qi and watched nearly all of it drain straight out through his fingers. Still layer 1. Nothing had moved. Tang Yu stood among the split rounds, shaking with exhaustion and effort, and the anger he kept buried deep all the time came boiling up his throat at last. Why? He snarled at the empty air, his voice raw. I did the work. Every cursed stroke of it. Where did it go? The cold voice answered, flat and patient as ever. The hollow vessel is a substitute for a root. A root grows into the body across years. The vessel was built in a single night, from nothing. It leaks qi and it will crack. The next breakthrough shatters it and kills the host. Required first, temper the vessel. Tempered. Tang Yu pressed a hand flat against his aching spine. Tempered how? Ding. Daily quest issued. Temper the flesh. Bone, muscle, and skin must be hardened in fire, cold, and strain until they share the load and seal the leak. Until then, every drop of qi gathered runs back out through the cracks. Reward, the vessel sealed. Warning, severe pain. Tang Yu sat down hard on the chopping block, and for a long moment, he simply breathed. For one single night, he had let himself believe it would be simple from here on, that the relic had handed him a clear road, and all he had left to do in the world was put one foot in front of the other and walk it. He, of all people, should have known better. And then the strangest thing happened. The hot disappointment burned off, and underneath it was a cold, steady, almost peaceful calm, because he understood this completely, better than any soft sect child alive ever could. A gift could be taken back. They had strapped him to a slab and carved his gift out of his spine with a curved knife to prove that very point. But a thing a man beats into his own bone with his own blood, night after night after night, alone and unwatched, that could never be cut out of him by another man's blade. His jaw set. The fear was gone, replaced by something much harder. "Show me the tempering," he said. The tempering was the cruelest work he had ever done. Before dawn each day, he waded into the mountain stream where the snowmelt ran fresh off the high black rocks. He stood in it to the waist until he could no longer feel his own legs. And then he forced himself to stand longer still, jaw clenched, because the system would not mark the quest done until the cold had driven all the way through him. He climbed out blue-lipped and violently shaking and built a small fire with hands that would not close. In the burning afternoon, he went to the standing stone behind the shrine and struck it with his bare fists, over and over. The system counted the blows for him in his skull, cold and tireless. 100, 300, 500. The skin split across his knuckles, and the blood dried black on the gray rock. He lost all feeling in his hands past the first 1,000, and kept going on the second 1,000 by watching them move, like they belonged to someone else. At night, he hauled stone, heavy river rocks up the steep slope to the cave and back down again, load after load after load, until his spine felt like a bar of hot iron, and the new vessel buried in it ached and burned and tightened and slowly began to hold its shape. He counted the loads the same way he counted the logs. 40, 60. On the 80th load his knees simply gave out on the slope, and he went down hard with the rocks scattering and bouncing around him in the dark. He lay there in the cold and breathed until he could see straight, and then he gathered up every single rock that had fallen and carried them the rest of the way. It took 6 brutal days. On the worst of them, the third, he sat down on the path and did not get up for a very long time. A heavy, dragging weariness pressed down on him like a slab, and a small, traitor voice whispered in the back of his skull that he could just walk back down the mountain and be the waste again. The waste, at least, was allowed to rest. The waste could sleep till noon and ask nothing of his own frozen, torn hands. The whole village let the waste lie still and rot in peace. Then he thought of the soft-faced boy in fine silk, leaning in close to watch him scream, wet-eyed with pleasure. He thought of 7 petals of his own stolen light, folding shut for good inside another man's fist. The cold rage came flooding back, steady and clean as a heartbeat, and on it he hauled himself up off the ground when nothing else could have lifted him. He always got up. On the 6th night, kneeling in the freezing snowmelt with his fists scraped down to raw meat, he felt the very last of it lock into place inside him with an almost audible click. The voice came. Ding. Body tempering complete. The hollow vessel is sealed. Host constitution increased. Tang Yu climbed out of the stream and sat down on the cold flat stone with his ruined hands open in his lap. He reached deep inside himself, found the small store of qi he had gathered, and held it. It stayed exactly where he put it, every last drop sealed and tight, as wine in a fire jar. He let out one long, shaking breath that misted in the moonlight. Then, very quietly, alone on the dark mountain, he began to laugh. And for the first time in longer than he could remember, it was not an ugly sound. With the vessel sealed, the wall broke. He split the 100 logs again, and ran the loads up the ridge again, and this time the qi he gathered sank down into the vessel and stayed. He felt it packed down tight at his spine, layer on dense layer, hard as river clay left to bake in the sun. Ding. Cultivation breakthrough. Qi condensation, layer 2. Tang Yu did not stop to rest, not even for a night. He understood the shape of the whole thing now, plain as a wheel. Quest, reward, breakthrough, but only if the tempered body could hold what the reward poured into it. So he tempered as he climbed, the two halves rising together. The frozen stream at dawn, the standing stone at noon, the loads of rock by moonlight. The work and the qi rose hand in hand, and the hard days bled one into the next until he lost their count. Sure enough, 3 nights later, the wall broke a second time. Ding. Cultivation breakthrough. Qi condensation, layer 3. He stood alone on the ridge in the dark and threw a single experimental punch at the empty air. Crack. The wind off his bare fist snapped a dead branch clean off a pine a full 10 feet away, and it fell crashing into the brush with a sound that carried all the way down the silent slope. For a long moment Tang Yu only stared at his own hand, turning it over in the moonlight. 3 weeks ago, he had been a broken body that could not hold a single thread of qi for the time it took to draw a breath. Tonight he had snapped seasoned wood with the wind off a punch, and every single layer of it had been bought in the cold and the dark, with his own blood, with only the night for a witness. But he did not let it go to his head. He knew exactly where he stood, down to the rung. Layer 3 of qi condensation. A trained child of the great sex would laugh in his face and call it a beggar's progress. The Chao enforcer who had taken his route stood at the 8th layer at the very least, 5 full rungs above him, and behind that one enforcer stood a whole rich clan, and behind the clan a towering sect, and somewhere behind all of it, he was beginning to suspect something worse. He was an ant that had only just learned to climb. For now, faster, he told the dark, his eyes hard and bright as chips of flint. I have to be faster than this. They will not wait. And he was right. Down in the warm valley, the Chao clan was not going to sit and wait politely for an ant to grow into something that could bite. By now Tang Yu stood at the 3rd layer of qi condensation, a secret he carried alone, hidden from every living soul. He cultivated only at night, deep in the woods, where no eyes could ever reach him. By day he was exactly what the valley had always taken him for, the rootless cripple who cut wood. Once a week he carried his heavy load down to sell in the village square. And once a week, without fail, the village found a fresh way to remind him of his place at the very bottom of it. At the well, a girl caught him before he reached the stalls. Su Qing was the herb gatherer's daughter, and she was the only soul in all of Songyang who had never once called him waste. She pressed a warm bun into his hand and glanced quickly back toward her father's shed. "You're thinner," she said quietly, frowning. "Eat it now. Don't you dare sell it." He had meant to sell it, every time. He ate it instead, because she stood there watching him do it with that stubborn set to her jaw, and something tight in his chest eased a fraction. Then the Sa brothers found them. The village chief's nephews. Broad, bored, and well-fed. And the rootless cripple had been their favorite sport since they were all small children together. The older one knocked the last of the warm bun out of Tang Yu's hand and into the cold mud with a flick of his fingers. "Look at this," he announced, loud enough for the whole lane to turn and hear. "The young miss feeding the stray dog. Even real dogs get scraps, I suppose. That's all you are, waste. A stray." A few villagers slowed to watch the show, faces carefully blank, mouths carefully shut. They watched, and they let it happen. Su Qing's face flushed dark red with fury, her hand tightening. But Tang Yu gave her the smallest shake of his head, a movement so slight only she could possibly see it. A girl who openly defended the waste became, in this village, a girl who kept his company. And he had taken more than enough from Songyang without taking her good name from her too. He bent, picked the muddy bun up out of the dirt, set it carefully on the stone lip of the well, and said nothing. The older Sa lost interest when the boy would not flinch or weep, and the brothers swaggered off looking for a better morning's cruelty. The next moment, a single word called out across the square stopped Tang Yu cold in his tracks. A name, shouted by a fat Chowtown peddler who was holding court before an eager knot of villagers. Chao Sun, the Chao clan's young master, the peddler crowed, spreading his arms, had awakened a superior root this very season. 7 petals, the first the whole region had seen in 30 long years. The blessed boy had been taken straight into the great Azure Abyss sect, and already, after mere months, stood proudly at the third layer of chi condensation. A true heaven-sent genius, the peddler said, with the whole mighty clan roaring behind him. Tang Yu stood very, very still in the middle of the lane. He had never once known the boy's name. Only the soft, well-fed, smiling face that had leaned over the slab to watch him scream his throat bloody. And now a fat peddler had handed him the name to set upon that face. Chao Sun, 7 petals. His 7 petals, beating warm in another boy's chest, already climbing the very ladder that had been carved out of his own living spine. The third layer. The peddler said it like a marvel. Tang Yu turned the number over coldly. "I am third layer too. With no root, in 3 months. In the dark, with my own blood." He climbed it on a stolen superior root, with a sect's pills and a clan's elders steadying every step. And the heavens call him the genius. The anger banked low and white-hot at the center of him. He buried every flicker of it deep behind a face gone smooth and blank as the testing stone. He shouldered his empty carrying frame and started, calmly and unhurried, back up the mountain. Behind him, the older Sa watched the cripple go and slowly frowned. The waste had hauled a full load of green wood down that mountain this morning without once breaking stride, and now he was climbing back up the steep path just as easy, his breath even. Strange, very strange, for a rootless cripple. The exact kind of strange, the older Sa thought, scratching his chin, that the hard-eyed Chow men down in the town were quietly paying good silver to hear about. The whispers reached the wrong ears. 3 days later, the Sa brothers came up the mountain path, and this time they had brought a third man with them. He was a lean stranger with a sword on his hip and a long scar through one eyebrow. He did not move like a village bully. He moved light and balanced on the balls of his feet, like a man who had drawn that blade in anger many times before and used it. "There it is," the older Sa called out, grinning and pointing. "Up here in the dirt, like always. Told you." He jerked his chin at the swordsman. "The Chow men in town are paying good coin for word of any power on this mountain. We told them the waste is always skulking up here. So you come down quiet now, waste. And maybe we only break the one arm on the way." Tang Yu set down his heavy load of river stone and read the 3 of them as his father had taught him to read green wood, where the weight sat, where each would break. The Sa brothers were nothing. Bullies, mortals, all bluster and no balance. The stranger was another matter. He carried himself a clean rung above the cousins, maybe more, and he held the sword like an old friend. 4th layer of chi condensation, Tang Yu judged, perhaps higher. 1 rung above his own, and trained besides, where Tang Yu had only ever swung an axe. His heartbeat slowed, cold and steady. "Go home," he said quietly. Without hesitation, the older Sa swung first. The same lazy, looping backhand he had thrown 100 times over the years. This time Tang Yu read it long before it landed. He leaned smoothly out of its path and drove a flat palm into the man's chest. Thud! The older Sa left his feet entirely, flew back a full body length, and crashed into the brush, all the wind gone out of him. The younger brother froze, his mouth falling open. Then he charged with a wordless yell. Tang Yu caught his wrist, turned it with a single economical motion, and put him face down in the cold dirt beside his groaning brother. 2 breaths. Both brothers down. 3 weeks ago, that same exchange would have ended with Tang Yu on the ground spitting out his own teeth. But the swordsman was not a saw brother. He drew the blade in a hiss of steel and came in fast and low, and Tang Yu felt the brutal difference at once. Whoosh. The sword opened a thin line of blood across his forearm before he could even give ground. A second cut nicked his ribs, a line of fire. The sharp pain woke him all the way up, cleared the last of the calm into something sharper. A 4th-layer dog, the swordsman said, smiling thinly, circling, lecturing me. You should have run down the mountain when you had the breath for it, boy. He pressed in, fast and clean. He was no master, but he had been properly trained. And Tang Yu had been trained by nothing in this world but an axe and 4 long years of beatings. The blade came again, a flat silver cut leveled straight at his throat. Tang Yu hurled himself backward, felt the cold wind of it kiss the skin of his neck, and his heel caught a root. Off balance. Falling, he saw the next thrust already driving for his heart, and his blood went cold. So he stopped trying to be clever about it. He bent, snatched a heavy river stone off the ground, and hurled it full force at the man's scarred face. The swordsman flinched and twisted aside on instinct. And in that one flinch, that half-second gift, Tang Yu closed the gap in a heartbeat and drove a fist into his gut with all the dense new chi he owned packed in behind it. Boom. The man folded around the blow like wet cloth thrown over a fence rail. The sword fell from his nerveless fingers and rang bright on the stones. He dropped to both knees, retching helplessly, a cold sweat sheeting his gray face, utterly unable to rise. You? The swordsman choked, staring up in dawning horror. What are you? A waste with no root, you can't. 4th layer. Tang Yu said quietly, standing over him, lecturing me. He let the words land. Go back down. Tell the Chow Men the mountain is empty. For your own sake. He stood over the 3 of them, bleeding from the arm and the ribs, his breath ragged in his chest. He had won. But he had also been cut twice by a single half-trained swordsman 1 rung above him, and his heart was still hammering hard against his ribs. He was a very long way from safe, and he knew it. 1 rung above me, and he nearly opened my throat. The enforcer is 5 rungs above. Faster. I have to be faster. A sharp, indrawn breath came from the trees behind him. He spun, hand rising. Su Qing stood frozen at the edge of the path, a basket of herbs forgotten and spilling from her hand, staring wide-eyed at the rootless waste who had just put 3 grown men, one of them armed, on the ground. Su Qing crossed the path fast and caught his bleeding arm in both hands. You're hurt. Sit down. Sit. She was already tearing a long strip from her own clean sleeve and winding it tight above the worst cut, her hands shaking badly. His were not shaking. He saw the exact moment she noticed that too, and her eyes flicked up to his, afraid and amazed at once. It's shallow, he said. It is a sword cut, Tang Yu. She pulled the binding tighter than she needed to, almost angry. 3 grown men, one of them armed with steel, and the waste is the one left standing over all of them, telling me it's shallow. She looked hard up into his face. Who in the heavens taught you to throw a grown man into a tree? So he told her. He told her because lying to her was more work than the simple truth, and because she was the only person in Sonyang he had never once, in his whole life, wanted to lie to. The cold air leaking up out of the ground. The sealed cave behind the old pine roots. The green tablet, and the ancient voice that had built a vessel where his root used to be. The 100 logs every night. The frozen river before dawn. The black blood dried on the standing stone. He did not make any of it sound like a stroke of luck or a gift from heaven. He made it sound like exactly what it had been, which was work. Brutal, lonely, bloody work. Su Qing listened to all of it without a single word, and he watched her face travel slowly from fear, to wonder, to something much harder and far more careful. You can't tell anyone, she said at last, before he could say it himself. You take this to your grave, Tang Yu. You keep it locked behind your teeth. If this valley finds out the waste can cultivate again, that he's strong, they will not laugh this time. They'll do exactly what they tried to do to you before. Her voice dropped. And this time, they'll make sure they finish it. That, he said, is exactly what I was going to say to you. Then we agree. She tied off the binding and pressed it flat with her thumb, her composure returning. I keep your secret, and I keep it well. You stop bleeding on my one good sleeve. A faint, unfamiliar smile touched the corner of his mouth. It felt strange there, like a tool he had not held in years. He could not remember the last time he had truly used it. You're going to go after them, Su Qing said. It was not a question. She had known him too long, and seen too much in the last hour. The ones who did this to you. The merchant. The boy in the silk. Not yet, Tang Yu said. He flexed his bandaged hand slowly, and watched the torn fingers close into a steady fist. Not until I can win. Not until I can walk into that clan hall and walk back out. His voice was very quiet, and absolutely certain. But yes, one day, every last one of them, from the boy in the silk to whoever stands behind him. They opened a ledger when they cut me. I intend to settle it. She held his burning eyes for a long moment, then nodded once, slowly, as if carefully setting that terrible promise down somewhere safe inside herself. Then her face changed, and it died on her lips. Far down on the village road below them came a sound that did not belong to the mountain. A single horse, iron-shod hooves, slow and unhurried, and ringing arrogantly on the worn stones. The walk of a rider who was utterly sure of his welcome and feared nothing on this earth. Su Qing went very still, and the color drained out of her face. "That's not a farmer's horse," she whispered. Tang Yu looked down through the dark trees toward the village, and the cold thread of warning he had felt that first day at the cave came back, twice as strong, coiling in his gut. Something was coming up the road, and this time, he knew for certain, it was coming for him. This time the Chao clan had sent a cultivator, a long step up from a thug or a swordsman for hire, and they had sent him to be seen and feared. By the time Tang Yu came down off the mountain, the rider already had the whole of Songyang herded into the square like frightened sheep, the village chief dangling half off his feet by the collar of his own robe. The man was lean and bored, dressed head to foot in Chao black, and the sheer weight of his presence pressed down on the air like a heavy hand on the back of every neck in the square. Tang Yu felt that pressure from clear across the square, and the cold green light of the system answered before he could stop it. Ding! Hostile cultivator detected. Qi condensation, 8th layer. Threat, lethal. Combat not advised. 8th layer. 5 full layers above him. Tang Yu's heart sank like a dropped stone down a deep well. A power woke on this mountain, the rider said. He did not raise his voice. He did not need to. The whole square hung on it. I have ridden hard since before dawn. I am tired, and I am not a patient man. So, I will burn this woodpile first. Then I will burn these houses, one by one, with the families inside them, until somebody gives me a name. The village chief's terrified eyes darted across the crowd and found Tang Yu standing at its edge and instantly filled with a coward's flooding relief. Here, at last, was a thing he could throw to the wolf to make the wolf go away. Him, the chief gasped, stabbing a shaking finger through the air. The waste. He's up that cursed mountain day and night, alone. If a power woke up there, it's him, it must be him. Take him and go, and leave us be. The whole square turned as one to stare at the orphan. For one breath the old, familiar shame rose hot and choking in Tang Yu's chest. For years of thrown pebbles and pointing laughter, and that one flat word, waste, the warm bun ground deliberately into the cold mud. Then he crushed it down, all of it, with the cold weight of 3 months in the dark, and his face turned hard and shut. He stepped forward, out of the safety of the crowd, into the open. Let the old man down, Tang Yu said calmly, his voice carrying. You rode all this way up here for me. Well, here I am. The rider dropped the chief in the dirt like a sack and looked the waist over slowly, from the patched shirt to the fresh bandaged arm to the heavy woodcutter's hands. Then he threw back his head and laughed, low and genuinely pleased. You? He rolled his shoulders, and the joints cracked like greenwood snapping. They dragged me up an entire mountain for a beggar boy with a cut on his arm. He swung down off his tall horse, smiling arrogantly, spreading his hands. Come, then, great power. A 3rd layer worm against an 8th layer master. Show me this terrible strength before I lose what little patience I have left and start the burning anyway. The square had gone deathly silent. Mothers dragged their children back behind their legs. The village chief scrambled away on his hands and knees and lost himself gratefully in the crowd. Near the front, Su Qing fought desperately forward against a solid wall of shoulders that would not let her through, her face white with terror, his name caught in her throat. The crowd drew back to the very edges of the square, leaving the two of them entirely alone in the middle, by the well. The silence that closed around him was the whole village's answer. They stood at the edges and watched, as they had watched everything done to him since he was a boy. The rider did not wait for him to be ready. Whoosh. He crossed the entire square in a single instant, at a speed no eye there could hope to follow. One breath he stood 10 full paces off, smiling. The next, his fist was buried to the wrist in Tang Yu's chest. Boom. Tang Yu had braced for it with every scrap of dense, hard-won chi he owned. It made no difference. The blow lifted him clean up off his feet and hurled him backward into the woodpile like a child throwing a rag doll. The split logs came crashing and tumbling down on top of him. He lay there a moment, the wind smashed completely out of him, white spots crowding and swarming his vision, a torrent of pain rolling up his spine. 5 layers was not a gap a man could think his clever way across. The rider was faster and stronger and seemed to stand in 3 places at once. Tang Yu shoved the heavy logs off his chest and dragged himself back up to his feet anyway. The rider knocked him flat down again, lazily, almost gently, with the back of one open hand. The casual blow a grown man gives a child to teach it some manners. The watching crowd had gone utterly dead silent. This is the power that woke on the mountain. The rider drove a heavy boot into his ribs. Crack. Something deep inside gave way, and Tang Yu coughed up a thick mouthful of dark blood onto the stones. 4 years a waste. You crawl into some hole in the ground, you find a shiny trinket, and you actually dream it made you a cultivator. Another vicious, deliberate kick. All it made you, boy, is a corpse that decided to take the long road to the grave. Hot blood ran down into one of Tang Yu's eyes. The whole square tilted and swam sickeningly around him. Through the high ringing in his skull, he could feel the crowd around him. A wall of held breath and staring eyes. only watching. The waste was being beaten slowly to death right beside the well where they all drew their water every single morning, and the whole village stood and let it happen. Don't kill him too quick now, Master Cultivator, called a Sa brother from the safe edge of the crowd, and actually grinned. The other villagers kept their mouths shut and their eyes down, and their thick silence agreed with him. Tang Yu curled around the broken rib, breathed through the white blaze of agony, and forced himself, through all of it, to think. He could not match this man. Nothing he had could match this man. The only fight he truly knew how to fight, the patient one, the one where he ate every blow and waited and simply endured until it finally, mercifully stopped. That fight ended this one time with his own corpse cooling face down in the village square. He could feel the cold end of it racing straight toward him now. So Tang Yu stopped fighting that fight. He went still in the bloody dirt. And behind his cracked, screaming ribs, down in the deep place where the rage had burned low and quiet and patient for 3 long months, he reached for the only thing he had left in all the world. The voice came as the rider drew back his boot for another lazy, killing kick. Ding. Host in lethal danger. Emergency measure unlocked. Vessel release. Discharges all stored chi at once into the limbs. Combat strength raised above realm for 30 breaths. Cost. The hollow vessel strained past its limit and may crack. Confirm? Yes? Tang Yu snarled through the blood on his teeth. Do it. Now. Boom. The chi he had bled 6 days in a frozen river to gather tore loose all at once. A column of pale, roaring light erupted out of his spine and flooded down into his arms and his legs. Far more raw power than the 3rd layer was ever built to hold. It hurt. It felt like being filled to bursting with molten iron poured straight into the marrow. His broken rib knit back together with a wet crack, and a savage, borrowed strength surged through every single limb. For 30 breaths, Tang Yu was no longer 5 layers beneath the rider. For 30 breaths, he was fast. He came up off the bloody ground like a phantom, before the next kick ever landed. His hand closed hard around the worn haft of his father's old axe, lying forgotten in the scattered woodpile. He turned with the whole of that borrowed strength behind him, and he swung. Crack. The flat of the heavy axe caught the rider square across the ribs and threw him the entire width of the square, like a sparrow swatted out of the air. The man slammed into the stone lip of the well and folded backward over it, coughing up a great spray of bright blood. His bored, arrogant face was bored no longer. For the very first time, the Chao cultivator's eyes went wide and white with raw terror. I'm impossible, he choked, clutching his shattered side. A 3rd layer? You're a 3rd layer, that's not. The crowd erupted. He sent a Chao cultivator flying, a young farmhand shouted, half disbelieving his own 2 eyes. With a woodcutter's axe. The waste. An old woman's jaw hung slack. That's the waste. I've thrown stones at that boy. By the herb stall, a man dropped his whole basket of goods and never once felt it leave his hands. Then, all at once, the entire square went dumbfounded and silent again. Every wide eye nailed to the bleeding boy standing tall over the well. Into that ringing silence fell 2 voices. Su Qing's, both hands pressed hard over her mouth, his name trembling behind them. And an old woman's, at the very edge of the square, 3 flat words spoken without any thought. The waste did that. The words hung in the silence. The rider did not try for a second round. He scrambled up off the well, bent double over his shattered ribs, and ran, actually ran, for his horse. As he hauled himself painfully up into the saddle, he twisted back, his gray face a mask of hate and naked fear. You're a dead man, boy, he spat down at him. When the Chao clan hears a rootless dog raised his hand against one of theirs, they will send someone up this mountain you cannot swing an axe at. You hear me? A dead man. Then he was gone, the hoofbeats of his horse hammering frantically away down the mountain road. Tang Yu let him go. He had no other choice. The 30 borrowed breaths were already guttering out, and the price was already coming due, fast. The borrowed strength drained out of him all at once and dragged everything else in him out with it. The overstrained vessel screamed inside his spine, a high, thin, tearing agony. The axe slid from his suddenly nerveless fingers and rang on the stones. Tang Yu went down hard in the dirt beside the well, the bright world going black at all its edges. The very last thing he heard was Su Qing screaming his name across the square, and, far down the valley, the fading drum of a single terrified horse. He woke 3 days later in the herb shed, and found he could not gather a single thread of chi. The desperate surge had cracked the very vessel he had spent 6 bleeding days in a frozen river to seal. The system called it strain. It felt exactly like the cold, gray morning after the stone slab. The same hollow, dead, aching absence where his power should have been. Tang Yu lay on the narrow cot and stared up at the bundles of drying herbs hung from the rafters, and for a little while, the old dread crawling over his chest, he was the waste again. Then the voice came, faint but steady. Ding. Vessel fracture assessed. Self-repair initiated. Estimated to hold again in 9 days. Note: upon repair, vessel capacity increases by 30%. A small, hard knot of relief loosened in his chest. 30% stronger. He held onto the number. Su Qing fed him thin broth and would not let him so much as sit up. You beat a Chao cultivator, she said. setting the bowl down hard enough to slosh it. 5 whole layers above you. And it nearly killed you, Tang Yu. You stopped breathing twice. She glared at him, and the glare was made of fear. Was it worth it? He would have burned the village. The families. You. Tang Yu closed his eyes. And he ran. The whole valley stood in that square and watched a Chow man run. They know now, all of them, that the mountain bites back when you reach for it. That buys time. Time is worth more than anything else I own. Time for what? To heal. To climb. He opened his eyes and stared up at the rough rafters. The vessel mends. The system swears it. Slower than I'd like. But when it finally mends, it always holds 30% more than it did before. That's the whole secret of the thing. Every wound it takes, it pays back with interest. He kept the rest of it locked behind his teeth, where he kept everything that mattered. He did not say that slower than I'd like might not be anywhere near fast enough. He did not say that a beaten, terrified enforcer was riding hard back down the valley at that very moment, carrying Tang Yu's face and Tang Yu's secret straight to men who stood far, far above a single hired rider. Men with long memories and longer reach. Outside the shed, in the days that followed, the village began to say his name in an entirely new way. The flatward waste, worn smooth over 4 long years, dried up in their mouths. Warmth was still far beyond them. They were not ready for that, and he did not want it. What was left in its place was careful, wary. A space opened around him in the lane that had never been there before. Su Qing changed the bindings on his ruined hands twice a day and did not say very much. Once, she stopped at the shed door with the empty bowl and spoke without turning around to face him. They're afraid of you now, she said quietly. All of them. That's not nothing, Tang Yu. For someone they called waste, that's not nothing at all. Then she went out into the light, and Tang Yu lay alone in the dim shed and turned that one word over and over in his mind. Afraid. After months and years of being called waste, of being beneath even contempt, the whole village had been forced to find a brand new word for him. For now, he decided, careful was enough. He let himself rest, and he let the cracked vessel slowly begin to knit itself back stronger, and he waited for the day he could feel the chi flow again. And 100 miles east, in a lamplit hall, someone was already turning back the pages of a very careful ledger of his own. A day's hard ride east, in the prosperous market town the Chow clan owned outright, the beaten rider knelt on the cold floor of the clan hall and stammered out his report. A man in plain gray robes listened from the side of the room, where the warm lamplight did not quite reach him. The man had a soft, unremarkable face, and soft, uncalloused hands, and no sword at his belt. The clan steward, watching from the door, could not for the life of him understand why the quiet gray guest suddenly leaned forward, very slightly, at one particular word in the rider's frightened babbling. A rootless boy, on the western mountain, above a poor village, gathering chi where a boy with no root should gather precisely nothing. Ever. Standing tall over a beaten Chow enforcer with a common woodcutter's axe in his hands. Elder Pan went very, very still. When the trembling rider had finally finished, Pan asked one single question, in a mild and pleasant and almost gentle voice. This mountain, this poor village. He folded his soft hands together in his lap. Songyang village. That would be the place I visited, on business, some 3 months ago. Would it not? It was not really a question, and the steward did not dare answer it. Pan kept careful written records of every single piece of merchandise he had ever cut out of a living body and sold on. In his mind, now, he was already turning the pages back to a bright, ordinary morning in a poor village square. A gray testing stone. 7 impossible petals of white light. A woodcutter's orphan alone in the world, the last of his blood, whose superior root Pan had personally carved out clean and transplanted, whole and perfect, inside the rootless young master of this very clan. A rootless boy, gathering chi, standing over a cultivator 5 full layers stronger than himself. The dead, in Pan's long and bloody experience, did not usually do him the gross discourtesy of climbing back out of the ditch he had paid good men to dig. For one strange moment, something almost like genuine respect crossed his ruined gray face. A rootless boy, carved open and gutted and thrown in a ravine to die at 13 years old, had clawed his own way up to the 3rd layer of chi condensation, with no spirit root, and put a trained Chow enforcer flat on his back in the dirt. Pan had cut the roots out of more than 100 children in his long and profitable career. Every last one of them had stayed exactly where he left them, in the ditch, in the dark, in the ground. This one had crawled back out. Then the moment passed, as all such moments did with Pan, and the cold merchant in him returned to its place. A boy who could somehow cultivate with no root was far too valuable to quietly snip and forget. He was, in fact, the single most valuable thing Elder Pan had stumbled across in 30 long years of the trade. A root could be cut and sold once. But a boy who could grow chi from nothing, that was a secret worth more than every root in the empire combined. And this time, there would be no careless dumping of the body in a ditch. This time, Elder Pan would take the boy alive, and patiently, carefully, cut out the precious secret buried inside him. Saddle a horse, Pan said, rising smoothly to his feet. The lamplight finally found his face, and the steward flinched. And send a swift bird ahead to young Master Chow's son, at the sect. Tell him to come home. Tell him the root we cut out 3 months ago. The thin, cold smile returned at last, has grown back. On the very boy we took it from. He started for the door, unhurried, certain. We ride for Songyang village at dawn. And this time, we do not ride alone. End of Hour 1. Hour 2 opens on that dawn ride, and on a boy with a cracked vessel and 9 days of healing he does not have, watching the road for the dust of horses. The man with the ruined face was already on the road, and the boy he had carved open and thrown in a ditch lay in a herb shed with a cracked vessel, and 1 day, perhaps 2, before the dust of horses rose on the valley road. That morning Tang Yu stopped waiting to be ready. He decided to climb a ladder in a single night that should have taken him a year. A day's ride to the east, in the gray hour before dawn, Elder Pan swung up into the saddle. Behind him, a dozen Chao riders formed in the cold mist, their breath steaming, their steel dull and gray under black cloaks. A swift messenger bird had already gone winging ahead of them through the dark, carrying 2 words to the Azure Abyss sect, far away, come home. Pan settled his soft, uncalloused hands on the reins and smiled his thin, cold smile at the western mountains, where one small village still slept, quiet and unguarded, in the dark. Easy now, he murmured to his horse, almost gently, stroking its neck. We have all the time in the world. The dead boy is not going anywhere. He was very rarely wrong, but he was wrong now. The dead boy was already awake. A day's ride to the west, in the herb shed at the far edge of Songyang. Tang Yu opened his eyes in the same gray hour. The cold green light of the sovereign's system was already waiting for him behind them, patient as a creditor. The vessel repair sat at 30%, 9 days to a full seal. Tang Yu lay still on the narrow cot and turned the number over coldly. 9 days to heal a vessel he had cracked saving this village. He pressed a hand flat against his spine and felt the fault there, a dull, leaking ache, like a clay pot left out in a hard frost. Hairline split right through it. He gathered a breath of qi, just to test, and felt it seep out through the cracks almost as fast as it came in. He did not have 9 days. He was almost certain of that, and the certainty sat in his gut like a swallowed stone, cold and heavy. He had beaten a Chao enforcer in this very square 3 days ago, and then he had let the man run. He had watched the cultivator haul himself onto his horse with his ribs caved in, white-faced with terror, and he had heard exactly what the man spat down at him before he fled. When the Chao clan hears a rootless dog raised his hand against them, they will send someone you cannot swing an axe at. That rider was a day's hard gallop east by now, and the clan would already know, and the clan was not a thing that ever forgave being made to run in front of a village of dirt-poor peasants. Tang Yu sat up slowly, his jaw clenched against the grinding pain in his ribs and the deeper ache in his spine. Outside the shed's one small window, the sky was just beginning to pale to gray over the black line of the pines. They're coming, he said quietly to the empty room. It was a certainty, hard and clean as a blade. Soon. And I'm standing at the very bottom of a ladder they own the top of. The cold voice in his skull did not argue. It never once wasted breath on comfort, and he had come to be grateful for that, in a strange way. The whole world had lied to him gently for years. The system only ever told him the plain truth. But this time the voice did something it had never done before. The green light flared behind his eyes, brighter and deeper than the ordinary daily quest glow, and a new line of cold text unfolded across his vision, slow and deliberate as a contract unrolled before a man it means to bind. Every single word meant to be read. Ding. Conditions met. Foe above realm survived, weak protected. Sovereign's system advancing. Stage 2 unlocking. Tang Yu went very still on the cot, his heart beginning to pound. The relic, he was only now beginning to understand, was just getting started. The green light spread out from his spine in a slow, warm tide, and this time it did not stop at the edges of his body. It kept going, opening something inside him that had no place in the ordinary world. Ding. Stage 2 granted, the system pocket. A space. A cool, clean, empty pocket of nowhere, folded somewhere behind his own heartbeat, waiting to be filled. He could feel it, like a missing tooth found with the tongue, a new hollow that had not been there a breath ago. He reached for it clumsily, like a man feeling for a door handle in a black room. The strip of bloody cloth wrapped around his right hand simply vanished off his palm. Tang Yu flinched hard, his heart slamming against his ribs, and snatched his hand back. The cloth was gone. It had not slipped from his grip or tumbled to the floor. It had simply lifted clean off his skin into thin air. And yet he could still feel it, somehow, floating in that cool gray nowhere behind his heart, exactly where he had unthinkingly willed it. Slowly, breath held, he reached again and pulled. The cloth reappeared between his fingers, dry now, exactly as it had been. A storage space, he breathed, turning his hand over, staring at it. Inside me, the system pocket holds what the host owns, beyond the reach of any hand but his own. It cannot be searched. It cannot be picked. It cannot be stolen. A short, rough, disbelieving laugh tore out of him before he could stop it. To the one who owns nothing and is owed everything. The words carved deep into that cave wall came back to him, and for the first time he felt the cold humor buried in them, like a coin hidden in a handful of ash. He thought of the 7 petals folding shut in Elder Pan's soft white fist. They had cut his root out because it could be cut out. Because it sat there in his spine, a treasure with no lock on it, owned by a boy with no power to keep it. And now the relic of the greatest legend the world had ever known had handed him a vault that no knife on earth could ever open. But the cold voice was not finished with him. The green light pulsed a second time, deeper, and another line unfolded, and this one made the small hairs stand up all along his arms. Stage 2 unlocks a higher class of task. Daily quests refine the body. Weekly quests refine the host's purpose. Issuing first weekly quest now. Tang Yu's mouth went dry. His pulse beat hard in his throat. He had grown grimly used to the daily quests in his weeks alone on the mountain. Split 100 logs before dawn. Stand in the frozen river. Break your bare knuckles on the standing stone. 1,000 strikes. 2,000. Brutal work, but small. Bounded. The kind of suffering a man could measure and survive. But the word purpose landed in his chest like a struck bell, and some deep animal part of him knew, before the green text even finished forming, that the relic was about to say out loud the one single thing he had never once let himself say, even alone in the dark. The green light gathered, bright and cold. The line wrote itself across the inside of his skull, letter by burning letter. He read it once. His breath stopped. He read it again. And then a slow, terrible, absolute calm settled over him, and the grinding pain in his spine seemed suddenly very far away, like something happening to another, smaller boy. Ding. Weekly quest issued. Reclaim what was stolen. Objective. Recover the 7-petal superior root carved from the host's spine. Deliver justice to the hand that wielded the knife, and to the mouth that gave the order. Reward. Vessel repair accelerated from 9 days to 1 day. System pocket expanded. Failure. This quest cannot be failed, only deferred. Tang Yu sat on the edge of the cot in the gray dawn light and stared at nothing, and his torn, scabbed hands curled slowly into fists on his knees. For 4 years he had kept it locked behind his teeth. Through every silent night on the dark mountain, with the nearest living ear half a mile down the slope, and the wanting still pressed flat under his tongue, unspoken. To want it out loud was to be the waste reaching up for something far above his station. And in this valley the waste who reached up got his fingers broken for the crime. So he had buried it. He had wrapped the wanting in firewood and frozen rivers and the long cold climb, layer on layer on layer, and told himself, every night, that he only wanted to grow stronger, with no word allowed for why. Now a relic older than his grandfather's grandfather's grandfather had reached straight down into that buried place, dug the wanting up out of the cold packed ground, and written it across the inside of his skull in letters of green fire for him to read. Reclaim what was stolen. Deliver justice to the hand, and to the mouth. The hand was Elder Pan. The ruined flat-nosed face, the thin curved knife, the patient and almost gentle voice saying you shone too bright, boy. The mouth was Chao's son, the soft young master in his fine clean silk, leaning in close over the slab to watch a 13-year-old scream, wet-eyed with a child's cruel pleasure, saying make him suffer, I want him to feel every bit of it. And behind the two of them, on a high seat in a warm hall, a fat patriarch saying, so very calmly, so very reasonably, I do not care in the least what becomes of some woodcutter's whelp. Reward, vessel repair accelerated to a single day. Tang Yu said aloud, his voice low and rough, reading it back to be sure of it. His heart was pounding hard, but his hands, he noticed distantly, had gone perfectly steady. I accept the quest. Whatever it costs me. All of it. The green light flared. Ran east 3 days ago, with his ribs in pieces and my face burned into his memory. Tang Yu pushed off the wall and stood on his own 2 feet, swaying only a little. The Chao clan made me a debt the instant that man hit the ground in front of the whole valley. They will send someone worse than him. They will send him soon. And right now I am a cripple with a cracked pot in his back who can barely walk across the shed without falling down. He looked at her, and his voice flattened into cold iron. I can't be that boy when they ride in here. So I'm going to climb anyway. Starting tonight. On the broken vessel, before it's healed. That could kill you, Su Qing said, just as flat, setting the bowl down hard enough to slosh it. You told me yourself. The vessel leaks. You said a breakthrough on a cracked vessel shatters it outright. Those exact words, to me, on the mountain, 3 weeks ago. The system sped the repair when I took the quest. 1 day now, not 9. He pressed a hand to his spine, where the fierce knitting heat still worked at the crack. And every single time this thing heals something in me, it heals it back stronger. 30% stronger, every time, without fail. The strain is the price. And the price buys the climb. He met her worried eyes steadily. I've done the arithmetic, Su Qing. There are only 2 roads. Slow and safe, and I die kneeling in that square when they ride in, exactly like before. Except this time the killing is finished and stays finished. Fast and reckless, and maybe, I'm strong enough to matter when they get here. There isn't a 3rd road. They didn't leave me one when they cut me open. For a long moment, she just looked at him, the broth steaming forgotten between them, the fear plain and naked on her face. And then, underneath the fear, he watched that other thing rise and harden, the forged thing that had been growing in her since the moment she watched the waste throw a grown man bodily into a tree. Then eat first, she said at last, and pushed the bowl hard into his chest, almost angry with him for being right. If you're going to break yourself open climbing a ladder in the dark all night, you are not doing it on an empty stomach like some martyr. Eat the broth, then climb. And Tang Yu. Her voice caught once, then steadied into something fierce. Don't you dare die out in that woodlet. Not after all of this. Not now. I won't forgive you for it. Do you hear me? I won't. A faint, unfamiliar warmth moved through the cold center of his chest. He took the bowl from her hands. I don't intend, he said quietly, to give them the satisfaction. Before he climbed, the system gave him one thing more. The knife 3 months ago had left him hard and dry-eyed. This broke him, just a little. He had gone back to his own cold, empty house first, to fetch the only thing in all the world he truly owned. His dead father's hatchet. The short, wide-bladed wood axe that had fed the two of them before the winter fever took the old man 3 years gone. The haft was worn dark and smooth by two men's hands, his father's and then his own. The blade was notched and dull from 10,000 cold mornings of honest work. It was a poor, common, peasant's tool, worth perhaps a few coppers at the town smithy. It was also the last piece of his father left anywhere on this earth, and he would not march toward Elder Pan without it in his hand. The instant his scarred fingers closed around the worn haft, the green light woke. Ding. Bound object detected. Long use. 2 generations. Blood debt. True intent. Eligible for refinement. Begin? Tang Yu stood very still in his dead father's house. Yes, he said slowly, his throat tight. Begin. The green light poured down his arm and into the old hatchet, and the dull gray steel drank it in like cracked earth drinks the first rain. He watched, hardly daring to breathe, as the notches in the blade closed one by one, the metal flowing and settling even, every nick and chip of 4 years' hard labor smoothing away. The gray iron darkened, deepened, until it was the deep blue-black of a winter midnight sky. Thin veins of green ran through it, glowed once, then sank and vanished beneath the surface, leaving the steel humming faintly and eagerly against his palm. The blade was no longer notched, no longer dull. It was, now, a thing that wanted very badly to bite. Ding. Refinement complete. The woodcutter's hatchet is now a true chi-conducting weapon, bound to the host through the system pocket. It cannot be lost. It will return to his hand. It will grow in power as the host grows. First art assigned, the downstroke, the split. Tang Yu turned the refined hatchet over and over in the gray morning light spilling through the doorway, and his throat was tight, and his eyes stung, and he let them. For years they had called him waste. But every single one of those 4 years he had stood out in the brutal cold with this very axe in his hands, and split 10,000 rounds of green wood, because splitting wood was the only labor the village would deign to pay the waste to do. They had handed him the axe to humiliate him, the lowest, meanest work there was, fit only for a rootless dog. And the relic of a heaven-walking immortal had just calmly informed him that it was the foundation of everything he would ever become. He thought of his father's big, warm, calloused hands closed over his own small cold ones on this very haft, all those years ago, teaching him the stroke in the snow. Let the weight do the work, boy. Don't you fight the wood. Find where it wants to break, and then help it along. His father had been a quiet man, and a poor one, and the village had thought little of him too, a widower woodcutter raising a strange silent boy alone in a cabin at the edge of the trees. But to his father he had only ever been a son, and that name held. His father had taught him to read a little, by firelight, with a stick in the ashes. His father had given him this axe, and the stroke, and a name, and 3 years of warmth before the fever took him, and left a 10-year-old to learn what the village did to a boy who stood alone, with empty space at his back, where kin should have been. Tang Yu had buried the old man himself, in the hard winter ground, with this very blade for a spade because they owned no other tool. He had not let himself think of it in years. It hurt too much, and hurt was a thing the waste could not afford. He let himself think of it now. He let the grief come, and the love under it, and he did not wipe his eyes. Find where it wants to break, he thought, and help it along. The old man had been talking about wood, but Tang Yu understood, standing in the ruin of his childhood home with a heaven-touched blade humming in his hand, that the lesson had never really been about wood. Find where it wants to break, Tang Yu murmured, his voice not quite steady, and help it. He set his feet as the old man had shown him, and swung the refined hatchet once, easy, at the empty air of the cold room. Whoosh. The wind alone off the blade sheared a hand-thick roof beam clean through above him, the cut so smooth and clean the old would barely seem to know it had been parted until it groaned and slid and fell. He looked at the humming blue-black blade, and at the fallen beam, and something cold and certain and almost joyful settled into the center of him. They had put an axe in his hands and called it the work of a waste, fit for nothing better. He was going to teach this whole valley, and then the clan, and then everyone above them, exactly what a waste could do with an axe. He had only just shouldered the refined hatchet when the warning came up the mountain. This time it came from the throat of the village itself. A horn, low, flat, and frightened. The village watch horn, silent for a whole generation. Its last waking the hard winter the starving wolves came down off the high slopes. Tang Yu was already moving before its long note had finished fading from the cold air, down the dark slope toward the scatter of lamplight that was Songyang waking in terror, his cracked vessel screaming a protest with every jolting downhill step. He reached the tree line above the square and stopped dead in the shadows of the pines, and made himself go still and watch. A single Chow outrider sat his horse in the very middle of the square, a torch burning in one fist, and the whole of the village had been routed from their warm beds to stand before him in the freezing pre-dawn dark, white-faced and shivering in their nightclothes. He was not the enforcer from 3 days ago. This one was younger, leaner, harder, with the clan's black on his back and a rolled parchment writ in his free hand. And he wore the easy, careless cruelty of a man who has simply never once in his whole life been told no and meant it. By order of the Chow clan, he announced, and his flat voice carried clear across the frozen square. This village stands guilty of harboring a thief, a rootless freak who dared raise his hand against a cultivator of the clan. The clan's mercy is wide, and you should be grateful for it. Give up the waste. Give up whatever cursed thing he clawed out of this mountain. And Xianxia burns no further than that one woodpile there. He lowered the torch slowly until its flame licked hungrily at the dry thatch of the nearest roof, and somewhere in the crowd a woman began to sob. Hide him from us. Lie to the masters when they come at dawn, and the clan will salt the very ashes of this place, and sell every child here east to the mines to pay for the trouble you've caused. You have until the masters arrive to decide which kind of village you would like to be remembered as. A low, rolling murmur of pure terror ran through the packed crowd, and then a voice Tang Yu knew far too well. The village chiefs, thin and cracking and desperate, rose up out of the fear. We'll give him up, master, I swear it. The waste is nothing to us. He never was. He lives up the mountain alone like the animal he is. We'll hand him over the very moment your masters arrive. I swear it on my own life, on my children's lives. Tang Yu stood in the dark above them all and felt, very distantly, the old familiar shame reach up for him one final time. The whole village, ready in a single drawn breath to sell him to the knife a second time. The same square, the same well they all drank from, the same faces that had thrown the pebbles and chanted the word and laughed. But this time the shame had nothing left in him to take hold of, and he let it slide off the cold hard thing he had become and find no purchase. He had a quest now. He had an account. He had an axe, and a name written in green fire. The chief's bottomless cowardice did not surprise him. He had expected that, like rain in spring. What froze his blood cold was the next thing the outrider said, lazily, almost as an afterthought, as he wheeled his horse to leave. Smart man. Oh, one more thing, before I forget. The herb gatherer's girl, Su Qing. The masters want her brought too. He grinned down at the terrified crowd. Word is the freak's gone sweet on her. The masters do so love a bit of leverage. Tang Yu reached the herb shed before the outrider's men did, but only just, and only barely. He came through the low door fast and silent, the refined hatchet a comforting weight in his hand. He found Su Qing already standing in the middle of the small room, facing her own father across the packed earth floor, the air between the two of them pulled taut as a drawn bowstring about to snap. Her father had a hastily packed traveling sack clutched in one fist. His face was gray and slack and twisted with fear and shame in equal, ugly measure. You are coming home, the old man was saying, his voice shaking badly. Now, tonight, you will denounce the waste to the clan when they come at dawn. You will say he forced his foulness on you. You will weep prettily for the masters, and the family lives through this. That is the price, Qing. The Chow men have said it, and I am going to pay it, because I am not a fool. Now pack your things, girl. We are leaving. No, Su Qing said. The single small word landed in the cramped room like a dropped stone in a still well. He saved this entire village from a Chow cultivator 3 days ago, she said, and her voice came out flat and level and steady as a held blade, which was somehow far more frightening than any tremor would have been. He stood alone in that square when every grown man in Xianxia hid behind his wife's skirts. And now you want me to stand up in front of the clan and call him a beast, to save our own soft skins. She lifted her chin, her eyes blazing in the lamplight. I won't do it. I would rather be cast out of this family with nothing than buy one more day of my life with that filthy lie. They will kill you, her father hissed, his composure cracking into something desperate. Both of you. You stupid, stupid girl. You have never once in your sheltered life seen what these people truly do to those who cross them. I have seen exactly what they did to him. Her eyes flicked, just once, to Tang Yu standing silent in the doorway, then snapped back to her father, burning hotter. I have changed the bindings on what they carved into him. Twice a day, for weeks. I have seen the scar where they cut his soul out of his spine and threw the rest of him in a ditch to die. So yes, father, I have seen what these people do. That is the entire reason I will not kneel down and thank them for it. The old man's face crumpled in on itself. For one terrible moment his hand twitched up as though to strike her across the mouth. Then it fell, and all at once he simply looked very old, and very tired, and very, very afraid of the world. Then you are no daughter of mine, he said hoarsely, the words scraping out of him. I have one daughter, and as of tonight she has died on this cursed mountain, alongside the waste. Don't you ever come knocking at my door again. He shouldered roughly past Tang Yu in the doorway without once meeting his eyes, and then he was gone, swallowed up into the freezing dark, and his footsteps faded and did not come back. The shed was very quiet. Su Qing stood alone in the lamplight, her chin still held high, but Tang Yu watched the fine tremble start up in her hands, and the bright wet shine come up in her eyes, and he understood with perfect clarity exactly what she had just thrown into the fire for his sake. A father, a family, a name, the only place in the whole wide world that had ever truly been hers to belong to. Su Qing, he said quietly, don't. She scrubbed at her eyes hard with the back of her wrist, furious at the tears for daring to come. Don't you dare stand there and tell me I shouldn't have done it. I know exactly what I did. I did it with my eyes open. She dragged in one steadying breath and let it out slow, and when she looked at him again, the fear had finished burning down into something hard and forged and unbreakable. Now, you said you were going to climb tonight. The whole clan rides in at dawn, and now they want both our heads on poles. A grim, exhausted ghost of a smile touched her mouth. So you had better climb fast, Tang Yu. Faster than you've ever done anything in your life. He climbed that night like a drowning man climbing a thrown rope, with absolutely everything he had in him, and no thought for the cost of it. The moonlit woodlet below the old shrine became a battlefield with a single soldier. He split the 100 logs of the daily quest in half the time it had ever taken him before, the refined hatchet biting clean through the heavy rounds as though they were wet bread, chi flooding down his arm and into his spine with every clean, perfect stroke. And the cracked vessel drank it greedily, and the seam of the crack burned white-hot as it sealed itself shut around the new power, and the pain of it nearly drove him to his knees a dozen times over. He had forgotten how to stop. The vessel seal climbed past 60%, and the breakthrough threshold came up to meet him. The wall in front of him broke. Heat slammed up through his whole body all at once and caught. Ding! Cultivation breakthrough. Chi condensation, layer 4. Tang Yu gasped, swayed on his feet, planted the hatchet in the chopping block, and held himself upright on it by main force, the sweat freezing on his skin in the bitter night air. Layer 4. He had spent 3 full weeks of blood and frozen rivers reaching Layer 3. He had just torn the next rung free in a single hour of white agony. Again, he rasped to the indifferent dark. Next quest. Give it to me. Now. The system gave it to him, cold and tireless. Haul the river stone up the slope. Stand in the snow melt until the bone forgets it is warm. Break the bare knuckles on the standing rock, 1,000 strikes, and then 1,000 more. He drove through every single one of them, and the broken, beautiful early speed of the relic's first stage carried him up the ladder rung by screaming rung, and the newly sealing vessel groaned, and strained and held, and held, and held. Ding! Chi condensation, layer 5. His vision swam and doubled. He bit clean through his own lower lip and tasted hot copper and kept the rhythm anyway. One stroke, one breath, one rung. Ding! Chi condensation, layer 6. Somewhere past the dead middle of the night, Su Qing came out into the cold and brought him water, and looked at his face, gray as ash, blood dried black on his chin, his young eyes lit from somewhere deep within by that cold green fire, and she had stopped telling him to stop hours ago. She understood now. She simply set the water down where his shaking hand could reach it, re-wrapped his torn, raw hands with strips of her own sleeve, and turned, and stood her watch at the dark edge of the woodlet, her eyes fixed on the black valley road below, while behind her the rootless waste of Songyang tore himself bodily up a mountain everyone, his whole life long, had sworn was forbidden to a boy like him. By the deep, cold, dead hours before the dawn, Tang Yu had stopped feeling the individual breakthroughs as victories. They came one after another now, each one a rolling wave of fire through his core and a fresh tearing strain in his sealing spine, each one a single rung gripped hard in the freezing dark with bleeding hands and a clenched jaw. He no longer counted them aloud. He had no breath to spare. He simply set the next round on the block and found his stance and swung and let the weight do the work as his dead father had taught him a lifetime ago, and chased the cold green numbers up and up out of the dark behind his eyes. Ding! Chi condensation, layer 7. On the 7th his hands stopped looking like hands, and he wrapped them tighter without looking and swung on. Ding! Chi condensation, layer 8. On the 8th breakthrough his knees finally buckled and gave out from under him entirely, and he went down hard into the wood chips and the killing frost, and could not, for one long and terrible moment, make himself get back up. The vessel in his spine was a single bar of white-hot agony. His whole body screamed, with one unanimous voice, that it was enough, that no rootless waste born to a woodcutter had any business standing where he now stood, 2 short rungs from the very peak of an entire cultivation realm, in a single brutal, sleepless night. Then he thought of Su Qing's father, shouldering past him in the doorway. You are no daughter of mine. He thought of the chief in the square, weeping, gabbling. The waste is nothing, nothing, give him up. He thought of 7 petals of his own stolen light, folding shut for the last time inside a soft white fist, and a thin curved knife, and a calm and reasonable voice saying I do not care in the least what becomes of him. The system was open. The account was being kept, and the account did not care, in the least, how tired he was. He always got up. The 9th quest of the night was the cruelest. The system sent him back into the snowmelt stream one final time, and this time the cold did not merely numb him. It reached up through the cracked-in sealing vessel and squeezed, and for one black moment his heart stuttered in his chest, and missed a beat entirely. He went down on his hands and knees in the freezing water, and the world narrowed to a single gray pinpoint. And somewhere very far away, he heard Su Qing scream his name and come crashing down the bank toward him. Ding! Warning! Host approaching survivable limit. Vessel will hold. Heart may not. Continue? He always says continue. You cursed thing. Su Qing snarled, hauling him bodily out of the water by the back of his shirt, her own teeth chattering, her arms shaking with the dead weight of him. But he's going to do it breathing. She dragged him up the bank and pressed her warm hands flat against his chest, over the stuttering heart, and held them there in the dark until the beat steadied under her palms. Slower, she said fiercely, to him, to the relic, to the whole, indifferent mountain. You climb the last rung slower, or you don't climb it, and I drag you down this mountain by the ear. Breathe with me. Breathe. He breathed with her. The gray pinpoint widened back into the world. And when his heart had found its rhythm again, he set his raw hands back on the cold stone, and he climbed the last of it slow, as she'd told him, one careful breath at a time, with her kneeling in the snowmelt beside him refusing to let him fall. One rung from the peak of the realm, he said to the slowly lightening sky, his voice a cracked and ragged ruin of itself, and a grim, savage, bloody smile pulled at his torn mouth. When they come riding in here at dawn looking for a helpless waste to drag back in a sack, they're going to find the top of the entire first realm standing in this square, waiting for them, with an axe. Down in the valley, faint and far and growing, came a sound that did not belong to the quiet mountain morning. Many horses, iron-shod hooves on the frozen valley road, ringing in the cold, growing steadily, unhurriedly louder with every breath he took. Su Qing turned sharply from her long watch, and her face in the gray light was white as bone. Tang Yu, they're here. The whole road below is full of them. Black cloaks. A dozen at least, maybe more. He reached down and pulled the humming hatchet from the block, and he turned toward the village. They had not sent one lone rider this time. They had sent a column. By the time Tang Yu came down off the mountain on shaking legs, the Chao force had the whole of Sonyang pinned and shivering in the square once again. At its head, on a tall black warhorse, sat a man whose mere presence pressed down on the thin dawn air like a slab of cold iron laid across the chest. He was broad and deeply scarred, and armored in heavy clan black, and the system's cold green light flickered behind Tang Yu's eyes the very instant his gaze touched the man. Ding! Hostile cultivator detected. Foundation establishment, layer 1. Threat, severe. Host stands one realm beneath this foe. Gap, one realm. Mechanic, foe chi drained on each clash. Foundation establishment, the very first rung of the realm above his own. Tang Yu's jaw tightened. It did not sound like much, one realm, the bottom of it, but a realm boundary was a wall, and a steep one, not just another layer. The rider 3 days ago had stood only at the 8th layer of Tang Yu's own realm, and had still beaten him to within a breath of death. This man stood a whole tier of existence higher. By every law these people lived by, it was a fight he should lose. But every law these people lived by had been written for men with ordinary roots. And the origin root ate. The longer he survived, the more of the enforcer's strength he could drink down, and the smaller the wall would grow. It was the one kind of gap in all the world he could close from the inside of a fight. But Tang Yu had spent the whole of his life looking up at things set far, far above him. Somewhere in the long nights of the last 3 months, he had simply stopped accepting the height as a reason not to climb. The Foundation enforcer's bored, heavy-lidded eyes swept across the terrified crowd, and the village chief was already scrambling forward through the mud on his knees, bowing, scraping, babbling. Master, great master, he's up the mountain, the waste, we never once sheltered him, we swear it, we'll. Be quiet. The enforcer did not even trouble himself to look down at the man. He lifted one armored hand, almost idly, and a thread of pale chi licked out from his fingertips and set the chief's own woodpile ablaze with a sudden whump of blue flame. The crowd shrieked and recoiled as one. I am told this miserable village hides a rootless freak who plays dress-up at cultivation. Mountain villages try what little patience I have. Thieves try it further. And being dragged from my bed to ride out before the dawn has burned the last scrap of it clean out of me. His voice flattened into something genuinely frightening. I will burn one house to the ground each minute, with the family inside it, until the freak is standing in front of me. We begin now. A wail went up from the crowd. A man near the front, the baker, Tang Yu saw, the same man who had once laughed at the waist over a basket of spoiled buns, flung himself flat in the mud. It's the mountain, master, the mountain, that's where he hides. Spare my house. I have little ones, I'll lead you up there myself. An old woman screamed that the waste had cursed them all, that they should never have let an orphan live among decent folk. Mothers dragged their children behind the well. The whole square heaved and churned with terror, each soul scrambling to throw another to the wolf first, and the Foundation enforcer watched it all with the bored, faint smile of a man who had seen 100 villages break exactly this way and had long ago stopped finding it interesting. That won't be necessary, Tang Yu said, walking out of the tree-line and into the open square. I'm right here. The enforcer turned in his saddle and looked the boy over, the patched and bloodied shirt, the rag-wrapped hands, the worn peasant's hatchet, the gray stamp of a sleepless and brutal night on his young face. And then he laughed, low and rich and genuinely, hugely amused. This? He swung down off his black horse, rolling his armored shoulders, and the joints cracked. A half-dead chi condensation child with a wood axe. They dragged me out of a warm bed before dawn for this. His grin sharpened into something openly cruel. Boy, do you even understand what's standing in front of you? Foundation establishment. A full realm above your sad little ladder. Run on home to your mother. Oh, his eyes flicked, with mock sorrow, to the burning woodpile. Forgive me. That's right. The waste hasn't got one of those either, has he? Tang Yu did not answer the taunt. He had learned, long ago and at great cost, that talk was what a man reached for when he had no real power behind him. He had real power now. He set his feet in the cold, churned mud of the square, exactly as his father had set his small feet for him on the chopping block, a lifetime ago, in the snow. And he reached down deep inside himself, past the screaming exhaustion, past the white-hot strain in his sealing spine, for the one single rung of the ladder he had not yet managed to grip. The very peak of the realm. Chi condensation, layer 9. The last step, the one he had bled all night to come within a hand's breadth of. And there, in the cold dawn light, in front of the whole silent village, in front of the sneering Foundation enforcer who thought him already as good as dead, Tang Yu took it. Ding. Conditions met. Lethal pressure, total intent, debt unpaid. Cultivation breakthrough. Chi condensation, layer 9. First realm complete. The breakthrough rolled up through him like a struck temple bell, vast and clean, and for one shining moment the gray exhaustion of the whole night burned entirely away, and he felt the complete and finished first realm settle down into his very bones, dense and whole, and every single layer of it bought and paid for with his own blood, alone in the cold and the dark. Every rung climbed under an empty sky. Chi condensation, peak. The top of the first ladder. A height the soft, well-fed sect children labored years to reach, climbed entire by a rootless waste in the space of a few brutal weeks. The aura rolled outward across the square in a slow, dense wave, and the crowd felt it break over them and gasped as one. Did you feel that? A young farmhand whispered, gripping his neighbor's arm. That's a cultivator's pressure, a real one. The waste. An old woman breathed, her hand at her throat. The waste did that. That's not possible. The chief moaned from the mud, shaking his head as if to deny what his own skin could feel. They said he has no root, everyone said. The enforcer's lazy grin faltered. Just slightly. Just for a heartbeat. He felt the shift roll across the square. He felt the dense, complete chi condensation peak aura unfurl off the boy where one breath ago there had been only a sealed, exhausted, half-broken trickle. You broke through. The enforcer said slowly, and a flicker of genuine unease crossed his scarred face before he buried it again under a fresh heap of contempt. Just now, standing there in the mud, with me watching. Peak of chi condensation. How very charming. He reached up and drew the heavy saber off his back, and the long steel sang free of its sheath. You climbed the whole of the first little ladder, boy. I'll grant you that. And I am standing on the one above it. Let me show you, very slowly, exactly how wide that gap really is. Come on then, waste. Show your precious village your great power one last time, before I carry your head back to the clan in a sack. Tang Yu rolled his aching shoulders, and shifted his grip on his dead father's hatchet, and felt the refined blue-black blade hum once against his palm, low and eager, like a hound straining at a leash. You keep using that one word, Tang Yu said, very quietly. Waste. He raised the axe. After this morning, every living soul in this valley will bite their tongue before they ever dare use it about me again. The enforcer moved first, and he moved like the realm above. Fast, smooth, utterly contemptuous. The heavy saber sweeping down in a glittering arc plainly meant to end the fight in a single stroke and teach the watching peasants a lasting lesson about the proper order of the world. Tang Yu read it coming. He had spent his entire life learning to see exactly where a thing wanted to break. But reading a blow and matching it were two different beasts, and a realm boundary was a realm boundary. He got the humming hatchet up crosswise in time, and the heavy saber crashed down against it, clang, and the sheer brute force of the blow drove him back 3 full staggering steps through the mud, his arms wrenched near out of their sockets, his boots plowing deep furrows. The enforcer was simply, brutally stronger and faster, a wall of raw power above him. But only a wall, Tang Yu reminded himself through gritted teeth. A wall could be brought down, and he had been drinking the man's chi off every clash since the first. The man did not let up. He came on, grinning, and the saber became a wall of falling steel. Clang, clang, clang. Each blow Tang Yu turned aside drove him back another step, and each one rang up the haft of the hatchet and into his bones until his teeth ached and his sealing vessel screamed. He blocked the fourth blow and felt his arm go numb to the shoulder. He ducked the fifth, and the wind of it tore hair from his scalp. The sixth he could not block. He twisted, and the flat of the saber caught him across the back and hurled him face first into the mud. The breath smashed out of him, white sparks crowding his vision. There it is, the enforcer said, almost kindly, planting a boot between his shoulder blades. There's the gap, boy. A whole realm. You can climb your little ladder for 100 years, and it won't close. This is the order of the world. Some are born above, and some are born to be cut. He raised the saber for the killing stroke. And you were born to be cut. The patient fight, the only kind Tang Yu had ever truly known. The one where he endured every blow and waited and bled and outlasted. That fight ended here, this time, with his head in a sack and his blood in the mud. He knew that grim song by heart. He had very nearly sung it in this exact square 3 days ago. So he reached, as he had reached once before with the rider, for the single desperate card the system had dealt him. But this time, the card had changed its face. Ding. Vessel release available. Vessel now sealed 30% stronger than previous limit. Discharge survivable. Combat strength raised above realm. Confirm? Survivable. Last time it had cracked the vessel and very nearly stopped his heart for good. But the strain had paid forward, exactly as the cold voice had sworn to him it would. Tang Yu's bloody, split mouth pulled into a grin that had nothing soft left in it anywhere. Confirm, he snarled through the blood. All of it. Every drop. Boom. Pale light erupted out of his spine. And this time, gloriously, where the last surge had felt like dying, this one felt like enough. The whole night's brutal climb, the entire first realm, released at once into his arms and his legs and the humming blue-black blade. It bought him level ground, no more, which was all the surge had ever been built to give and all he now needed. Level ground was all he had ever asked of the world. And the origin root had been drinking the man's chi off every clash since the fight began, draining the wall even as the surge raised the floor, until the two effects met in the middle, and the gap that had been an open sky an hour ago was suddenly only a single step. For 30 breaths, the wall between them was simply gone. For 30 breaths, it was a fair fight. And Tang Yu had never once in his life lost a fair fight. The enforcer swung again, that same contemptuous, casual killing arc, and this time, Tang Yu was simply not where the blade fell. He flowed in under the sweeping saber like running water finds the low ground, and came up inside the bigger man's guard, and brought his father's hatchet down in the one and only stroke he had ever truly mastered in his life. The downstroke. The split. The stroke that 10,000 cold and friendless mornings had beaten down into his very bone, learned alone, witnessed by the empty trees and the falling snow and nothing else. Crack. The blue-black blade caught the enforcer square across his armored shoulder and drove him down to one knee in the mud, the impact ringing out across the frozen square like a great old tree finally going over. The man's bored, contemptuous face came apart into raw, naked shock. And then it happened, the thing the enforcer, for all his realm above, could not understand. All the chi the origin root had drunk off the man's own blows, all the night's brutal climb, all the pressure of the surge, slammed at once against the ceiling of Tang Yu's completed first realm. And the ceiling broke. Heat poured through him. The world dropped another notch into cold clarity. Between one breath and the next, in the very middle of the killing, the rootless waste crossed the wall that had stood over him all night and set his foot on the first rung of the realm above. Ding. Cultivation breakthrough. Foundation establishment, layer 1. The enforcer felt it. He felt the boy's aura surge up to stand level with his own, and the last of his contempt drained out of his scarred face and left only terror in its place. Impossible, he choked, scrambling, swinging wild and panicked now. That is not possible. Foundation establishment, layer 1. Tang Yu said, sliding past the frantic, whistling blade as though it were swung by a child. His voice was flat and cold as the frost on the wellstones. The same rung you're standing on. The difference is, I climbed a whole realm to reach it tonight, in the mud, with you trying to take my head, and you were handed yours in a warm hall. Whoosh. The hatchet opened a long, deep line across the man's ribs, and dark blood sprayed steaming across the cold mud. Let's find out which of us learned it better, Master Cultivator. The enforcer swung again, wild with panic now, the saber a silver blur. Tang Yu simply stepped inside the arc and let the blade pass behind his shoulder. Clang. He caught the man's wrist with his free hand and squeezed, and the bones ground together, and the heavy saber dropped from nerveless fingers to ring on the wellstones. The enforcer's eyes went huge. You're surprised, Tang Yu said quietly. He drove a knee up into the man's gut, and the enforcer folded with a wet cough, blood flecking his lips. You rode up a mountain to burn children in their beds, and you're surprised the mountain bit back. Crack. The flat of the hatchet took the man across the jaw and spun him half around. 3 days ago I was bleeding in this exact spot, under another man's boot, and the whole village watched. You should have asked that man why he rode home with his ribs in a sack. The enforcer spat a tooth into the mud and tried, desperately, to rally. He drew a talisman from his sleeve, a flare of clan fire blooming in his palm. Tang Yu's hatchet came down on his forearm before the spell could leave it. Crack. The fire guttered and died. The man screamed. The crowd had gone utterly, breathlessly silent. They stood and watched the rootless waste, the boy they had wept and scrambled to give up barely an hour ago, drive a foundation establishment cultivator backward across their own square, blow by ringing blow, the worn peasant's wood axe biting clean through clan armor. And every staring face in the square missed the whole truth. The boy swinging it had, in the very middle of the fight, climbed to stand on the same rung as the man he was breaking, and was simply, plainly, the better fighter of the two. The enforcer broke entirely. He turned and ran, stumbling, for his black horse. Tang Yu's hurled hatchet took him in the back of the knee and dropped him face first into the freezing mud, screaming. Tang Yu was on him before he could so much as rise. One boot planted hard on the man's spine, the recalled blade, for it leapt straight back to his open hand now, bound to him through the pocket, a thing that could never again be dropped or lost, resting cold against the back of the man's neck. Who sent you? Tang Yu said, very quietly. Elder Pan, the enforcer sobbed, every shred of his contempt gone now, scoured away and replaced by a coward's frantic babbling. It was Pan, the root merchant. He rides a half-day behind us on the mountain track with the young master, with Chao Sun, and the thing the young master carries. Please, please, I only follow the orders I'm given. I have a daughter. I have a little girl at home. A cold and total stillness went through Tang Yu at the two names. Pan, Chao Sun, the hand, and the mouth. Both of them, coming here, today, riding closer with every single breath. The system, open and patient behind his eyes, rode a fresh cold line of green light into the dark. Both foes confirmed inbound. Tang Yu did not kill him. He took up the fallen saber, and with the flat of his father's hatchet he broke both the enforcer's legs at the knee. Two flat, final, sickening cracks that made the entire watching square flinch as one body, so that the man could crawl back to his master and his clan. His days of riding a warhorse down on sleeping villages finished there in the churned mud. Then he stepped back and let the broken, weeping man begin the long, agonized drag through the mud toward his horse. Tell Elder Pan, Tang Yu said to the man's heaving back, his voice carrying flat and clear across the silent square, that the waste sends his warmest regards. And tell him to go and count his roots tonight. He is going to find himself one short. Very, very soon. Then he turned, and he faced the village. They were all watching him. The whole of Sanyang, packed shivering into the square in the cold gray dawn. The very same faces that had thrown the pebbles, and laughed, and chanted the word waste at his back for 4 long and friendless years. The same chief who had wept and groveled an hour ago to give him up to the knife. Every laughing mouth in that square had gone bloodless and still now. Every last one of them found something fascinating in the mud at their feet, and held their eyes there, anywhere but on him. For a long moment, the whole square held one frozen, indrawn breath, every chest locked tight with the fear of being noticed. Then it began, here and there, in ones and twos. An old farmer near the well went slowly to his knees in the mud, his weathered face slack with awe. The legend, he whispered, the word breaking out of him and drifting across the hushed square. 300 years. Qin Yuan walked off this mountain a woodcutter's son, and now. He could not finish it. He pressed his forehead to the cold ground. A young mother who had thrown a stone at the waste's back not a season ago clutched her child, and wept openly, with shame or relief or both. The baker, who had once tipped a basket of spoiled buns into the mud at Tang Yu's feet and laughed, stood frozen and gray, unable to look anywhere but at the boy's blue-black axe. The two Sa brothers, who had hunted him up the mountain and sold his name to the Chow men for silver, had gone the color of curdled milk, and were trying very hard to make themselves small at the very back of the crowd, where the waste's cold eyes might not find them. The chief was the first of them to truly break under the silence. He pitched forward onto his knees in the cold mud. "And Master Tang," he stammered, the strange and unfamiliar word of respect cracking and breaking apart in his mouth. "Forgive us, please. We never knew what you truly." "You knew exactly what I was," Tang Yu said. He spoke quietly, and his voice carried into every frozen corner of the square. The crowd stood breath-held and silent, hanging on each word. "You knew I was alone, and hungry, and beneath you. And you all decided, every one of you, that being beneath you made it safe to be cruel to me. That is the whole of what you knew, and the whole of what you ever bothered to learn." He looked out across the sea of gray, frightened, shamed faces. "I'm not going to burn your houses. I'm not going to sell your children east. I am not the Chow clan, and I never will be. But you will remember this morning, all of you, for the rest of your lives. And the next time some hungry, friendless orphan stands at the very back of your line, you will remember the dawn the waste stood between you and the fire. And you will choose better than you chose for me." From near the front of the silent crowd, a single figure pushed forward. The crowd that had hemmed her back parted before her now and let her through. Su Qing. She came and took her place at his side, openly, in front of the whole village and the father who had disowned her in the night, and she stood there as though she had always belonged in exactly that place, at his right hand. "Well," she said quietly, only to him, a fierce and exhausted light burning in her eyes. "Master Tang." A worn ghost of a smile touched his bloody mouth. "Don't you start with that too." The 30 borrowed breaths had long since guttered out, and the cost came due. But this time, it did not break him. The surging strength drained away all at once, and the deep exhaustion of the whole sleepless, brutal, bloody night crashed down on him in a single gray wave, and Tang Yu sank slowly to one knee in the mud beside the old well. But the vessel in his spine held. Sealed 30% stronger by the morning after the rider, hardened by the night's mad climb. It had carried the full surge and survived it whole. The price this time was only a deep, dragging weariness all through him. Where the rider's fight had left him a shattered pot and 3 days dead to the world, this morning's reckoning asked of him only that he rest. In the new realm he had torn open in the very middle of the fight, Foundation establishment, seized between one killing stroke and the next, did not slip away with the borrowed strength when the 30 breaths ended. As the surge ebbed, the spent chi flooded back home into the newly strengthened vessel and settled there, dense and permanent, packing down into the foundation he had broken into while the enforcer was still alive to feel it. He had climbed to the realm, in the mud, under a killing blade, and he had kept it. The world had changed. Tang Yu felt it pour through him like a great river finally breaking its banks and finding the sea, a deeper, wider, calmer, more terrible power than anything the whole of chi condensation had ever once given him, settling itself down into a true foundation laid at the very root of his being. His senses cracked open. The cold dawn air sharpened until he could feel each separate eddy and current of it moving across his skin. He could hear the frightened heartbeats of the crowd, the crackle of the dying woodpile fire, the distant, growing drum of horses on the mountain track. The deep aches of the night dropped down beneath him somehow, still there, but small and far away, things that belonged to a smaller boy. He rose slowly to his feet in the silent square, and the villagers nearest him drew back from the sudden new weight of his presence without even understanding why their feet were moving. Su Qing felt it too, standing at his side. She felt the boy she had pulled from a frozen stream hours ago become, between one breath and the next, something this valley would learn to fear. She was perhaps the only soul in Songyang who did not step back. Ding! Realm Ascension confirmed. Foundation laid upon a completed first realm in a single day. Warning, this pace is not natural. It cannot be sustained without the relic. It draws the eye of heaven. Host is now worth killing to farm more than one mountain clan. Tang Yu read the warning and understood it for exactly what it was. He had climbed too far, too fast, too loud. The whole valley had felt the aura break this morning. Word of it would run downhill faster than any horse. But the warning could wait. The clock could wait. For this one moment. He simply stood in the new and terrible power of it, and let himself feel the whole shape of what he had become. And he made himself one cold promise, standing there in the bloodied mud. Twice now a gap had nearly killed him, and twice the vessel release had dragged him out of the grave, once at a ruinous cost, once at a survivable one. But the surge was a gambler's card, a thing that emptied him to the dregs and strained the vessel to its edge, and a man who lived by it would die by it the first time it failed to be enough. He had truly beaten the enforcer by climbing, mid-fight, to stand on the man's own rung, and then simply being better. That was real strength. The surge was only a bridge across the times he had not yet climbed far enough. From here, he resolved, he would climb fast enough and high enough that he never again had to gamble his life on a single desperate card. He would meet his enemies as an equal, and beat them as a better. The card he would keep in reserve, for the day he faced something he could not climb to meet in time. A man like Elder Pan, perhaps, who was, even now, a half-day down the mountain and coming. Foundation establishment. The second realm. The very realm that the broken, weeping enforcer crawling away through the mud had stood within. And Tang Yu had just set his own foot firmly on its first rung, barely an hour after climbing the entire ladder of the realm below it. He looked down at his father's hatchet, humming low and content in his hand, and then he looked east, down the valley, toward the mountain track where, a half-day away and closing, a man with a soft face and a ruined smile was riding closer with every breath he drew. Good, Tang Yu said softly, and there was no fear in it. Let him come. A half-day's ride to the east, on the cold mountain track, Elder Pan suddenly reined in his horse. The broken enforcer had reached the column not an hour past, hauled across a saddle by a frightened, white-faced underling, both legs shattered at the knee, weeping, babbling a story that every hard rider in the whole Chow column fought to dismiss as a fever dream and a lie. A rootless boy, chi condensation, standing tall and unhurt over a foundation establishment enforcer in the mud, with a common woodcutter's axe in his torn-up hands. Again, and worse this time, far worse. Pan kept his soft voice level and easy. He simply swung down out of his own saddle, unhurried, and crouched in the cold beside the weeping cripple, and laid two soft white fingers against the man's ruined, chi-cut knees, where the boy's power had cut him down. And then Elder Pan had gone very, very still. There was a flavor left in the wound. Faint, all but scrubbed clean away by the long hours of hard riding. But Elder Pan had spent 30 years of his life with his hands buried inside the spirit channels of gifted, screaming children, reading the precise and particular signature of every single root he ever cut free. He knew the taste of a man's chi like an old wine merchant knowing a vintage from a single drop on the tongue. And this cold, this clean, this rootless and impossibly deep signature, the unmistakable taste of chi that flowed from no element under heaven and bowed its head to no attribute. Elder Pan had tasted that exact flavor once before in his entire long and bloody life. Long, long ago, in a forbidden text, in a sealed vault deep beneath a fallen sect, preserved in a single shimmering drop of 300-year-old essence, sealed under a name that every child in this whole valley still whispered to one another in the dark, the name of the one local boy who had ever climbed all the way to heaven. Qin Yuan. Elder Pan breathed, and for the first time in 30 years, something very like fear moved in his soft, patient face. He knelt there in the cold a long moment, his fingers still pressed to the dying man's wound, and let the full shape of it settle over him like a shroud. He had read the histories. Everyone in the trade had. 300 years ago, a rootless peasant boy had walked off this very mountain, clanless, masterless, his spirit gift far beneath whatever the testing stones could measure, and climbed all the way to the gate of heaven itself. And then, the histories said, he had simply vanished, ascended, gone beyond. Every trace of him was lost on the mountain. His body, his tomb, his life's inheritance, all of it gone, though men had torn the slopes apart looking across 3 full centuries. Until now. Until a 13-year-old whelp with the most ordinary 7-petal root pan had ever bothered to cut had, by the blackest luck in the world, been thrown into a ditch on the one mountain where the greatest cultivator in mortal history had left his life's work waiting in the dark. It changed everything. A boy who cultivates from nothing was a curiosity, a thing to be cut open and studied. But a boy who carries Qin Yuan's own inheritance, the road to heaven itself, written down and waiting, that was a thing kings would burn provinces to own. That was a thing the powers Pan answered to, the ones above the clan, above the sect, above the council, would tear the world apart to possess. And Pan held the one thread that led to it. If he could take the boy, alive, before anyone above him learned what he had found. The Chao clan steward, hovering anxiously at his elbow, did not in the least understand why the honored guest had gone the gray color of old ash. Elder Pan, the boy is only chi condensation. Surely a full company of the clan's men is more than. Be silent. Pan rose slowly to his feet, and his soft hands, the steward noticed with a chill, were trembling very slightly. He turned and looked west, toward the mountain, toward the small village, and at long last, 3 months and a whole world too late, Elder Pan understood exactly what it was that he had carved open and thrown away in a ditch. Back in the village, in the cold light of the morning after, Tang Yu and Su Qing stood together in the burned-out, smoking shell of the chief's woodpile, and counted up what the night had truly cost. It could have been so much worse, and they both knew it. 1 woodpile, 1 scorched barn roof, a very great deal of fear that would take the village years to forget. But every last soul in Songyang had lived to see the dawn. The village, badly shaken and deeply ashamed, had crept back into its houses to whisper behind closed shutters, and a wide, careful, almost reverent circle had opened around the two of them now wherever they walked through the lanes. Where once that circle had been made of pure contempt, the contempt had curdled overnight into something far closer to awe, with a good deal of fear still threaded through it. My father's already gone, Su Qing said, looking down at the cold ash, her voice steady but her eyes very tired. To my aunt's, 2 villages over the ridge. He took it all in the night. The shop, the herb beds, the drying racks. 3 generations of it. She wrapped her arms tightly around herself against the cold. Everything but me. I have a satchel and a good knife, and the clothes on my back, Tang Yu. That's the entire sum of what's mine in the whole world now. I know exactly how much that is, he said quietly, looking at her. I've owned that much, or less, my whole life. He turned to face her fully. It's enough to start from. It's how every single thing I have now is built. Out of nothing. She let out a long breath that was almost, not quite, a laugh. Out of nothing. To the one who owns nothing. She glanced at him sidelong, a wry edge to it. Your relic has a very strange sense of humor, you know. It's growing on me, day by day. He turned to face her fully then, and his voice gained its cold, certain edge again. Su Qing, Pan is coming. Today, tomorrow at the very latest. The man who cut me open and threw me in a ditch, and the soft boy who's wearing my stolen root on his chest right now. They are on this road, this very morning, and this time they are not sending some hired sort on ahead of them. They're coming themselves, which means the village has to be far from me when they arrive. And so do you, unless you choose to stay, with your eyes fully open, knowing the whole price. He held her gaze. So I'm asking you plainly, one time. Run. Go far from here, live quiet, live safe, and forget the waste ever existed. Or stand with me, and understand that you will never once, for the rest of your life, be truly safe again. Su Qing looked down at the cold ash, and then up at the gray mountain, and then at the rootless boy who had stood alone in the dawn between a whole village and the fire it had earned. She did not take long to decide. She had, in honest truth, decided this weeks ago, on a path on the mountain, watching the waste throw a grown man into a tree and then ask her, of all things, if she was hurt. You're going to take your root back, she said, and you're going to settle that account. The hand, and the mouth, and everyone standing behind them. All of it. Yes. Then I'm not going anywhere. She shouldered her one satchel, and there was no fear left in her face now, only the forged and hardened thing that had been growing in her all this long, strange while. Someone has to keep the account honest. And change your bindings twice a day. You're absolutely hopeless at it on your own. You'd lose the arm. A half-day to the east, the Chao column had halted on the cold mountain track, and its hard riders did not in the least understand why. They sat their restless horses in the thin morning sun and watched the soft-faced root merchant stand alone at the front of them, utterly motionless, staring west at the distant mountain for the better part of an hour, turning something over and over and over in his soft white hands. A small, worn jade token. The kind of thing a master keeps to feel the steady life pulse of a servant placed far away. The token had cracked clean through, down its middle, sometime in the last hour. Not the broken enforcer's token. That man still lived, weeping in the baggage cart behind them. This was the life token of another man entirely. A quiet spy that Pan had placed in Songyang village years ago, to watch, and to listen, and to whisper. Snapped clean through. Which meant the boy now held the whole of the village, and Pan's eyes inside it had gone dark. For 30 long and profitable years, Elder Pan had bought and cut and sold the spirit roots of gifted children across half the continent, and slept soundly and dreamlessly every single night, because the dead stayed dead, and the harvested stayed harvested, and that was the simple and reliable order of his world. A boy who could cultivate from nothing. A boy carrying the cold, deep, rootless signature of the single greatest legend the mortal world had ever produced. This was the most valuable thing Elder Pan had ever stumbled across in his entire life, far beyond any routine loose and to be tidied. And, in the very same breath, the single most dangerous, and the two facts braided together made his old, patient heart beat faster than it had beaten in 20 years. He could not allow it to keep growing, and he could not allow it to simply die. He had to take it, alive, intact, secret and root and all, and after 3 months and 1 ditch's worth of arrogant error, he understood that he would have to do it with his own 2 soft hands. Send the bird to the sect again, Pan said at last, his soft voice perfectly pleasant, and perfectly, bottomlessly cold. Tell young Master Chao Sun to ride for home, day and night, and to spare no horse. And tell him to bring the root we gave him 3 months ago. Tell him. The thin, cold, terrible smile came creeping back at last across his ruined face. Tell him the root has a use we did not foresee, a use far greater than a young master's vanity. He turned his horse off the wider valley road and onto the faster, harder mountain track, and the black column wheeled in the cold to follow him. The old monster Qin Yuan left a pup behind him when he climbed to heaven, Elder Pan murmured, almost to himself, almost in wonder, spurring his horse forward into a canter. And the pup has gone and dug up his dead master's inheritance. After 300 years, his cold smile widened. Right. We take the boy alive, and we cut out everything that is buried inside him. Every last secret. End of Hour 2. Hour 3. The market town, the recruitment banners, the proud sword genius Ji Wan, and the first time in 3 months that Tang Yu will stand close enough to Chao Sun to see his own 7 petals of stolen light burning. A boy who has just climbed 2 whole realms in a single week does not hide in a burned village and wait for the knife to come find him a 3rd time. He walks down the mountain, into the heart of the men who own it, and he goes looking for his stolen root. The Chao market town was the largest place Tang Yu had ever seen, and it belonged, every stone of it, to the men who had carved him open. He and Su Qing came down out of the pines at mid-morning, 2 travelers in patched clothes with a frame of split wood on Tang Yu's back, and joined the slow river of carts and porters flowing in through the south gate. He had been here only twice in his life, both times as a child, both times to be cuffed and chased off. It still seemed enormous. A sprawl of tiled roofs and banners and noise. 10,000 souls in the shadow of the high black walls of the Chao estate that brooded over the whole town from the northern hill. They had left Songyang in the gray before dawn, the morning after he broke the enforcer, with the village's new careful silence at their backs and a half-burned woodpile still smoking in the square. Su Qing had left her goodbyes unspoken. The plague had already taken everyone she might have said them to. Tang Yu had said his to a fresh grave mound of cold ash where his father's house had stood. He had burned it himself before they went, so the Chao would have nothing of his to paw through when they came. They had walked through the night, down off the mountain, into the wider world, and Su Qing had been quiet most of the way, looking back at the dark shape of the only home she had ever known until the pines hid it. Tang Yu had not looked back once. The mountain held nothing for him now but a cave and an account waiting to be settled, and both would keep. You're certain about this? Su Qing murmured at his shoulder, her hood up, her sharp eyes moving over the crowd. Walking into their town, their gate, their walls. This is where the answers are, Tang Yu said quietly. Chao Sun, the root. Where it goes after Pan cuts it out, the whole chain of it. The mountain gave us all it ever will, Su Qing. Everything that's left is down here. And a man hunting a rootless waste does not look for him strolling through the front gate of the clan that owns the road. A grim flicker touched his mouth. The last place they'll search for me is the middle of their own square. The gate guards did not spare him a glance. Why would they? The system's green light flickered, reading the 2 board foundation cultivators on the wall, Foundation Establishment, Layer 2. Layer 4. And then it did the thing that was, Tang Yu was coming to understand, his single greatest weapon. It hit him. To any sense the guards possessed, to any testing array set in the gate, Tang Yu read as exactly what his patched clothes said he was, a rootless mortal porter with a load of firewood, beneath notice, beneath suspicion, beneath contempt. A waste. He had spent 4 years hating that word. Now it was a cloak no clan in the world could see through. They passed under the great arch and into the roar of the town, and Tang Yu felt the weight of the Chao estate on the hill press down on the back of his neck like a held breath. Somewhere up there, behind those black walls, a soft-faced boy was wearing his 7 petals of light. Somewhere up there, the records were kept. The man who cut him, the boy who ordered it, and the written account of everything they had ever stolen. The town itself was a slap in the face, if you knew how to read it. Every gilded sign and silk awning, every fat merchant and well-fed guard, every tale of the wealth that sloshed through these streets, had been pumped up out of villages exactly like Sanyang. Grain taken in tithe, timber taken in tax, gifted children taken in the night and never spoken of again. Tang Yu walked through the fruits of 300 years of bleeding the mountain dry, and he kept his face the blank, beaten mask of a porter, and underneath it he banked a cold fury a little hotter with every gleaming thing he passed. The Chao called this prosperity. He was learning to call it the harvest. And all the while, so faint he had only just begun to notice it, the origin root in his spine drank. Not from any enemy now, just from the air. A town this size, this thick with cultivators and spirit wares and the residue of qi, hummed with ambient power, and his rootless, a tribute-less, bottomless vessel sipped at it with every breath, slow and patient and unseen. A real cultivator drew qi through a root the whole world could sense. Tang Yu drew it through a hollow nothing, silent and invisible. He could stand in the middle of their town and grow stronger, and the secret of it stayed his alone, hidden behind a porter's blank face. Then we find the answers, Su Qing said, low and steady, falling into step beside him. Quietly. And we leave before anyone learns to look twice. Quietly, Tang Yu agreed. They moved deeper into the town with the flow of the crowd, and Tang Yu read it as he went, as the system had taught him to read everything. Chao guards on every corner in Clan Black, bored and fat on easy authority. Foundation establishment, most of them. A few he could not measure that he marked and steered well clear of. Spiritware shops with prices that would have fed Sanyang for a winter. A pillory in a side square where a thin man knelt with a board around his neck reading tax thief. Though Tang Yu would have wagered the only thing the man had stolen was the nerve to keep a little of his own harvest. Everywhere, the same arrangement, dressed in silk. A few who took, and the many who were taken from. And a wall of paid steel keeping the arrangement from ever being questioned. It only clarified him. He had spent 4 years believing his suffering was personal, that the village hated him, that he had earned the word waste somehow. Walking through the Chao town, he understood at last that it had always been bigger than him, older than him, a machine that would have ground down any boy who stood where he stood. It was a system, vast and patient and 3 centuries deep, and it ran on one simple fuel. The weak stayed weak because the strong never paid. He was going to become the cost the system had never had to reckon with. And he meant to make the whole town learn it before sundown. The square at the town's heart had been turned into a spectacle, and the spectacle had a name written on 100 blue banners. Azure Abyss Sect. Open trial. Once every 3 years, Su Qing explained as they pushed to the edge of the crowd. The great sect that ruled the whole region sent its recruiters down to the market towns to skim the cream of the gifted, not the children of the awakening tests, but older youths, trained disciples of the lesser clans, anyone bold enough to step onto the trial platform and prove themselves worth a place. A single place in the Azure Abyss sect could lift an entire family out of the dirt for 3 generations. The square was packed to bursting with the hopeful, the proud, and the merely curious. In the center, raised above the crowd, stood a great stone platform ringed with blue flags, and on it 2 disciplines of trial were already underway. A gray testing stone for measuring talent, and an open ring of packed white sand for the bouts. A robed recruiter sat at a high table to one side, brush in hand, recording the worthy in a jade slip register and waving the rest contemptuously away. Tang Yu watched about play out while they stood at the edge. 2 young clan disciples circled on the white sand, traded a flurry of blows, and one put the other down with a flare of fire chi that drew an appreciative murmur from the crowd. The system named them as they fought, Foundation Establishment, Layer 4, Layer 5, and noted their forms, their footwork, the precise moment the loser overcommit and lost. Tang Yu drank it in silently, greedily, learning. He had trained against an axe and a frozen river and a saint's relic. This was the first time he had ever watched real cultivators fight real cultivators, the shapes of trained combat laid out for free. An afternoon of this was worth a month on the mountain. Look at the testing stone, Su Qing murmured, nodding at it. A merchant's son laid his hand on the gray stone, and it lit 3 petals. The crowd clapped politely. The recruiter waved him through to the register. 3 petals and a clan name buys you a seat at that table. And you walked in here with no petals and no name. She looked at him sidelong, half worried, half something else. You really mean to climb onto that platform in front of the whole town and the sect itself? I mean to learn everything that platform can teach me. Tang Yu said quietly, his eyes never leaving the sand. Before I ever set foot on it. He had already decided, watching the fire disciple win. He just had not said it yet. Su Qing studied his profile, and what she saw there made her sigh, because she had seen it before, on the mountain, the night he chose to climb on a cracked vessel rather than wait to heal. It was the look of a man who had done the arithmetic and arrived somewhere reckless, and could not be talked back from it. "You're going to do something that gets us both noticed," she said. It was not quite a question. "I can see it. You've got that look. I'm going to find out how strong they really are," he murmured. "The clans. The sect. All of it. I've been climbing in the dark, Su Qing, with no idea how far the ladder goes or what's waiting at the top of it. Today the whole region put its best on a platform and offered to show me, for free, in the open." His jaw set, quiet and certain. A man marching to war doesn't refuse a map of the enemy's lines just because reading it means standing up in the light a while. She held his eyes a moment, then exhaled and shifted to put her back to a market stall where she could watch the crowd behind him. "Then I'll watch the exits," she said simply. "Someone has to, since you'll be busy collecting attention." And that, he thought, was the whole of why he had let her come. Tang Yu stood very still at the edge of it all and watched, and the cold green light of the system moved across the platform, reading and naming and numbering, and a slow, hard idea took shape in him. "Every gifted youth in the region is on that platform or in this crowd," he said softly. "Every clan that matters has sent its best. The Azure Abyss sect itself is sitting at that table." His eyes moved to the high black walls on the hill. "If I want to understand the men who own my root, how strong they are, how they fight, where the chain leads, there is no better place in the world to learn it than the floor where they are showing it all off for free." Su Qing followed his gaze to the platform, and her breath caught as she understood. "You want to register? My root reads as nothing on their stone," Tang Yu murmured. "To them I'm a rootless mortal who wandered up to embarrass himself. They'll laugh. They'll match me against the lowest disciple they have and wait for me to be swept off the sand for sport." His grip tightened on the strap of his carrying frame, and a hard, cold light came into his eyes. "And then I'm going to find out exactly how wide the gap really is between a waste and the Azure Abyss sect. On their own floor, in front of their own recruiter." He had not taken 3 steps toward the registration table when a voice like a thrown stone stopped him. "And what is this supposed to be?" The crowd's laughter started before Tang Yu even turned. A young man stood in his path at the foot of the platform steps, perhaps 18, dressed in the pale blue of an Azure Abyss outer disciple, a long slender sword at his hip and a longer arrogance in the set of his jaw. He was handsome in the careless way of the well-fed and the gifted, and he looked Tang Yu over from the split wood on his back to the dirt on his boots with the frank disgust of a man examining something he'd stepped in. The system's light flickered. G1. Azure Abyss outer disciple. Foundation establishment, layer 6. Sword talent, high. Foundation establishment, layer 6. 5 rungs above where Tang Yu stood this morning. A genuine prodigy. "The registration is for cultivators," G1 said, loudly, playing to the gathering crowd, who ate it up. "Not for woodcutters who took a wrong turn. Did you lose your way to the kitchens, peasant? The slop buckets are around the back." The crowd roared. Somewhere a clutch of Chow disciples in clan colors howled with laughter, and one of them called out, "Let the waste register, Brother G. I'll fight him. I could use an easy win before the real bouts." G1. Talent, genuine. Assessment, not aligned with the Chow. Flag, relevant later. Directive, disable, do not break. The cold voice was unusually deliberate. Tang Yu filed that away with the small surprise it always gave him when the system looked past the next hour. Beside him, Su Qing's fingers found his sleeve and tightened in warning. "That's an Azure Abyss disciple," she breathed. "6th layer at least. You feel it. Tang Yu, we came for answers, not for." "I know what we came for," he murmured back. But he also knew, with a cold and simple clarity, that a man who wanted to understand the Azure Abyss sect would never get a better look at it than the one a proud prodigy was about to give him for free. Tang Yu looked at the young man blocking his path, and where the old shame would once have flooded him, he found only a calm, level steadiness. He had stood in front of men who meant to kill him. A boy who only meant to mock him was a small thing. He simply waited, calm and silent, until the laughter began to curdle into discomfort, the particular discomfort of a crowd whose target refuses to flinch. "I'd like to register," Tang Yu said quietly, to the recruiter, past G1, as if the prodigy were a fence post. G1's handsome face darkened at being ignored. "It's your funeral, peasant," he said coldly. "Don't bleed too much on the sand. It's hard to clean." He stepped aside with an exaggerated, mocking bow, and the crowd laughed again, and Tang Yu walked past him to the table without a backward glance, which, he could feel, infuriated G1 far more than any answer would have. "Name," the recruiter said, not looking up from his register. "Tang Yu. Clan. I come on my own." The recruiter's brush paused. He looked up then, took in the patched clothes and the firewood, and his lip curled. "A rootless mortal. Wonderful. Place your hand on the stone, Tang Yu of no clan, so I can measure the nothing inside you, and send you home before you waste the platform's time." Tang Yu stepped up onto the great stone platform. A hush of amusement rippled out as the crowd realized the woodcutter was actually going through with it. He crossed to the gray testing stone, the same kind that had blazed 7 petals for him in another square a lifetime and 3 months ago, and he laid his hand flat against the cold surface. Nothing happened. The stone stayed gray and dead under his palm, its surface as dark and cold as a river stone in winter. To the array, his palm might as well have belonged to the platform itself. Tested for a root, an element, a spark, he came back empty by every measure the stone could take. The origin root forming in his spine stayed invisible to the stone entirely, because no stone could read a thing built to devour every category it knew. The square erupted in laughter. A stone-dead stone, someone howled. I've seen corpses light a petal. A true zero. A perfect zero. Jiwan's voice rose above the rest, rich with contempt. There it is. The talent of a woodcutter. Recruiter, please. Send the slop bucket home before he embarrasses his ancestors further. Tang Yu stood with his palm flat on the dead gray stone and let them laugh, and felt nothing but a cold, distant amusement. They thought the empty stone proved he was nothing. They had it exactly backwards. The stone was reading a thing so far outside its small grid of fire and metal and water that it had no number for it. The origin root, the root from which all the petals they prized had been broken off and divided. A 4-petal genius lit 4 petals because his root was a narrow thing the stone could measure. Tang Yu lit nothing because his root was the hole from which their measurements were carved. The most talented soul ever to stand on this platform, and the stone called him a perfect zero. He almost smiled at that. To the one who owns nothing. He lifted his hand from the cold stone, unhurried, and the laughter began to falter at the calm in the gesture. The recruiter waved a bored, dismissive hand. Off the platform. You've had your joke, mortal. But Tang Yu did not move off the platform. He turned, slowly, and looked out over the laughing square. The 1,000 faces, the sneering disciples, the proud prodigy, the bored recruiter. His voice, when it came, was quiet and even, yet it carried to the far edge of the crowd, flat and certain. I'll take the first bout, Tang Yu said. The young master of the Chow was offering an easy win. I accept. The laughter faltered, just slightly, at the cold thing in his voice. Then it redoubled. A waste, demanding to be beaten. They could not wait to watch. They gave him to a Chow disciple named Chow Rue, a thick-necked youth in Clan Black, Foundation Establishment Layer 3, who swaggered onto the white sand cracking his knuckles and grinning at the crowd like a man stepping up to kick a dog for sport. Ding. Opponent. Chow Rue. Foundation Establishment, Layer 3. 1 rung above host. Intent. Maim. Threat. Lethal. Tang Yu read the warning behind his eyes and understood it perfectly. This was no friendly bout. Someone in the crowd, someone in Chow colors, had recognized the patched mountain boy, or guessed, and the easy win had quietly become an execution dressed as a trial. Chow Rue's grin had too many teeth in it. No weapons for the woodcutter? Chow Rue called, drawing a heavy clan saber. Pity. I'll try to make it quick. Or no. He let the word hang. I won't. Tang Yu felt the last of his patience cool into something hard. A quiet order had passed down the line. That one does not walk off the sand. It changed nothing about what he had come here to do. It only meant the lesson would be delivered in blood instead of embarrassment. Tang Yu unslung the carrying frame and set his split wood down at the edge of the sand, neat and unhurried, a thing he meant to pick back up. From the bundle, he drew the only weapon he owned. His father's hatchet. Worn haft, blue-black blade, humming low against his palm, a thing the laughing crowd took for a joke and the system knew for the beginning of an art. The crowd laughed at the wood axe. Jiwan laughed loudest of all. A hatchet, Chow Rue sneered. He brought a hatchet to the Azure Abyss trial. He raised his saber, and the crowd hushed in delicious anticipation of the slaughter. Chop this, peasant. He came in fast, a Chow disciple's confident, trained rush, the heavy saber sweeping for Tang Yu's unarmored side, a blow meant to open him to the spine and call it an accident. And Tang Yu, who had spent every dawn of the last week trading blows with a Foundation Establishment enforcer 5 rungs above this preening boy, simply was not impressed. Chow Rue fought as the whole clan lived, on borrowed advantage, certain the gap would do the work for him. He had never in his pampered life faced a man who closed gaps for a living. To Tang Yu, the heavy saber's arc was no faster than a falling pine, and a falling pine he had been reading and stepping around since he was old enough to hold his father's axe. He watched the blow leave the boy's shoulder, watched it commit, watched the precise instant it could no longer be called back. He did not even need the surge. He read the saber's arc like green wood, found where it wanted to go, and stepped a hand's width inside it. The blade hissed past his ribs, and Tang Yu brought the flat of his father's hatchet around in a short, brutal, economical arc and laid it across the side of Chow Rue's skull. Crack. The thick-necked disciple's eyes rolled up white, and he folded to the white sand in a boneless heap, the saber spinning out of his hand, and lay still. The square went absolutely silent. 1,000 mouths hung open. They stared at the unconscious Chow disciple sprawled on the white sand, and at the rootless woodcutter standing over him with a peasant's axe, and they could not make the two things fit together in their heads. Then the muttering started, low and uneasy, and Tang Yu felt the trap close before he saw it. Ding. Hostile intent rising. The Chow have marked the host. 3 clan disciples advancing on the ring, weapons drawn. Threat. Lethal. He had embarrassed the clan in its own town. They could not let that stand in front of the Azure Abyss recruiter and the whole region. So they would swarm him. 4, 5 Chow disciples at once on the sand. A regrettable trial mishap. the waste trampled before anyone could ask the wrong questions. 3 of them vaulted into the ring at once, sabers out, fanning to surround him. Foundation establishment, the system named them, layers 3 and 4. A wall of steel closing from 3 sides. At the edge of the platform, the recruiter sat back and let it unfold. A trial accident suited the Chow, and the sect held the deaths of the Rootless beneath its notice. From the crowd, Tang Yu heard Su Qing's voice cry out his name, sharp with fear, swallowed instantly in the roar. Tang Yu's blood ran hot, a fierce, rising eagerness he had never let himself feel before, because for the first time in his life there were enough enemies in front of him to be worth the climbing. 3 Foundation establishment cultivators, all of them swinging real chi at him with intent to kill, was a banquet laid out on white sand for the origin root. The clan meant to bury him under numbers. They had no idea they were simply bringing him more to eat. He met the first saber with the hatchet, clang, and felt the origin root do the thing he was only beginning to trust. It drank the force of the blow, sipped the clan disciples' chi straight off the contact of steel on steel, and turned it inward and down. The harder they hit him, the more he ate. The more he ate, the higher he climbed. It was, he thought distantly, a deeply unfair way to fight, and he intended to be wholly shameless about it. As the shock of the blow rang up his arm, he reached down into the vessel at his spine and pushed, as he had pushed all night on the mountain, demanding the next rung in the middle of the fight. Ding! Cultivation breakthrough. Foundation establishment, layer 3. The world sharpened by a degree. The 3 closing sabers, fast a heartbeat ago, were merely quick now. He slipped between 2 of them clean, and his hatchet took the first man across the wrist, crack, and the second across the back of the knee, dropping them both screaming to the sand. The third swung wild. Tang Yu ducked under it, drove a shoulder into the man's chest, and felt, even as the disciple flew backward off the platform into the crowd, the chi of the exchange pouring down into his vessel and packing tight. Ding! Cultivation breakthrough. Foundation establishment, layer 4. The last Chow disciple scrambled back up out of the crowd he'd been thrown into, took one look at the woodcutter standing calm in a ring of his groaning brothers, taller somehow, steadier, the air around him gone heavy and cold. And his nerve broke. He did not come back into the ring. He fled into the crowd, shoving, and was gone, and the message of his fleeing landed on the watching town louder than any words. The waste is winning. 2 rungs. In the space of a single fight, on the trial floor of the Azure Abyss sect, the rootless waste had climbed 2 whole layers, and the crowd, watching the sand fill with groaning Chow disciples, had stopped laughing entirely. The 4 Chow disciples lay where they had fallen, and Tang Yu stood alone in the center of the white sand, breathing slow and even, his father's hatchet humming in his hand. And behind his eyes, for the first time, the system told him what he had become. Ding! Threshold reached. The hollow vessel has matured, designating the origin root. A warmth unfurled at the base of his spine, deeper and steadier than anything the vessel had given him before, and the green light spread through him slow and thorough, and the cold voice explained the cheat at the center of everything. A spirit root draws one attribute of chi, fire, metal, water. The host has no such root. The stones read nothing. The origin root is the root from which all roots were divided. It has no single attribute. It claims all of them. It cannot be measured. It stands outside every category the stones test for. It cannot be stolen. It is seated deeper than any blade can reach. It cannot be starved. It devours any chi it contacts. Fire, metal, the breath of a beast, the strike of an enemy. All of it drawn down and converted to the host's own. Tang Yu stood very still and felt the truth of it settle in. Every blow the Chow disciples had landed on him in the swarm, every flare of their chi against his guard, he had eaten it. That was why he had climbed 2 layers in a single fight. The origin root had drunk their power down and turned it into his own ladder. The origin root will bloom 1 petal for each realm the host completes. These petals grow from the root itself. They cannot be cut out. The system finished. Tang Yu stood in the center of the sand and let it sink all the way down. For 3 months he had thought of himself as a cripple making do, a man with a clever crutch where his roots should be, climbing on borrowed tricks, always 1 step from being exposed as the waste he'd been called. He understood now that he had it backwards. All this time he had been the whole, the thing those clever crutches had been splintered off of in the first place. The Chow had cut a 7-petal root out of his spine and crowed over their prize, and all the while the true inheritance had been waiting in a cave for the one boy poor enough, harvested enough, empty enough to receive it. In carving him out 3 months ago, they had only cleared the ground for a far greater fortune. It was almost funny. He had been the most talented soul in the region the whole time, and the only way anyone could have ever found out was to first take everything from him. Across the square, at the high table, the bored Azure Abyss recruiter had risen slowly to his feet, his brush forgotten, staring at the rootless boy on the sand with an expression that was no longer bored. After that, they stopped sending him Chow disciples and started sending him their best. The trial had a rule, half forgotten and gathering dust. A challenger could call an open gauntlet, fighting bout after bout without leaving the sand, the prize a guaranteed audience with the recruiter. The rule sat untouched for a generation, because to win a place that way meant facing the whole field in a row, with no rest between, until you fell, a death wish dressed as an opportunity, a rule written for legends and left to the legends. Tang Yu called it. The word ran through the square like fire through dry grass, and the laughter that had been souring into unease tipped the rest of the way into disbelief. The recruiter's brush stopped. Even the bowing merchants looked up. A rootless woodcutter, who had lit a dead gray stone an hour ago, calling the legend's gauntlet on the Azure Abyss sand. It was madness. It was an insult. It was, the crowd realized, leaning in, the most interesting thing to happen in this town in years. And the proud sons of the region's clans, stung and disbelieving, lined up to be the one to finally put the woodcutter down. They could not. A spear disciple of the Gu family, Foundation Establishment Layer 5, came at him with a flurry of thrusts too fast for the crowd to follow. Tang Yu read every one of them, let the spearhead skate off his hardened guard, and felt the origin root drink the man's chi with each contact, his own power swelling even as he gave ground. Then his hatchet snapped the spear haft in two, crack, and laid the disciple in the sand. Foundation Layer 5, Tang Yu said quietly, standing over him. And you led with your weight on your front foot. Whoever trained you skipped the first lesson. Ding. Cultivation breakthrough. Foundation Establishment, Layer 5. The chi of the bout had carried him another rung, and he felt it lock and clean and dense. Then came the fire disciple, the same proud youth Tang Yu had watched win the very first bout of the day. He stepped onto the sand expecting easy glory against the woodcutter, and opened with the same blazing palm strike that had ended his last opponent in one blow. A wall of roaring flame rolled across the white sand straight at Tang Yu's chest. Tang Yu did not dodge it. He walked into it. The crowd screamed, and then went silent as the fire reached him and simply vanished, drawn down into the origin root like water into dry sand, the heat of it pouring into him as fuel. The disciple's proudest art swallowed whole and turned into one more rung on Tang Yu's ladder. The fire disciple stood gaping at his own empty, smoking palm, and Tang Yu walked out of the dying flames untouched and laid him in the sand with a single flat stroke of the hatchet. Fire, he said quietly, to the stunned square. How generous. He had eaten an element today, and it had tasted like winning. A hammer-wielding brute twice his size came next, roaring, and brought a great chirith maul down where Tang Yu's head had been. Boom. The sand cratering, and Tang Yu was already inside the man's reach. The origin root gulping the wasted force of the missed blow, his hatchet cracking against the brute's knee and his elbow, and finally his temple until the big man sat down hard and stayed down. Then a cold-eyed girl with twin daggers and real killing skill, no clan posturing in her, who fought to open his throat and very nearly did. She scored a thin line of blood across his forearm before he learned her rhythm, and then he let her drive in, ate the chi off her flurry until her strikes went thin, and laid her in the sand with the flat of the blade. One after another they came, the merchant clan duelists and the proud miner clan sons, and one after another the rootless waste read them, ate the chi off their strikes, and put them down with nothing but a peasant's wood axe and the one stroke his dead father had taught him in the snow. The crowd had gone from laughter to silence to a low and growing roar. Bets were being shouted. Men who had thrown stones at the waste an hour ago were now screaming his name to win their wagers. And at the high table, the Azure Abyss recruiter watched every bout with narrowed eyes and wrote, very carefully, in a jade slip that had become a report. G1 watched too, from the foot of the platform, and the contempt on his handsome face had curdled into something else entirely. Disbelief. And under it, slow and hot, the fury of a proud man watching a peasant steal the thing he had come here to take. By the time the line of challengers had thinned to nothing, the white sand was littered with the region's finest young cultivators, groaning, cradling broken weapons and bruised pride, and Tang Yu stood among them barely winded, at the full 5th layer of Foundation Establishment. He had walked onto the platform that morning at the 1st layer of the realm. He had climbed 4 full rungs in an afternoon of bouts, this time by eating the chi of every gifted fool who had lined up to kill him. With the origin root, he had made the Azure Abyss trial the richest hunting ground he had ever stood on. He felt the 5th layer settle and lock, dense and complete, and the system marked it. Ding. The origin root has begun to bloom. First true petal formed. Warning. The host's pace has been witnessed by the Azure Abyss sect directly. This cannot be undone. Tang Yu read the warning and understood it. He had wanted to learn the strength of the men who owned his root, and he had. But knowledge ran both ways. He had just shown the most powerful sect in the region, on its own platform, that a rootless porter in patched clothes could climb a realm's worth of ladder in an afternoon by eating his betters. There was no taking that back. The waste who could not be measured had just put himself on every map in the province. He weighed the cost of it honestly, as the system had taught him to weigh everything. On one side of the scale, he had a name now, and a face the sect and the clan would both be hunting by nightfall. On the other, he had stood on the enemy's own floor and learned, in a single afternoon, more about how cultivators truly fought than he could have learned in a year of solitary climbing. And he had eaten 4 rungs of progress off men who had come to kill him. It was a trade he could live with, he decided, even if he would not have chosen it. A shadow that stays a shadow forever never reaches the men at the top of the stairs. Sooner or later, to climb the chain, He would have to step into the light and let it cost him. Better here, against children and a recruiter, than later, against the things the recruiter answered to. He took a slow breath and felt the ambient chi of the square slide in through the origin root to top off what the bouts had not. And for the first time, he let himself feel the full shape of the afternoon's work. This morning he had been a porter who climbed onto a platform to be laughed at. Now he stood at the 5th layer of foundation establishment with the region's best young cultivators groaning at his feet, and a sect recruiter on his feet at the high table, and the whole town screaming. A week ago he had not been able to hold a thread of chi for the length of a breath. The pace of it only made him hungry for more. Su Qing, at the edge of the crowd, caught his eye across the roaring square, and the look she gave him was equal parts pride and fear. You said quietly, her eyes said. This is not quietly. He gave her the smallest shake of his head. No, it said. It isn't. It's too late for quietly now. And then a voice rang out across the square, sharp with wounded pride, and the crowd turned as one. Woodcutter. Ji-won stepped up onto the platform, drawing his slender sword, his handsome face cold and set. You've beaten clan whelps and merchant brats. Children, now beat me. The square went taut with anticipation. This was the bout they had truly come to see, the Azure Abyss prodigy against the impossible woodcutter, and 1,000 throats held their breath at once. Brother G, don't. One of the other Azure disciples called nervously. The recruiter. It doesn't look right. The sect's own disciple fighting A. It looks exactly right, Ji-won said, not taking his cold eyes off Tang Yu. He insults this trial by standing on it. He insults the sect by climbing on the backs of his betters like a tick. Someone has to put the order of the world back where it belongs. He leveled the slender sword at Tang Yu's chest, and the steel sang with a thread of pale chi. 6th layer of foundation establishment, woodcutter. Trained at the Azure Abyss sect since I was 8. Every bout I have ever fought in this town, I have won, start to finish. His lip curled. Pick up your little axe. Ding. G1. Foundation establishment, layer 6. One rung above host. Sword art. Disciplined, deep. Threat. Highest on this sand. Flag. Relevant later. Directive. Do not kill. Tang Yu absorbed that last line with a flicker of surprise. The system rarely commented on a foe's future. He tucked it away. He had eaten the chi off 9 challengers, and he was the better for all of it. But Ji-won was a different order of opponent, and he knew it. The clan whelps had swung at him with confidence and no craft. This one had 10 years of craft, and worse, he had brought onto the sand the one thing every challenger before him had left behind, a reason. Wounded pride was a far more dangerous fuel than greed, and Ji-won's had been bleeding out in front of the whole town for an hour now. A man fighting for his life was predictable. A man fighting for his wounded vanity would do something stupid and brilliant, and Tang Yu would have to be ready for it. He shifted his grip on his father's hatchet and set his feet in the white sand. You think I climbed on their backs, Tang Yu said quietly, and for the first time that afternoon there was no contempt in his voice, only a cold and level honesty. I climbed on mine, every rung, in the cold, in the dark, with my own blood, while men like you slept in warm sect beds and called it talent. He raised the axe. You were given a sword at 8. I was given a knife in the spine at 13. Let's see which one taught the better lesson. Something flickered in Ji-won's eyes at that, surprise, and the first faint crack in his contempt. He had expected a peasant's bluster, a coward's plea, a fool's empty boast. He had not expected the flat, level honesty of a man stating a fact, and it unsettled him more than any threat could have. For just a moment the proud prodigy looked at the rootless woodcutter and saw, instead of a thing beneath him, a person who had survived something he could not imagine. And the sight clearly frightened him, because he buried it fast under the only thing he trusted. Then his face hardened, and he moved. Ji-won was. The system had not lied, the hardest fight on the sand. He came in like falling silver, whoosh, the slender sword a blur of precise, beautiful, trained death, nothing like the swaggering brutes who had come before. 3 thrusts in the space of a breath, each one aimed at a killing point, each one flowing into the next. Tang Yu gave ground for the first time all afternoon, the hatchet ringing against the blade, clang, 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 and felt the difference at once. This was real skill, honed for a decade, and it was a full rung above him. But Ji-won had never in his life fought a man whose root ate his every strike. Each time the slender sword met the blue-black hatchet, the origin root drank the chi off the blow, a thin thread with every contact, draining the force out of Ji-won's perfect forms even as it fed Tang Yu's. The prodigy felt his strikes growing strangely heavy, his chi thinning, and he did not understand it, and a flicker of unease crossed his handsome face. He pressed harder, because that was what a proud man did when something went wrong. He spent more of himself, and Tang Yu ate every drop of it. Ji-won flowed into his sect's signature form, the one that had won him every bout in this town, a rising spiral of 7 cuts meant to overwhelm any guard. It was genuinely beautiful. The crowd gasped at the silver blur of it, and Tang Yu, reading each cut like the grain of green wood, gave ground through the first 6 and let the origin root gorge itself on the 7th, so that when the final, killing cut came it landed against his hardened forearm with 1/3 of the force it should have carried, and skidded away, and left Ji-won open and gasping, and suddenly, horribly aware that the woodcutter was stronger now than he had been at the start of the exchange. Something wrong? Tang Yu asked quietly, turning a thrust aside. You're swinging slower. Sixth layer, lecturing me about the order of the world. Crack, the hatchet hammered the flat of the sword aside. And you can't keep your edge against a woodcutter. What are you? Ji-won breathed, giving ground now, his perfect rhythm broken. Tang Yu stopped giving ground. He read the prodigy's next thrust, the weight, the line, where it wanted to go. Instead of turning it aside, he stepped inside it, let the slender blade pass under his arm, and brought his father's hatchet down in the one stroke he had truly mastered. The downstroke, the split, checked at the last instant, the flat of the blade, not the edge. Crack. It caught Ji-won across the shoulder and drove him to one knee in the sand, the slender sword spinning from his numbed hand to land point down, quivering, 10 feet away. The sound of it cracked across the silent square like a snapped mast. A decade of Azure Abyss training. The pride of the trial. The young man who had never lost a bout in this town. Disarmed and on his knees in front of a woodcutter, in front of his sect's recruiter, in front of the whole roaring world. For Ji-won, the wound was the public ruin of the only thing he had ever believed about himself. Undone in a single afternoon by a man with no root and a wood axe. The square held its breath instead of roaring, one long, frozen moment of it. Then a single old voice somewhere in the crowd said, into the silence, what every soul in the square was thinking. The woodcutter beat Ji-won. The square broke open like a drop jar. The roar that went up had nothing of the morning's cruel laughter left in it. It was something wilder and more dangerous, the sound of 1,000 people watching the order of their world turned upside down on a sand floor, hanging between terror and thrill, and settling, as crowds do, on thrilled. The waste. The waste beat the Azure prodigy. With a wood axe. Did you see it? He never even drew a real blade. Who is he? What clan? He said he came alone. A rootless porter off the mountain can't. I bet on him. I bet 3 months' wages on the woodcutter, and I won. Men who had thrown stones at the patched mountain boy an hour ago were screaming his name like he was a festival hero. Merchants were shouting odds. The clutch of Chow disciples who had laughed loudest had gone gray and silent, their swaggering champions groaning on the sand, and they were trying very hard now to melt back into the crowd before anyone connected them to the morning's mockery. Tang Yu stood in the center of it all and felt the strangest thing. What rose in him was a cold, clear vindication, sharp as winter air. For 4 years a crowd exactly like this one had chanted waste at his back. Now a crowd exactly like this one was chanting his name. He was the same rootless boy he had always been. The only thing that had changed was that now he could make them pay attention. And that, he understood with a kind of weary clarity, was the whole rotten truth of this world. The crowd had never hated him for any real thing he'd done. They had simply read his weakness like the testing stone read his root, as permission. Permission to mock, to push, to take, because there would be no cost. The cruelty had only ever been a calculation, and the moment the calculation flipped, so did the crowd, with no shame and no memory of the boy they'd spat on that morning. He filed it away with everything else he was learning down here in the world below the mountain. People respected strength only because it could make them pay. He intended to become very good at making the right people pay. He looked down at Ji-won, still on one knee in the sand, and after a moment he did something the crowd did not expect. He reached down, picked up the prodigy's fallen sword by the blade, and held the hilt out to him. You fought well, Tang Yu said quietly, so only Ji-won could hear it. Better than anyone on this sand. You just had the bad luck to swing it at the one man it doesn't work on. Ji-won stared at the offered hilt, and at the rootless boy holding it out, and something complicated and unfinished moved behind his proud eyes. He took the sword. He did not say thank you, but he did not sneer either, and for Ji-won, that afternoon, that was a great deal. Why? The prodigy said at last, low, just for the two of them. You could have taken my head. The gauntlet allows it. Half this town wanted to see you do it. His jaw worked. Instead you hand me back my blade like I'm worth keeping. What? Tang Yu looked at him a moment. Because you fought me with your own strength, he said simply. Every man before you on this sand fought me with a clan behind him and a sneer for a face, and swung at me because he thought I was safe to swing at. You swung because you actually believed the strong should answer for the weak. You just had it pointed the wrong way round. He turned to go, then added over his shoulder, quietly. One day you'll meet the men who taught you to point it that way. When you do, remember who showed you the difference. He did not wait for an answer, but he felt the prodigy's eyes on his back the whole length of the platform, and behind those eyes, he knew. A question had been planted that a decade of Azure Abyss certainty would not be able to dig back out. The system had said this one would matter later. Tang Yu was beginning to see how. The Azure Abyss recruiter came down off his high table. He was a lean, ageless man in deep blue robes, and the crowd parted before him like grain before wind, and the roar died into an uneasy hush as he crossed the sand to where Tang Yu stood. His eyes were cold and clever and entirely without the contempt that had filled them an hour ago. They were the eyes of a man recalculating something important. Tang Yu, the recruiter said. Of no clan. He let the words hang. A rootless mortal who reads as nothing on the stone, who walked up the Azure Abyss trial platform this morning, a porter, and who now stands at the 5th layer of Foundation establishment, having broken 9 challengers and humbled my best young disciple, all in the span of an afternoon. He tilted his head. Tell me, Tang Yu of no clan. How? Hard work, Tang Yu said. A thin, humorless smile touched the recruiter's mouth. Yes, he said softly. I imagine it was. He studied Tang Yu for a long moment, and the green light of the system flickered a warning behind Tang Yu's eyes. Ding. Caution. This one does not intend to recruit the host. Assessment. Not a prize to recruit, a problem to report. He is reading the host's meridians, searching for a root he cannot find. He has felt the absence. A rootless cultivator is a standing report order to his masters. The chain runs through this man. So that was it. Tang Yu kept his face still and calm while the cold understanding settled. The recruiter was confirming a rumor for someone above him. Someone who collected exactly this. Cultivators who could not be measured, could not be classified, could not be cut. The harvest had a net, and the net's name, here, was the Azure Abyss sect. It fit together in his mind with a cold click, like a key in a lock. Pan cut the roots. The Chao clan paid for the cutting and supplied the bodies. And the Azure Abyss sect, the great and noble sect that the whole region looked up to, that sent recruiters to lift gifted children out of poverty, was the hand above the clan, the one that decided which children were worth taking and where they went after. The recruiter who had laughed at him an hour ago was not a teacher scouting talent. He was a buyer's agent walking the market, and Tang Yu had just performed for him for free. Every door he had imagined kicking down, Chao Sun and Pan and the clan, he saw now was only the bottom of a staircase that climbed up out of sight. The chain runs higher than Pan. The system had told him in the cave. He was beginning to see exactly how much higher. No offer of a sect place? Tang Yu asked mildly. For a man with no root? The recruiter's smile did not reach his eyes. The Azure Abyss does not take what it cannot classify. But the sect is always interested in the unusual. Stay in town, Tang Yu of no clan. I suspect some people will want very much to meet you. Which people? Tang Yu asked, keeping his voice mild. The voice of a porter who did not understand his own danger. The recruiter's smile thinned. People above me. As there are always people above you, and above them, until you reach the ones who do not answer to anyone. He tucked his jade slip into his sleeve, and for just an instant something almost like a warning crossed his clever face. A word, woodcutter, since you fought well, and I am not entirely without mercy. A man with no root who can do what you did today is not a man the world leaves alone. You have made yourself rare, and rare things, in this region, do not get to choose what becomes of them. Run if you're wise. Far and tonight. Then the professional mask dropped back down over his eyes. But you won't. Your kind never do. He turned and walked back to his table, and Tang Yu watched him go, and knew he had just been marked, and, beneath the marking, oddly, that the cold man had just done him the only honest kindness anyone in this town had offered all day. Su Qing reached him as the crowd's roar began, at last, to scatter into 1,000 excited conversations, and she gripped his arm and pulled him to the quieter edge of the square, her face tight, with worry beneath her hood. That was not quietly, she said under her breath. That was the opposite of quietly. Tang Yu, half the town knows your face now. The Azure Abyss recruiter knows your name. You said we'd gather answers and slip out before anyone looked twice. And instead you stood on a platform and made yourself the most famous man in the province before lunch. I know, he said quietly. It got away from me. The Chao swarmed me, and after that, he shook his head. After that there was no quiet version. But Su Qing, I learned what I came to learn. I know how strong their disciples are. I know how the sect fights. I know the recruiter is a link in the chain, reporting upward. That's worth the noise. His eyes moved over the thinning crowd, wary now. We gather what else we can, and we're gone by dark. But Su Qing was not looking at him. She had gone very still, her eyes fixed on a point past his shoulder, and the color had drained from her face. Don't turn around fast, she breathed. Behind you, by the wine cellar's awning. A man in Chao Gray has been watching you since the G1 fight. And he's watching me now. He followed my eyes to you. Tang Yu, he knows we're together. A cold weight settled in Tang Yu's gut. He had made a mistake. He had known at the moment the Chao swarmed the ring, and he had let the fight pull him in deeper anyway, climbing and winning and making a name when he should have been making distance. A patched stranger who beats the Azure prodigy in the clan's own square becomes the most marked man in town inside the hour. He had wanted to learn the strength of his enemies. He had forgotten they were watching him back, that a square full of clan eyes was also a square full of clan reports. And now one of those eyes had a face, and the face had landed on Su Qing, which meant they had not only marked the woodcutter. They had marked the one person in the world he could not afford to have marked. Worse, a clan spy of that quality did not wander the market on his own. He was placed, watching, which meant the man who placed him was not far. And Tang Yu could think of only one man who would set so patient a watcher on a rootless boy and want him taken alive rather than killed in the crowd. Tang Yu let his gaze drift, slow and casual, across the square as if searching for nothing, and found the man. Lean, gray-robed, unremarkable, with the patient stillness of a hunter. Not a disciple, a watcher, a clan spy. and the cold green light of the system flickered once across him and returned a single line that turned Tang Yu's blood to ice. Ding! That man wears the personal token of Elder Pan. Before Tang Yu could move, before he could pull Su Qing into the crowd and vanish, a sound cut across the square that froze him where he stood. A laugh. Soft, well-fed, careless. A laugh he had last heard in a stone room, leaning over a slab, saying make him suffer. He turned. A procession was coming through the south of the square. Chao clan guards in black clearing a path, and at its center, mounted on a white horse, draped in silk the color of fresh blood, rode a young man Tang Yu would have known in the dark, in his sleep, at the bottom of his grave. Chao's son. He was taller than 3 months ago, filled out, glowing with the easy health of a young master who had never once gone hungry. He sat his horse like the world had been made for him to ride through, and he was laughing at something a fawning attendant had said, and on his chest, blazing through the thin silk for any cultivator to see and envy. 7 petals of soft white light. Tang used 7 petals. His root, carved out of his own spine on a cold slab while this soft boy smiled, and transplanted now into Chao Sun's pampered chest, and the young master wore it openly, proudly, a trophy in the light. The single most precious thing in the region hung on him like a festival ornament. The young master was telling a story to his fawning attendants, gesturing grandly, and a snatch of it carried across the square, something about a sparring partner at the sect he'd put in the infirmary, the words naturally, with a superior root, I stand above the whole class floating over the bowing heads. And the attendants laughed on cue, the bright, empty laughter of people paid to laugh. He had been given the greatest gift the heavens could bestow, the root of a genius, and he wore it like a fine coat bought with someone else's money, which was precisely what it was. He kept it for decoration and left it uncultivated. Everything Tang Yu had bled 6 days in a frozen river to earn one cracked layer of. This soft boy had been handed whole, and had done nothing with but preen. The whole square bowed and scraped as the procession passed. Young Master Chao. Young Master Chao Sun has returned from the sect. Merchants pressed their foreheads to the dirt. The Azure Abyss recruiter inclined his head with careful respect. The same man who an hour ago had risen to his feet in shock at a rootless woodcutter now bending, smooth and practiced, to a soft boy who had done nothing to earn it, but be born Chao. There it was, laid out in a single gesture, the thing Tang Yu was learning to hate. Talent meant nothing, blood meant everything, and a stolen root on the right chest bought more bows than a true one ever could. And the worst of it, the thing that cooled the rage in his chest to something hard and quiet, was that Chao Sun did not even seem to remember. He rode through the bowing square wearing another boy's spine light openly on his chest, laughing, untroubled, utterly at peace, a young master returning home to applause. He had ordered a 13-year-old held down and carved open for sport, had leaned in close to watch him scream, and asked for more, and 3 months later it had left so little mark on him that he could ride past the very boy in the daylight and feel nothing. To Chao Sun, Tang Yu had only ever been a purchase, and Tang Yu stood frozen in the crowd, a porter with a wood axe, and looked at his own stolen light burning in another man's chest, and everything narrowed to a single white point of rage. For 3 months Tang Yu had carried the memory of a soft, smiling face and a name a peddler had given him, and there was a deeper reason to wait, one the system did not need to say, because Tang Yu had already arrived at it on his own, cold and clear under the rage. Killing Chao Sun in this square would change nothing. The boy was only a symptom of the disease, a spoiled child handed a stolen treasure by a father, who had bought it from a merchant, who shipped his harvest up a chain that ran higher than any of them, all the way to people who stood above every law and every master. Cut down the boy and the chain would simply mint another like him next season, from some other ditch, some other carved open child. More than a moment's revenge on a symptom, Tang Yu wanted to reach up the whole length of the chain and break it at the top, so that no 13-year-old anywhere would ever again wake strapped to a slab. That was not a thing he could do today, with an axe, in a square. So he would wait, and grow, and climb. I remember, Tang Yu murmured, so low that only Su Qing, gripping his arm white-knuckled to hold him in place, could hear it. Every petal. I remember. And then, as Chao Sun's procession passed into the square's center, Tang Yu felt it. A weight, a stillness, a pressure on the air that he knew in his marrow, because the last time he had felt it he had been strapped to a slab. He turned his head slowly, and found him. Elder Pan stood in the shadow of a balcony at the square's edge, exactly as he had stood in the shadow of a grain store on the morning of the test, 3 months and a whole lifetime ago. Soft face, soft hands, plain gray robes, no sword. Watching the procession, watching the crowd, watching, Tang Yu realized with a lurch, not Chao Sun. Watching him, the system's light flared in cold warning. Elder Pan, realm, sealed beyond host sight. The system cannot read him. He is far above the host. He is not looking at the young master with the stolen root. He is looking at the host. He knew. Tang Yu saw it in the soft man's still face, in the slight forward lean, in the cold and hungry attention fixed across the crowded square on a single patch porter. Pan had already found his rootless boy in the crowd. The spy had led the master's eyes straight to him, and Elder Pan was studying Tang Yu like a man studying a thing he intends to own, reading the cave's ancient aura that clung to him, confirming, with a slow and terrible certainty, that the impossible rumor was true. And Tang Yu, looking back across the square at the soft, ruined face, felt the floor of his careful plan drop away beneath him. He had come here to learn his enemies and stay a shadow. Instead, he had performed for the recruiter, been marked by the spy, and now stood under the direct gaze of the one man in the region who already knew everything, who knew the cave, the inheritance, the impossible thing in his spine, and who, unlike the sect or the clan, had no intention of merely killing him. The recruiter wanted to report him. The Chow wanted him dead. Pan wanted him opened. Of all the eyes on him in that square, the soft-faced mans were the only ones that looked at him with a collector's patient, hungry joy, and that was infinitely worse than all the contempt and greed around it. The old monster's pup, the inheritance, standing in his town, in his square, 15 feet from his merchandise. And Pan smiled. Thin, cold, patient, the look of a hunter who has just watched the prize he crossed a province for walk willingly into the center of his net. Across the crowded, roaring square, over the bowed heads and the bright banners and the soft laughter of the boy wearing his stolen light, Tang Yu and Elder Pan looked at each other, and both of them knew. Pan knew the rootless boy he had carved open and thrown in a ditch had come back, had found Qin Yuan's inheritance, and was standing in his town. Tang Yu knew that the soft-faced man who had cut out his root was a realm beyond him, had a spy at his elbow and 12 guards and a sect recruiter within call, and had just found him. Both of them held still, locked in place across the square. They could not do otherwise. Pan held back from drawing the eyes of the Azure Abyss recruiter to the rootless boy. The inheritance was a secret worth a kingdom, the last thing he would ever hand to the sect that would simply take it from him. And Tang Yu could not fight a man a realm above him in the heart of the enemy's town, with Su Qing at his side. So they measured each other across the distance, hunter and prize, the knife and the boy who had crawled out of the ditch. Then Pan inclined his head, just slightly, a small, courteous, terrible nod, one craftsman acknowledging another's work. Well done, boy. You lived. You climbed. You came back. How very, very interesting you've become. And the patient smile said the rest. And now I have you. Su Qing. Tang Yu said, very quietly, never breaking the soft man's gaze, his voice flat and cold and steady. We're leaving. Now. Slowly. Back through the gate, up the mountain, tonight. He's just letting us walk away? She breathed, terrified. Why? Because he doesn't want me dead. He wants me whole. And he wants the cave. And he wants to do it where the sect can't see. Tang Yu finally broke the gaze, took her arm, and began, unhurried, to melt back into the scattering crowd. If he takes me here, in the open, the recruiter sees, the clan asks questions, and the secret he crossed a province for stops being his alone. He won't risk that. He'll wait. He'll follow us out, somewhere quiet, somewhere there are no sect eyes and no awkward witnesses. His jaw set, which means he'll come for me where I'm from. At home, on the mountain, he'll come to Songyang. And this time he won't send a rider ahead. He'll bring everything, and he'll bring it himself. Then why are we walking toward the gate that leads home? Su Qing hissed. We'd be leading him straight to it. Because the village is where this has to finish, one way or another. And I would rather meet him on the mountain I know than be run down on an open road I don't. He kept his pace slow and his face blank, a porter and a girl leaving a festival, while behind them a soft-faced man watched them go and let the distance open, content to wait. And because there's something on that mountain I'm going to need. A cave. A relic that's been waiting 300 years for exactly the kind of night that's coming. Behind them, in the shadow of the balcony, Elder Pan watched the patched porter and the herb gatherer's girl slip out through the south gate, and he let them go, his hands folded calmly inside his sleeves. He could have taken the boy a dozen ways in that square. A word to the Chow guards, a quiet seal array at the gate, his own two soft hands. But Pan had not lived 30 years in the most dangerous trade in the world by being hasty. The boy carried a secret worth more than this whole town, and a secret shared was a secret lost. The Azure Abyss recruiter was already sniffing at the edges of it. The clan would blunder in and ruin everything for a moment's revenge. No, the prize had to be taken cleanly, privately, somewhere far from sect eyes and clan tongues, somewhere the boy felt safe enough to be careless. Pan had spent a lifetime learning that the patient knife cut deepest. He had thrown this one in a ditch once by being careless. He would not be careless twice. He watched the south gate a moment longer, his thin cold smile in place, savoring it like a collector with a piece finally located after years. Then he turned, at last, to the gray-robed spy at his elbow, and spoke 3 soft words. Saddle the men. End of Hour 3. Hour 4. Night, the mountain, and the riders coming up the dark road to Songyang with fire. And the thing in the trees that comes down to meet them. The man who had carved the root from his spine came at last for the rest of him. He came up the dark mountain road, with fire and a dozen blades, to a village that had nothing left to give him but a boy with an axe. They came 2 hours after moonrise, and they came with fire. Tang Yu felt them before he heard them. He and Su Qing had reached Songyang at dusk, footsore and silent from the long walk up out of the valley, and he had not slept. He sat in the dark of the herb shed with his father's hatchet across his knees, the origin root drinking the cold mountain qi in slow, patient sips, and he waited, because he had known since the square that this night was coming. So when the cold green light of the system flared behind his eyes, he was already on his feet. Ding! Hostile force detected on the valley road. 12 riders, Foundation establishment. One presence sealed beyond the system's sight, a realm or more above the host. Elder Pan at the front. 12 Foundation cultivators. And Pan, whom the relic still could not measure, which meant Pan was so far above him that the gap had no number. Tang Yu's jaw tightened. He had climbed 2 realms in a fortnight, and he had always known it would not be enough. But there was no more time to climb. He took the system's cold, honest stock of himself. Foundation establishment, layer 5, the realm only half finished. 2 days of hard travel in his legs, and no sleep behind him. A village of frightened people at his back who would scatter the instant the steel came out. Against 12 trained clan killers, and a man a realm above his sight. By every measure on the scale, he should lose this night badly. But the scale had never once been able to weigh the thing that actually mattered about him. To the origin root, 12 Foundation killers were a harvest waiting to be reaped. 12 sources of chi that would pour their strength into his vessel with every blow they landed, and feed his climb even as they tried to end it. The Chow thought they were bringing overwhelming force up the mountain. Tang Yu, watching the torches come, understood that they were bringing him dinner. He could not beat Pan tonight, but the 11 blades the soft man had brought to bleed him, those he meant to turn into wrongs. Down the dark valley road, a line of torches had appeared, moving up toward the village, unhurried, a procession rather than a charge. Pan was in no rush. Why would he be? He had a dozen blades, a realm of advantage, and a sleeping village full of hostages, and he had come to collect a thing he believed could not run. Tang Yu watched the torches climb and felt the old, familiar cold settle over him, the one that had carried him through every worst moment of his life. The test, the slab, the ditch, the rider. It was the calm of a man past the luxury of fear. Fear was for men who had something to lose that they had not already lost a dozen times. He breathed slow, and let the origin root drink the night air, and took the measure of what was coming. One torch that did not burn. A hole in the firelight at the center of the line where a presence should be. He could not see Pan from here. He could feel him. A weight on the dark, patient and certain, the same weight that had stood in the shadow of a grain store on the morning of the test and decided, without heat, that a friendless orphan could be made to disappear. The man who had unmade his life was coming back to finish the work. And this time, the orphan was not going to be lying helpless on a slab when he arrived. They're here, Tang Yu said quietly. Su Qing came awake instantly, all the soft edges gone out of her since the night her father disowned her. She took one look at his face in the dark and reached for the satchel and the good knife. How many? 12. And him. He did not have to say which him. Su Qing, listen to me. Whatever happens tonight, you do not let them get their hands on you. That's the one thing Pan can use to make me stupid, and he knows it. The moment this starts, you get to the high rocks behind the shrine, and you stay hidden until it's over. Promise me. She wanted to argue. He could see it. But she had watched him fight enough now to know when a thing he said was tactics and not fear, so she pressed her lips together and nodded once. The high rocks. I promise. She caught his sleeve as he turned for the door. And you can't beat that man tonight. You said it yourself, you can't even read him. So don't try to be a hero, Tang Yu. Life. Whatever it costs, you live, and we settle the account another day. Another day, he agreed. Then the first torch arced up over the village wall and burst against a thatched roof, and the night caught fire, and the screaming began. The Chow came in silence and went straight to work. They simply began to burn the village down. Tang Yu came out of the herb shed at a dead run as the first roof went up, and the sight stopped his heart for one cold beat. The edge of Songyang already alight. 3 houses burning. Riders in clan black moving between the homes with torches and drawn sabers, herding the screaming villagers out into the lanes in their nightclothes. This was terror for its own sake. Pan wanted the whole village awake and afraid. Wanted Tang Yu to come running into the open. Wanted the boy to feel every soul in Songyang as a weight around his neck. It was the same lever the rider had used in the square, the one the enforcer had reached for. The weak around you are your weakness. Pan pulled it with the calm efficiency of a man who had done it 100 times. And it worked. That was the bitter thing. Tang Yu felt it work on him exactly as designed. Every scream pulled at him. Every burning roof was a fist around his heart. He could have melted into the dark woods and let the village burn and saved himself for the longer war. That was the cold, correct, strategic choice, and some part of him knew it. He could not make himself do it. These people had given him up twice. They had thrown stones and chanted waste, and wept to hand him to the knife. And he found, standing in the firelight with his father's hatchet in his hand, that he was going to bleed for them anyway, because the alternative was to become the kind of man Pan was. The kind who weighed living souls on a scale and spent them like coins. He would rather die holding the lane than live having learned that arithmetic. That, he understood, was the only difference between him and the men he was climbing toward, and the only one that had ever mattered. The old watch horn was sounding somewhere, ragged and panicked. Tang Yu found the bell rope at the shrine and hauled on it once, hard, sending the deep cracked note rolling out over the burning village. Help was a day's ride away and would never come. so he rang it to give the people a sound to move toward instead, away from the fire. The east slope, he roared over the chaos, his voice carrying with the weight of foundation establishment behind it. Get to the east slope, away from the houses. Move. Now. Heads turned. The villagers, the same villagers who had wept to give him up, who had chanted waste at his back for 4 years, heard the rootless boy bellowing orders in a voice that cut through fire and terror, and some deep animal part of them recognized authority where they had only ever seen contempt, and they ran the way he pointed. A Chow rider wheeled his horse toward the fleeing crowd. Saber raised to cut down stragglers for sport. Ding. Hostile. Foundation establishment, layer 4. Tang Yu did not think. He snatched a fist-sized stone from the ground and hurled it with the full force of his realm behind it. Crack. And it took the rider square in the helm and folded him backward off his horse to lie still in the mud. The horse bolted. The crowd surged past, away from the flames. One rider down. 11, and Pan, to go. And the whole village now between him and them. Tang Yu set his feet at the mouth of the main lane, the only road deep into the village, and hefted his father's hatchet, and the firelight ran red along the blue-black blade. If they wanted to burn Sanyang to the ground, they would have to come through the waste to do it. Come on, then, he said softly to the riders. Let's see how the clan does against someone who hits back. They came at him 3 at once, and Tang Yu learned, in the space of 10 heartbeats, the difference between trial bouts and a fight where everyone meant to kill him. The first rider drove his horse straight down the narrow lane, saber low, to take Tang Yu's head from the saddle. A clan killer, somewhere near his own rung, and confident in it. Tang Yu read the line of it, stepped inside the horse's shoulder where the blade could not follow, and brought the hatchet up into the rider's ribs as he passed. Crack. Pitching the man out of his saddle to crumple against a burning wall. The origin root drank the chi off the dying man's flailing strike and fed it down, and Tang Yu felt himself a fraction stronger for it. The second and third came on foot, fanning to take him from both sides at once, and these were no swaggering trial children. They were clan killers, coordinated, patient, a rung above him and twice as disciplined, hurting him with feints toward the reach of the other. For the first time since the enforcer, Tang Yu gave ground. The lane suddenly very narrow, 2 sabers carving the firelit air around him too fast to fully answer. A blade opened a hot line across his shoulder. Another nicked his thigh. He turned the worst of them on the hardened guard of his forearms, ate the chi off every contact, and looked, the whole time, for the place the fight wanted to break. This was nothing like the trial floor. On the white sand, men had fought for pride, pulling their killing blows by instinct, half aware of the watching crowd. These 2 fought to open his belly and step over the body, and they wasted no motion and offered no opening, and the heat of the burning houses pressed at his back, so he could not give ground forever. Twice he nearly died in the space of 3 breaths. A thrust he turned a finger's width from his heart, a low cut that would have hamstrung him if his red had been a heartbeat slower. The origin root drank, and he felt himself swelling with the stolen chi of their strikes, but raw power still left a man clumsy, and against 2 trained killers in a narrow lane, the gap in skill very nearly finished him before the gap in power could save him. He stopped trying to fight them both. He picked one, the layer 6 man, the more dangerous, the better swordsman, and he simply ignored the other's lesser cuts, ate them on his hardened arms, took the thin wounds as the price of focus, and bent the whole of his attention to the one question that had kept him alive his entire life. Where does this man want to break? He found it. The layer 6 man overcommit on a thrust, his weight too far forward, the same flaw he had named on the spear disciple in the town, and Tang Yu was inside it before the man could recover, the hatchet hammering down on the man's wrist, then his knee, then the back of his skull, dropping him in 3 brutal strokes. The third rider, suddenly alone, hesitated for half a breath. Half a breath was all Tang Yu needed. He stepped through the man's guard and drove a shoulder into his chest with the full, dense weight of foundation establishment behind it, and the rider flew back the length of the lane and did not get up. Tang Yu stood alone in the burning lane, bleeding from shoulder and thigh, breathing hard, and 3 more Chow dead or broken at his feet. 3 down, 8, and Pan, to go. Behind him, the last of the villagers were scrambling up the east slope to safety. He had held the lane. A woman ran past him with a child clutched to her chest, and for one heartbeat their eyes met, and Tang Yu saw, in the firelight, that she was the same young mother who had clutched the same child and wept that the waste had cursed them all, only this morning, in another life. This time she looked at him with her child's face buried in her shoulder, and she said, breathless, the only word she had time for as she ran for the slope, "Thank you." Then she was gone into the dark, and Tang Yu turned back to the fire with something hot and unfamiliar lodged behind his ribs, and reminded himself, coldly, that he could feel it later. There were 8 more blades in his village, and a soft-faced man somewhere in the dark, and the night was not nearly over. But the cost was mounting in his own flesh, and the night was young, and somewhere in the dark beyond the firelight, the presence he could not read had not yet moved. Pan was simply watching, letting his men bleed the boy down, measuring what the rootless prize was worth. The next wave did not give him room to breathe. 4 riders this time, dismounted, coming up the lane together in a disciplined wedge, done underestimating him. done sending men 1 and 2 at a time. Ding. Hostile. Foundation establishment. Layer 6, Layer 6, Layer 5, Layer 7. A wall of clan steel, and the highest of them a full 2 rungs above where Tang Yu stood, and Tang Yu already bleeding from 2 wounds with the fire at his back and nowhere left to give ground. This was the moment the patient fight got him killed. He could feel it coming. For trained killers, coordinated, above his realm. He could not out-endure them. He could not outreach them. The only way through was up. The wedge hit him like a single creature. For sabers, for angles, no gaps. A formation drilled for exactly this, for swarming a stronger foe and drowning him under more steel than one man could answer. The Layer 7 man anchored the center, the dangerous one, hanging back to punish any opening the others created. Tang Yu caught the first cut, redirected the second, took the third across the ribs in a line of fire because there was simply no answer to all 4 at once. He ran the math of it, cold and clear, all the way to his own death. 3 more exchanges. Maybe 4. Then a blade he could not turn, and the lane would have his blood on it, and Su Qing would be alone, and the village would burn. So he refused the math. He had refused it on the slab, refused it in the ditch, refused it under the rider's boot, and he refused it now. He did the thing he had learned to do from the system's broken early speed, the thing he had done all night on the mountain with a cracked vessel. In the middle of the killing, with 4 sabers closing, he reached down into the origin root, gathered everything the knights fighting had fed it, and pushed. The wall in front of him cracked. Heat slammed up his spine. Ding. Cultivation breakthrough. Foundation establishment, Layer 7. The world dropped into sharp, slow clarity. The 4 closing sabers, fast a heartbeat ago, were merely quick now, and Tang Yu moved into them like a man who had all the time in the world. He swayed under the first cut and split the man's collarbone. Crack. He caught the second saber on his hatchet, let the origin root gorge on the contact, and kicked the wielder back into the third. He read the Layer 7 man all the way down to the weight on his front foot, and when the killing thrust came he was already gone from where it aimed, his father's hatchet coming down in the one stroke that had never once failed him. Crack. The wedge broke. 2 men down, 1 reeling, 1 running. And Tang Yu stood at the 7th layer of foundation establishment where a minute ago he had stood at the 5th, climbing in the middle of the thing that was trying to kill him, eating his enemy's strength and turning it into the ladder out from under their feet. Against the Chao clan's killers, in his own burning village, the rootless waste was winning. And that, he realized as he caught his breath over the broken men, was exactly the problem. Because Pan had brought 11 blades and a realm of his own, and Pan had not yet bled a drop, and a man like Pan did not lose. Which meant the fight Tang Yu was winning was not the fight Pan had actually come to have. The realization came an instant too late to matter, because that was when the forest screamed. It was not a human sound. It rolled down off the dark wooded slope above the village, a vast, throaty, rising roar that shook loose snow from the high pines and stopped every fighter in the burning lane dead in his tracks, Chao and villager alike, all of them turning toward the trees with the same animal dread crawling up their spines. Tang Yu felt the system flare in warning, and then failed to resolve what was coming, the same way it failed on Pan. Ding. Large spirit beast presence on the slope. Power, unclear. Reading obscured. Multiple secondary presences. Intent, undetermined. Then the thing came out of the tree lean, and the firelight caught it, and the screaming in the village changed key, from the terror of fleeing peasants to the deeper, older dread of prey that has just understood a far larger predator has entered the field. It was a tiger the size of a cart horse, its striped pelt rippling with threads of green spirit light, its eyes 2 cold lamps in the dark. And it was not alone. A pack flowed down the slope around it. Lean gray mountain wolves with the same eerie green glow in their eyes, a pair of huge crested hawks wheeling overhead, smaller shapes Tang Yu could not name darting through the brush. A tide of beasts, moving with the coordinated purpose of a single mind, and it crashed into the rear of the Chao force like a wave breaking on black rocks. The riders never had time to form up. The great tiger took the first 1 horse and all, a single swat of 1 massive paw caving in the horse's flank and sending the screaming rider into a burning wall. The wolves swarmed 2 more, dragging them down by the legs. The hawks fell out of the dark like thrown knives, talons first, into upturned faces. In the space of a few heartbeats, the disciplined Chao raid dissolved into chaos and terror, the hunters suddenly the hunted. It was a kind of fighting Tang Yu had never seen and could barely follow, something older and wilder than the trained, geometric combat of the trial floor, a single will moving through a dozen bodies at once. The wolves moved as one, flowing, covering each other, cutting off retreats, herding panicked men into the tiger's reach like sheepdogs working a flock. The hawk struck and climbed and struck again in a brutal rhythm. Whatever was driving them read the burning field at once and sent every piece of itself to the one place it would do the most harm. Tang Yu, who had spent his life learning to read where a single fight wanted to break, looked at a dozen fights breaking at once in perfect concert and understood, with a chill, that whoever commanded this was very good and very dangerous, and had just chosen, for reasons he could not yet guess, to point all of it at the Chao clan instead of at him. Tang Yu stood in the middle of it, bleeding, his hatchet raised, and did not know whether he had just been saved or whether something far worse than the Chow had simply arrived to take the prize for itself. Spirit beasts did not come down on villages by accident. Something was driving them with the cold precision of a general. And then, over the chaos, a clear voice called down from the canopy, young, sharp, and utterly unafraid. Don't just stand there bleeding, mountain boy. You want to live through tonight or not? She dropped out of the high pines like the hawks had, and landed in the burning lane in a crouch, light as a cat, and rose to face him with a grin that had no fear in it anywhere. She was perhaps his own age, maybe a year older, lean and weathered and dressed in rough greens and browns and beast leather, with a tangle of dark hair bound back out of her face and a bone-handled knife at each hip. She wore no clan colors and no sect crest. Around her, the green-eyed beasts moved in a loose protective ring, the great tiger pacing at her shoulder like an enormous dog, and Tang Yu understood with a jolt that the pack that had just shattered the Chow force answered to her. This one wild girl, completely. Ding. Beast-Tamer. Sectless. Realm. Core formation, layer 1. One realm above host. Beasts bound to her. Combined thread exceeds her cultivation. Intent, not hostile. Core formation. A whole realm above him. And she had just loosed her entire pack on the Chow clan for reasons Tang Yu could not begin to guess. He kept the hatchet up. He had learned, the hard way and more than once, that the people who smiled at him while he was bleeding usually wanted something. A girl who could throw a wall of spirit beasts at a clan raid could, just as easily, throw it at him the moment the Chow were dealt with. Gratitude was a luxury for people who could afford to be wrong about a stranger. He could not. So he washed her hands, and her beasts, and waited to learn what she wanted before he decided what she was. You're welcome, by the way, she said, twirling one of the bone knives, her sharp eyes raking over him. The patched clothes, the wood axe, the bleeding wounds, the dead Chow at his feet. Though it looks like you were doing a fair job of it yourself, for a foundation rot. 7 of the clan's killers down, and you not even core yet. That's why I came down, actually. Her grin widened. I've been watching you fight for 10 minutes from up there. You shouldn't be winning this. You don't read right. There's something wrong with you, mountain boy, and I have a powerful weakness for things that are wrong in interesting ways. Who are you? Tang Yu said, hatchet still up, because a realm above stranger who commanded a pack of spirit beasts was not a thing he was prepared to trust on a grin. Lan Shi, she said, as if it should mean something. Beast-Tamer. I answer to the mountain and my pack and my own 2 feet, and that's the whole of my allegiance, which, from the look of you, ought to be something we have in common. A wolf the size of a pony padded up to flank her, hackles raised at the burning village, and she rested a hand on its head without looking. Now, there are still 4 Chow standing, and the one in the gray robes back there hasn't moved a muscle this whole time, which frankly terrifies me, and you're bleeding from 2 places. So, fight now, talk later? And she did not wait for his answer. She simply pointed a knife at the nearest knot of rallying Chow riders, and the great tiger roared and surged forward, and the night dissolved into beasts and steel. They fought back to back almost without deciding to, the rootless boy and the wild girl in her pack, and it should not have worked as well as it did. But Lan Shi fought as her beasts did, by reading the field, flowing to the gaps, striking where the enemy was not braced, and that was exactly how Tang Yu fought too, and the 2 of them fell into a rhythm in the burning lane as though they had drilled it for years. She would send the wolves to drag a rider's guard low, and Tang Yu would be there to take the opened head. He would break a man's stance with a hammering downstroke, and the great tiger would be there to finish what he'd staggered. The origin root drank the spillage of chi from every clash around him, beast and man alike, and Tang Yu climbed even as he killed. And in the middle of it, fighting at his shoulder, Lan Shi went suddenly still for half a heartbeat. When she moved again, something in her had changed. That, she breathed, her eyes wide on him even as her knife took a wolf-distracted rider through the throat. That thing in your spine. I felt it just now, when you pulled the chi off that man. I felt it eat. She laughed, wild and delighted and a little afraid, ducking under a saber. My beasts have been twitchy since I crossed onto this mountain. Spooked. Drawn. I thought it was the spirit veins. It's you. Whatever's in you, the beasts can feel it, and it's old. Older than this mountain. Older than the sections. She put her back to his again, breathing hard. There's a story the wild tribes tell, mountain boy, about a man who climbed to heaven from nothing, 300 years ago, and left something behind in the stone for whoever came after. I always thought it was a children's tale. Tang Yu said nothing, his jaw tight, his hatchet working. He did not confirm it. He did not deny it. He had learned to give nothing away to anyone he had not yet decided to trust, and in hours fighting back to back did not buy trust, however well their rhythms matched. But the truth of it sat in him all the same, heavier now that someone had said it out loud, in the firelight, over the bodies of the men who had come to drag him back to a slab. You're the thing that's going to break it. He had told himself, in the cave, that he only wanted his root and his revenge. Pan, Chow Sun, a settled account. But the account had kept growing. The chain ran higher than Pan. The harvest ran higher than the clan. And somewhere on the trial floor, watching a recruiter bow to a stolen root, he had stopped wanting only revenge and started wanting something far larger and far more dangerous. a thing he had not yet dared to name even to himself. It's not a children's tale, is it? Lanshi said. It was not a question. And then, fierce and certain, the thing that would change the shape of everything after. The Chao clan, the sects, the whole rotten order that's been carving up the wild tribes and the poor villages for 300 years. You're the thing that's going to break it, aren't you? She grinned through the blood and the smoke. Good. I've been waiting my whole life for something worth throwing my pack at. I'm in. With Lanshi and her pack thrown fully into it, the tide of the raid turned hard. The Chao had come to terrorize a sleeping village, not to fight a war. They were killers used to easy work, frightened peasants, lone targets, the comfortable arithmetic of a realm's advantage in numbers. They had not come prepared for a foundation prodigy who ate their chi, a core realm beast-tamer, and a pack of spirit beasts that moved and struck as one, and caught off guard by all three at once. They broke. Tang Yu felt the night tilt. The four remaining riders, who moments ago had been hunting stragglers, were now ringed by wolves and harried by hawks and faced with a bleeding woodcutter who would not go down, and their discipline frayed and then tore. One broke and ran for the horses. The great tiger ran him down before he reached them. Two more put their backs together and fought with the desperate ferocity of cornered men, and Tang Yu and Lan, she took them apart between them, knife and beast and blue-black axe, in a brutal, wordless choreography. On your left, Lan, she shouted, and Tang Yu pivoted to catch a saber he had not seen coming, the origin root gulping the force of it, and answered with a downstroke that ended the man. You're quick, mountain boy, she called, delighted, a wolf tearing past her toward the last rider. For a runt with a kitchen axe. It's a woodcutter's hatchet, Tang Yu said, and split the last standing rider's guard, and put him in the mud. It was, he thought distantly even in the middle of the killing, the strangest fight of his life. Not because of the beasts, though the beasts were strange enough, but because for the first time since the slab he was not fighting alone. 4 years a waste, 3 months a ghost on the mountain, every rung of his climb bought in solitude with his own back the only one guarding it. And now there was a wild girl fighting at his shoulder who anticipated his movements before he made them, who called warnings he did not have eyes to see, who threw an entire pack of spirit beasts into his fight for no reason he could name, but that she had decided he was worth it. He did not know what to do with that. He filed it away with everything else, a problem for after. But some cold, locked part of him, the part that had wept alone in a cave when warmth returned to his spine, unclenched a fraction at the simple, unfamiliar weight of someone guarding his blind side. And then, abruptly, the lane was quiet but for the crackle of fire and the panting of beasts. The Chao raid lay broken across the burning village, 11 riders down, dead or maimed, their sure thing turned inside out. Lanshi stood in the middle of it grinning, her chest heaving, blood that was not hers streaked across her leathers, her tiger pacing satisfied circles around the carnage. Well, she said, wiping a knife clean on a dead man's cloak. That was the most fun I've had in a year. 11 of the Chao clan's finest, in one night, on a peasant's woodlet. She looked at Tang Yu with frank, glittering approval. I knew you were worth coming down for. But Tang Yu was not looking at the 11 broken riders. He was looking past them, into the dark beyond the firelight, where one presence had stood unmoving through the entire battle, watching his investment be defended, learning everything, and spending nothing. 11, Tang Yu said quietly. There were 12, and him. The night's fighting had carried him high. The chi of a dozen clashes drunk down into the origin root, breakthrough stacked on breakthrough, and as the last of the raid fell still, he felt the final wall of the realm groan under the weight of it all and begin to give. He did not fight it. He stood in the burning lane with his ruined hands open and let the night's harvest pour into the vessel at once, and the ceiling of the second realm broke. Ding. Cultivation breakthrough. Foundation establishment, layer 9. Second realm complete. Origin root, next petal pending. Foundation establishment, peak. 2 realms, climbed entire, in a fortnight. The first in the cold, in the dark with a cracked vessel, the second in fire and blood with an enemy's strength for fuel. Tang Yu felt the complete realm settle into his bones, dense and whole, and for one breath he allowed himself to believe he might be enough. It was a genuinely staggering thing, and some clear part of him knew it even through the exhaustion. Sect children with true roots and warm beds and patient masters did not finish 2 realms in a fortnight. They did not finish 2 realms in 2 years. He had done it with no root, on a stolen relic and his own refusal to die, climbing each rung in the middle of the thing that was trying to kill him. By every law these people lived by, he should not exist. And the longer he existed, the more certain it became that someone, somewhere far above the Chao clan, was going to decide that an impossible boy who climbed by eating his betters was a problem that needed solving. Then the presence in the dark finally moved, and the breath went cold in his throat. He had let himself believe, for one breath, that finishing the realm and breaking the raid might be enough, that he had climbed far enough, fast enough, to matter. The presence stepping out of the dark unmade that belief like dawn unmaking a candle. He could feel it now that it had begun to move. A weight on the air that had nothing to do with the 11 men he'd just broken, a depth that made his hard-won peak of foundation feel like a child's first rung. The 11 riders had been a wall he could climb. This was the mountain the wall was built on. Elder Pan walked into the firelight, unhurried, his soft hands folded, his plain gray robes untouched by ash or blood, and the simple fact of his calm in the middle of his own shattered raid was more frightening than any roar. He had watched 11 of his men broken and had not so much as drawn a weapon, because he did not need to, because to a man like Pan 11 Foundation killers were only instruments, a way to measure the boy, to bleed him, to learn exactly what 300 years of waiting had grown in his spine. And now Pan had his measurement. Foundation establishment, peak, Pan said, his mild voice carrying easily across the ruined lane, almost warm with appreciation. In a fortnight, with no root, and the wild girl's beasts answering the call of the thing in your spine. He smiled his thin, cold smile, and Tang Yu felt, for the first time, the true weight of the presence the system could not read, a pressure that made the air itself hard to breathe, that left him a child standing up to a landslide. Do you understand yet, boy, what you are? No, of course you don't. But I do. I have understood since the square. And I have not crossed a province and burned a village for revenge, or for a clan's wounded pride. The smile widened. I have come for the most valuable thing that has existed in this world in 300 years. And I do not intend to leave the mountain without it. Tang Yu set his feet and raised his father's hatchet, and beside him Lan Shi's pack bristled and snarled, the great tiger lowering itself to spring. And Elder Pan looked at all of it, the bleeding boy and the wild girl and the wall of green-eyed beasts, and he laughed softly, as though they were children showing him their toys. Put it down, Pan said, almost gently. You'll only hurt yourself. Then he moved, and Tang Yu finally understood the gap. He did not see Pan cross the distance. One moment the soft man stood 20 feet away. The next, his open palm was against Tang Yu's chest, and a force like the side of a mountain drove the boy off his feet and the length of the lane to crash through the wall of a burning house in an explosion of sparks and broken timber. Tang Yu came up out of the wreckage spitting blood, his ribs screaming, his peak foundation body feeling, for the first time since the rider in the square, utterly outmatched. The system spoke, and for once there was something like warning in its flat voice. Ding. Threat. Lethal. Target has not used 1/100th of his strength. Do not engage. Lan Shi hurled her whole pack at him. The great tiger sprang, the wolves surged, the hawks fell. Pan did not even look at them. A pulse of unseen pressure rolled off him like a tide, and the entire pack was simply swatted from the air, flung back yelping and broken across the lane, the great tiger crashing into the brush with a sound that made Lan Shi cry out as though she had been struck herself. Tang Yu dragged himself up out of the burning wreckage, blood running down his chin, and made himself look at the thing he was facing, and made himself understand it completely, because false hope got men killed. Nothing here could touch Pan. The soft man had just brushed aside his full foundation strength, the surge, and Lan Shi's pack with a single careless palm and a single careless pulse, and had not even troubled to draw a weapon, because he did not own one. His hands were enough. This was the gap the system had been warning him about since the cave. Every rung he had climbed, every enemy he had eaten, and Pan was still a sky he could not reach. A core realm Beast-Tamer, Pan observed, mildly, not even breathing hard. And a foundation prodigy with a saint's inheritance. A year ago either of you would have been a fine night's work. He shook his head, almost regretful. But you have caught me on an errand I cannot fail, and so I am afraid I cannot play. Here is the truth of tonight, children, and you should listen, because it will save your lives. He folded his soft hands. I do not want you dead. Dead, the boy's secret rots in the ground where I cannot reach it. I want him whole, and willing, and brought to a place where I can open him at my leisure. His cold eyes settled on Tang Yu, struggling up from the ash and broken beams. And I have just realized exactly how to make that happen. And Pan turned, unhurried, away from the boy and the beasts entirely, toward the dark east slope, where the villagers had fled, where Tang Yu had sent the one person he could not afford to lose. Tang Yu understood Pan's true aim one instant too late, and at the understanding his blood ran to ice water. The raid had never been about taking him by force. Pan had known, perhaps since the square, that the boy with the inheritance would not be taken cheaply, that he would fight, and climb, and bleed his attackers white. So Pan had let him. The 11 riders, the fire, the terror, all of it had been a single elaborate distraction. 11 men spent like coins to fix Tang Yu's whole attention on the burning lane, while the real blow came from somewhere else entirely. Pan had not come to win the fight in the village. He had come to learn where the boy's heart was, and then to put a knife to it. No, Tang Yu snarled, and threw himself out of the wreckage after the soft man. But his ribs were broken and his peak foundation speed was nothing next to a sealed realm he could not even read, and Pan was simply, hopelessly faster. It was the slab all over again. That was the thought that gutted him as he ran, the cold and total helplessness of it. Strapped down, unable to move, forced to watch a soft-faced man take the thing that mattered most while every screaming nerve in him could do nothing. He had spent 4 years in 2 realms swearing he would never feel that again, building himself out of blood and frozen rivers precisely so that the world would have to break itself before it did to him again what Pan had done on that stone. And Pan, who understood leverage like other men understood breathing, had found the one wound Tang Yu could never climb his way past. It had never been his own body he could not protect. It was the people he let himself love. He had made himself unbreakable, and then let himself love Su Qing, and Pan had reached straight through every rung he'd climbed to put his hand on her throat. The soft man flickered through the dark up the east slope, toward the high rocks behind the shrine, toward the place Tang Yu had sent Su Qing to hide, because it was the safest place on the mountain, and which Pan, who had placed a spy in this village for years, had surely always known to be the first place a careful boy would send a thing he loved. Su Qing, Tang Yu roared, running, his heart hammering against his broken ribs. Run, he's coming, run. Too late. Far up the slope, against the firelit sky, he saw the small figure of the herb-gatherer's daughter break from cover at his cry, saw her run, and saw the soft-faced shadow of Elder Pan close the distance between them as though it did not exist, a realm of speed against a frightened girl, and there was nothing, that Tang Yu could do but watch and run and scream. Lanshi was beside him suddenly, sprinting, her face white. The tiger's hurt. I can't. The beast can't reach her in time. I know. Tang Yu gasped, and ran harder, and knew, with cold certainty, that he was not going to make it. He reached the high rocks behind the shrine just in time to see it happen, close enough to touch and 1,000 miles too far. Of course she fought. She had her good knife out, and she drove it at Pan's throat with everything she had, and for one heartbeat Tang Yu's heart leapt. But the soft man caught her wrist out of the air without seeming to move, almost gently, like a man catching a child's thrown ball, and the knife fell from her fingers, and he had her. One soft hand closed around her throat, lifting her to her toes, her own struggles as meaningless against him as Tang Yu's had been against the slab. Su Qing did not go quietly even then. Even with a sealed realm cultivator's hand around her throat, even lifted to her toes and unable to breathe, she got her eyes to Tang Yu's and shook her head, a tiny, fierce, furious motion. Don't, it said. Don't you dare trade yourself for me. I knew the price when I cast my lot. It was the bravest thing Tang Yu had ever seen, and it broke something loose in him, because it changed nothing. Let her go, Tang Yu said, skidding to a halt 10 feet away, his hatchet up, his whole body shaking with rage and broken ribs and helplessness. She's nothing to you. She's a village girl. Let her go and take me. That's what you want. Take me. In time, Pan said pleasantly. He did not so much as glance at Tang Yu's raised axe. Su Qing's hands clawed uselessly at the soft fingers around her throat, her eyes huge and furious and afraid, fixed on Tang Yu. You misunderstand the night, boy. I could take you now, broken as you are. But you would fight me every step, and a fighting prize damages itself, and damages what it carries. No, I want you to bring yourself to me. Whole, calm, cooperative. He smiled. And there is only one key in the world that turns a man like you into a man like that. He lifted Su Qing a fraction higher, and she gasped, and Tang Yu took an involuntary, agonized step forward, and Pan watched the step with deep satisfaction. There it is, the soft man murmured. There is the leash I came up this mountain to find. 11 men, a burned village. Cheap, all of it, to learn that the rootless boy who cannot be threatened can be led anywhere by one frightened girl's throat. He began, unhurried, to walk backward down the far slope toward the waiting horses, Su Qing helpless in his grip, his cold eyes never leaving Tang Yu. Do not follow. Do not send the beasts. If you do, I will know you value your pride above her life, and I will adjust the price accordingly. He paused, and something almost like instruction entered his mild voice, the patient condescension of a master to a promising pupil. Learn this, boy, and learn it well, for it is the truest thing anyone will ever teach you. Above all the strength in this world stands one thing higher, leverage. A man can be a mountain and still be led by the nose if he loves so much as one small breakable thing. You climbed 2 realms to make yourself unbreakable, and it was a fine effort, truly. But you left a door open, and her name is the door, and now I am simply walking out through it with everything I came for. He smiled. The strong who love are merely the strong who have not yet been shown their leash. Welcome to the world above the mountain. Tang Yu stood frozen at the high rocks, every muscle screaming to charge, and made himself do the hardest thing he had done in his life. Nothing. Because Pan was right, and they both knew it. Tang Yu could throw himself down the slope. He could throw Lanshi's wounded pack. And Pan, a sealed realm above all of them, would kill Su Qing with a thought before any of them landed a blow, and walk away unharmed. And Tang Yu would have spent the one life he could not spend for the sake of a charge that was always going to fail. The patient fight, the one where he swallowed his rage and waited. He had hated it his whole life, and it had kept him alive his whole life, and never had it cost him this much to choose it. What do you want? Tang Yu said, and his voice came out terribly level, terribly cold. Say it. The price. Pan smiled, pleased, a craftsman whose tool had performed exactly as designed. The Chao estate. The Great Hall. At sundown tomorrow. He paused at the treeline, Su Qing limp and furious in his grip. You will come to me there. Alone of allies. Leave the wild girl and her animals on this mountain. You will bring the inheritance, which is to say, you will bring yourself, and that cave relic bound into your spine, and you will give it to me freely. Do this, and the girl lives, and walks free, and I give you my word, which in my trade is worth more than gold, that no further harm comes to Xianxia." His cold eyes glittered. "Refuse, or come with an army, or try to be clever, and I will send her back to you one piece at a time, beginning with the parts she will miss most. You have until sundown. Do not be late. I do so dislike waiting." Tang Yu memorized every word of it, cold beneath the rage. "The estate. The Great Hall. Sundown tomorrow. A loan of allies. Bring the inheritance freely." Each condition was a bar of the cage Pan meant to close around him, and Tang Yu turned each one over, looking for the place it wanted to break. A loan of allies. Pan had said it twice, which meant Pan feared it, which meant allies were exactly the lever. Bring the inheritance freely. The relic could not be given freely, or by any means. It was fused into his spine, his alone, and the one thing Pan had crossed a province for could not be cut out, though the soft man did not know it. Pan believed he had built a perfect cage. Every cage had a seam. Tang Yu had until sundown to find this once. Then the dark swallowed him, and the sound of horses rose and faded down the far slope, and he was gone, and Su Qing with him, and the night went very quiet but for the crackle of the burning village below. Tang Yu stood at the high rocks a long moment, staring at the empty dark where she had been, his broken ribs grinding with every breath, his torn hands closed white-knuckled around his father's hatchet. Then he tipped his head back to the cold stars and screamed, one raw, ragged, wordless sound. The sound of a man who has clawed his way up 2 realms from a ditch only to find the one thing he could not protect torn out of his hands anyway. He let all of it out. The slab, the ditch, the 4 years, the burned houses, the 3 dead, the soft hand around Su Qing's throat. He had spent his whole life swallowing his pain because the waste who showed pain only invited more of it, and for one moment, alone at the high rocks with the stars cold above him, he let himself simply feel the full unbearable weight of the night, like a man testing a wound to learn how deep it goes. And then he stopped, and went silent, and began, coldly, to plan. By the time Tang Yu came back down off the slope, the Chao force was gone, and Songyang was a smoking ruin in the moonlight. The fires were burning down. The 11 broken riders lay where they had fallen in the lanes, dead or moaning. Their easy raid turned into a graveyard. Lanshi sat in the middle of it with the great tiger's huge head in her lap, murmuring to it, her hands moving over its flank where Pan's careless pulse had cracked its ribs. The beast was alive, breathing in great pained heaves, its green eyes half-lidded. The wolves had drawn into a wary, wounded circle around her. The hawks had not come back yet. The villagers were creeping down from the east slope now, in 1s and 2s, into the wreckage of their homes. And they stopped at the edge of the lanes, staring at the carnage, at the 11 dead clan killers, at the rootless boy standing bloody and broken in the middle of it. They had fled this village an hour ago as a mob of frightened peasants ready to give him up. They came back to find that the waste had held the only road into Songyang alone against the Chao clan, had broken 11 of their finest, and had lost the herb gatherer's daughter doing it. Every throat in Songyang swallowed the word waste that night, and kept it swallowed for the rest of his days among them. It was a strange and bitter thing to stand in, the new way they looked at him. For 4 years he had wanted exactly this, to be seen, to matter, to have the eyes that slid past him or narrowed in contempt finally hold still and recognize him. He had imagined it would feel like triumph. It felt hollow and bitter instead. Their respect was built on a burned village and 3 dead and a stolen girl. It had cost more than their contempt ever had. And he understood, looking at their ash-streaked faces, that he could not give it back even if he wanted to. He had crossed some line tonight, from a thing the village happened to a thing that happened to the village. They would look to him now. Whatever came up the mountain next, they would stand behind him because he was the only wall they had. And that, too, was a weight, and it had fallen to him alone to carry. Master Tang. It was the chief, his nightclothes singed, his face streaked with ash and shame, and this time when he used the word there was nothing forced in it. The fires. We can save the eastern houses if we move now, the well's not far. He stopped, swallowed, and did something Tang Yu had never once seen him do. He looked the rootless boy in the eye, as an equal asking for orders. Tell us what to do. Tang Yu looked at the burning village, at the wounded tiger, at the wreckage of the night, and at the frightened, ash-streaked faces of the people who had given him up twice, and who were now, finally, looking to him. Something hardened in him. He had spent his whole life beneath these people. He understood, in this moment, that he had risen above them, and that it meant something he had never been offered, the chance to be better to them than they had ever been to him. The well, he said, his voice flat and certain and carrying. Bucket line from the well to the eastern houses. Children and the old to the shrine. It's stone, it won't burn. He pointed at 2 men. You and you. Drag the wounded clear of the fire. Ours, and theirs both. He turned. Move. We save what we can. And then we talk about what comes next. And they moved. That was the thing Tang Yu would remember, after. Not the fire or the dead, but the sight of all of Songyang, the village that had spat on him for 4 years, snapping to obey a rootless orphan's orders without one heartbeat of hesitation, because in the space of a single night, he had become the only solid thing left to hold on to. The bucket line formed. The old and the children went to the shrine. Strong hands dragged the wounded clear. The chief himself worked the line beside men he had lorded over for 30 years. The whole village moved at the word of the waste. They saved most of it. Not all. By the cold hour before dawn the fires were out, and Xiangyang counted its losses in the gray light. 9 houses burned to the ground, a dozen more scorched. 3 villagers dead. An old man who had not run fast enough, a young father who had gone back for a trapped child and not come out, a boy of 10 caught by a rider's casual saber in the first chaos. Tang Yu stood over the 3 bodies laid out in the shrine, and he made himself look at each one, and he made himself understand that they were on his account too. Pan had burned Xiangyang to get to him. These 3 had died because the rootless boy had drawn the knife to his own village. It would have been easy to drown in that. He did not. He took the weight of it, cold and clear, and he set it on the same scale where he kept the hatred ledger, and he added it to what Pan owed. They'd have come anyway, Lan, she said quietly, beside him. She had splinted the tiger's ribs and left it resting. She limped a little herself now, and the spark in her had gone still and grave. The Chow. The sections. They don't need a reason, mountain boy. They've been burning villages like this one for 300 years to feed the harvest. Every one of these dead was innocent as morning. You didn't bring the wolf down on the fold. The wolf was always here. You're just the first sheepdog the folds ever had. She looked at him sidelong. Don't waste the guilt. Spend it. It burns cleaner that way. Tang Yu looked at her, this wild stranger who had dropped out of the trees and thrown her whole life at his cause inside an hour, and found, to his surprise, that the cold weight in his chest eased a little. She was right. He had spent 4 years learning to swallow pain and turn it into climbing. This was only a larger pain. He would turn it into a larger climb. Why? He asked her quietly. An hour ago you'd never heard my name. And you've already lost blood and nearly lost your tiger, and now you're talking about throwing your pack at the Chow estate. Why would you do that for a stranger? Lan, she was quiet a moment, looking at the 3 bodies in the shrine. Because I've watched what they do, mountain boy, she said finally, and the wildness in her voice had gone hard and old. The wild tribes I grew up among. The sects called us beasts and hunted us for sport, took our children when they showed talent, burned our camps when we ran. There's no clan to write it down, so it just happens, over and over, and the world never notices, because who counts the dead of people the histories forget? She looked at him. I've carried that anger for years with nowhere to put it. And then I felt that thing in your spine eat a man's strength and turn it into a ladder, and I thought there is something the order of this world cannot measure, classify, or cut. There is the one thing they're actually afraid of. Her fierce grin came back, edged now. I'm not helping you for nothing, mountain boy. I'm helping you because you're the first crack I've ever seen in a wall I've spent my whole life bleeding against. And I intend to help you make it wider. Behind them, the villagers were already beginning to rebuild, on their feet and moving, hauling and organizing. The grief turned to grim labor, as frightened people do when someone has finally shown them that the alternative to despair is work. And every few minutes, one of them would glance toward the rootless boy in the shrine doorway, and there was something new in the glances now, something that had replaced the old fear and the old contempt entirely. Hope. The most dangerous thing he owned, the thing that had nearly killed him on the night of the test. And now a whole village was placing it on his shoulders, and he found he did not want to put it down. You're going to the estate, Lan, she said. It was not a question. At sundown. Alone, like he said. Yes. That's a trap, you understand. A man like that, in his own hall, with a realm of advantage and a hostage, and however many more killers he's got waiting. You walk in there alone tomorrow, you don't walk out. He doesn't even have to fight you. He just takes you the moment you hand yourself over. And the girl too. And that's the end of the story. She crossed her arms. You know all that. And you're going anyway. I'm going anyway, Tang Yu agreed. Because the alternative is leaving Su Qing in his hands, and that's not an alternative. So I'm going to walk into his trap. A cold light came into his eyes. And then I'm going to make it the worst day of his life. He thinks he's holding all the leverage. He's holding a girl who watched me throw 3 men down a mountain and never once flinched, and he's standing in a hall I will happily bring down on his head. He thinks he's the hunter. He's about to learn what it's like to corner the one thing in the world that eats whatever you throw at it. Lan, she looked at him for a long moment. Then she gave him that wild, fearless grin from the burning lane and stuck out a hand. He said, come without allies, she said. Leave the wild girl and her animals on the mountain. So, she shrugged, eyes glittering. I won't walk in the front door with you. But there is nothing. In this world, I want to see more than the Chow clan's great haul coming down on the head of the man who cracked my tiger's ribs. My pack can be very, very quiet when it wants to be. And a hall full of guards is a great deal easier to bring down when half of them are suddenly fighting wolves in the dark. Her grin sharpened. You walk in the front. I'll be the surprise. Partners. Tang Yu looked at the offered hand, the first hand anyone above his own realm had ever offered him as a true equal, one outcast reaching for another across the bodies of their enemies. And something in him that had been clenched shut since the slab loosened by a fraction. He had climbed alone because alone was all he had ever been given. He had not known, until this wild girl stuck out a bloody hand to him, how heavy carrying it all by himself had become. Understand something first, he said, before he took it. Where I'm going doesn't end at the Chow estate. It doesn't end with Pan, or Chao Sun, or even the sect. The chain runs higher than any of them, all the way up to people I can't even see yet. And I'm going to climb it to the top and break it, however long that takes and whatever it costs. If you take my hand, that's the road you're taking. Far past one night's revenge. A war that might swallow the rest of our lives. Lanshi's grin did not waver. Mountain boy, she said. I have been looking for exactly that war since I was old enough to bury my own dead. You're not warning me off. You're offering me the only thing I've ever wanted. She seized his hand and gripped it hard. Partners. To the top of the chain, and the breaking of it. Partners, Tang Yu said. They had until sundown, and they did not waste a minute of it. While the village rebuilt around them, Tang Yu and Lanshi sat in the stone shrine and built a war out of almost nothing. She knew the shape of the Chao estate from a beast-tamer's wandering years. The high black walls, the outer courts, the great hall on the hill, the places the patrols thinned, and the places the beasts could come over the wall unseen. He knew the one thing she did not, that he was walking in as bait, openly, through the front gate, and that everything depended on Pan believing the bait had come alone and beaten. He'll have the whole estate watching the gate when you come, Lanshi said, scratching a rough map in the shrine's dust. Every eye on the prize walking in, which means every eye is away from the walls. That's when my pack comes over the back, quiet, and gets into position around the hall. She looked up, but all of it falls apart if he just takes you the second you're inside. You need to keep him talking. Keep him gloating. A man like that, holding the thing he crossed a province for, he'll want to savor it. He'll want to tell you how clever he's been. Let him. Every minute he spends gloating is a minute my pack gets closer. And the moment it starts, Tang Yu said, studying the map, I get to Su Qing. Everything else, Pan, the guards, the hall, comes a distant second to getting her clear first. There was one more thing, and he had been turning it over all morning. Before sundown, he would climb the mountain one last time, to the cave, to the green tablet and the words carved over it, to the one who owns nothing and is owed everything. He did not fully know why, but the system had stirred at the thought of it, as it had stirred before each turning point, and he had learned to trust that stirring. There was something on that mountain he was going to need, and the relic that had been waiting 300 years seemed to know it was almost time. He suspected what it was. Pan held all the leverage tonight because Pan was a sealed realm above him, and against that gap Tang Yu stood with a peasant's hatchet and the trick of eating chi, the whole of his arsenal, and a thin one to set against the sealed realm. But the system advanced in stages, and each stage had come when he needed it most. The hollow vessel in the cave, the pocket on the mountain, the origin root on the trial floor. He had broken into a battle a fortnight ago barely able to hold a thread of chi, and he was walking out of it at the peak of the second realm. The relic had never once given him a fair fight. It had given him exactly enough, exactly when, to climb out of a grave that should have held him. And it was stirring now, on the eve of the hardest thing he had ever attempted. Whatever was waiting in that cave, Tang Yu meant to be holding it when he walked through Elder Pan's front gate. There's one more thing he doesn't know, Tang Yu said, studying the dust map. He thinks he's holding the only leverage there is. He thinks I'm walking and beaten, with nothing but a hostage's life to make me kneel. He doesn't know about you and the pack. And he doesn't know that the relic he wants so badly can't be taken out of me, that the moment he reaches for it, he's reaching into a fire. He looked up at her. Pan's whole plan rests on me being exactly what I look like, a desperate boy with no cards left. Every hour I let him believe that is an hour he doesn't prepare for the truth. Lanshi grinned. So we let him keep believing it. You walk in looking beaten. I come over the wall looking like nothing. And the first thing he learns that he didn't plan for, he learns far too late to plan for the second. The first thing he learns too late, Tang Yu agreed quietly, is that I didn't come to bargain for her. I came to take her back, and to take my route back, and to start settling an account that's been open for 4 years. One more stop before sundown, he told Lanshi, rising, his broken ribs already knitting under the origin root's slow work. Then we ride for the estate. He looked east, toward the distant hill where the black walls waited, where a soft-faced man held the only person left in the world who had chosen him. Hold on, Su Qing, he said quietly. I'm coming. And I'm not coming alone, and I'm not coming to bargain. A day's ride east, in the great hall of the Chao estate, Elder Pan was a man entirely at peace with the world. He had Su Qing held in the inner court under guard, unharmed. He was a man of his word, and an undamaged hostage was a more useful one. He had the young master, Chao Sun, newly arrived in a flurry of silk and complaint, wearing the stolen seven-petal root, and demanding to know why he had been dragged home from the sect. He had a hall full of the clan's finest cultivators, and the patriarch's full backing, and every advantage that wealth and rank and a sealed realm could buy. And tomorrow at sundown, the most valuable thing to exist in 300 years would walk in through his front gate of its own free will, beaten and leashed, to hand him a road to heaven itself. I still don't understand. Chao Sun was whining, lounging on a carved chair, turning a wine cup in his soft fingers. All this fuss over the waste. I cut him out and threw him away 3 months ago. He's nothing, Elder Pan. A rootless dog. Pan said, not really listening, gazing into the middle distance with his thin, cold smile. The boy understood nothing and never would. The boy had been handed a superior root and would never be more than a spoiled child wearing a fortune he had not earned. But the other one, the rootless one, the one they had thrown away, had taken nothing and made himself into the single most dangerous and precious creature alive. There was a lesson in that, Pan thought, that the Chao clan would never be wise enough to learn, and that was precisely why the Chao clan would always be his customers and never his equals. He thought of the boy's face at the high rocks, the rage, the helplessness, the terrible, useful love for the village girl. He had found the one leash that would lead the unleashable, and he had it firmly in hand, and the prize was already walking toward him. And yet, Pan had not survived 30 years in the most dangerous trade in the world by trusting his own certainty too far. A small, cold splinter of unease worked at the back of his mind, and being a careful man, he did not ignore it. The boy had broken 11 foundation killers in a single night. The boy had drawn a core realm Beast-Tamer to his side in the space of an hour, on nothing but the pull of the thing in his spine. The boy had climbed 2 whole realms in a fortnight, which was not merely impossible, but a specific kind of impossible, the kind the histories attached to exactly one name. A boy like that did not walk meekly into a cage, even for love. A boy like that walked into a cage because he had already decided how to bring it down. Double the guard on the hall, Pan said quietly to his steward, the smile never leaving his face. And set the men at the gate to watch for him at sundown. Visible, so he sees he is expected, so he feels how thoroughly he is caught. A prize walks in more calmly when it believes resistance is hopeless. But count his allies as he comes. If so much as a stray dog follows him up that road, I want to know before he reaches the door. He folded his soft hands in the firelight, his ruined face calm and pleased. Everything is exactly as it should be. Elder Pan murmured to the empty dark of the hall. He cannot help but come. And he believes he is bringing me a fight. He chuckled, soft and cold, and lifted his cup to the dark. He is bringing me the keys to heaven. And he does not even know it yet. End of Hour 4. Hour 5. The road to the estate, the splitting axe, and the rootless boy walking in through the front gate of the men who carved him open, with a wild girl and a pack of beasts coming silent over the back wall. The road to the Chao estate ran east through the dusk, and Tang Yu walked it alone, exactly as the soft man had demanded. That was the first lie of the night, and he wore it loosely, and with a purpose, like his patched shirt. Half a mile back, where the pines crowded the road, Lan Shi and her pack had peeled off into the trees and gone silent, flowing through the dark toward the estate's blind northern wall. Pan had said come alone of allies. Pan had not said anything about what came over the wall behind him, while every eye watched the boy at the gate. A man who built a perfect cage, Tang Yu had decided on the mountain, deserved to learn that perfect cages have a back. He did not hurry, and he did not slow. The sun was a finger's width above the western ridge, and the ultimatum had said sundown, and Tang Yu intended to walk through the front gate of the men who had carved him open at the exact moment the light died. On the breath, to the heartbeat. Early would show fear. Late would spend Su Qing's life on his pride. He meant to land it dead on the dying of the light. He had spent the morning on the mountain, at the cave, kneeling before the green tablet while the relic woke, and he watched the world he thought he knew quietly rearrange around him. He had gone up not knowing why, drawn by the stirring he had learned to trust, and come down changed, the relic alive in his spine with a promise it had not yet put into words. He had burned what little remained of his old life weeks ago. There was nothing left up that mountain now but the cave and the account. And the account had brought him here, to the foot of the black walls he had once looked up at with a child's awe, the seat of the clan that owned every stone and stream and standing tree in the valley he was born in. 3 months ago the sight of these walls would have made the waste lower his eyes and hurry past. Tonight he walked toward their open gate at sundown with a woodcutter's axe across his back and a pack of spirit beasts circling silent through the dark, and he did not lower his eyes. He thought of her as he walked, because he had learned, in the last days, to stop pretending he did not. The soft hand around her throat, the fierce, furious shake of her head. Don't you dare trade yourself for me. He had spent 4 years making himself into a thing that could not be threatened, and Pan had found the one door he had left open and walked straight through it. And the cold truth was that the soft man had not been wrong. Tang Yu would walk into a trap for her. He was doing it right now. The only question left was whether he could make the trap cost Pan more than it cost him. The estate rose ahead against the dying light. High black walls, a tiled gatehouse, the great hall on its hill lit from within like a lantern. Somewhere inside those walls a girl was waiting to see whether the waste would come, and a soft-faced man was waiting to take everything buried in his spine, and a spoiled boy was wearing 7 petals of stolen light he had done nothing to deserve. Tang Yu rolled his shoulders, felt the refined hatchet ride easy across his back, and walked on toward the gate. His face was the blank, beaten mask of a boy who had lost. Underneath it, cold and patient, the sovereign system was wide awake. Ding. Weekly quest updated. Reclaim what was stolen. Objective. Recover the captive, Su Qing, and the 7-petal root from the Chao estate. Reward. Vessel ceiling lifts. Threat. The hand and the mouth are both within these walls. Unknown power above them. He read the cold green text as he walked, and a thin, hard satisfaction moved through him. The hand and the mouth. Pan and Xiao's son, both of them, behind one wall on one night. He had spent 3 months building an account in the dark, entry by bloody entry, and the system had just told him the debtors were all in one room. Accept, he thought. Quest accepted. Host requirement met. Knowing advance against a superior foe. Next inheritance unlocked. Stage 3 complete. Stage 4 unlocking. Tang Yu's step did not falter, but his pulse climbed. The relic had advanced exactly 4 times, and every time it had been on the eve of something that should have killed him. The bind in the cave, the pocket on the mountain, the origin root on the trial floor. Each gift had come the moment before he needed it. And now, on the road to the hardest night of his life, it was giving him a 4th. He had knelt before the green tablet at noon, and the words carved over it. To the one who owns nothing, and is owed everything. He had not known, then, what he had come for. The system had. It had simply waited until he was on this road, walking toward this gate, to hand it to him. Because a weapon given too early is a weapon a careful enemy learns to expect. The green light bloomed warm at the base of his spine, and the cold voice spoke the inheritance into him. Ding. Stage for granted. 2 arts unlocked. First, the splitting axe. Heat poured down his right arm, and into the worn haft across his back, and the refined blade drank it. And for an instant Tang Yu saw it, complete, whole as a stroke his hands already knew. This was no borrowed sword form out of a sect manual. It was the downstroke. The split. The one motion 10,000 cold mornings had beaten into his bone. The motion his father's big warm hands had folded over his small cold ones in the snow. Let the weight do the work, find where it wants to break, and help it along. And the system had taken that, the humblest labor in the valley, and made it into an art that could cut a cultivator like green wood. The splitting axe finds the fault in a thing, in stone, in steel, in a defense, and drives the whole of the host's strength into that single line. It works by the seam alone. A wall, a blade, a guard, a bone, all have a seam. All seams break. Tang Yu breathed out slow. 6 years old. They had put an axe in his hands and called it the work of a waste, fit only for a rootless dog. And the relic of a heaven-walking immortal had just informed him, for the second time, that the thing they had used to humiliate him was the foundation of everything he would ever be. He almost laughed. They had all been so busy looking down on the boy with the axe that they had missed the real question entirely. What a boy might learn, in 4 years, with only the axe in his hands and nothing but the work to fill his nights. The system went on. The second art, concealment. The warmth changed. Where the splitting axe had bloomed hot, this came cool and quiet, settling over the origin root in his spine like a hand cupped over a candle flame. He felt his own power dim, still whole underneath, only hidden, folded down behind the cool veil, until what showed of him to the outside world was a fraction of what was there. The origin root cannot be read by any testing stone. A master's senses are not a testing stone. Elder Pan has tracked the cave's aura since the town square. He reads you as a foundation runt with a saint's trinket, beaten and leashed. Concealment masks true depth from senior senses. It holds the false reading he expects. Tang Yu felt the veil settle, and reached for his own chi, and found it there, full and ready, behind a surface that read thin and cracked and half-spent. To his own senses he was whole. To Pan's, he would be a beaten boy with a strained vessel, no threat. Concealment, he murmured to the dark road. He thinks he's leading a beaten dog into a cage. A cold edge of a smile touched his mouth. Let him keep thinking it. 100 paces from the gate, where the road bent past a field of gray boulders left from some old quarry, he stopped, and let himself test the first art once, where no eye could see. He set his feet as his father had taught him. He found the boulder before him. He found, with the new sense the system had given him, the fault running through its heart, the seam the stone itself did not know it had. And he swung. He did not swing hard. That was the thing that undid him a little, standing there in the dusk. He let the weight do the work, as the old man had said, and guided the blade to the seam, and helped it along. The boulder fell apart, cleanly split, into 2 halves that rocked apart, and settled in the grass with a sound like a closing door, the cut face smooth and flat where a shattering blow would have left only rubble. A boulder a strong man could not have moved, parted by a woodcutter's hatchet swung soft as a sigh, because he had simply found where the stone wanted to break, and helped it along, instead of trying to beat his way through it. Tang Yu looked at the 2 halves in the failing light, and then at the worn blade in his hand, and for a moment the cold mask slipped, and something fierce and bright burned through. For years a waste. And now the lowest labor in the valley was a sword that split stone. He understood, turning the hatchet over, why the relic had waited until tonight to give it to him, and why it suited him so exactly when it came. The great sects taught sword forms built of 10,000 motions, each disciple a lifetime away from mastery, every art a tower you climbed for decades. The splitting axe stood apart from all those towers, a single motion, the oldest and humblest he knew, the one his hands had made 10,000 times in the cold before he ever heard the word cultivation. And the relic had simply taken the thing he had already mastered and shown him how deep it went. A genius with a proud root would have found the art beneath him, a peasant's chop dressed up. To Tang Yu it was the most natural weapon in the world, because the relic had handed him back his own life, the truest thing he already was, sharpened to an edge. That, he was beginning to see, was the whole pattern of the inheritance. It took the things the harvesters had thrown away as worthless, the rootless boy, the woodcutter, the waste, and showed that worthless had been a lie all along. Find where it wants to break, he said softly, his father's voice under his own, and help it along. He shouldered the hatchet, and turned back to the road, and the gate, and the sundown. All right, let's go and find Pan's seam. The last half-mile he walked slow, settling himself as he had before 100 logs or a frozen river, emptying out the fear, the fury, the hope, until there was nothing left in him but the cold, clear thing that did the work. He thought of the plan, turned it over one final time. Walk and beaten. Let Pan read the cracked, spent boy the concealment painted on him. Let the soft man spring his trap and feel certain, right up to the moment certain he killed him. And keep him talking. Xianxia had been right about that, on the mountain. A man like Pan, holding the thing he'd crossed a province for, would want to savor it, to explain how clever he'd been, and every breath he spent gloating was a breath the pack got closer over the wall, and a breath Tang Yu got closer to the seam. He thought of Xianxia's grin in the dark as they parted at the tree line. You walk in the front, mountain boy, I'll be the surprise. He thought of the great tiger pacing silent beside her, ribs healed and temper foul, and he was glad, in a way he was still not used to being glad, that he was not walking up to these black walls alone. 4 years a waste, 3 months a ghost, every rung of his climb bought in solitude. Tonight there was a wild girl and a pack of beasts coming over the north wall for him, and a girl inside those walls who had thrown away a family to stand at his side, and the simple fact of not being alone sat in his chest like a banked coal, warming the cold. He let the concealment settle one final time, felt his own depth fold down behind the cool veil, until what showed of him was a beaten foundation boy with a cracked vessel and a peasant's axe. Exactly the prize the soft man expected. Caught, leashed, walking willingly into the cage for love of a girl. Good, he thought. Keep believing it, right up until the end. The sun touched the ridge as he reached the gate, and the last of the light ran red along the high black walls, and the Chow estate was waiting for him with its doors thrown wide. They were expecting him. That much was plain at once. The great outer gate stood open, torches already lit in the gathering dark, and a double line of Chow guards in clan black flanked the way in, not to bar him, but to be seen, a corridor of steel meant to walk a beaten prize down its own throat. Pan had set the stage exactly as a man sets a stage for a surrender. Let the boy see how thoroughly he is caught. Let him feel the walls close. Tang Yu walked it slow, down the throat of steel, shoulders carrying the weight of a man who had come to surrender. The patched shirt, the cracked reading chi, the woodcutter's axe, the wounds he had not bothered to hide. And he watched the guards from under it, and read them, and filed it all away. They watched him back with the particular contempt of men who have been told a story about who they are about to see, and have decided to believe it. The rootless dog, the waste, the freak who burned the mountain raid, come crawling at last for his girl. A few sneered. One spat at his feet as he passed. Their hands stayed off him. Pan's orders, plainly. The prize was to walk to its cage on its own legs. Every last one of them sneered at a thing that had split a boulder with one easy swing a half-mile down the road, and went on believing the story. That was the whole use of the concealment, and Tang Yu felt the cold rightness of it settle as he walked. For 4 years they had looked down on him, and it had cost him everything. Tonight, he was going to let them look down on him one final time. And this time their contempt was a weapon, one he was handing them half first, and they were taking it. And they would not understand until far too late that a man you have decided is already beaten is a man you have stopped guarding against. At the inner arch, where the corridor of guards ended, a single old man waited, and the weight of him pressed on the air as the riders had, and the enforcers, but heavier, colder, a full step up the ladder from anything Tang Yu had yet faced and lived. He was lean and white-bearded and robed in the deep black and silver of a Chow elder, and his eyes, when they found Tang Yu, held nothing but a bored, administrative contempt, the look of a man assigned to process a delivery. Tang Yu did not need the system to tell him the realm. He could feel it in his teeth. But the cold green light named it anyway, quiet behind the concealment veil, for him alone. Threat, core formation, 3 rungs in. Host realm, peak foundation, 1 realm beneath. This gate was set to take your measure, and to take you if you proved more than a beaten boy. Concealment holds. To his senses you read as cracked and spent. Core formation. Tang Yu let the old fear of the gap rise, looked at it, and set it aside as he set aside everything now. A realm above. The same wall the enforcer had been, the same kind of cliff. But he was not the boy who had been beaten in the square anymore, and he had not come to this gate to be processed. You are the waste, the elder said. It was not a question. He looked Tang Yu over, the patched shirt, the wood axe, the carefully cracked-looking chi, and his lip curled. Elder Pan said you would come crawling for the girl. I confess I did not believe a rootless dog would walk into his own grave on his own legs. Hand over the relic and the axe, and present your wrists for binding, and you may yet see her alive. He held out one wrinkled hand, palm up, supremely certain. Do not make me take them. At my realm and yours, boy, taking is no trouble. You're standing in my way, Tang Yu said quietly. There's a girl in there who's mine to get back. Stand aside, old man, and you keep your legs. That's the only mercy on offer tonight, and it's more than your clan ever gave me." The elder's bored contempt curdled into anger. Insolent. His hand snapped shut, and core formation pressure crashed down on Tang Yu like a falling roof, a weight meant to drive a foundation boy to his knees and end the conversation. It was the moment the gate trap was built for, and it was the moment Tang Yu had walked all this way to spring. He did not go to his knees. He set his feet in the dirt of the gate as his father had set them for him on the chopping block, and under the crushing weight of a realm above his own, he reached down into the origin root and pushed, demanding the next rung in the teeth of the thing trying to break him. As he had all night on the mountain, on the trial floor, every time the only road left was up, the wall of his realm groaned and broke. Ding. Cultivation breakthrough. Core formation, layer 1. The world dropped into a deeper, wider stillness, and the elder's crushing pressure, a falling roof a heartbeat ago, was suddenly only a heavy hand he could stand beneath. Tang Yu rose up under it, slow and deliberate, and saw the first crack of doubt open in the old man's bored face. The beaten dog at the gate had just crossed into core formation, standing in front of him, between one breath and the next. "You. That is not possible," the elder breathed, the concealment veil shredding in his senses as the new realm bloomed. "A foundation runt cannot simply." "Core formation, layer 1, Tang Yu said, and shifted his grip on his father's hatchet, and felt the splitting axe wake hungry in his hand. "Same realm as you now? I climbed into it just now, at your gate, because you were kind enough to push. You should have let me walk past." The elder's contempt died, and a cultivator's wariness took its place, and he drew the long, thin saber at his hip in a hiss of steel. Too late, and a rung too slow, because he was still fighting the boy he had expected and not the one in front of him. The elder came in fast, core formation fast, the saber a silver wheel meant to take Tang Yu's head before the upstart breakthrough could settle. And 3 rungs of realm still stood between them, and by every law these people lived by it should have been enough. For the first dozen exchanges, it nearly was. The old man fought with the seasoned economy of his rank, miles past any swaggering trial child or panicked household guard. He was a clan elder who had killed before, many times, and his saber came in patterns Tang Yu had never seen, fast and layered, each cut hiding the next. Clang, clang. Tang Yu turned them on the haft of his hatchet and gave ground across the gateway, his fresh-minted core body still learning its own new weight, a long cut opening across his ribs before he could read the rhythm. The elder pressed, scenting blood, his bored contempt sharpening into a killer's focus. "Better than I was told," he allowed, driving Tang Yu back another step. "But better than a beaten dog is still a dog, boy, and I have put down finer men than you." But the elder was fighting as men a realm above always fought. Certain the gap would carry him, spending his greater speed and strength freely, sure there would be no bill to pay. And every stroke he spent, the origin root drank. Tang Yu felt it with each ringing contact, the old man's chi bleeding off the clash and down into his own vessel, the wall between their realms thinning blow by blow, the elder growing, without understanding why, a half-step slower, while the boy in front of him grew a half-step faster. By the 20th exchange, the saber was no longer quite fast enough to keep Tang Yu giving ground. By the 30th, Tang Yu had stopped giving ground. "Something's wrong," the elder breathed, the certainty cracking in his voice for the first time. "Your chi. What are you doing?" "Learning where you break," Tang Yu said. But with the splitting axe, Tang Yu paid no mind to rungs. He hunted seams. Tang Yu read the old man like greenwood. He let the greater speed and the greater strength go by and reached past them for the fault in him. The place his guard wanted to break, the line his stance could not protect, the seam that every defense, however high the realm, still hides somewhere in itself. He saw it as he had seen the crack in the boulder, and he stopped trying to be faster or stronger and simply set the whole of himself behind one stroke, aimed at the seam. He flowed under the silver wheel of the saber, took a long cut across his shoulder doing it, felt the hot blood come, did not care, and came up inside the old man's guard, and brought his father's hatchet down in the one motion 10,000 mornings had given him. The downstroke, the split, crack. The blue-black blade found the place the elder was already, secretly, breaking, and helped it along. It split his raised guard like a rotten log, drove through the chi armor a core elder should have been able to turn aside, and caught him from collar to ribs, and threw him the full width of the gateway to crash into the black wall and slide down it in a long smear of blood, his saber ringing away across the stones. For a moment the old man simply stared, uncomprehending, at the woodcutter's axe that had opened a core elder's guard like wet paper. His mouth worked. "What art?" "My father's," Tang Yu said. The corridor of steel behind him had gone utterly silent. The double line of guards who, a minute ago, had sneered and spat at a beaten dog walking to its cage now stared at the elder bleeding down the wall and the patched boy standing over him, and could not make the two things fit. He felt their certainty come apart all at once, the story they had been told curdling into something the whole line groped for and failed to name. He split Elder Wu, a young guard whispered, his sword sinking. "One stroke. He split a core elder in one." "That's the waist." Another breath, backing toward the wall. "That's the one from the mountain raid. 11 of ours." They said 11. Hold your posts, an officer barked, but his voice cracked on it. The whole line stayed rooted where it stood, gripped by the particular silence that falls over armed men when they understand, altogether, that the thing they were sent to process is going to walk wherever it likes, and there is nothing their steel can do about it. He did not finish the elder. He had no time, and he was not Pan, to break a beaten man for sport. He stepped over the old man's legs, into the estate, every one of them recalculating in terror what had just walked through their gate. Tell the next one, Tang Yu said over his shoulder, that the waste is in the house, and he's looking for a soft-faced man and a girl. Then the guards remembered their orders, and the courts erupted. They came at him in the wide outer courtyard, a dozen at once, and more pouring from the side galleries. Chow guards in black, Foundation establishment most of them, a few fresh corps like the gate elder, all of them braver in a pack than they had any right to be. Steel everywhere. Torches. The crash and ring of a clan's household guard closing on a single boy in the dark. It turned out to be the easiest part of the night, because Tang Yu was no longer fighting alone, and because everything that hit him only fed his climb. The first rank thought a single boy in a courtyard full of clan steel was a thing already finished. They learned otherwise in the space of 3 breaths. A captain in heavier black came at him first, fast and trained, a two-handed warblade sweeping for his neck. Tang Yu read the man as he read everything now, found the seam where the high guard could not protect the low line, and let the splitting axe drop into it. Crack! The warblade and the arm that held it parted from the swing, and the captain went down screaming, and the rank behind him faltered at the sight of a corps captain dropped by a woodcutter's hatchet in one stroke. He's only one. A guard started, and Tang Yu was already inside his guard, the axe finding the seam, and the man did not finish the sentence. Hold the line! Someone bellowed from the gallery, an officer's voice cracking with the particular fear of a man watching everything he was sure of turned false in front of him. He's a single corps junior. Hold the hold. They could not hold. That was the thing the whole rank's bodies kept refusing to learn, blow after blow. Every strike they landed only fed him. A spear took him across the back, and he ate the chi off it and split the spearman's haft and his collarbone in the same stroke. A fire talisman bloomed against his chest, and the origin root simply drank it, the flame guttering into him like water into sand, and the disciple who'd thrown it stared at his own empty hand in the half-second before the axe reached him. Boom. A corps guard's chi palm caught Tang Yu full in the ribs and rocked him back a step, and the cracked ribs knit even as he felt them go, the borrowed strength of the blow already his, and he came off the back foot and split the man's guard and put him on the flagstones. He waded into them with the splitting axe, and the art found seam after seam. A raised blade split down the middle, a guard parted, a charging man dropped by a single stroke to the one line his armor did not cover. And the origin root took it all in. Every blow they landed on him, every flare of chi against his guard, it gulped down and turned to fuel, so that the longer the pack fought him the stronger he grew and the weaker they became, a tide running exactly the wrong way for the men trying to drown him in it. He's a demon, a young guard sobbed, backing away, his sword shaking in his hands. He eats it. Every time you hit him he gets, don't touch him, run. And the panic ran through the rank like fire through dry grass, because there is no terror quite like landing your best blow on a man and watching it make him stronger. But the captains held them to it with shouts and threats, and they were many, and Tang Yu was one. And even a man who grows stronger as he fights has only 2 hands and 1 axe. They began to wear at him. A cut here, a blow there, the sheer press of numbers forcing him back toward a wall. For all that he was winning, he could not win fast, not against a whole household. And somewhere up in the great hall a soft man was counting the minutes, and a girl was waiting, and the longer this took the worse it would go. And then, from the dark of the northern wall, his answer came. A roar rolled across the courtyard, the great tiger's roar, that Tang Yu had last heard on a burning mountain, and Lan Shi's pack came over the wall like a green-eyed flood. Wolves poured down into the torchlight, and took the guards from behind. The hawks fell out of the dark. The great tiger, ribs healed and temper foul, hit the densest knot of chow black, and scattered it like a thrown handful of stones. The disciplined household guard, who had braced to drown one boy, found themselves suddenly fighting a war on 2 fronts in their own courtyard, and their discipline came apart at the seams. So much for a loan of allies, Tang Yu thought, with grim satisfaction, splitting a guard's spear and putting him down. Pan had built his cage with 1 door. Tang Yu had simply brought a second. You took your time, mountain boy. Lan Shi called, somewhere across the chaos, fierce and delighted, a bone knife in each hand and the tiger at her shoulder. I've been over this wall a quarter hour, listening to you make an entrance. I had a gate to open, he called back, and cut his way toward her through the press, the splitting axe clearing a path seam by seam. And then they were fighting together, and it was the same uncanny thing it had been on the burning mountain. The 2 of them, and the pack moving as one creature, her beast reading the field, and herding the guards into the reach of his axe breaking the guards her wolves had pinned. She flowed where the gaps opened. He held where the line had to break. A guard lunged at her blind side, and the great tiger took him out of the air. A spearman drove for Tang Yu's back, and a gray wolf hamstrung him before the point landed. Crack. Boom. They carved a widening circle of dropped clan black through the heart of the courtyard, and the household guard found themselves fighting a boy who ate their blows, a beast-tamer who fought like a storm, and a pack that struck from every shadow at once, and their discipline evaporated. For a moment the two of them stood in the eye of it, back to back, the rootless boy and the wild girl, carving a path through the Chao clan's finest toward the lit windows of the great hall on the hill, where a girl was waiting, and a soft-faced man stood watching it all, content, Tang Yu noted, to keep his hands folded and let the courts burn. That was the thing that pricked at the back of his mind even as he fought. To Pan the courts were a screen, nothing more. He was content to spend his whole household guard just to learn how the boy fought, exactly as he had spent 11 riders on the mountain. The girl first, Tang Yu said to Lan Shi over the dying chaos. Before anything else, he'll have her close, somewhere he can reach her the instant he wants leverage. Inner court, the deepest one he can put walls around. He split a fleeing guard spear and let the man run. You and the pack hold the courts and the stair behind me. Whatever's in that hall, I don't want it at my back, and I don't want it between us and the way out. Go get her, mountain boy, Lan Shi said, and whistled the wolves into a spreading guard around the inner stair. We've got the door. He cut his way inward, deeper than he had ever been in any place that belonged to people like the Chao, through a colonnade hung with the clan's banners, past a garden of white stones raked into patterns no hungry man would ever have the leisure to admire, through gallery after gallery built on 300 years of other people's harvested children. Servants fled before him, white-faced. A last knot of guards tried to bar an inner archway, and he went through them without slowing, the splitting axe finding seam after seam, the origin root drinking them dry. The deeper he went, the quieter it grew, and the quiet was worse than the fighting, because the quiet meant he was close to whatever Pan actually wanted him to find. They found Su Qing in the inner court, and the sight of it nearly cost Tang Yu his careful cold. She was held in the center of a smaller, walled garden court, on her knees on the flagstones, a court guard's hand twisted in her hair, and a blade laid flat and bright against her throat. She was bruised, and her wrists were bound, and she had plainly fought them every step. But she was alive, and when she saw him come through the archway, blood-streaked and terrible with a pack of spirit beasts at his back, her eyes went wide and bright, and she did the bravest and most infuriating thing he had ever seen her do. She shook her head. Don't, it said, even now, even here. It's a trap. Don't spend yourself for me. Stay back. Waste, the guard at her throat shouted, his voice cracking high with fear, pressing the blade until a thin line of blood welled against her skin. One more step, and I open her. Elder Pan wants you breathing, but he never said a word about the girl. Tang Yu went very still in the archway, the pack still behind him, Lan Shi's hand rising to hold them. The whole roaring estate seemed to narrow to the bright line of steel against Su Qing's throat and the terrified man holding it. You're frightened, Tang Yu said quietly. Good. You should be. He did not raise his voice. He let it go cold and flat and carry. Here's what's going to happen. You're going to take that blade off her throat, and you're going to step back, and you're going to live. Or you're going to press it, and in the half-breath it takes you to draw it across. I'm going to be there, and you're going to learn what the Gate Elder learned about the distance between your realm and mine. Look at the courtyard behind me if you doubt it. He took one slow step into the garden court. I split a core elder at your front gate. You're a core guard with a knife and shaking hands. Do the arithmetic. Then take the blade off her throat. The guard's eyes flickered, to the carnage in the courts behind Tang Yu, to the great tiger pacing the archway, to the boy walking toward him with no fear in his face, and his nerve, which had been propped up entirely on the certainty that the waste was a beaten thing, simply gave way. His hand wavered. Half a breath of wavering was all Tang Yu needed. He was across the court before the guard finished deciding, the splitting axe finding the one seam in the man's panicked stance, and he took him away from Su Qing with a single stroke that sent the blade spinning harmlessly across the flagstones and put the guard on the ground clutching a ruined arm. Then he was on his knees in front of her, and his hands, steady, always steady now, were on the ropes at her wrists. You came, Su Qing breathed, and her composure cracked at last, just for a moment, just for him. You stupid impossible. I told you not to. I told you not to spend yourself for me. I shook my head. Did you not? Of course you didn't. The words tumbled out of her, fierce and shaking, for days of terror coming loose all at once. He let me watch from a window. Pan. He made me watch you walk up to that gate, so I'd see the trap close. He wanted me to see it. I know. He told me as much. He cut the last rope and pulled her up, and for one heartbeat, in the middle of a burning enemy estate, he simply held onto her arm and let himself be glad she was alive. Glad in the deep, unfamiliar way that still frightened him a little, because gladness was a thing that could be taken, a door left open. He had spent 4 years making sure he had no such doors. Now here was one, with her name on it, and he found he did not want to wall it up after all. He thinks you're my weakness, he said quietly. He's not wrong. But he made a merchant's mistake, Su Qing. He counted what I'd give to get you back, and forgot to count what I'd take from anyone who used you to do it. He set her behind him, gently, and turned back toward the fighting. I told you on the mountain. The day they took you was the day this stopped being only about my route. Now stay behind me, and stay behind Lan Shi. We're not done. We're not even to the hard part. The hard part came with the fighting, as it always did. As he turned from Su Qing to cut a path back toward the others, 3 core guards hit the garden court at once, the household's true strength finally arriving. The clan's real killers, sent late and sent together, with orders that plainly no longer included taking anyone alive. For a few brutal breaths, it was the closest thing to a losing fight Tang Yu had been in since the rider in the square. 3 of the realm above him, and unlike the Gate Elder, they did not waste their advantage on contempt. They fought as a unit, one always at his blind side, one always driving him toward the reach of another, hurting him with the cold patience of men who had drilled this 1,000 times. And he could not simply flow and read and wait, because Su Qing was at his back, bound wrist and unarmed, and every step he gave to save himself was a step that uncovered her. So he stopped trying to save himself. He planted his feet between the girl and the blades and let them come. A saber opened his side. He ate the chi off it and split the wielder's knee. A spear drove for Su Qing past his shoulder, and he caught it on his bare forearm. He felt it bite to the bone, and did not let it through, and brought the hatchet down on the haft, and then the man. The third found the seam in him. A thrust he read a half-breath too late, and it scored a long line across his thigh and nearly put him down. He stayed up, and the origin root drank all of it, every strike, every flare, every drop of the chi they spent trying to bury him, so that the pressure meant to end him only fed his climb. And in the middle of the 3-on-1, with Su Qing's bound hands fisted in the back of his bloodied shirt and the splitting axe singing through the lamplight, the wall broke again. Ding! Cultivation breakthrough. Core formation, layer 4. And then the 3 guards were on the ground, and the garden court was still but for the dying fires and the panting of beasts, and Tang Yu stood at the 4th layer of core formation where an hour ago, at this same gate, he had stood at the peak of the realm below. He was carving his way to the great hall as a core cultivator, climbing in the middle of the very thing sent to stop him. He took one breath, then, in the brief stillness, and made himself feel the whole shape of it. He had learned to distrust pride, so he let himself feel only the cold arithmetic of how far he had come. A month ago he could not hold a thread of chi for the length of a breath. Tonight he had broken into a new realm twice in one assault, eaten a household guard, split a core elder with a peasant's axe, and reached the girl he had come for. The relic had been right to warn him on the mountain. The pace was not natural, and it drew the eye of heaven, and every rung he climbed this fast was a debt the world would eventually call in. He could feel the truth of that even now, the strain humming under the new power, the sense of having run far ahead of where a man his age had any right to stand. But the bill for climbing too fast was a problem for a man who survived the night. And the night was not yet won, because the only thing in this estate he could not simply climb past was waiting for him at the top of the stair, soft-handed and patient, in a realm beyond his reach. Lanchi appeared at the archway, breathing hard, blood that was not hers across her leathers, the tiger at her side, and the wolves fanning in behind. "Courts are ours," she said. "What's left of the guard has thrown down its steel and bolted for the walls. We've got the house." She wiped a knife on her sleeve, her eyes bright with the wild joy of it. "Do you know what tonight is, mountain boy? This is the seat of the Chao clan. 300 years they've sat on this hill and bled the whole valley white. And tonight a rootless waste and a tribe girl the sex hunt for sport walked in the front gate and took it. They're going to tell this story in every harvested village from here to the sea." Her grin was fierce and fey. "We came for a girl, and we walked out having proved the wall can be climbed." Then she looked at him, and at Su Qing safe behind him, and the grin flickered, and then died, as her eyes went past him to the great hall's open doors at the top of the inner stair, and the figure standing in them. Tang Yu felt it the same instant. A stillness, a weight, a pressure on the dark that made everything else in the burning estate feel small and far away. The same weight that had stood in the shadow of a grain store on the morning of the test. The same weight that had brushed him through a wall on the mountain with one careless palm. "He's been letting us win," Tang Yu said quietly. "All of it. The gate, the courts, the rescue." He turned toward the stair, toward the lit doors of the great hall, and the soft-faced man waiting in them. Because all of it was a screen. The real fight's waiting at the top of these stairs. "Stay here. Both of you. The pack too. This part is mine." Elder Pan stood in the doorway of the great hall, soft hands folded, plain gray robes untouched by the ruin of his own estate. And he watched the rootless boy climb the inner stair toward him with an expression of warm, terrible appreciation. "Core formation, layer 4, Pan said, as Tang Yu reached the top of the stair, and there was genuine wonder under the cold in his voice. "In a single night. Through my gate elder, through my whole household, climbing the entire time. And the concealment." He tilted his head, almost admiring. "You hid your depth from me right up until the gate. I felt a beaten boy walk in. I am not often fooled, child. You should be proud." The thin smile widened. "It changes nothing, of course. You have climbed a remarkable ladder, and I am still standing a very long way above the top of it. But you should be proud." "Where is he?" Tang Yu said, and he meant the other one. He could feel Chao Sun somewhere in the hall behind the soft man. The stolen 7-petal root, a bright wrongness at the edge of his senses. "The boy who watched me scream." "Where?" "In good time." Pan did not move from the doorway, and did not need to. The weight of him filled it like a wall. "First, I think you have earned the truth. You have built quite a great deal of your young life around me. Tang Yu, around my face, my knife, my name written into that account you keep. I have watched you do it, and it would be a shame to let you spend the rest of that life hating the wrong thing. He unfolded his soft hands. You believe I am the man who took your root. The hand, you called me. The hand that held the knife. His cold eyes glittered. But a hand is only a hand, boy. A hand obeys the purse that pays it, and goes where the coin points. Tang Yu went still on the stair. Every root I ever cut passed straight through my hands and onward, Pan said, and the mildness of it was somehow worse than any cruelty. Yours along with the 100 children's before you. All of it shipped on, all of it sold. I am a merchant. I cut, and I sell, and I ship the goods upward, to the clans who pay. Yes, the Chow and their like, the small buyers, the Chow Suns of the world who wanted genius's talent hung on their soft chests like a festival ribbon. But they are the bottom of the market, child. The cheap end. The true roots, the rare ones, the 7 petals. Those do not stay in a backwater clan. Those go up, to the sections, and above the sects, to the houses, and above the houses, to a council that sits over this whole continent, and above even them. The smile thinned to nothing. To a buyer who pays in gold and in protection, and whose name keeps men like me untouchable, and whose appetite, in 30 years, I have never once seen filled. The great hall held its breath. Somewhere behind Pan, in the shadows past the lamplight, Tang Yu felt the stolen root pulse, and a soft, sulky voice he knew from a stone slab muttered something he could not catch. You climbed all this way for your root, Pan said softly, almost gently. And for me, and for the soft boy in the dark behind me. And I am telling you, because you have earned it, and because the look on your face will be worth it, your root is already gone. Spoken for. The moment I cut it, it was promised upward, to powers you cannot yet imagine and could not yet touch if you climbed for 100 years. Chao Sun wears a copy's worth of it, a young master's vanity, a sample. The real prize was always destined for higher hands. He spread his own soft, empty ones. You have spent 3 months in 2 realms and a great deal of blood climbing a ladder to reach a man who is only the lowest rung of it. I am not the top of your hatred, Tang Yu. I am the bottom, and there is so very, very much above me. How much? Tang Yu said, and his voice was flat and level, weighing it as he measured a saber's arc, a boulder for its seam. Say it. All of it. You want to watch my face? Then give me the whole map, and watch. Something flickered in Pan's cold eyes, surprise, perhaps, that the boy wanted the height of it rather than flinching from it. But a man who has decided he has already won enjoys describing the size of his world, and Pan was no different. Very well, he said. The Chow buy at the bottom, clans like this, a young master's vanity, the dross of the trade. Above them, the great sects, the Azure abyss and its kind, who take the finer stock and ask no questions, because the answers are above their heads too. Above the sects, the noble houses of the East. Above the houses, a council of 9 elders who sit over this entire continent and pretend to rule it, and who are, in truth, only the harvest's clearinghouse, dressed in robes of office. And above the council, Pan's voice dropped, and for the first time that night the soft man's certainty thinned, and something almost like dread moved under it. Above the council is the buyer who has never been full, the one whose appetite the whole chain exists to feed, the court that sits above the heavens themselves. I have never seen it, boy. I have only seen the gold it pays and felt the protection it gives, and in 30 years I have shipped it more gifted children than there are stars over this estate, and it has never once sent word that it had enough. That is the thing you have set your little ledger of hatreds against. Look past me, past the Chow, all the way up, the hunger at the top of the world. For a long moment Tang Yu said nothing, and Pan watched his face, savoring it, certain the truth would plant despair, the crushing understanding that the war he thought he was nearly done fighting had only just begun. But the truth Pan had meant as a death blow landed in Tang Yu like a key turning in a lock. He had felt it from the first night in the cave, that the relic, the words on the wall, the strange specific fitness of it all, meant something larger than one boy's revenge. And he had not let himself look at the shape of it, because the shape was too big and he had been too small. Now the soft man had drawn the whole shape for him, in the lamplight, thinking it would crush him. A harvest that ran from a backwater clan up through the sects, up through a Continental Council, up past the heavens themselves to a thing that ate the roots of the gifted and had never once been full. A chain 300 years old and a continent wide. And 300 years ago, a woodcutter's son from his own poor village had climbed that exact chain, all the way to the top, all the way to the thing at the end of it, and had not been able to finish it alone, and so had come home and sealed his life's work in a cave on the mountain, and keyed it, with terrible care, to a particular kind of air. The genius with the proud root had been devoured, and the clan's favored son was owned outright. Both were already inside the chain, bought and counted. So he had keyed it past all of them, to a rootless boy, one the harvest had tried to consume and failed, one with nothing left to steal and therefore nothing left to lose, one who could grow strength the chain could not measure, classify, or cut. You thought you threw a waste in a ditch, Tang Yu understood, with a clarity that was almost peace. What you really did was take the one boy in the valley with a superior root and cut it out and empty him and throw him onto the one mountain in the world where the answer was waiting. You needed me harvested before I could become the thing that ends the harvest. So you harvested me and made me yourselves. Instead of despair, then, slowly, the rootless boy on the stair began, very quietly, to laugh, a low, cold, almost grateful sound. Nothing like the ugly laugh of the early days, nothing broken in it. You think you've just broken me, Tang Yu said. He lifted his head, and his eyes in the lamplight were clear, clearer than they had been since the slab, as if the soft man had handed him something he had been reaching for in the dark for 3 months without a name for it. You think you've told me my fight is hopeless? A chain that runs up past the clans, past the sects, past the Continental Council, up to something above the heavens that's been eating children's roots for longer than anyone's counted. He shook his head slowly. You've just told me what I'm for. The smile faltered on Pan's soft face, very slightly, for the first time. For 3 months I thought I wanted my root back and your head on the ground. Tang Yu went on, and took one step up the stair, and the concealment veil fell away entirely now, and the full weight of what he had hidden all night unfolded into the hall. Something underneath the core formation Pan had measured, deep and rootless and old. The cave's aura that the beasts could feel and the testing stones could not. The inheritance of the one man who had ever climbed this whole chain to the top and stepped off it into heaven. A relic's been waiting 300 years in a cave on my mountain, built by a woodcutter's son who climbed exactly the ladder you just described, all the way to the thing at the top of it. Keyed, you understand this part, I think. Now, keyed to a rootless boy. One the harvest tried to eat, and failed. He took another step. 3 months ago you thought you threw a waste in a ditch, Pan. What you really did was plant the one seed Qin Yuan left behind, in the one soil that could grow it. You did it yourselves. You cut me open and made me into the exact thing built to end you. The soft man's certainty had thinned now, and Tang Yu watched it go, and did not gloat. So I'll thank you, he said, in the coldest possible way, and meant it. Every cut, every year of waste at my back, the ditch, the slab, the girl you took to lead me here. You spent 4 years teaching me there is no bottom too low to climb out of, and that every height above me can be reached, one rung at a time. And you taught it to me from the very bottom, with nothing in my hands but an axe, and I learned it anyway. He took a step up the stair. You built your whole life on one belief, Pan, that the strong eat the weak, and there is never any cost, because the weak always die too soon to send the bill. I'm the bill, 300 years overdue, and the account runs all the way up your chain, past the chow, past the sects, past your council, up to the hunger at the top of the world that's never once been full. I'll settle the whole of it in time, but every ledger starts with the first entry. And the first entry is in this room. Chao Sun. Tang Yu's eyes went past the soft man at last, into the dark of the hall, to the bright stolen pulse and the sulky soft-faced shadow behind it. Come out where I can see you. You held me down and asked the man to make me suffer. You took my light to wear on your own chest, and forgot my face by the next morning. His grip settled on the haft of his father's hatchet, and the splitting axe woke in his hand, and far down at the foot of the courts the tiger lifted its head and the wolves went silent, and Lon, she drew both her knives. I want you to look at me this time. I want you to remember my face for exactly as long as you have left to remember anything. For a moment nothing answered but the crackle of the fires below. Then the soft-faced shadow behind Pan moved, and stepped down into the lamplight, and Chao Sun came out to look at the waist. He was exactly as Tang Yu remembered him, and that was the obscene thing about it. Soft, well-fed, draped in clan silk the color of fresh blood, the 7 petals of stolen light burning bright and beautiful through the thin cloth over his pampered chest. 3 months had filled him out and polished him. He had the easy, glowing health of a young master who had never once gone cold or hungry, and the petulant set to his soft mouth of one who had been pulled from the comforts of the sect and made to ride home, and resented it. This is the great terror that's burned down half my father's estate. Chao Sun's voice was higher than Tang Yu remembered, querulous and bored at once. He looked Tang Yu over, the patched shirt, the blood, the woodcutter's axe, and a slow, ugly recognition dawned, and with it, a sneering delight. Wait, I know you. The waste from the mountain village. The 7-petal gutter rat. He laughed, soft and incredulous, and turned to Pan as if sharing a joke. Elder Pan, this is the rootstock? The one you cut me out of? I thought you said he died in a ditch. He turned back, and the cruelty Tang Yu remembered from the slab crawled back into his soft face, like something returning to its hole. You should have stayed dead, waste. You were worth more dead. At least dead you'd have been a tidy ending instead of this. He waved a soft hand at the burning quartz. This tantrum. Tang Yu looked at him, and the rage that had burned in him for 3 months went cold and clear and very, very quiet, which was infinitely worse than any flare of it. You don't even remember my name, he said. Do you? You held me down on a slab while a man cut my soul out through my spine, and you leaned in close so you wouldn't miss a moment of it, and you said make him suffer. And you can't remember my name, because to you I was a purchase, a line of goods, a thing with a price and a buyer. He took a slow step up the stair, and Chao Sun, for the first time, felt the weight that had broken a core elder at the gate roll off the patched boy in front of him, and the sneer froze on his soft face. Tang Yu, he said quietly. My name is Tang Yu. Say it. I want you to know exactly whose root you've been wearing like a party ribbon. I want you to know whose light it is that's about to go out of your chest. Chao Sun's hand flew up to cover the 7 petals on instinct, like a man covering a coin purse, and the gesture told Tang Yu everything. That the soft boy had never once thought of the root as a stolen thing with an owner, only as his, a possession, until this exact moment. Elder Pan, Chao Sun said, and his querulous voice had climbed toward a whine of real fear now, backing up a step. Elder Pan, do something. Kill him. Kill him now, what are you waiting for? Be quiet, young master, Pan said, without looking at him, his cold eyes never leaving Tang Yu. The grown men are speaking, and the contempt in it, the casual contempt of the merchant for the spoiled child he supplied, told Tang Yu the second thing he needed. That Chao Sun was nothing to Pan, a customer's vanity, a sample walking around in silk. The boy was the soft man's seam, the one fault in the wall worth striking. For a moment the great hall held very still, and Tang Yu took the measure of it, as he took the measure of everything now. Behind him, at the foot of the inner stair, Lanxi had come up through the broken courts with her pack, and the great tiger filled the hall's lower doorway like a second wall, and the wolves spread silent along the walls, and Su Qing stood freed at the tiger's shoulder with a dead guard's blade in her bound no longer hands. The household was broken. The courts were theirs. By every ordinary measure, the night was won. Except for the soft man in gray, who was a realm and more above every living thing in the room, and who could, Tang Yu did not doubt, kill them all if he chose to spend himself. That was the true shape of the trap, the one under all the others. Pan did not need guards or walls or hostages. Pan was the wall. And in every version of this night, when the gate and the courts and the rescue though he might, the soft man still stood untouched at the top of the stair, too high for core formation, too high for the splitting axe, too high for the whole pack at his back to drag down. So he did not plan to outfight him. He had found the seam, and the seam was Chao Sun. Pan wanted Tang Yu whole. That was the leash that had led the soft man all night, the thing that made him patient where another would have killed. And Pan needed Chao Sun's stolen root intact, a sample promised upward, a thing he could not let be ruined without answering for it to the powers above him. Two precious things in one room, and a soft man who could only reach to protect one of them at a time. If Tang Yu struck at the boy and the root, Pan would have to choose in a single heartbeat. Catch the prize he wanted whole, or save the merchandise he could not afford to lose. And in the instant of that choosing there would be a seam in the ceiling itself. The half-breath the gate guard had given him was always all he needed. It was a terrible plan. It depended on a man or realm above him hesitating for the length of a single breath. But Tang Yu had built his whole life out of terrible plans that depended on him being faster, in the one moment that mattered, than men who were certain he was already beaten. Pan moved then. Finally, the ceiling itself stepping down into the fight, towering over everything in the hall, the soft hands no longer folded. You misunderstand the night, boy, he said, and the warmth was gone from him entirely now, and the air of the hall went thin and cold with the pressure of him. You are not here to settle anything. You are here to be taken whole. The most valuable thing in 300 years does not get to choose how it is harvested. But Tang Yu was already moving, and he was not moving at Pan. He had learned, on the mountain, that you do not win a fight against a man or realm above you by meeting him head-on. You find the seam. And the seam in Elder Pan was the soft, sulking, precious boy in the dark behind him, wearing the one thing in the world Pan could not afford to let be broken. Tang Yu went up the last of the stair like a phantom. He flowed past the reaching pressure of the soft man, leaving Pan untouched, felt it close on the space where he had been, a grip that would have crushed stone, and he was already gone, already past. The whole of his core formation strength and the borrowed speed of a night of climbing poured into one straight line at the soft, gaping boy in blood-red silk and the 7 petals burning in his chest. His petals, his light, beating in another man's body, 15 feet, 10, 5. Tang Yu. Su Qing's voice, behind him. Stop him. Chao Sun, shrieking, scrambling backward, soft hands flying up over the stolen root. Elder Pan, the root, save the root. And there it was, the seam in the ceiling. Tang Yu felt it open behind him as he ran, felt the soft man's terrible attention split for the first time all night, caught in the exact trap he had built. Reach for the boy and take the prize whole, or throw himself across the hall to shield the precious, promised, irreplaceable root from the axe already falling toward it. Two things to save. One soft man. Half a breath to choose. Of course he chose. A creature of the market to the last, he lunged for the merchandise, a streak of gray faster than thought, his soft hand reaching to snatch Chao Sun and the root out of the path of the blade. He was fast. He was a realm and more above anything in the hall. He was, by perhaps the width of a single hair, the width of the half-breath Tang Yu had spent his whole life learning to win, a fraction too late. The splitting axe came down, toward the root, toward the boy, toward the soft man's reaching hand, toward the whole rotten chain Pan had just named, all of it meeting in one bright line at the bottom of the stroke. The great hall erupted in light, and that is where our 5 must leave them. the axe falling, the soft man reaching, the stolen root flaring, and the rootless boy, for one held breath, faster than the thing that owned the world. End of Hour 5. Hour 6, the root returned. The hall, the reckoning with Chao Sun and the man who carved him open, and the first time in 3 months that Tang Yu's own light comes home. The axe came down, and for one frozen sliver of time the whole of the night hung on whether a soft-faced man was faster than a falling blade. He was, by a hair, by exactly the width of the half-breath Tang Yu had spent his whole life learning to steal. Elder Pan crossed the hall and reached his merchandise, not in time to stop the stroke, but in time to spoil it. His soft hand closed on Chao Sun's collar and wrenched the shrieking young master back and aside, and the splitting axe, which had been falling true toward the 7 petals of stolen light, found instead the boy's shoulder where it should have found his heart. Crack! It still landed. The art did not need the perfect line. It found the seam in whatever it touched. The blow split Chao Sun's armor like a dead branch and opened him from collar to ribs, and the young master screamed. It was a high, disbelieving sound, the sound of a boy who had never once in his soft life felt true pain. He went down in a spray of blood across his own father's flagstones, the stolen root flaring wild and panicked in his chest. But he was alive. Pan had saved him, and the hall erupted. It happened in the space of 3 heartbeats, the careful stillness of the standoff shattering like dropped glass. Su Qing was up off the bottom step, shouting Tang Yu's name. The great tiger lunged from the doorway with a roar that shook the lamps, and the wolves came snarling off the walls, and the household guards still hammering at the sealed doors from the courts outside redoubled their assault at the sound of their young master's agony. For one chaotic instant the great hall of the Chao clan, 3 centuries of cold, ordered power, dissolved into pure violence and noise, fire and blood and beasts, with a rootless boy and a soft-faced master at the eye of it. Pan came around with the boy half-shielded behind him, and the soft mildness was finally, entirely gone from his ruined face. You would damage it, he hissed, and for the first time all night there was real anger under the cold, the fury of a craftsman whose work has been threatened. 300 years rarest stock, and you would hack it apart out of spite. The pressure rolled off him in a wave that cracked the flagstones and drove Su Qing to her knees at the foot of the stair that made even the great tiger flinch in the doorway. A realm and more above anything in the room, and now, at last, paying attention. But Tang Yu was not where the pressure fell. He had already flowed past it, down off the stair and around, putting himself between the soft man and the wounded boy bleeding on the floor, because the boy was the seam, and a seam, once found, is held. Lan Shi, he called. The doors. Keep his guards out, and keep us in. Su Qing, down, stay down. On it, Lan Shi's voice, fierce, and the great tiger filled the doorway and the wolves spread snarling along the walls, sealing the 4 of them inside the chamber. The rootless boy, the wild girl and her pack, the soft-faced man, and the bleeding young master with 7 petals of light beating in his ruined chest. The reckoning had a room now, and everyone in it would walk out changed, or not walk out. Chao Sun got up, because Pan hauled him up, and because the stolen root would not let its host simply lie down and bleed. And that was the first thing Tang Yu learned. Watching him rise, the root was strong, brutally strong. The 7 petals poured power into the soft young master's body, sealing the axe wound to a sullen red line, filling his clumsy limbs with a strength he had never earned and did not understand. By the cold measure of raw cultivation, Chao Sun stood at the core formation realm now, lifted there by the stolen root and his sect's pampering. The same realm Tang Yu had broken into at the gate not an hour ago. By every other measure, it was the most one-sided fight of the night. You think because you can finally feel the power it makes you something, Tang Yu said, circling, the splitting axe loose in his hand. It doesn't. You've worn my root for 3 months, and you still hold it like a child holding a sword too big for him. I had nothing for 4 years, and I learned to use nothing. You were handed everything and never learned to use anything. Chao Sun snarled and struck. It was a wild, overpowered blow, the 7-petal root dumping a flood of chi into a fist that had never once been trained where to go. Strong enough to shatter a pillar. It hit nothing but the place Tang Yu had already left. Tang Yu read the blow like green wood. The soft boy telegraphed everything, his whole untrained body a single shout of intention. He stepped inside it, and drove an elbow into the sealed wound, and Chao Sun folded with a wet shriek. Power without skill, Tang Yu said, almost gently, is just a louder way to lose. Chao Sun came at him again, because the stolen root would not let him do otherwise. It filled him with raw power and a strength-drunk courage, the false certainty of a man who has never been hit feeling it in his limbs for the first time. He swung wild and huge, a flurry of root-fed blows that cratered the flagstones and split a marble pillar and would have ended any opponent they actually touched. They touched nothing. Tang Yu flowed through them like water through a fence, reading each one a full breath before it landed. The young master left gaps everywhere, a soft body that had never drilled a single form, and Tang Yu opened every one of them with a precise, economical stroke. A cut across the wrist, a blow to the knee, the flat of the hatchet across that sneering face. Once, twice, hard enough to break the sneer for good. You feel it now, Don't you? Tang Yu said, unhurried, while the young master reeled and bled and could not land a blow. The power. You can finally feel what you've been wearing on your chest for 3 months. And it was never going to be enough, because the root was never the thing that mattered. Skill is the thing that matters. The work is the thing that matters. The cold mornings and the broken hands are the thing that matters. And you have never done a day's work in your soft life. He caught a desperate, overcommit haymaker, turned the wrist past its limit until something popped, and Chao Sun howled, and put him down on one knee. I had your root cut out of me at 13. And I am beating you, who wear it, with a woodcutter's axe. Sit with that. It's the truest thing anyone will ever teach you. He did not kill him. Not yet. Pan was circling, the real threat, and Tang Yu would not turn his back on the ceiling to finish the floor. But he punished the young master stroke by stroke, reading the flailing root-fed blows, and turning each one into a fresh wound, teaching the soft boy in the space of a minute the lesson the slab had been meant to teach Tang Yu. What it is to be utterly, helplessly outmatched by someone you were certain was beneath you. It was instruction, though it must have looked like cruelty. Every clan child in the valley grew up believing the lie the Chao were built on, that a root made the man, that talent was destiny, that the gifted were simply better than the rootless and entitled to everything that flowed from it. Chao Sun had believed it more completely than anyone, because he was the only rootless son of a great clan ever handed a superior root to wear, and it had confirmed for him that the world was exactly as ordered as he had always assumed. Tang Yu was taking that belief apart in front of him, blow by blow, with the very root the boy had stolen flaring uselessly in his chest, proving, in a language no soft young master could argue with, that the root had never been the thing. A peasant with an axe and 4 years of cold mornings was dismantling a clan prodigy, and the prodigy could feel, with every wound, the floor of his whole understanding of the world giving way beneath him. And the harder Chao Sun swung in his terror, the more of the stolen root's wild, untrained chi spilled off the clumsy blows, and the origin root drank every drop of it. There was a savage justice in that the cold thing in Tang Yu's chest appreciated. The root that had been cut from his spine to make him a waste was now feeding the very power that would end the men who cut it. Theft turned to fuel. The wound became the weapon. And in the middle of it, with the young master's stolen strength pouring into him and the long account close enough now to taste, the wall of Tang Yu's realm groaned and gave. Ding. Cultivation breakthrough. Core formation, layer 5. The hall sharpened. Chao Sun, who had been merely slow, became laughably slow, and Tang Yu took the young master's legs out from under him with a single low stroke and put him on the bloody flagstones and a boot on his chest, the 7 petals flaring helpless beneath, and looked up at last to meet the soft man's eyes across the hall. For a moment the young master simply lay there under the boot, his face a ruin of disbelief and terror and pain, the 7 petals guttering in his chest. He had spent his whole life being told he was precious, the heir, the one the world arranged itself around. And the one time it had ever been true, the preciousness had been a stolen thing hung on him like a jewel on a pig, and now even that was about to be torn away. He stared up at the rootless boy he had not been able to be bothered to remember, and for the first time in his soft life Chao Sun understood what it was to be the one with nothing, to be the waste, the thing beneath notice, the body other people's certainty was built on. It was the only honest education he had ever received, and Tang Yu was about to give him the rest of it. That's your investment, Pan? Tang Yu said, the splitting axe resting against Chao Sun's throat. 300 years rarest stock, under my boot. So here's the night, laid out plain. You can come and take me, like you've wanted to all along. And the instant you move, the axe finishes the boy and ruins your precious root forever. Or you can stand there and watch me carve the rest of your merchandise apart. You spent your whole life certain you held all the leverage. He smiled, cold and clear. Welcome to the other side of it. For a long moment the soft man was very still, and Tang Yu watched him do the arithmetic, the exact arithmetic Tang Yu had built the whole night to force on him. And then Pan did the thing Tang Yu had been afraid he might. He set the merchandise aside. You are right that I cannot afford to lose the root, Pan said softly, and the last warmth bled out of his voice. And what was left was the thing underneath the merchant, the thing that had cut 100 children open and slept soundly after. But you have made an error common to the young. You believe that because I value a thing, I cannot bear to lose it. I am a merchant, child. I have lost stock before. A damaged root is a smaller loss than a rootless boy who carries Qin Yuan's whole inheritance and grows stronger every hour he draws breath. If I must choose between the sample and the prize. The pressure of him climbed and climbed until the air in the hall went thin and the torches guttered. I will let you have the boy, and I will simply take you, whole or in pieces, and reclaim everything else from your corpse at my leisure. Chao Sun was always expendable. I only needed you to forget it long enough to put yourself within my reach. And Tang Yu understood, in that cold instant, that his beautiful plan had a flaw he had not been able to see from the bottom. It had assumed Pan loved his merchandise like a man loves a thing. But Pan only ever valued, and a thing valued can always be written off against a greater profit. And the soft man had just done the arithmetic and decided that the prize in front of him was worth more than every sample in the world. The seam had not held. And now there was nothing left between Tang Yu and a core peak master but Tang Yu himself, bleeding, at the 5th layer of the realm below. And the ceiling came down. Tang Yu had been outmatched before, by the rider in the square, by the enforcer, by Pan himself, on the mountain, brushed through a wall with one careless palm. He had thought he understood what a realm above him felt like. He had not understood Pan trying. The soft man crossed the hall without seeming to move, and the first blow caught Tang Yu full in the chest, and threw him the length of the great hall, to crash through a carved screen, and into the far wall, and it was only the origin root drinking the force of it that kept the blow from stopping his heart outright. Boom. The whole hall shook with it. He came up out of the wreckage coughing blood, ribs screaming, and Pan was already there, soft hands moving with a speed that made the Gate Elder's core saber look like a child waving a stick. Pan had thrown off the concealment, the leash, the merchant's patience all at once, bearing the thing he had hidden under 30 years of soft manners. A core peak master who had survived the most dangerous trade in the world by being, when it finally came to it, faster and crueler and more certain than anyone he had ever cut. He simply went about killing Tang Yu with the brisk, total focus of a man closing a ledger, and for the first time all night the rootless boy could find nothing to do about it. He tried to read the rhythm, and the rhythm ran faster than thought. He tried to find the seam, and the seam was moving faster than his eyes. Crack. A soft palm caught his guard, and the bones of his forearm sang. Crack. A backhand he never saw opened his cheek to the bone. He was a child again, strapped to a slab, a thing being taken apart by a man who felt nothing while he did it, except that this time he was on his feet, and bleeding, and losing, in a hall full of the dead. This was past reading. The seam was there, somewhere, and his eyes were 4 years too slow to reach it. He blocked one blow, and the force of it numbed him to the shoulder. He slipped a second, and the wind of it opened a gash along his jaw. The third he could not answer, and it folded him around the soft man's fist and dropped him retching to his knees. This was the fight that ended with his corpse on the floor. He knew the song. He had nearly sung it in the square, on the mountain, at the gate. A realm was a realm, and even with a Heaven Walker's inheritance, a Core 5 boy could not simply be handed a Core Peak Master's head. The soft man drove him across the hall and back, a methodical, unhurried demolition, and there was nothing in it of the cruelty of the rider or the contempt of the Gate Elder, only a craftsman finishing a difficult job, soft hands rising and falling, each blow placed exactly where it would do the most harm. Tang Yu's guard came apart. A palm strike cracked 2 ribs that had only just knit. He tasted blood, and then more blood, and the edges of the hall began to go gray and distant. Somewhere very far away he could hear Su Qing screaming his name from the foot of the stair, held back by the wolves he had ordered to keep her safe, and the sound of it was the only thing keeping him on his feet, because a part of him knew that the instant he went down, Pan would turn to her next. He made himself stand. He made himself, through the gray and the blood, keep reading, searching for the seam, the rhythm, the one fault in a defense that lay sealed a full realm above a Core 5 boy's reach. The fault was there. The gap was too wide to cross to it. For the first time in 3 months of impossible climbing, Tang Yu faced a wall that his own strength could not breach, and felt the cold certainty of its settle. That he had walked into this hall to die after all, and that all his climbing had bought him only the privilege of dying on his feet. But Tang Yu had never once been alone in this hall, and Pan, in his certainty, had forgotten the second door. The great tiger hit Pan from behind like a green-eyed avalanche. It should not have mattered. A Core Realm beast against a Core Peak Master was a thrown stone against a wall. But it did not have to win. It only had to make the soft man turn. And the instant Pan's terrible attention split, the instant he had to spend a fraction of himself swatting the tiger away, Lan was there in the gap, both bone knives driving for the seams a Beast-Tamer's eyes could find, and the wolves poured in around her, and the hall became a storm. And this was the thing Tang Yu would remember, long after the fear and the pain had faded to a dull gray. What stayed sharp was the sight of the wild girl and her pack throwing themselves at a foe they all knew they could not beat, spending blood by the bucket for nothing but the chance to buy him a few seconds at a time. The tiger took a blow meant to gut it and rolled, and came back limping and roaring. A wolf died, simply died, swatted from the air, and 3 more closed over the gap it left without a heartbeat's hesitation. Lan was knocked sprawling and got up with a broken arm, and changed the bone knife to her offhand, and came back in. Every one of them struck, and could only graze him. The soft man bled from a dozen shallow seams the pack had found, and shook them off like a bear shaking off dogs. But they would not break. They had decided, somewhere on a burning mountain a few nights ago, that the rootless boy was the first crack they had ever seen in a wall they had bled against their whole lives. And they were going to hold that crack open with their own bodies, for as long as their bodies lasted, so that he could climb. Pan was still a realm above all of them. But a realm above one boy is a wall. A realm above a boy, a beast-tamer, a great tiger, and a pack that struck from every shadow at once, all of them fighting like they had nothing left to lose. That is a wall under siege. Up, mountain boy! Lan screamed over the chaos, taking a backhand blow that flung her across the hall, and rolling to her feet bloody and grinning. We can't beat him, but we can hold him. You always do the rest. Climb. And there it was, the thing that broke Pan's certainty more surely than any blow. The soft man had built his whole strategy on the law that governed every fight he had ever seen, that a realm above is a realm above, that the strong stand alone at the top, because no number of the weak can change the arithmetic. He had not counted on a foe who fought with others and grew stronger from being struck, because in 30 years of cutting children open, Elder Pan had met only those already broken into climbing alone. The wild girl bleeding for him without a thought, the great tiger throwing its broken body back into the fight, the wolves dying in 1s/seconds. By every law he knew, that was so much wasted blood. All of it mattered, because every second they bought, Tang Yu spent climbing, and every climb made the impossible gap a fraction less impossible. And Tang Yu, on his knees in his own blood with a realm above master in front of him, and the only people who had ever stood with him bleeding to buy him seconds, did the one thing he had always done when the only road left was up. He reached down into the origin root, into all of it, the chi he had eaten off Chao Sun, off the household, off the gate elder, off Pan's own crushing blows. And he stopped trying to survive, and he climbed. Ding! Cultivation breakthrough. Core formation, layer 6. The world steadied. Pan's blows, a heartbeat ago impossible, became merely terrible. He got off his knees. He waded back into the storm, the splitting axe singing, and now he was not only enduring. Now, here and there, in the gaps the tiger and the wolves and the wild girl tore open, he was answering. He caught the seam of a blow and split it. He read, for the first time, a fraction of the soft man's rhythm, and turned a strike that should have killed him. And every clash fed the origin root. That was the thing the whole fight turned on, the thing no master of the harvest had ever once had to reckon with. A foe who grew stronger from being struck. Pan had spent 30 years certain that a greater realm was a greater realm, an absolute, a wall the small could batter themselves bloody against forever and never breach. But Tang Yu was not battering the wall. He was eating it. Every soft palm that landed, every flare of chi Pan spent trying to put the boy down. The origin root drank to the dregs and turned to fuel, so that the harder Pan fought, the faster the wall came down, and the soft man's own overwhelming strength became, blow by blow, the very thing being used to close the gap. The tiger held him. The wolves bled for the seconds. She found him a half-breath of distraction at a time. And in those half-breaths, Tang Yu climbed, and ate, and climbed, and the sky between them began, impossibly, to close. Ding! Cultivation breakthrough. Core formation, layer 7. Pan felt it. Tang Yu saw the exact moment the soft man understood what was happening to him. That the boy was not merely surviving the assault, but eating it. That every blow Pan landed made the gap between them smaller. That the longer he fought, the weaker he grew, and the stronger the rootless thing in front of him became. For the first time since the morning of the test 3 months ago, something other than cold certainty crossed Elder Pan's ruined face. It was fear. What are you? Pan breathed, giving ground for the first time, his soft hands no longer quite fast enough to keep Tang Yu off him. I have harvested 1,000 roots. I have never felt one take from me. And now the storm turned. The pack felt it like beasts feeling a tide change, and threw themselves at the soft man with fresh fury. The tiger, limping and bleeding, drove him back a step, and Shi's offhand knife found a seam along his ribs that this time he was a half-breath too slow to deny, and a thin line of the root merchant's blood, the first he had shed in this hall, perhaps the first in 30 years, ran dark down the gray silk. Crack! Crack! Tang Yu was on him now, not giving ground but taking it, the splitting axe hammering at a guard that had stopped being a wall and started being a thing with cracks in it. Every blow Pan threw to drive him back fed the origin root. Every blow the origin root ate made the next exchange a fraction more even. And the soft man, who had walked into this hall a realm and a certainty above everything in it, found himself, blow by blow, in the one situation his whole long life had never prepared him for. A fight that got harder the longer it went, against a foe that got stronger the more he was hit. A fight he was slowly, certainly losing. I told you what I am, Tang Yu said. He did not slow. He had bled 6 days in a frozen river to seal a vessel. He had climbed 2 realms in a fortnight, alone, with nothing. He had walked into this hall to die for a girl, and was, instead, somehow, climbing out of his own grave one more time, with the whole pack at his side, and the soft man's own strength feeding the climb. On the bill. And it's come due. He found the seam. It came in a single exchange. Pan, frightened now, and a half-step slower. Overcommitting to a killing blow like the gate elder, like every man a realm above who finally feels the gap closing and panics. Tang Yu read it. He saw the fault in the soft man's guard like he had seen the crack in the boulder, the one line that all of Pan's terrible power could not protect, because power was never the point. And he set the whole of himself, the whole night, the whole 4 years, behind one stroke aimed at the seam. For one suspended heartbeat the whole hall seemed to hold still, the tiger mid-leap, Shi's knife mid-throw, Su Qing's hand pressed white over her mouth at the foot of the stair, the dead lying where they had fallen. And at the center of it the rootless boy and the soft-faced man, the bottom rung of the harvest and the weapon built to climb it, meeting at last on the same step of the same stair. Pan saw the stroke coming. Tang Yu watched him see it. watched the soft man, for the first and only time, understand that all his power and all his patience and all his 30 years of certainty had brought him to a place past the reach of every one of them, because the boy was not aiming at his strength. The boy was aiming at the one line in him that strength does not protect. The splitting axe came down. Crack. It found Elder Pan's defense and split it like rotten bark. It drove through the chi armor of a core peak master, through the soft hands flung up too late, and bit deep into the soft man from shoulder to chest, and threw him back across his own great hall to fold over the carved seat, where the Chao patriarchs had sat for 300 years, coughing a great mouthful of dark blood down the silk. The hall went silent. The pack drew back, panting. Lanchi lowered her knives. And Elder Pan, the root merchant, the man who had carved 100 children open and never once lost a wink of sleep, sat slumped and bleeding against the seat of his patrons and stared at the rootless boy who had done the impossible, and began, weakly, to laugh. Beaten, Pan rasped, blood on his lips. By a thing I made. By a thing I threw away. The laugh turned to a cough, and the cough brought up more blood. There is a lesson in that, I think. I shall not get to use it. He looked up, and the merchant came back into his ruined face one final time, weighing, calculating even now, even dying. Wait, before you finish it. You are settling an account, you said. Then settle it with the whole truth, and let me buy my last few breaths with it. You will want this, boy, more than you want my head. Talk. Tang Yu said, the splitting axe steady at the soft man's throat. Quickly. For a moment Tang Yu only looked at him, the soft man dying against the seat of his patrons, still bargaining, still trying to find the trade, even with an axe wound splitting him collar to chest. And he weighed it coldly, because a map to the bottom of the chain was worth more than any satisfaction, and Pan knew it, and was spending his last strength to sell it. The chain runs east. Pan's voice was failing, but the words came fast and clear, a dying merchant making one last sale. I told you it ran up, past the clans, the sects, the council. But it runs east first, in the flesh. Every root I cut, I shipped to one house. The gateway, the clearinghouse for this whole region of the harvest. A royal house, ancient and untouchable, that takes the regional stock and passes it higher. Your 7 petals went there first, before they were ever copied into that whining boy. The records are in my study, my true ledger, the one the clan never sees, every root, every buyer, every shipment east for 30 years. A wet, desperate smile. Take it. It is the map you wanted, the whole bottom of the chain laid bare. It is worth more than my life, and I am giving it to you, so that you will know I dealt fair at the very end. You're not dealing fair, Tang Yu said quietly. You're trying to make me hesitate. There's a difference, and I learned it from you. He looked down at the man who had strapped a 13-year-old to a slab and cut his soul out through his spine while a soft boy smiled. He had imagined this moment 10,000 times, alone in the dark, sure it would feel like fire. It felt like setting down something he had carried so long he had forgotten its weight. I'll take your ledger, and I'll climb your chain, east and up, all the way to the hunger at the top. But that's tomorrow's account, Pan. Tonight's is simpler. His grip settled. This is for a 13-year-old you cut open for coin, and threw in a ditch, and never thought of again. I thought of you, Pan said, with the strange honesty of the dying. At the very end. I thought of. He did not finish. Ding. Quest complete. Target eliminated. Elder Pan, root thief. Entry 1 of the system closed. It was over. The man who had unmade his life was a stillness against the patriarch's empty seat, and the soft hands that had held the knife were open and empty at last. And Tang Yu stood over him in the silent hall, braced for triumph, for the fire he had carried toward this moment for 4 long years, and felt only a vast, quiet, settling cold, like a door that had stood open all that time finally swinging shut. He had imagined, in the cold and the dark of 100 nights, that killing Pan would undo something, would give him back the 13-year-old on the slab, or the road off the mountain, or the boy he might have been if the soft man had never ridden into Xianxia. It did not. The 4 years were still gone. Pan's death changed nothing that had been done to him, and Tang Yu understood, standing over the body, that this was the thing the harvest never told its victims, that revenge only closes the account. The wound stays. The 13-year-old was not coming back, but the man who had cut him would never cut another child, and the first entry in a very long ledger was balanced. And that was all revenge had ever had to offer, the cold, clean fact of a debt paid where he had once hoped for joy and peace, and it would have to be enough. There were so many more entries to come. 1, he said softly, the word for himself alone in the quiet hall. Then he turned, because the night was not finished, and an account had a second entry, and the second entry was weeping on the floor behind him. Chao's sun had crawled. While the storm raged around the soft man, the young master had dragged himself, bleeding, toward the far doors, toward the wolves that turned and snarled, and herded him back into the center of the hall. And now he knelt in the lamplight, his fine red silk soaked redder, the 7 petals of stolen light flickering weak in his ruined chest. And he looked up at the rootless boy walking toward him with the whole of his soft world come crashing down, and he did the thing his kind always did. In the end, when the leverage finally ran the other way, he begged, wait, Tang Yu, it's Tang Yu, yes? Listen to me. The words spilled out of him, high and fast and slick with terror, the practiced charm of a young master who had talked his way out of every consequence of his soft life, finding, for the first time, nothing to grip. It wasn't me. The slab. That was Pan. That was my father. I was a child. I only watched. I didn't. I'll give you anything. Anything. Spirit stones. The clan's whole vault. I'll have my father empty it. Pills. A sect place. The root. Take the root. Take it back. I never wanted it. They made me. I'll give you the root right now. He clawed at his own chest, at the 7 petals, as though he could simply hand them over, his soft face streaming. Please. Please. I'm the young master of the Chao clan. I'm worth more to you alive. I can give you things you can't even. Tang Yu let him talk. He listened to the whole of it. The bargaining, the deflection, the desperate offered wealth. The it wasn't me. I was a child. I only watched. And he recognized every move of it, because they were the same moves Pan had tried, the same moves men who have always held the leverage make in the single moment they finally feel it run the other way. They begged because they had run out of coin and threats and were reaching, by reflex, for any lever that might still work. Mercy had nothing to do with it. And the thing that hardened him past any pity was the realization that if their positions were reversed, if it were Tang Yu on his knees and Chao Sun standing over him, the young master would not have hesitated for the length of a breath. He had not hesitated on the slab. He had leaned in close and asked for more. You leaned in close, Tang Yu said. Chao Sun stopped, his mouth still open. On the slab. While he cut my soul out through my spine, while I screamed into the rag until my voice tore, you leaned in close, so you wouldn't miss any of it, and you told him to make me suffer. You said you wanted me to feel every bit of it before I died. Tang Yu crouched down in front of him, so they were eye to eye, like the young master had once crouched to watch a 13-year-old come apart. I have remembered your face every single day for 3 months. And the worst part, the part one could not forgive, of all the things they did to me, is that you forgot mine by the next morning. To you, I was never a person. I was an afternoon's entertainment, and a root you wore to a party. He reached out, slow, and laid his hand flat against the young master's chest, over the 7 petals of beating light. You said you'd give me the root. You don't have the strength to give it, so I'll take it back like it was taken. And this time, Chao Sun, this time you're going to feel every bit of it, just like you wanted me to. He pushed his chi into the stolen root, slow and deliberate, and found the place where it had been transplanted into Chao Sun's spine, the wrong-grown roots of 3 months' clumsy fusion, the seams where Pan's forbidden art had forced a stolen thing to take in soil it was never meant for. He did not hurry. He had promised the young master he would feel every bit of it, and Tang Yu, unlike the men he was climbing to destroy, kept his promises. He closed his grip on the root, and he pulled. Chao Sun's begging became a scream, the same raw, tearing, soul-deep scream Tang Yu had screamed into a rag on a cold slab 3 months and 4 years ago, the scream of a body feeling its own power dragged out through the spine. For one moment the two of them were joined by it across the whole gulf of their lives. The soft boy who had watched and smiled, finally on the receiving end of the thing he had asked a man to do for sport. And then the 7 petals of soft white light tore loose from the young master's chest, trailing the bright threads of a ruined fusion, and came home, at last, across 3 months and 4 years and 1 long bloody night, into the rootless boy's open hand. It pulsed there in his palm, small and warm, 7 petals folding and unfolding, his own light, carved out of his own spine 4 years and a lifetime ago, returned. And Chao Sun collapsed, hollowed, sobbing, rootless once more and forever. The gift the heavens had given Tang Yu, and the Chao had stolen now nothing but a memory of pain in a soft boy's chest. Tang Yu looked down at him for a long moment. The soft young master curled on the bloody flagstones, weeping, clutching the empty place in his chest where a stolen fortune had beat for 3 months, ruined now past any mending. He did not kill him. He had thought, for 3 months, that he would want to. But killing Chao Sun would be a mercy, and Tang Yu found he had no mercy to spare for the boy who had leaned in close to watch a child scream. Let him live as exactly what he had tried to make Tang Yu. A rootless thing, a waste, a name people forgot the moment they turned away, in a clan that valued nothing it could not use. And let him learn, day by day for the rest of his soft life, what it costs to be the one with nothing left to take. It was, Tang Yu thought, the truest justice in the room. The young master had wanted him to suffer. Tang Yu was simply giving the wish back, with interest. The instant the root touched his hand, the system flared. And the last wall of the realm, strained past its limit by the night, by the climb, by the long account finally balanced, broke open all at once. Ding. Conditions met. Entry 1 closed. Entry 2 closed. Stolen root reclaimed. Target stripped and spared. Cultivation breakthrough. Core formation, layer 9. Realm complete. The power rolled up through him vast and clean and final, the whole of the third realm settling into his bones. And Tang Yu stood in the wrecked hall at the peak of core formation where, when the sun rose that morning, he had stood 3 realms below. And the green light gathered at the base of his spine, at the origin root, and did something it had never done. It bloomed. Ding. Stage 5 granted. Origin root. First petal open. He felt it open inside him like a flower of cold green fire, and with it came a depth he had not known was missing. The difference between a vessel that holds power and a root that generates it. The inheritance taking, at last, its true and permanent shape. For 3 months he had cultivated on a substitute, a clever crutch, a hollow vessel that leaked and cracked, and had to be tempered and sealed and nursed along. He understood now that all of it had been scaffolding. The vessel a chrysalis, the long painful climb a thing growing toward this. He had taken the origin root for a patch over the wound where his spirit root had been. He saw now that the wound itself had become a door. And the thing opening behind that door was older and greater than the 7 stolen petals warm in his palm. The root from which all roots had been broken, opening its first true petal of its own. And he felt, in the bloom of it, the faintest sense of how many more petals there were to open, and how high the bloom would carry him if he lived to see them all. And as the petal opened, for the first time, the system's cold, flat voice changed. A new voice spoke inside his skull, not the system's mechanical chill, but a man's voice, tired and ancient and impossibly far away, threaded faint through the green light like a message left in a bottle 300 years on a dark sea. So, the first petal opens. Someone reads this at last. A long pause, as though the speaker gathered failing strength. If you hear me, child, then you are the one I waited for. The rootless one, the harvested one, the one they tried to eat and could not. Good. Listen, then, because I have very little of myself left to spend, and you will need every word. My name was Qian Yuan. I was a woodcutter's son from Songyang village, the same as you. I climbed the chain you are only now beginning to climb. All of it, the clans, the sects, the council, the houses, all the way up past the heavens to the thing at the top. I saw what feeds there. You will expect a man on a throne, child. What waits there is a hunger that wears a crown, and it has been eating the gifted of the mortal world for longer than there have been records to count, because strength that ascends is strength it can consume, and so it built the harvest to fatten its herd. I went up to end it. I failed, not for lack of strength, for lack of the right kind. It read me. It classified me. It ate strength like mine as easily as bread. So when I could not finish it, I came home, and I built what you carry, and I keyed it to the one thing the harvest can never read or eat or take. A child it had already tried to consume, and failed. A rootless heir. You. I am sorry, child. I am sorry for what they had to do to you to make you ready. I am sorry that the cost of becoming the blade was being thrown in a ditch at 13. I would have spared you it if there had been any other way, and there was not. But know this. In exchange, you are not climbing alone, and you are not the first. You are the second. And the thing at the top of the world, the hunger that wears a crown, does not know what has just woken in a hall on the mountain where it all began. The one weapon it cannot eat, opening its first petal at last. Climb, Tang Yu. Climb the whole chain. Settle every entry. And when you reach the top, finish what I could not. The voice will return when the next petal opens. Until then, oh nothing. Be owed everything. The voice faded, and the green light went quiet. And Tang Yu stood very still in the ruined hall with 7 stolen petals warming his palm and a dead legend's purpose settling into his chest beside the long-balanced account. And for a moment, he could not speak. 300 years ago, a boy from his own village had walked this same road, the rootless start, the impossible climb, the chain rung by rung, all the way to the thing at the top of the world, and had not been enough, and had come home to plant a single seed in the only soil that could grow it, and then spent 3 centuries fading in the dark waiting for someone to read his message. And the someone was a woodcutter's orphan who had wept in a cave when warmth came back to his spine, who had counted 100 logs aloud to keep from breaking, who had walked into this hall tonight, expecting to die for a girl. You are the second, the voice had said. Not alone. Tang Yu had spent 4 years certain that he was the only soul in all the world to stand where he stood or feel what he felt, the particular loneliness of the cast out, the harvested, the waste. And now he knew that one other had, long ago, and had loved the world enough to spend 300 years of his death building a weapon to save it, and had reached across all that dark to say, in effect, I know exactly. Climb anyway. It steadied something in him that had been shaking since the slab. He was an heir, and he had an inheritance to finish. Su Qing reached him first. She came up the bloody hall, past the dead and the broken, past the hollowed sobbing boy and the stillness that had been Elder Pan, and she stopped in front of him and looked at his face, and at the 7 petals glowing soft in his open hand. Your root, she said quietly. You got it back. I got it back. He looked down at it. For years he had grieved this. The gift the heavens gave him and the Chow tore out. The one thing that should have lifted him off the mountain and into the great wide world. The proof that he had been meant for more than a woodcutter's early grave. He had imagined seeding it back into his own spine 10,000 times. Becoming, at last, what he was born to be. He thought of the boy he had been on the morning of the test, standing at the back of the line resigned to a woodcutter's small life, expecting nothing, and the way the stone had blazed 7 petals, and the one bright impossible day when the whole square had gone silent and the world had seemed, for a single morning, about to open. He thought of how it had felt to lie on his mat that night, and let himself hope. And he thought of the slab, and the knife, and the soft boy leaning in close, and the 4 years of waste that came after, For years of grieving not just the root, but the boy who might have had it, the life that had been cut out of him along with the petals. He had carried that grief so long it had become part of his weight, a thing he no longer noticed he was holding. And now it sat in his palm, warm and small in his again, and he felt almost nothing for it. Because the boy who had needed it was gone. He had a root the heavens had no name for, a root that ate what tried to eat him, a root that had just opened its first petal of an unknown number. And beside it, a stolen seven-petal root was a child's toy. He would never need it again. They had cut out his fortune 4 years ago to ruin him, and in ruining him, they had cleared the ground for something infinitely greater, and the stolen root in his hand was, now, only a relic of an old wound. But it was still a superior root, a fortune in any hands. And there was someone in this hall who had thrown away a family, a home, a name, everything she had in the world, to stand at the side of a rootless waste, and who had nothing. Su Qing. He turned his hand over, and held the 7 petals of soft light out to her. Take it. She went very still. Tang Yu. I'll never need it again. What's in my spine now is past anything a clan could measure. His voice was quiet and certain. But you have no root, and you threw away your whole life to follow a man who's about to climb the most dangerous road there is, and I am not. His throat tightened, and he let it. I am not going to drag you up that road as a mortal who can only watch. They cut this out of a child to make a weapon. Let it do something better than that. Let it lift the one person who chose me when I had nothing. He pressed it gently toward her. This isn't me settling a debt or paying you back. It's a gift, Su Qing, freely given, owed to no account. The first thing I've ever owned that was mine to give. Take it. For a moment, she only looked at him, the firelight bright in her eyes. Then, slowly, she reached out and took the 7 petals of light from his open hand and closed her fingers around the thing the Chow had killed to steal. And it sank into her, warm and willing, finding the empty place in a herb gatherer's daughter that had never held a root, and taking. And for the first time in her life, Su Qing felt the world's chi flow into her, and her breath caught, and a soft white light woke in her chest where Tang Yu's stolen fortune had finally, at last, come to rest in someone who would treasure it. She stood with her eyes closed for a long moment, one hand pressed to her own chest, feeling the impossible new warmth there, the thing every gifted child in the valley was born wanting, and only a rare lucky few were ever granted. The gift that had made Tang Yu a target and made Chao's son a thief, settling into a poor village girl who had never once in her life been told she might be anything more than her father's quiet shadow. When she opened her eyes, they were bright and wet and fierce. 7 petals, she said, half a laugh and half a sob. I'm Tang Yu. This is a superior root. The first in 30 years, the peddlers said. And you just. She could not finish it. The sheer size of what he had handed her, casually, in a hall full of the dead, as if it were a warm bun pressed into a thin boy's hand at a well. You fed me when the whole valley called me waste, he said quietly. You changed my bindings. You threw away your father, your home, your name, and walked into a burning estate at my back. Of every soul in the world, you are the one hand I want this in. From the doorway, Lan Shi, broken-armed, blood-streaked, leaning on the limping tiger, let out a low whistle of approval, and even she, for once, had nothing sharp to say. Now we climb it together, Su Qing said, when she could speak, her voice not quite steady. The road. Whatever ceased, whatever's at the top. Together. Together, he agreed. For one moment, in the wrecked and silent hall, the 4 of them simply stood together in the wreckage of what they had done. The rootless boy, the herb gatherer's daughter with a new light in her chest, the wild beast-tamer with her broken arm and her wounded pack, and the great tiger breathing its great pained breaths in the lamplight. They had walked into the seat of the most powerful clan in the valley to die for one captive girl, and they were standing in it instead, victorious, bleeding, changed past, all returning. They held their silence together. There was nothing to say that the silence did not say better. Tang Yu looked at the 2 women who had thrown away everything to stand with the waste, and at the beast that had died to buy him seconds, and felt the strange, unfamiliar warmth move through the cold center of him again. The thing he had spent 4 years making sure he could not feel, because it was a door, and doors could be used against him. He let it stay open. He had learned, tonight, the cost of love, that it was the seam Pan had found, the leash that led him into the cage, the one wound all his climbing could not close. And he had learned, also, that it cut both ways, that the same love which made him reachable had brought a beast-tamer over a wall, and a girl through fire, and a pack to its death on his behalf, and that without it he would have died in this hall a dozen times over tonight, alone, like he had done everything alone for 4 years. The men he was climbing to destroy had no such door, and called themselves strong for it. He understood now that it left them hollow. A man with nothing he loved had nothing to fight for, only things to take. He would keep his doors open, and pay the cost of them, and let it be the thing that made him different from the hunger at the top of the world all the way up the long climb. The moment held, and then the hall doors boomed open before it could become anything more, and Chao Tianyu came in with the last of his clan at his back. The patriarch of the Chao clan had heard his estate fall around him for an hour. The courts, the guard, the screams. And he came now into his own great hall at the head of a knot of frightened house elders to find it a charnel ruin. His guard slaughtered or fled, his pet root merchant dead against his own ancestral seat, his only son hollowed and weeping on the bloody flagstones, rootless once more. And in the center of it, calm, a rootless boy he had ordered carved open 3 months ago, now standing at a height the patriarch's own senses flinched from. You, Xiao Yu breathed, and all the cold composure that had ordered a child's mutilation without a flicker drained out of his fleshy face, leaving only an old man's dawning horror. What have you, my son, my clan? And then, because a man who has held power his whole life reaches for it by reflex even as it crumbles, the patriarch tried the only tools he had ever needed. You don't know what you've done, boy, he said, his voice climbing, his hands spreading. The Azure Abyss sect protects this clan. They will burn your mountain to glass for this. They will hunt you to the ends of the— Listen to me. Whatever Pan promised you, I'll double it, triple it. Spirit stones, a manor in the town, a place at the sect bought with my own gold. Name it. I am Xiao Yu. I can give you anything a man could want. His eyes, desperate, fixed on the calm boy in front of him. Where's the profit in this? You must see there's nothing to gain. Killing an old man empties your hands and fills them with nothing. You think I'm here for profit, Tang Yu said, and the quiet of it stopped the patriarch's babbling cold. You truly do. Even now, you're standing in the ash of everything you built, and you're trying to buy the boy whose root you ordered cut out, because in your whole long life it has never once occurred to you that a thing might be done for any reason but coin. He shook his head slowly. That's the disease, Xiao Yu. That's the whole of it. All the way up the chain to the hunger at the top. You all think everything has a price, and that as long as you can pay it there is never any cost. I'm not here to be paid. I'm here to teach you the word your kind forgot existed. Your clan bled this valley for 300 years, Tang Yu said. He did not raise his voice. He did not need to. The weight of core formation peaked and an open first petal rolled off him and pressed the patriarch's house elders back against the wall. You sit on a hill and grow fat on grain taken from villages like the one I starved in. You buy stolen children's roots to hang on a son who couldn't earn a single petal of his own. And when a poor orphan lit 7 petals on a testing stone, your answer, the very first thing your clan thought to do, was to cut them out of his living spine and throw the rest of him in a ditch. He stepped over Pan's body, toward the patriarch, and Xiao Yu stumbled backward into his own elders. You didn't even hate me. That's the thing I understand now. You weren't cruel. You were just so certain there'd be no cost. That the strong take from the weak and the bill never comes. He stopped. On the bill, Xiao Yu. Your whole house is bankrupt, and it doesn't even know it yet. The patriarch's reign ended on the simple, terrible arithmetic Tang Yu had spent the whole night laying out. His guard was gone, his enforcers dead, his merchant dead, his son ruined, and the thing in front of him was a realm and a legend beyond anything his wealth could buy. The house elders, feeling the weight of Tang Yu's aura and seeing the ruin of everything they had served, did what frightened men of rank always do. They recalculated, and they knelt, abandoning a patriarch who could no longer protect them faster than the household guard had broken at the gate. One by one they went down, these proud men who had ruled the valley from on high, pressing their foreheads to the bloody flagstones of their own great hall. Every last one of them kept his eyes fixed on the floor and away from Xiao Yu as he did it, because the moment a man can no longer make you pay is the moment you stop seeing him, and they had served the Chow's power, never the Chow, and the power was gone. It was, Tang Yu thought, the most honest thing the clan had ever done. They had taught the whole valley that only strength was real, that loyalty and honor were words the strong used to bind the weak, and now, in the ruin of it, they proved their own lesson on their own master, and abandoned him to kneel to the new strength in the room, without a flicker of shame. Xiao Yu went to his knees because there was, suddenly, nothing left holding him up. Tang Yu never had to strike him down. His clan, his power, his certainty had all run out through his fingers in a single night, and what remained was a fat old man kneeling in the wreck of 3 centuries of taking, beside a son who would never cultivate again, in a hall that had stopped belonging to him. He had ordered a child carved open over a cup of evening wine, with no more thought than a man gives to slaughtering a chicken, certain to the marrow that there would never be a cost. Now the cost stood over him wearing the patched shirt of the boy he had ruined, and the old man's whole world had become, in the space of one night, a thing that had happened to him. Tang Yu did not kill him. The patriarch was not on his ledger. The man had given an order, but it was Pan's hand and Chao Sun's pleasure, and the account, Tang Yu was learning, had to be kept honest or it became nothing more than the harvest by another name. He let the broken old man live, because a Chao patriarch kneeling hollow in the ruins of his own hall, his son Rootless and his clan in ash, was a more complete ruin than any death. He stood for a moment in the ruin of the great hall and let himself take the measure of what the night had cost and won. The dead lay where they had fallen, clan guards, a wolf that had given its life to buy him 3 seconds, the soft-faced man against the ancestral seat. Lan she sat heavily on a fallen screen, cradling her broken arm, the great tiger's huge head in her lap. The beast was alive, breathing in great pained heaves, and she was murmuring to it like she had on the burning mountain, and her wild grin was gone, worn down to something tired and grave and fierce. The surviving wolves drew into a wary circle, licking their wounds. Su Qing stood at his shoulder with a new light in her chest and old blood on her sleeves, and she did not look away from any of it, because she had stopped being able to afford to look away from hard things a long time ago. It had cost more than the burned village, more than the courts, more than his own broken ribs and the long cuts down his side. But the account was balanced, the root was home, the inheritance had opened, and a clan that had bled this valley for 300 years would never bleed it again. He had walked in to die for a girl. He was walking out with the girl, an ally, a pack, a stolen fortune given to better hands, a dead legend's purpose, and a map to the bottom of the chain. By the cold arithmetic he had learned to live by, it was the best trade of his life. The market town is free, Tang Yu said to the kneeling elders. The Chow no longer hold this valley. Your grain tides are ended. Your harvest of children is ended. Send word to every village the clan ever bled. The debt is being collected, from the bottom of the chain to the top, and it starts tonight. He turned for the doors, Su Qing at his side, Wan Shi and the pack falling in around them. Anyone who wants to keep taking from people who can't make them pay had better find a new valley. This one's spoken for. By the time they walked out through the broken gate, the word had already run ahead of them through the dark streets of the Chow town, that the great clan on the hill had fallen in a single night, that a rootless boy from a mountain village had walked through their front gate and brought 300 years of taking down around their ears. The town that had bled under the Chow for generations came out into the streets to see it. The merchants the clan had squeezed, the families whose gifted children had vanished in the night and never been spoken of, the small and the powerless who had spent their whole lives certain that the strong took and there was never any cost. It's true, a thin old woman whispered, clutching a doorframe, staring at the boy and the beasts. The hill, the clan, they say it's fallen. In one night. That's him, a young porter breathed. His voice hung somewhere between dread and awe. The rootless one. They took my brother for the harvest 6 years ago. 6 years of silence, of a name we learned to stop saying aloud. And that boy walked into the Chow's own hall, and, "Quiet, you fool," his neighbor hissed, glancing about by old habit for a clan ear to report to, and then stopped, because there was no clan ear anymore, because the thing they had all spent their lives afraid of was lying dead on its own ancestral hill, and a man could say a true thing in this town for the first time in 300 years and not be dragged off for it. The realization moved through the crowd like a held breath, let go. Some wept. Some knelt. A few, the boldest, called out to him, "Bless you. And who are you?" And one cracked old voice from a window simply, "Thank you. Thank you." The same 2 words the young mother had gasped on the burning mountain, the words of people who have been given back something they had stopped believing could be returned. They watched the rootless boy walk out of the fallen estate with a girl, a wild beast tamer, and a pack of spirit beasts, and they did not know yet whether to be afraid of him or to follow him. But they knew, all of them, that the world had just changed shape, and that the wall they had spent their lives believing could not be climbed had been climbed, in one night, by a waste with a woodcutter's axe. He did not stop to be thanked, or worshipped, or feared. He had no use for any of it, and he knew, with the cold clarity the system had taught him, that a crowd's love is the most quickly spent coin there is. These same streets had cheered the Chow at festivals. The village square had chanted waste at his back for 4 years, and his name across it within the hour. He did not despise them for it. He understood it now. People did not follow strength because it was good. They followed it because it could make the other thing pay, and the moment it could not, they would follow whatever could. So he gave them the only thing worth giving, harder and plainer than any promise or speech, the bare proof itself. He had walked in, and the wall had come down, and now every harvested family in this town, and the next would carry the story of it. And a story like that, loosen the people who have nothing, is the one thing 300 years of the harvest could never afford to let escape. He had done something far more dangerous to the powers above than freeing the town. He had shown it that it could be freed. It was worse for them, he understood, than any single death they could deal him. A weapon they could hunt. A rootless boy with a saint's inheritance was a problem with a solution. Find him, corner him, bring enough force. But hope, once it gets loose in the people who have nothing, is hard to put back in the box. Every harvested family in this valley had spent generations certain that the order of the world was fixed and eternal, that the strong took and the weak endured, and that was simply how things were, forever. He had just put a crack in that certainty, in front of a whole town, and certainty is the only wall that matters, the one in people's heads. Break a clan, and they build another. Break the belief that the clans cannot be broken, and you have started something that no amount of force can entirely stamp out. Qin Yuan had understood that, 300 years ago. It was, Tang Yu thought, why the old legend's voice had spoken of climbing, of being seen, and left armies and arts unmentioned, because the harvest's deepest defense had always been the certainty, drilled into every harvested generation, that resistance was impossible. Its strength was only the second wall. And impossible was the one thing a rootless waste who had climbed 3 realms from a ditch in a single season was uniquely, irrefutably built to disprove. And the powers above were already moving. As Tang Yu and his small, strange company passed out of the Chow town and turned east, toward the royal house at the bottom of the chain, toward Pan's true ledger and the map it held, toward the long climb. Far overhead, unfelt by the celebrating town, a streak of sect blue light tore across the night sky, fast and high and purposeful, arrowing toward the distant peaks of the Azure Abyss. The recruiter had reported, and somewhere in the great sect that sat above the clans, an elder had read the report, a rootless one, gathering chi, unmeasurable, who has just broken the Chao clan in a single night, and had risen from his seat, and dispatched word higher still, up the chain, east, to a royal house that had been quietly receiving the region's stolen roots for 30 years, and would not be pleased to learn that one of its shipments had grown back on the boy it was cut from, and climbed 3 realms, and come. Looking, the harvest had never had to hunt one of its own crop before, and it had no ready tool for the work. But it had 300 years of practice making the gifted disappear, and an appetite that had never once been full, and it was, even now, beginning to turn the vast slow weight of its attention toward a single mountain valley where a wall it had believed unclimbable had just come down. Above that valley stood the sect. Above the sect, the houses. Above the houses, the council. And above the council, the hunger that wore a crown. But that was tomorrow's account, and the one after, and 100 after that. All the long climb still ahead. Tang Yu did not see the blue light. He was looking east, down the long dark road, toward the next entry in a ledger that ran all the way to the top of the world. Behind him, the Chao town burned its lamps in celebration. Above him, the harvest stirred, and began, for the first time in 300 years, to be afraid. End of Hour 6. End of Arc 1. Hour 7. The Azure summons. The sect comes down out of the clouds for the boy who broke a clan, and learns, as the Chao learned, that the rootless one does not kneel. They came down out of the clouds the next morning, and that was how Tang Yu learned there was a whole world above the one he had spent his life climbing. He had thought the Chao clan was the top. As a child, he had looked up at the black walls on the hill like a man looking up at a mountain, certain nothing stood higher. The patriarch on his seat had seemed, to a starving orphan, as far above the world as a god, a man who could order a child carved open and never feel a thing. Tang Yu had spent 3 months and 3 realms learning that the clan was only the bottom rung. Above the patriarch sat the sect, and above the sect the houses, and above the houses the council, and above all of it the crowned hunger Qin Yuan had died failing to reach. He had understood that intellectually, from the words of a dying merchant and a 300-year-old voice. He had not understood it in his body until now. He stood in the square of the freed town in the thin morning light and watched a streak of sect blue lightning tear down out of the sky and resolve, 50 feet up, into a man. An old man in deep azure robes, standing on empty air as easily as another man stands on the ground, the whole weight of his presence pressing down on the town like the lid of a closing box. He's flying, Tang Yu thought, and felt the old vertigo of the gap, the one he had felt at the gate and on the mountain and on the slab. Standing on nothing, 1,000 feet up, the empty air holding him like a floor. The system flickered behind his eyes, and could not resolve the man's depth. Sealed, as Pan had been, which meant a realm or more above his own core peak. Ding. Threat. Nascent soul cultivator. 1 realm above host. At nascent soul the spirit unmoors from the body. Flight, senses to miles. Chi self-sustaining, without breath. Nascent soul. The realm where men left the ground. In that one sight, Tang Yu reset everything he thought he understood about the size of the climb. He had broken into core formation only the night before and felt, for an hour, like he had reached some great height. And here was a single old man standing on the morning air 1,000 feet up, 1 full realm above that. And beyond him, the system's warning implied, realm above realm above realm, all the way to a thing that wore a crown and ate the gifted of the world. What he had taken for a mountain was only the first step of a stair that climbed past the sky. For one cold moment the scale of it threatened to crush him more surely than any pressure. The impossibility of a rootless woodcutter ever reaching the top of a chain whose first visible rung could stand on clouds. Then he thought of Qin Yuan's voice, tired and ancient and certain, climb, Tang Yu, climb the whole chain, and of a woodcutter's son 300 years dead who had climbed exactly this stair from exactly this valley, all the way up, and the crush eased. The stair was long. It had been climbed before. He set the size of it aside and looked at the one step in front of him. The elder descended slowly into the square, and the freed townsfolk who had cheered the Chaos fall the night before now shrank back into doorways and pressed their faces to the cold stone, because everyone in the region knew the Azure robes. The Azure Abyss sect. The great and noble sect that ruled the heavens above the clans, that sent recruiters to lift gifted children out of poverty, that the whole valley had looked up to for 300 years as the closest thing to the divine the mortal world possessed. The clan had fallen, but the sect had come, and the sect was a different order of thing entirely. The old man's cold eyes swept the square, over the cowering town, over the broken estate smoking on the hill, over the wild Beast-Tamer and her pack at the square's edge, over a girl with a brand new 7-petal light in her chest, and came to rest, at last, on a single boy in a patched shirt with a woodcutter's axe across his back. "You are the rootless one," Elder Shank said. His voice was not loud, but it carried into every corner of the square and every heart in it a master's voice. The one who broke the chow, the one who cannot be measured. He let the silence stretch, certain, unhurried. The Azure Abyss sect has questions about a creature that gathers chi with no spirit root. You will come with me, quietly, and answer them. Kneel, and present yourself, and your little town keeps its roofs. His gaze flicked, cold, to the cowering people. Refuse, and I will teach this valley what happens to those who shelter an anomaly the sect wishes to examine. The elder said it like a man reading a familiar liturgy, bored, certain, having said versions of it in 100 towns over 100 years and never once been answered with anything but trembling obedience. He threatened by simple decree. He announced, and expected the world to arrange itself accordingly. The old man had flown down out of the clouds fully expecting the Rootless one to be exactly what every cornered cultivator in his long experience had been, defiant for a breath, and then, under the weight of a nascent soul's presence, sensibly, inevitably bent. He had come to collect, not to fight. That, Tang Yu thought, looking up at the flying man's bored certainty, was the thing he had grown to hate most of all. More than the cruelty, more than the threats. The certainty, the bone-deep, unquestioned assumption, shared by every man with power he had ever faced, that the order of the world was fixed and his place in it was at the bottom, to be taken from. It was the certainty that had let a patriarch order a child carved open over wine, that had let Pan sleep soundly for 30 years, that had let a whole sect ship children east and call it a blessing. The realms and the flying were the lesser walls. The certainty was the real one. And Tang Yu had made a study, these last 3 months, of exactly one thing. How it felt to a powerful man the instant his certainty cracked. It was the rider's lever again. The enforcer's lever. Pan's lever. The weak around you are your weakness. Tang Yu had walked this exact road 3 times now, and he was so very tired of walking it. Every man with power who had ever come for him had reached for the same handle, the town, the village, the girl, whatever soft thing stood near enough to threaten, because it was the only handle that had ever worked on him, the one door his strength could not wall up. And here it was a 4th time, in azure robes, 50 feet up, holding the same knife to the same throat. Kneel, or they burn. He looked at the cowering town that had spent the night celebrating its freedom and would now, because of him, be threatened all over again, and he felt the old guilt reach for him. And then he set it down, because he had learned, in a burning village, that the guilt was a lever too, and that the men who pulled it counted on it exactly as much as they counted on the fear. They needed him to believe that the people near him were safer if he was meek. 4 times over now, the truth had proven the other way. The people near him were safest when the thing that came for them learned what it cost to reach. No, Tang Yu said. The word fell into the square like a stone into a still pond, and the whole town flinched, because in 300 years that word had stayed locked behind every set of teeth in the valley, swallowed unspoken before the azure robes. Elder Shang's ancient face did not change, but something cold and surprised moved behind his eyes. No, he repeated, as though tasting an unfamiliar word. You broke a clan last night, boy, and it has gone to your head. Let me cure you of it before it costs your town its lives. He lifted one hand, almost lazily, and a nascent soul's pressure rolled down out of the sky and crashed over the square like a falling sea. A weight that drove the townsfolk flat to the stones, that made even Lan Shi's great tiger crouch and snarl, that pressed down on Tang Yu's core peak body with the simple crushing certainty of a realm above. Kneel, the elder said. Your body already knows it should. Stop fighting it. Tang Yu's knees buckled. The pressure was a mountain laid across his shoulders, and for a moment the old vertigo nearly took him. The certainty of the gap, the cold knowledge that a realm was a realm and he was, once again, hopelessly outmatched. He did not kneel. He set his feet in the stone of the square as his father had once set them for him on the chopping block, and he stood up under a nascent soul's full pressure, one screaming inch at a time, his core peak body shaking with the effort and the origin root's first petal blazing cold and bright in his spine. And the square watched the rootless boy refuse to kneel to a flying man, and could not believe what they were seeing. The pressure was worse than the Gatelder's had been, worse than Pan's careless palm on the mountain, a weight that wanted his bones to fold and his spine to bow and his forehead to touch the stone. That was the thing the town could not see, that every nerve in him was screaming to kneel, that his core peak cultivation recognized a nascent soul like a dog recognizing a wolf and wanted, desperately, to show its throat. He had no strength to match the gap, so he fought it with the one thing 4 years of being the waste had ground into him deeper than any cultivation. A refusal that lived underneath the body, in the cold place the slab had made, where a thing had broken at 13 and reformed harder, and that had decided, somewhere in a ditch, that it would die on its feet before it knelt to another man who thought it was livestock. I knelt once, he thought. Through the crushing weight, his teeth bared. They strapped me to a slab, and I could not even kneel of my own will. I could only be bent. Never again. Not for a clan, a sect, or the thing at the top of the world. I would rather they break me standing. And so he stood, inch by impossible inch, and the town watched, and the not kneeling of one rootless boy under a flying man's full weight did something to those watching faces that 300 years of the sect's blessing never had. Among the azure-robed disciples who had descended in the elder's wake, one young man went very still. Ji-won had not wanted to come. He had told himself, riding down out of the clouds in the elder's shadow, that he was only doing his duty, that the sect had summoned an anomaly, and a disciple obeyed, that the woodcutter who had humbled him on the trial floor 3 months ago belonged to the sect's business now and stood well outside his own. He had told himself that right up until the moment he stood in the square and watched the rootless one say no to a nascent soul elder and refused to kneel under a pressure that had flattened a whole town, and he found that all his careful telling himself fell apart in his hands. He had spent his whole life inside the lie the sect was built on, that strength was the right to take, that the strong stood above the weak by nature and by heaven's design, that the azure robes were the closest thing to divine the world had. Tang Yu had cracked that lie open on a sand floor with a wood axe and a single sentence. You swung because you believed the strong should answer for the weak. You just had it pointed the wrong way round. And Ji-won had spent 3 months trying to seal the crack back up and failing. Now he stood in azure robes behind a sect elder who was crushing a town to drag away the one man who had ever told him the truth about himself. And he understood, with a sick and final clarity, that this was the choice the rootless one had planted in him on the trial floor, come due at last. One day you'll meet the men who taught you to point it that way, Tang Yu had said. When you do, remember who showed you the difference. Ji-won's hand drifted, very slightly, toward the slender sword at his hip. He did not draw it. Not yet. But the choice had been made, somewhere beneath the place where he made choices, and he only had to wait now for the moment it would have to be spoken. The elder was not alone. Tang Yu felt the second presence before he saw it. A stillness at the edge of the square that had not been there a moment before, a weight that made even Elder Shang's nascent soul pressure feel small. He turned his head, fighting the elder's force, and found a man standing in the mouth of a side street that had stood empty a heartbeat before, tall, robed in a deep imperial red shot through with gold, his face smooth and ageless and politely amused, watching the confrontation like a wealthy man watching a dogfight. He has wagered on. He had not descended from the clouds in a streak of light. He had simply, somehow, arrived, and the system, when it touched him, returned nothing. Where it would normally have offered sealed, or a realm above, it gave only a flat, cold, unreadable. Do not engage. That Tang Yu had only ever felt once before, looking at Pan, and that he understood now meant something far worse than Pan had ever been. An Eastern envoy, Lan she breathed, suddenly at his shoulder, her voice gone tight. That red and gold. That's a royal house, mountain boy. The houses sit above the sects as the sects sit above the clans. What in all the hells is a royal envoy doing in a backwater town the morning after a clan falls? But Tang Yu already knew. He had read Pan's true ledger by lamplight before dawn, every cramped line of it, every route cut, every buyer, every shipment east for 30 years. And every road in that ledger ran to one place, one house, the clearing house at the bottom of the chain where the region's stolen routes were gathered before they were passed higher still. The Cui house, a royal house. And here, the morning after the boy who carried Qin Yuan's inheritance broke the bottom rung of the harvest, stood a Cui envoy in red and gold, watching. 2 predators had come down on the freed town at once. The sect, to seize an anomaly for examination, and the house above the sect, to claim a thing it had wanted. Tang Yu suddenly understood, since the moment his 7-petal route first passed through its vaults 4 years ago. The trap had doubled. And the doubling, Tang Yu realized as he stood under the elder's pressure with 2 sets of eyes on him, was the most useful thing that could have happened to him. The 2 did not want the same thing in the same way, and a man caught between 2 hunters who distrust each other has room to work, where a man caught by one alone has only a cage. The sect wanted him examined and shipped, a piece of stock to be processed. The house wanted him whole, and watched, and ripened, a prize too valuable to risk damaging. The elder served the house, and resented it. The envoy outranked the elder, and despised him. Somewhere in the gap between their hungers was a place to stand. He had built his whole life out of finding exactly such places. The half-breath, the seam, the gap between a stronger man's certainty and the thing he had overlooked. 2 predators who would each rather the other not have him were, to a boy who had learned to live in the cracks between powers, almost an opportunity. Examine him. The envoy's voice was warm, cultured, faintly amused, and it cut across the square and stopped Elder Shang's pressure cold. Come now, Elder Shang. Let us not insult one another with pretenses. The Azure Abyss does not want to examine the rootless one. You want to do to him exactly what your sect does to every gifted child it schemes. Measure him, and if he proves worth the keeping, ship him east. To us. The smooth face turned, unhurried, toward Tang Yu, and the amusement in it sharpened into something hungrier. And he is valuable. He is, I think, the single most valuable thing this region has produced in 300 years. Which is precisely why the Cui house has sent me to collect him in person, before some overeager sect elder damages the merchandise. The word landed in the square like a dropped blade. Merchandise. The same word Pan had used. The same word the patriarch's whole world ran on. And in it, Tang Yu heard the shape of the chain Yuan had warned him of, laid bare in a single sentence by a man who did not even bother to hide it. The noble thing above the clans was a supplier. The great and divine Azure abyss that the valley had worshipped for 3 centuries was a link in the harvest. A middleman skimming the region's gifted children and passing the best of them up to the royal houses, who passed them higher still, all the way to the hunger at the top of the world. You're telling me, Tang Yu said slowly, still standing under the elder's pressure, his eyes on the envoy, that the Azure Abyss sect, the sect this whole region kneels to, the one that takes poor men's gifted children and calls it a blessing, works for you, cuts the harvest and ships it east. For 30 years and more, the envoy said pleasantly. Did you imagine the great sects were charities? Where do you think the children go, boy, when the recruiters select them and they are never seen again? Some lack talent worth training. Every last one has roots worth harvesting. He smiled. Your friend with the ledger told you the chain ran east. He undersold his own employer. It runs east through that elder's sect, and 100 sects like it, every one of them a respected pillar of the mortal world, and every one of them, underneath the robes, our supplier. A low, horrified murmur ran through the watching town, because every soul in the square had a name to put to the thing the envoy was describing. A daughter taken to the trials and never seen again. A nephew the recruiters praised and led away, and no letter ever after. A whole generation of the valley's gifted children vanished into the great sect's blessing, mourned as lucky and grieved in silence. And now a man in royal red was standing in their square saying, idly, with a collector's boredom, that the blessing had always been a butcher's wagon, that the children they had given up with pride had been roots worth harvesting, shipped east like grain. An old woman near the well made a sound like she had been struck. A man sank down against a wall with his head in his hands. 300 years of worship died in that square in the space of a single sentence, and what rose in its place was quieter than rage, and more dangerous to the powers above. The powerless do not leap straight to rage. They begin with the simple, ruinous knowledge of how they had been used. You see their faces, rootless one, the envoy observed, mildly, gesturing at the stricken crowd. That is why your elder Shang did not want it spoken in the open. The thing is no great secret. A truth the whole world would laugh off keeps itself. He kept it quiet because the harvest runs on the cattle staying ignorant, on their believing the sect is holy and the order of the world is fixed and their lost children are lucky. The moment they know, the moment one town full of them truly understands what was done, the lie gets a crack in it. His smile did not waver, but his eyes, on Tang Yu, sharpened. And you, I am beginning to realize, are a creature that makes cracks. How very inconvenient. And how very, very valuable. Elder Shang's ancient face had gone tight and gray. Envoy, this is not. These are matters not to be spoken in the open before. Before the cattle? The envoy's amusement did not waver. Let them hear. What will they do, Elder Shang? They are mortals in a backwater town. Who would believe them? And who would they tell? He turned back to Tang Yu and spread his hands, almost gently. I am being honest with you, rootless one, because honesty costs me nothing and you have earned a little of it. You broke a clan. You frightened a sect badly enough that it came down from the clouds in a panic. You are remarkable. And remarkable things, in this world, do not get to choose what becomes of them. So I will give you the same choice your friend in the ledger never offered the children he cut. Come east, to the Chui house, of your own accord. Be examined gently rather than roughly. And perhaps, a thing as valuable as you can be made a use of, rather than merely a harvest. The smile thinned. Or refuse, and be taken. The end is the same. Only the kindness of the road differs. Tang Yu looked at the smooth man and weighed every word of it. The envoy was telling the truth. That was the unsettling part. He was simply describing the world as it was, with the bored honesty of a man who has never once had reason to lie to livestock. The sect a supplier. The houses above the sect. The council above the houses. The crown hunger above them all. It was exactly the chain Qin Yuan had warned of, and exactly the chain Pan had named with his last breath, and now a third source, from a higher rung, had confirmed it without being asked. And the very ease of the confirmation was the most chilling thing about it. The powers of the world did not bother to hide the harvest from a man they had already decided to harvest. And if I refuse you as I refused him? Then this elder, the envoy said, with a small, dismissive gesture at Elder Shang, whom my house outranks, and who will do as my house instructs, will subdue you here and now, and you will be shipped east in a sealing array like any other piece of stock, and your town will burn for the trouble of it. I would prefer the gentle road, but I am not the one who must walk it bleeding. The horror of it, Tang Yu thought, was the courtesy. He had been threatened by experts. The rider, the enforcer, Pan, all of them had reached for his throat or his town, and a threat he could meet. This was something else. The envoy spoke of taking a living person apart, like a man discussing the purchase of a horse. Cool, accountant calm. His voice flatter even than Chao Sun's had been leaning in to watch a child scream. For Chao Sun at least had the honest heat of cruelty in him. To the envoy, Tang Yu was an asset, and only an asset. A person who might be wrong simply did not enter into it. And the only questions worth his attention were ones of value and condition. Gathered green or ripe, taken gently or roughly, worth a use or merely a harvest. He saw, across from him, only a thing to be priced, and a price has nothing in it for an appeal to reach. And Tang Yu understood, looking at that smooth, patient, utterly untroubled face, that this was what waited at the top of the chain. He had braced himself, somewhere in his imaginings, for a monster with a crown. What waited was worse and quieter, an appetite so vast and so old that it had stopped, long ago, being able to see the difference between eating and ruling. Qin Yuan had called it a hunger that wears a crown. Tang Yu had not understood the words until he looked at the envoy's pleasant smile. The envoy inclined his head, courteous, certain. Elder Shang. The boy has refused. Take him. And Elder Shang, who answered to the red and gold whether he liked it or not, lifted his hand, and the full killing weight of a nascent soul came down on the square to break a Core-Peak boy and drag him away in chains. This was the corner. Tang Yu had been driven into corners his whole life. The slab, the ditch, the square, the gate, the hall. And he had learned the one thing every corner had to teach, that when there is no way out to the side, the only way out is up. The elder struck with a working rather than a fist. A vast lattice of azure chi unfolding across the square, intricate and beautiful and utterly cold. A sealing array meant to bind a cultivator's body and snuff his chi and wrap him helpless for transport. Tang Yu recognized it. In the instant it began to close, with a jolt that turned his blood to ice. He had seen its shape before, in the cramped diagrams of Pan's true ledger, sketched beside shipping routes and prices. It was the array the harvest used. The same working that had bound 100 gifted children, bound a 13-year-old, perhaps, on a different cold morning, for the long road east, chi snuffed, body sealed, awake and helpless inside a cage of blue fire. The elder had reached for the harvest's own tool, not for a killing blow. It closed over Tang Yu like a net of blue fire, and where it touched, his Core-Peak chi guttered and pinned, and his limbs went heavy as stone, and the array began, methodically, patiently, to seal him. And for one heartbeat he was 13 again, strapped to a slab, awake and unable to move while soft hands did their work. The old terror reached up for him. The whole town held its breath, watching the rootless one who had said no to a flying man begin, inexorably, to be wrapped and taken like every gifted child before him. And the origin root, which could not be measured, classified, or cut, met the array meant to cage it. And ate. Tang Yu felt it happen as he had 100 times in smaller ways, but never on this scale. This was a nascent soul master's full power pouring into the working. The array was not a blow. It was a structure, a vast reservoir of the elder's chi shaped into a cage, and the origin root did not have to find a seam in it or outfight it. It simply opened, like a drain in the bottom of a flooding room, and the cage began to empty itself into him. He felt the blue fire that had pinned his limbs go thin, then thinner, the binding lattice unraveling thread by thread as the chi that sustained it drained down into his spine. He felt his own pinned cultivation come roaring back as the seal failed. And he felt, underneath it all, the first petal of the origin root drinking deeper than it ever had. A bottomless thing finally, given a meal large enough to fill it, only to open wider on it, hungrier, climbing. Elder Shang's eyes went wide. He had sealed 1,000 cultivators. He had never once felt his own array drink itself dry into the thing it was meant to bind. He poured more chi into it, by reflex, to force the seal. And the origin root drank that too, and the first petal blazed, and the long-strained sealing of Tang Yu's realm, hammered by a nascent soul's full power and fed by the same, broke open all at once with a force that cracked the flagstones of the square. Ding! Breakthrough! Nascent soul, layer 1. Spirit unmoored from body, flight enabled. The world changed, and this time the word was not a metaphor. Tang Yu's feet left the stone. He did not leap. He did not glide. He simply rose, a hand's breadth, then a foot, his patched shirt and the woodcutter's axe and all, standing on empty air as the elder stood on it. At nascent soul the spirit unmoored from the body and the air became a floor, and the boy who had walked up the mountain road to the gate of Foundation Cripple a fortnight ago now hung in the morning light of the freed town a realm higher than he had been a breath before, the elder's broken array dissolving into blue sparks around him, eaten to nothing. The town made a single sound, altogether, a gasp that was half terror and half wonder. The sound 300 people make when they watch a thing they were certain was impossible happen 10 feet over their heads. Down in the square, the kneeling figures lifted their faces. Lan Shi, who had seen a great many strange things in her wild life, stood with her mouth open. And Su Qing, on her knees in the doorway with her own new light blooming in her chest, looked up at the boy hanging in the sky with no fear in her face, only fierceness and pride, and the look of someone who had known, somehow, since a path on a mountain a lifetime ago, that the waste had been meant to fly. For Tang Yu, the first moment of flight was the strangest thing he had ever felt. Stranger than the chi returning, stranger than the first petal opening. He had spent his whole life with his feet in the dirt, hauling wood, the ground a fixed and certain fact. Now the ground was a choice. He hung in the air and the air held him, willing, a floor wherever he decided to stand. and the freed town spread out below him, small and detailed and far, and he understood that he had crossed a line that could not be uncrossed, that the boy who walked was gone, and the thing that flew had taken his place, and the distance between him and the people he had grown up among had just become a literal, physical gulf of open sky. He marked it, and held on to the dirt of who he had been even as his feet left it, because he had just seen, in the elder's cold eyes, exactly what a man becomes when he forgets the ground. His senses cracked open. He felt the whole town at once. Every frightened heartbeat in every doorway. The cold of the morning air a mile up, the chi veins running deep under the mountain, the precise weight and rhythm of Elder Shang's stunned breathing 50 feet away. It was as if he had spent every year of his life pressing his face to a knothole in a fence, and someone had torn the fence away. The world that had been a narrow circle of mountain and village was suddenly vast and detailed, and singing with chi in every direction, and he understood, in the rush of it, why the cultivators of the upper realms looked down on the mortal world like men looking down on ants. From up here, with senses like these, it would be so easy to forget that the small, frightened things below were people. He took the thought, and set it as a warning beside the others. That is how the harvest happens. It happens from height. You climb high enough, and the people below stop being people and start being stuck. Do not let it happen to you. The vertigo of the gap was simply gone. He looked at the nascent soul elder who, a heartbeat ago, had been a mountain laid across his shoulders, and found him merely a man, of the same realm now, hanging in the same sky. You broke through, Elder Shang said, and his ancient voice had cracked entirely, all the cold certainty gone out of it. Under a master's sealing array, climbing a whole realm. That is not. Every law of cultivation forbids it. Every soul who ever lived stayed pinned by such an array. Qin Yuan did, Tang Yu said, and rose to meet him in the sky. The fight, when it came, did not last long, because it was less a fight than a lesson. The same lesson Tang Yu had taught the Gate Elder and Xiao Sun and the clan, taught now to the sect, in the open sky over a town that had worshipped the Azure robes for 300 years. Elder Shang was nascent soul, and a true one, decades into the realm where Tang Yu was a single breath old in it. By every ordinary measure, he should have crushed the upstart easily. But the elder was still fighting the boy he had expected, a core junior to be subdued, and the thing in front of him was something else, something that ate his every working and grew stronger with every blow, something that fought with a peasant's axe, and an art that found the gap in any defense no matter how high the realm. Elder Shang threw a sword formation of a dozen azure blades, spinning them through the sky in a lattice meant to carve an enemy to ribbons from every angle at once. And the origin root drank the chi off every one, and the splitting axe found the single seam where the formation's geometry had to overlap, and split it, and the dozen blades fell out of the sky as dead steel. The elder's eyes widened. He had used that formation for 40 years. He had never seen a man simply eat it. He flew, fast, trying to open distance, to find the range where a nascent soul master's superior arts could grind down a junior who had no business in this realm. And Tang Yu flew after him. That was the thing that broke something in the old man's composure. The boy flew, a breath old in the realm, and he flew as though he had always flown, the new sense settling into his bones as fast as he reached for it. Because the origin root did not learn a realm as other roots did. It simply took it, whole, the moment the wall came down. A rootless boy hanging in the morning sky as steady as the elder who had ruled it, and coming on. Whoosh. Tang Yu closed the distance the elder had opened, the new realm's speed singing in him, and the splitting axe came down, and Elder Shang barely turned it on a shield of layered chi. And the shield cracked, because the axe did not care how many layers a shield had, only where they met. Crack. The old man gave ground in the sky, bleeding now from a shallow seam along his arm, and for the first time the fury in his ancient face was shot through with something he had not felt in decades, doubt. He poured out a master's killing technique, a lance of compressed azure fire that could have punched through a city wall, and it fed the very thing it was meant to kill, the origin root drinking the lance down to a guttering spark a hand's breadth from Tang Yu's chest, and Tang Yu rising up through the dying light of it untouched, climbing, eating, closing. Elder Shang did the thing every master did. In the end, when the gap they had counted on began to close, he panicked and spent everything. He stopped trying to subdue and started trying to kill, abandoning the harvester's array for a butcher's fury, pouring out 40 years of accumulated power in a desperate flurry meant to simply overwhelm the upstart before the impossible eating could finish closing the realm between them. Azure blades, lances of fire, a crushing dome of pressure meant to pulp a body from every side at once. He threw all of it, faster and faster, and for a few breaths the sky over the town was a storm of blue fire with a single patched figure at the eye of it. And the origin root drank the storm. Every blade, every lance, every ounce of the killing fury the old man spent feeding it instead of stopping it, until the elder, gasping, his decades of cultivation pouring out of him faster than any man should ever spend it, looked across the diminishing distance and saw the rootless boy brighter than when the fight began, swollen with the elder's own stolen power, climbing visibly, the first petal blazing, and understood, with a horror that hollowed his ancient face, that he was feeding the Junior, not fighting him. The harder he tried to kill the boy, the faster the boy became unkillable. There was no bottom to it and no way to win it and no way, he realized too late, to even safely stop. For a master who has poured out his strength into a foe who ate it is a master suddenly, terribly diminished, hanging in the sky across from a thing that has eaten his diminishment and grown. Whoosh. Crack. Tang Yu was on him again, faster now, the splitting axe ringing off the elder's failing guard, and Elder Shang gave ground, no longer attacking, only trying to survive the thing he had made stronger with his own panic. And the town watched the Rootless one drive an Azure Abyss Elder backward across the open sky, blow by ringing blow. Exactly as they had heard, he drove the Chow across their courtyard the night before. And in that square, in that hour, 300 years of worship cracked in them and began to fall away. For the people below, it was the most impossible thing they had ever seen, and the most important. Every soul in that valley had grown up certain of one fixed fact about the world, that the Azure robes were untouchable, that a sect elder was as far beyond a common man as the moon, that to even imagine raising a hand against one was a child's mad dream. It was the same certainty that kept the grain tides flowing and the children disappearing and the whole vast machine of the harvest turning quietly for 300 years, less the sect's strength than the absolute, unquestioned belief that the sect's strength could not be opposed. And now a rootless woodcutter from a mountain village hung in their own sky, trading blows with a flying elder and winning, the azure robes torn and bleeding, the impossible thing happening in front of 300 pairs of eyes that would never be able to unsee it. He's fighting an elder, a man whispered, staring up. A flying man. And he's winning. The waste, an old woman breathed, the same word the valley had spat at his back for 4 years, transformed now into something like prayer. They called him the waste. My boy could've. A father started and stopped, his face working, because the thought was too enormous and too painful to finish. That the gifted children the sect had taken might not have been beyond saving after all, that the wall had been a lie, that all the grief had been built on a fixed fact that was, it turned out, not fixed. Then Ji-Wan drew his sword. He did not draw it on Tang Yu. He drew it on the 3 Azure disciples beside him who had started forward to aid their elder, and he put himself in their path, his slender blade level and his handsome face white, and set with the terror of a man burning everything he was down on purpose. Brother Ji, one of them gasped. What are you? That's Elder Shang, the sect. Have you lost your? The sect cuts children open and sells them east, Ji-Wan said. His voice shook, but his sword did not. You all heard the envoy say it. Every recruit who didn't have talent worth training. Every child who went to the trials and was never seen again. We carried them to the harvest, and called it a blessing, and slept fine. He swallowed. I spent my whole life proud to wear these robes. I'm done being proud of a butcher's apron. If you want to help that elder drag a man east to be cut apart, you go through me first. The 3 disciples stared at him as though he had grown a second head. They were good men, in the small way the sect allowed its disciples to be good. The cutting, the sealing array closing over a screaming girl, the shipping ledgers, all of it had been kept far from them. They had only worn the robes and trained and believed, as Ji-Wan had, that the Azure Abyss was the noblest thing in the world, and that to serve it was to serve the good. And now their own brother stood against them with a drawn sword and a white face, naming the thing all 3 of them had spent their lives carefully looking away from, and Tang Yu could see, even from the sky, the exact moment the words landed in each of them, could see one go pale, and one go furious, and one, the youngest, simply lower his eyes, because somewhere underneath the robes he had always half known, as they all had, that the recruits who vanished did not all become disciples, and had chosen not to ask where they went. Ji-Wan, you've gone mad, the furious one hissed. He's an anomaly, the elder said. The sect's whole authority. The sect's authority, Ji-Wan said, very quietly, is a man flying down out of the clouds to drag a boy east in a harvesting array, in front of a town full of the families it's already robbed. Look at it, brother. Just once. Stop looking at the robes and look at what's wearing them. And his sword stayed level, and the 3 of them held where they stood, the blade and Ji-Wan's white face enough to root them in place. And that, 3 Azure Abyss disciples standing frozen rather than aiding their own elder, was its own kind of crack, spreading. Up in the sky, fighting, Tang Yu heard it, and something eased a fraction in him. There it is, he thought. The system said he'd matter. There it is. Elder Shang heard it too, heard his own disciple turn, heard the worship of the town curdling into something dangerous, and understood, as Pan had at the end, that the situation had slipped entirely past the place where his realm could save it. He broke off the fight, flinging himself back across the sky out of the axe's reach, bleeding from a dozen seams, his azure robes torn and his decades of certainty in ruins. He hung there a moment, chest heaving, visibly and shockingly diminished, his great accumulated cultivation poured out into the thing that had eaten it, so that the gap he had counted on had closed, and in the worst exchanges threatened to reverse. A nascent soul elder of the Azure Abyss sect, one of the powers that ruled the heavens above the clans, hovered torn and gasping over a backwater town that he had descended on certain of an easy collection, and understood that if he stayed and fought, he might actually lose. Might be killed, or worse, fed entirely into the rootless thing until there was nothing left of 40 years of cultivation. And the understanding broke something in him that no wound could have. This is not finished, he spat, hovering, his voice cracking with fury and fear. You have struck a sect elder. You have turned a disciple. The Azure Abyss will bring its full weight down on this valley. You cannot fight a whole sect, boy, no matter how fast you climb. He will not have to, the envoy said, from the ground. The smooth voice cut through the elder's threat and silenced it. The Chui envoy had not moved through the whole fight, had simply stood in the mouth of the side street and watched, with the deepening interest of a buyer reassessing a piece of stock he had badly underpriced. Now he looked up at the rootless boy hanging in the sky at nascent soul, the elder he had outgrown in a single morning bleeding before him, and the easy amusement on his face had become something else. Something colder, and greedier, and more patient. Elder Xiang, you may go, the envoy said. You have failed, and your sect's part in this is finished. Report to your masters that the anomaly broke through under a ceiling array and turned one of your own. They will know what it means, and they will be afraid, and they will be right to be. He waved a hand, and the elder, outranked and beaten and with nothing left to do, gave Tang Yu one last look of pure hatred and tore away into the sky, back up into the clouds, fleeing the freed town like the rider had fled the square. 2 for 2. The clan, broken. The sect, beaten and turned and sent running. And the town, looking up at the boy in the sky with something newer and more dangerous than their old worship of the azure robes, the beginning of belief in him. He had meant only to refuse to kneel this morning, not to humble a sect. But he understood, watching the elder flee, that the refusing and the humbling were the same act, and that he was going to be doing it over and over, all the way up the chain. That each rung he climbed would send down something stronger to make him kneel, and each time he refused and won, another floor of people who had spent their lives certain they could not resist would watch it happen and learn that they could. He was climbing the chain and doing more than that, unmaking, rung by rung, the one thing that held the whole chain together, the certainty of the powerless that the powerful could not be opposed. The sect elders, when they heard, would call him a heretic, an anomaly, a danger. They would be right. He was the most dangerous kind of danger there was, the kind that is contagious. Tang Yu descended slowly back to the stone of the square, the new realm settling into him, and faced the one thing in the town he could not eat, classify, or fight. The smooth man in red and gold who had watched it all, and was, somehow, more pleased than ever. Remarkable, the envoy murmured. Truly, a clan in a night, a sect in a morning, and a whole realm climbed under a master's array. Do you understand, rootless one, that you have just done the single most frightening thing a piece of livestock can do? You have proven you cannot be penned. Far from frightened, he seemed delighted, like a collector with a piece that turns out to be even rarer than he had hoped. Every other harvest the chain has ever taken, the envoy went on, almost conversationally, circling the idea like a man circling a fine purchase, could be measured and classified and sealed and shipped. That is the whole genius of the thing. Gifted children are predictable. A fire root burns. A water root flows. A talent can be read on a stone and a value set and a cage built to its exact shape, because the harvest has 300 years of knowing precisely what each kind of root is and does. But you, he spread his hands. You cannot be read. The stone says nothing. The array breaks. The cage you climb out of as a ladder. You are the one thing 3 centuries of harvesting was never built to hold, and a thing that cannot be held cannot be a harvest. It can only be a problem. Or, here his voice dropped, and the hunger in it showed plain for the first time. If it can be turned, if it can be made to serve rather than oppose, it can be the single most valuable instrument the chain has ever possessed. A harvester the harvest cannot harvest. Do you see now why I will not damage you, and why I am in no hurry, and why I am being so very, very kind? To me you are no mere stock, rootless one. You are a once-in-3 centuries opportunity, and I did not become the man who collects for a royal house by breaking such things in my haste. The Chui house has spent 30 years receiving this region's roots, and in all that time the cattle have never once fought back, because they were too weak to, and blind to the very idea that there was anyone to fight. You are strong enough, and you have just shown a townful of them that there is someone to fight. The smile widened, terrible and warm. Which is exactly why I am not going to take you today. Behind Tang Yu, at the square's edge, Su Qing had not watched the fight. She had spent it on her knees in a doorway, both hands pressed to the new light in her chest, because the 7-petal root Tang Yu had given her the night before had begun, all on its own, to work, to pull the world's qi into a body that had never held a drop of it, faster and harder than any root should, as though 4 years of a stolen fortune's frustrated potential were pouring into her all at once. She gasped, and a soft white light kindled and grew beneath her pressed hands, and a herb-gatherer's daughter who had been immortal a day ago felt the first rung of cultivation open under her, and then the second, the superior root carrying her up the ladder at a speed that made the watching townsfolk murmur. She would not catch Tang Yu. The rootless one climbed in a way all his own, a pace the world had only ever seen in him. But she was no longer immortal. He would have to drag up the dangerous road and shield with his body. She was a seven-petal cultivator now, rising fast, and when she opened her eyes they found his across the square, bright and fierce and unafraid. And Tang Yu, looking at her, felt the cold thing in his chest ease in a way it rarely did. He had given her the root the night before as a gift, freely, expecting nothing. But he understood now what he had truly done. He had lifted a herb-gatherer's daughter out of a mortal's helplessness, yes, and done more besides. He had made the one person he could not bear to lose into someone who could, in time, stand in the dangerous places beside him instead of behind him. The seam Pan had found in him, the love that made him reachable, had not closed. It never would. He had decided that in the hall. But it had grown teeth. The next man who reached for Su Qing to lead Tang Yu by the throat would not find a helpless village girl. He would find a seven-petal cultivator with a relic-touched gift unfolding in her, and a rootless monster at her back, and the whole cost of having reached. Let them try, Tang Yu thought, watching the soft light bloom brighter in her chest. Let them learn what I learned. That the strong who love are the strong with something worth becoming unkillable for. Lan Shi spat on the stones where the elder had hung. Sex, she said, with 30 generations of the wild tribe's hatred in the one word. I told you, mountain boy. Every one of them. They hunt my people for sport, and they call it cleansing. They take poor villages' children, and they call it a blessing. And underneath the holy robes they're the same butchers as the clans, only with cleaner hands and a better story. Don't you ever once believe a sect when it smiles at you. The clans at least are honest about what they want. She came and stood at his shoulder, watching the empty sky where the elder had fled, and for once the wild fey edge had gone out of her and left something old and grim. My grandmother used to tell us about the day the Azure Abyss came to her camp, she said, quietly, only to him. She was a girl. They came down out of the sky in their beautiful robes, and the elders of the camp went out to greet them with gifts, because everyone knew the sects were holy. They took every child who showed a spark of talent, for training, they said, for a better life, and they killed the elders who tried to stop them, and they burned the camp behind them, so the only thing left to come asking would be the wind through the ashes. My grandmother lived because she had no talent. She was a waste, mountain boy, the same word they pinned on you, and it's the only reason she lived to be my grandmother. She looked at him sidelong. I never understood, growing up, why the gifted ones were the ones who vanished and the waste were the ones left to grieve. Now I do. The gifted ones were the harvest. The waste were just not worth the wagon. 300 years, and I never had a name for it until last night, when I watched a thing in your spine eat a man's power, and I thought, there is the one root the harvest can't take. Her hand found the great tiger's head. So no, I don't trust the smiling man in red, and I don't trust the sect, and I'll spend my whole life and every beast I have helping you tear the whole rotten chain down. She glared at the envoy in red and gold. And the houses above them are worse. That one's smiling because he's already decided how to use you, and a man like that doesn't take what he can grow. Tang Yu studied the smooth man and understood, with the cold clarity the system had taught him, that this was the most dangerous thing he had faced. More dangerous than Pan, than the elder, than any foe he could fight. Because the envoy was content to leave him be. Pan had wanted to cage him before he grew too strong. The elder had wanted to seal him for examination. Both had reached, and Tang Yu had taught them both the cost of reaching. But the envoy simply watched a boy break a sect in a morning and grew happier, like a man watching a foal he owns turn out to be a racehorse. He was a predator with the one quality the others had lacked, patience without fear. He had already won, in his own mind, and the proof of it was that he was in no hurry. She's wise, your wild one, the envoy said. Listen to her. I am not going to take you today, rootless boy, because a weapon taken green is a weapon at half its worth. And you are a weapon, whether you have understood it yet or not. No, I am going to do something far more profitable. I am going to let you grow. I am going to go home, east, to the Chui house, and I am going to tell my masters that there is a rootless heir in the west, climbing faster than anything in 300 years, breaking clans and turning sects and lighting a very dangerous kind of hope in the cattle, and that the wisest thing the house can do is wait, and watch, and let him ripen, and gather him when he is worth 100 times what he is worth today. He turned, unhurried, toward the side street he had come from. Climb then, settle your little accounts, free your little towns, follow your ledger east. Oh yes, I know you have it, and I know where it points, and I am not the least bit afraid of you coming. Come. The Chui house has been receiving merchandise from this region for 30 years, and it will be glad, truly glad, to finally meet the shipment that grew back and learned to walk and came knocking on its own. He stepped into the shadow of the side street, and the cold, unreadable weight of him faded, and he was simply gone, leaving the words hanging in the freed square like a noose held open and patient. For a long moment after he vanished, the square was silent. The town had watched a clan fall and a sect flee and a royal house declare, idly, to their faces, that their children had been harvested for 30 years. And now they stood in the wreck of everything they had believed, and looked at the one boy left standing in the middle of it. And then, slowly, they began to come out of the doorways. Not to flee, to gather. An old man, the same who had once kept the town's grain records for the chow, came forward first, and went stiffly to one knee, Not the terrified Neil the Elder had demanded, but something older and freely given, and said, in a cracked voice, "My granddaughter went to the trials 9 years ago. They told me she had a water root and a great future, and we would hear from her when she was settled at the sect." He looked up, and his eyes were wet and terrible. "We never heard. For 9 years I told myself she'd forgotten us, that she'd risen too high to write." He pressed his forehead to the stone. "Tell me what you need, Master Tang. This whole town will give you whatever it has. Only, when you climb, when you go east, when you reach the place they took them." His voice broke entirely. "I'll find out what happened to them," Tang Yu said quietly, into the silence. "All of them. Every child this valley lost to the harvest. I'm going to climb the whole chain, and I'm going to read every ledger, and I'm going to learn every name. And the men who profited from those names are going to answer for them." He looked out over the square, over the weeping families and the kneeling old man and the gathering, hardening hope in 300 faces. "I can't give you your children back. I won't lie to you as the sect did and pretend I can. But I can promise you this. The people who took them are going to wish, before I'm done, that they never had." It was a debt collector's promise, not a king's or a hero's. And the town, who had lived their whole lives under men who took and never paid, found that a debt collector was exactly the thing they had been waiting 300 years for. Tang Yu stood in the morning light with a new realm in his bones and a town full of freed, frightened, hopeful people looking to him, and a girl rising into power at his side, and a wild ally, and a sword prodigy who had just burned down his whole life to stand with him, and a dead legend's voice in his memory and a soft man's ledger in his hand. And he looked east, down the long road, toward the royal house at the bottom of the chain that was already, calmly, planning to harvest him when he was ripe. "Then we go east," he said quietly, "all the way to the Chui house, and through it, and up. He thinks he's letting me grow so he can pick me when I'm worth more. He's right that I'll grow. He's wrong about who gets to do the picking." He shouldered his father's axe. "Pack what the town can spare. We leave at dawn. There's an account east of here that's been open 30 years, and it has a great many entries, and I intend to settle every one." Ji-Wan came to him as the crowd began, slowly, to disperse to its grieving and its packing, crossed the square in his torn azure robes with the careful tread of a man who has burned his only bridge and is not yet sure the far bank exists. He stopped a few feet away and stood there, the proud prodigy of the trial floor, and for a moment could not seem to find the words. "I can't go back," he said at last, simply. "After today, there's no sect for me to go back to. I turned my sword on an elder and called the Azure Abyss a butcher in front of a town. They'll brand me, hunt me." He swallowed. "I don't have anywhere to be anymore, and I find I don't much regret it, which frightens me more than the branding does." On the trial floor, Tang Yu said, "I told you that one day you'd meet the men who taught you to point your strength the wrong way, and that when you did, you should remember who showed you the difference." "I remembered," Ji-Wan said. A ghost of his old pride flickered, worn down now into something better. "I've thought about that sentence every day for 3 months. It ruined the sect for me, you know? I couldn't look at a recruit the same way after. I told myself you were just a freak with a clever trick." He looked at the dispersing, weeping town, the families of the harvested. "You weren't. You were right about all of it." He went to one knee, the older thing, freely given, that the grainkeeper had offered, a world apart from the kneel of the conquered. "I'm a sword with nowhere to swing and a debt I didn't know I owed until you showed it to me. Let me swing it for the right side, for once. Let me come." Tang Yu looked at the kneeling prodigy, the second great talent to throw everything away to stand at a rootless waist's back, the system's quiet prophecy come true, and reached down, and pulled him up by the arm, as he wished someone had once pulled him up out of a ditch. "Don't kneel to me," he said. "I've spent my whole life climbing so that I would walk free of every hand that ever tried to bend me to its floor. I'm not going to make a habit of it in the other direction. Stand up. We walk upright, the people who go east with me. Past the sects, past the houses, past the thing at the top of the world, and shoulder to shoulder with each other." He clapped the prodigy's shoulder. "We climb. Welcome aboard, swordsman. The road's long, and the company's strange, and the account at the end of it is the biggest one ever opened. You'll fit right in." They left at dawn, as he had said. A small, strange company walking east out of the valley that had made him. The rootless boy with a woodcutter's axe and a dead legend's purpose. The herb gatherer's daughter with a superior root waking in her chest. The wild beast-tamer and her healing pack, and the fallen sword prodigy in his torn robes. The freed town came out to see them off, and pressed on them what little it could spare: dried meat, a satchel of spirit herbs, a few hard-saved spirit stones from families that had nothing and gave anyway. They watched the small company go in a held, solemn silence, with the grave, fierce hope of people who have just learned that the wall can be climbed, and have decided to pin everything they have left on the one who proved it. He looked at them walking the road beside him. Su Qing with her new light and her steady eyes, Lan Xu with her pack and her 30 generations of reasons, Ji-Wan with his torn robes and his hard-won shame, turned at last to purpose. And he thought of how he had walked every other road of his life alone, and how strange and unfamiliar and good it was to walk this one with others at his shoulder. The envoy had named the cost of that, in the square, that they were doors, every one of them, seems a clever enemy could reach for. Tang Yu knew it. He had paid the cost of an open door already, in a hall, with a knife at a girl's throat, and he would pay it again before the end. But he had also learned what the men he was climbing toward would never understand, that a man with nothing he loved was only empty, and emptiness was the very thing the harvest fed on. The envoy in red and gold had no doors, and thought it made him untouchable. Tang Yu looked east, down the long road toward the royal house and the chain above it, and the hunger at the top of the world, and decided he would rather climb the whole of it with his doors open and pay every cost than reach the top hollow, and find he had become the thing he had set out to end. Long road, Ji-won observed, beside him, eyeing the eastern horizon. Long road, Tang Yu agreed. Strange company. Biggest account ever opened. A ghost of a smile. Try to keep up, swordsman. Above the freed town, far to the east, a single streak of imperial red rose into the morning sky and was gone, carrying word to a royal house that the shipment it had cut from a 13-year-old 4 years ago had grown back, broken its makers, and was, even now, beginning the long walk home to collect. End of Hour 7. Hour 8. The Eastern Road. The long road out of the valley and into the wider world, the first of the great border markets, and a calculating royal young miss named Cui Shui who is hunting the same chain, and who finds the Rootless one very much beneath her notice. For now. They left the valley behind on the third morning, and Tang Yu did not look back, because there was nothing behind him now but a grave mound of ash where a house had stood and a freed town pinning its hopes on a road he was only beginning to walk. It was a strange thing, leaving. Tang Yu had never once in his life been more than a day's walk from the mountain he was born under. The whole of his world, for 17 years, had been one poor valley, the village, the slopes, the cave, the market town, the black walls on the hill. He had been beaten in that valley, and harvested in it, and left for dead in it, and had climbed out of his own grave in it. Every road he had ever walked had circled back to that one mountain, and now he was walking away from it for good, down an eastern road he had never seen, towards cities and houses and powers that did not yet know his name. A different boy might have wept, or hesitated, or felt the pull of the only home he had known. Tang Yu felt only a cold, clean lightning, the feeling of a man who has finished a thing and is free to begin the next. He had been made there. The mountain, the village, the 4 years of waste, and he carried all of it with him. But the valley itself was finished for him. He had broken the clan that ruled it and the sect that fed on it. There was nothing left there to settle. Everything else lay east. The answer to every name the harvest had taken, the chain that ran up past the heavens, the account with the most entries ever opened, all of it lay east, down the long road. And so east he went, a rootless boy at the head of the strangest company the world had ever sent against the order of things. They made an odd procession on the eastern road. Tang Yu walked at the front in his patched shirt with his father's axe across his back, a nascent soul cultivator who still moved like a woodcutter. Su Qing walked beside him, the new 7-petal lights steady in her chest now, a brand new cultivator learning the feel of qi in her body with the quiet, ferocious focus she brought to everything. Lan Shi ranged ahead and behind with her pack, the great tiger's ribs knitted whole again, the wolves flowing through the roadside brush like gray water. And Ji-won walked at the rear in the plain traveling clothes he had bought to replace his torn azure robes, a sword prodigy with no sect, learning, day by day, what it was to belong to something that was not built on a lie. On the road the four of them did what people always do under shared hardship. They grew, slowly, into something more than a collection of the desperate. In the evenings Tang Yu taught Su Qing what the system had taught him. He had no sect forms to give her, so he gave her the harder, truer thing the cold mountain had beaten into him. How to read where a thing wants to break, how to spend pain instead of fearing it, how to climb in the dark with bleeding hands while everyone who might have helped slept on, indifferent. She learned with the same single-minded patience she had once brought to grinding herbs, and her 7-petal root carried her up faster than any of them had a right to expect. And Tang Yu watched the soft herb gatherer's daughter he had known harden, day by day, into a cultivator with steady eyes and a fierce quiet will, and was not sure whether to be proud or grieved, and settled, in the end, on both. For the first 2 days the land was the valley Tang Yu knew. Poor mountain villages, terraced fields, the long shadow of the harvest lying over everything. But on the third day the road crested a high pass and dropped down toward the east, and Tang Yu saw, for the first time in his life, the wider world. It was bigger than he had imagined, and it was richer, and it was worse. The border markets sprawled across the foothills below the pass, and they dwarfed the villages and market towns of his whole life, the Chow market shrinking to a hamlet beside them. These were cities, great walled cities strung along the eastern trade roads like beads, each one flying the banners of houses Tang Yu had never heard of, each one thick with cultivators of realms that would have ruled his whole valley as gods. He stood at the top of the pass and felt his sense, sharpened by nascent soul, reach out across the foothills, and what it touched made the scale of the climb real in a way the Flying Elder had not. Where the valley had held a single rare Flying Elder, these streets held nascent souls by the dozen, walking the great cities like ordinary men, and above them, here and there, presences his sense could not measure, sealed and vast, the masters of the houses that ruled this richer, crueler eastern country. He had to rearrange his whole understanding of the climb a second time. In the valley, a nascent soul had been a god come down from the clouds, a thing that happened once in 300 years. Here, they were merely the gentry, thick on the ground, a nascent soul cultivator no more remarkable on these streets than a wealthy merchant. The realms he had bled and climbed and nearly died for, that had seemed to him the very ceiling of the possible, were revealed from this high pass to be only the foothills of the foothills. And somewhere far above the unreadable housemasters, the system's warnings implied, there were spirit severing and Tao seeking and immortal ascension and the crown thing at the very top. Each one as far above a housemaster as a housemaster was above the trembling town Tang Yu had freed. He had thought, breaking the chow, that he had climbed something. He saw now that he had climbed out of a well and discovered he was standing at the bottom of a mountain. Looking down at the great rich rotten cities, big enough to crush him, he felt himself hardened into something almost like patience. One step, he thought. I climbed out of the well one step at a time, and every soul who watched me start was certain I'd die at the bottom. The mountain is just more steps. Longer, but the same. And I have a relic that climbs by eating exactly the kind of strength all those gods down there are made of. Welcome to the world above the valley, mountain boy, Lanshi said, coming up beside him, her wild eyes taking it all in with old wariness. Out here the clans you broke are nothing. Out here a man like your elder Shang is middling. The houses run this country, and the sects serve the houses, and the whole of it is fatter and stronger and more rotten than anything your little valley ever dreamed. She spat over the pass. And every gleaming city down there is built on the same thing the Chow Town was. Just bigger. The harvest doesn't get gentler the higher you climb. It gets more efficient. Tang Yu looked down at the cities below, and what he felt was a flat, steady resolve. In the valley he had pictured a ladder, a thing you climbed rung by rung to a top you could see. What spread out below him was a country, a continent, a whole civilization built on the quiet harvesting of the gifted and powerless. Then we'd better keep climbing, he said. Fast. And he settled the axe on his back and started down the pass toward the wider world. And as he walked, in the quiet of the road, he let the new realm sink deeper into his bones. He felt the chi he had eaten from a sect elder and 100 household guards packed down, layer on dense layer. By the time they reached the foothills, the wall had broken again. Ding. Nascent soul, layer 2. It came quietly, on the road, without a fight. It was the first breakthrough in a while that had not been bought in blood, just the steady digestion of everything the valley's enemies had fed him. That was the strange luxury of the origin route that no ordinary cultivator would ever know. It climbed in the crucible of combat, and it climbed afterward, too. In the quiet, a snake slowly working through a swallowed meal, converting a sect elder's power into household guards and 100 bounty hunters into dense new layers of his own, days after the fights that fed him had ended. Other cultivators meditated to refine the chi they had laboriously gathered. Tang Yu simply walked and digested an enemy a day and rose. He did not even break stride. The cold flying sense widened another notch, and the great cities below sharpened, and Tang Yu walked on toward them at the second layer of nascent soul, a backwater nobody about to walk into a world that had no idea he was coming. The hunters found them on the fourth day, in a high stone pass between two of the great market cities, and that was how Tang Yu learned there was a price on his head. He had known, distantly, that there would be. A sect humbled and a disciple turned did not let a thing simply walk away. But it was one thing to know it and another to round a bend in a high pass and find the road blocked by 24 cultivators in the colors of a house he did not recognize, fanned out across the stone with the easy confidence of men who hunt for a living and have never yet failed to make a kill. Tang Yu, their leader called out, a lean scarred man with a nascent soul's weight to him, reading from a jade slip. Rootless, no clan. Branded heretic by the Azure Abyss sect, wanted by the houses, bounty paid in spirit stones and the favor of powers you've never heard of. He grinned, and his men spread to cut off the pass behind. You've made yourself the richest catch on the eastern road, boy. Half the bounty hunters from here to the sea are looking for you. We found you first. Come quiet, and we'll take you east in one piece. It pays better alive. So the hunt had begun. The Chui envoy had been honest, in his way. He would not take Tang Yu himself, not while there was profit in letting him grow. But the chain had other tools, and the simplest was a price on a heretic's head, set loose among the eastern bounty hunters to harry him, test him, wear him down on the long road east, and deliver him, ripened, to the men who had set the price. Tang Yu was being herded toward the Chui house like a beast driven toward a slaughter pen, by hunters who did not even know they were doing it. And the genius of it, Tang Yu thought, reading the trap even as it sprang, was that it cost the chain almost nothing. A bounty was cheap. Hunters were plentiful and expendable. Set a price on the heretic's head and let the whole greedy machinery of the eastern road do the work. Harry him from every direction, never let him rest, grind him down city by city, and whether the hunters killed him or merely exhausted him, the chain won either way, because a dead heretic was a problem solved and a captured one was a prize delivered. It was the same patient, profitable cruelty the envoy had shown in the square. They did not need to defeat him. They only needed to make every step of the long road cost him, and wait. It was, Tang Yu admitted, a good plan. It had only one flaw, which was the same flaw every plan against him had. It assumed that being attacked would weaken him, when in truth there was no gift the Eastern Road could give him richer than an endless supply of strong men trying to collect a bounty. Stand behind me, he told Su Qing, and unslung his father's axe. But before the hunters could close, the pass erupted from a third direction entirely, and Tang Yu's careful read of the fight came apart, because a second force came down off the high rocks above the road, a smaller, sharper company in the white and silver of a house he did not know, falling on the bounty hunters from above with the precision of a sprung trap. At their head came a young woman. She descended the high rocks like the elder had descended the sky, her feet finding the empty air itself as footholds, stepping down through it with a nascent soul's unhurried grace, and landed lightly on the stone of the pass between the two forces, and Tang Yu's first thought, before anything else, was that he had never seen anyone so completely certain of her own importance. She was perhaps 20, robed in white silk and silver thread that had never known dust, her dark hair bound with jade, her face cold and lovely and arranged into an expression of faint, permanent distaste, as though the world were a slightly disappointing dish set before her. A long thin sword hung at her hip, and a dozen white-robed retainers fanned out at her back, and the weight of her nascent soul, the system judged, a rung or two above his own, filled the pass with the unmistakable presence of someone born to rule. She was, Tang Yu thought, the most polished thing he had ever seen, and he meant it almost literally, as one means it of a blade or a gem. Everyone he had known in the valley wore their lives on them. The calluses, the scars, the grime of work, the marks the world leaves on people who cannot afford to keep it off. The young miss had come up clean of all of it, scrubbed smooth by a life that had spared her every mark. Her hands were soft and perfect, her robes without a thread out of place even after stepping down through the air, her every motion the unhurried economy of a person who had never once in her life had to hurry, had to scrape, had to want. He had spent his childhood being looked down on by lesser versions of exactly this. The Sa brothers, the chief, the village that called him waste. His cold heart hated her on sight, a little. But underneath the hate, the part of him that had learned to read everything noticed something the polish was meant to hide. That her perfect composure was a held thing, maintained by effort, a mask worn so long it had become a face. And a person works that hard at seeming untouchable only when there is something underneath that touched them very deeply once, and that they have sworn will never show. Stop, she said, and the single word froze the bounty hunters where they stood. By order of the Morong house. The rootless one is not yours to take. The bounty leader's grin curdled. Young Miss Morong. With respect, the bounty is open. Anyone may claim it. Your house has no more right to him than my house, the young woman said, in a voice like cold water poured over stone, has every right it chooses to have, which is the only kind of right that exists. The rootless one is a matter of interest to the Morong house. You will withdraw, and you will be grateful I am in a generous mood, or you will discover how the Morong house treats men who argue with it in a mountain pass. She did not need to raise her voice. The certainty in it was a thing Tang Yu recognized at once, because he had spent 3 months making a study of it. The bone-deep, unquestioned assumption of a person who has never once in her life been told no and meant it. The same note the patriarch had worn, and Pan, and the flying elder. The sound of the top of the world looking down. Then her cold eyes found Tang Yu, and looked him over, the patched shirt, the woodcutter's axe, the dust of the road, and the faint distaste on her lovely face deepened into something close to disappointment, as though she had crossed a province expecting a treasure and found a peasant. This is the rootless heir, she said, flatly, to the cold mountain air. The one who broke a clan and humbled a sect. The one the whole Eastern Road is hunting. She studied him a moment longer, and Tang Yu felt the cool brush of her sense reaching out to measure him, and finding, of course, nothing. The origin root reading as the same empty nothing it always read, a nascent soul's second-layer body, with no spirit root the senses could name. Her lip curled, ever so slightly. A backwater nobody at the second layer with no root the eye can find, and a farmer's axe. I had thought, from the stories, you would be more impressive. She said it with the absolute unconcern of a woman to whom the opinions of peasants were simply weather, and Tang Yu watched the certainty roll off her exactly as it had rolled off the patriarch and the elder, and thought, another one. Born at the top, certain the top is the natural order, certain a rootless nobody is a thing of no account by the very laws of heaven. They are all the same, the people with power. They have all decided the same thing about people like me, and they have all been wrong in the same way. The ones who learned it too late, with my axe already in them. She turned away from him, dismissing him as completely as one dismisses a servant, and addressed her retainers. Take him into custody. Gently. The house wants him whole. The peasant girl and the beast-tamer may go. The swordsman as well, if he is sensible. There is no need for. You should not have turned your back on him, young miss. Ji-won said quietly, from the rear. She did, then, glance back, and found that the rootless nobody she had dismissed was no longer standing where she had left him. He had been testing her, too. While the young miss measured Tang Yu and found him beneath her notice, Tang Yu had been reading her stance, her sword, the precise arrogance of her retainers, the seams in the assumption that filled the pass. And he had measured something she had not thought to look for, because people who are certain never do, that for all her realm and her house and her cold, flawless poise, she was here, personally, in a mountain pass, intercepting a bounty meant for a backwater nobody, which meant she wanted him, which meant the dismissal was a performance, which meant there was a seam. You crossed a province, Tang Yu said, from beside her now, having simply walked across the pass while she was busy being important, to find a peasant beneath your notice. Houses don't send their young misses to fetch things beneath their notice. So either you're lying about how impressed you are, he watched the flicker of surprise cross her cold face, the first crack, or you're a great deal more desperate than that white silk wants me to think. Which is it, young Miss Moreau? For a heartbeat, she simply stared at him, and Tang Yu watched the careful mask fight to hold its shape over whatever was underneath. Watched a young miss who had been certain, a moment ago, that she was managing a peasant, register that the peasant had read her down to the seam in the time it took her to dismiss him. It was a thing that did not happen to Murong Shui. People did not see her. They saw the silk and the house and the polished surface, and they reacted to that, and never once looked past it, because they had been taught to stop at the surface and most of them lacked the wit to do otherwise. And here was a rootless nobody in a patched shirt who had glanced at her once and seen the desperation under the disdain, and named it to her face in front of her own retainers. Something moved behind her sharp dark eyes, a cold cousin to alarm, the recalculation of a strategist who has just discovered that the piece she meant to use can see the board. The bounty hunters, forgotten by both of them, chose that moment to decide that two distracted prizes were better than one, and charged. The fight in the past was a brief, vicious, three-sided thing, and it taught everyone in it something they had not known. Tang Yu waded into it with the splitting axe, and the bounty hunters learned, as the Chow and the sect had learned, that a rootless boy who ate their chi and split their guards was a prize that turned into a disaster the moment they reached for it. He took a nascent soul hunter's sword arm with a single downstroke. He read a coordinated three-man rush and turned it inside out, the origin root drinking their flares of chi until he stood brighter and faster than when the charge began. These were a long step up from clan thugs and panicked household guards. They were professional killers, men who had hunted cultivators across the eastern country and lived to spend the bounties, and they fought with the cold coordination of long practice, covering each other, baiting and trapping, several of them at the full nascent soul realm, every motion among them spare and purposeful. For the first dozen breaths the narrow stone throat of the pass was pure chaos, and Tang Yu took a sword cut across the ribs and a chi lance that scorched his shoulder, because 24 trained hunters in a tight space were a different problem than a single arrogant elder in an open sky. Whoosh. Clang. He turned a blade on the haft of his axe and felt the hunter's chi pour off the contact and down into the bottomless vessel at his spine. Crack. He split a man's guard and his collarbone with it. The harder they pressed, the more they fed him. The eternal, unfair arithmetic of the origin root, and the hunters, who had cornered 1,000 cultivators and never once seen one grow stronger from the cornering, began, too late, to understand that they had treed the wrong kind of cat. Beside him, the company fought as the strange unit it had become. Lan Shi's pack hit the hunters from the rocks, the great tigers scattering a knot of them like thrown stones, the wolves dragging men down from behind, the hawks falling on upturned faces. Su Qing, and this was the thing that made Tang Yu's chest tighten with a fierce pride even in the middle of the killing, held her own. A brand new cultivator with a 7-petal root, a herb gatherer's daughter who a fortnight ago could not have held a thread of chi. She stood her ground and put a hunter down with a flare of pure clean light, fighting beside him at last rather than cowering behind him. He saw her take a cut and answer it, saw her read a feint and turn it, saw the fierce focus she brought to everything turn now to the work of war, and he thought, that is why I gave her the root. Danger would always find her on this road. What I gave her was the power to answer it on her feet, so she would never again stand helpless in it. And Ji Wan moved through the chaos like the prodigy he was, his slender sword a silver blur. All his decade of sect training finally pointed at something he did not have to be ashamed of, cutting down hunters who had thought a branded sect exile would be easy meat and learning, with their last breaths, that Ji Wan of the Azure Abyss had always been exactly as dangerous as his pride claimed. Only now he was dangerous for the right side. And Murong Shui watched. She had thrown her retainers into the fight, but she herself stood at the eye of it, sword still sheathed, and she watched the rootless nobody she had dismissed 30 seconds ago tear through nascent soul bounty hunters with a farmer's axe and an impossible hunger. And Tang Yu, even with the axe still working, felt her cold certainty crack and crack and crack. Because she was a young miss of a royal house, raised on the fixed and absolute fact that realm and blood and breeding were everything. And she was watching that fact fail in front of her, watching the nobody fight like nothing she had ever seen, climb visibly as he killed, eat the chi off her own hunters dying and grow. In the middle of it, pressed by a nascent soul hunter who had managed to corner him against the rock, Tang Yu did the thing he always did when the only road was up. He gathered the chi he had eaten off 24 hunters, refused to merely survive, and climbed in the teeth of the thing trying to kill him, and the wall broke. Ding. Nascent Soul, Layer 3. The world dropped another notch into clarity, his flying sense widening, the cornering hunter suddenly slow. And the cold part of Tang Yu noted, even as he moved, the perfect absurdity of the chain's whole plan. They had set 24 nascent soul killers on him to wear him down, and the wearing down had carried him up a realm. The bounty meant to weaken him, serving instead as the richest single meal the road had yet provided. He came off the rock faster than the hunter could follow and ended him, and the tide of the fight, already turning, broke entirely. The bounty hunters, who had come to collect the richest catch on the eastern road, found themselves being slaughtered by it, and what was left of them broke and ran, fleeing back down the pass and leaving their dead, the leader the last to go, hurling himself off the high rocks to escape rather than face the rootless calamity a moment longer. And then the pass was still, but for the panting of beasts and the groans of the dying, and Tang Yu stood in the middle of it at the third layer of nascent soul, having climbed 2 rungs in 4 days of road and 1 short fight, and turned to find Murong Xue staring at him with an expression that was no longer distaste. "You," she said slowly, and the cold certainty was gone from her voice, replaced by a calculating, reassessing intensity that was, if anything, more dangerous. "You climbed, in the middle of a fight, twice, while eating my hunter's chi." She walked a slow circle around him, like a buyer circling a horse, like a general circling a captured weapon she has not yet learned to fire, and Tang Yu let her, because letting an enemy show you how they think is worth a great deal more than the discomfort of being studied. "Do you understand what you are, Rootless One? I do not think you do. I have spent 6 years studying the harvest, and the one law underneath all of it, the law that makes the whole chain possible, is that strength can be measured. A root can be read on a stone. A realm can be sensed. A cultivator's exact value can be known and priced, and a cage built to his precise dimensions, because everyone, fits a category." Her dark eyes were bright and cold and fascinated. "And then there is you. No root the stone can read. A realm that climbs in the middle of a fight, faster than any law allows. A storage pocket no nascent soul should own. A power that grows stronger the more it is attacked, that eats the very arts meant to bind it. You do not fit a category. You break the law the whole harvest is built on. And a weapon that breaks the underlying law of your enemy's entire world is not merely useful, Rootless One. It is, potentially, the only thing in 300 years that could actually win." She had not drawn her sword the whole battle, Tang Yu realized. She had spent it watching him, weighing what he was worth before she decided what to do with him. "I came to this pass," she said, expecting to collect a curiosity. A rootless freak the stories had exaggerated, a thing my house wanted to examine and discard. She studied him with her sharp dark eyes, and the disappointment was gone, and what had replaced it was hunger of a different kind than the envoys. Where he had wanted a thing to own, she wanted a thing to wield, a strategist's deep and total hunger. "I was wrong. The curiosity I crossed a province for turns out to be a weapon, and one that does not appear to belong to anyone, which is a thing I did not think existed in this world." She tilted her head. "Beneath my notice." "Yes, I said that, and I withdraw it. You have my notice now, Rootless One, completely, which I assure you is not a thing I give often, and almost never to peasants." It was the single largest concession Murong Xue had made to anyone in years. The words were small, but what they admitted underneath was enormous. A young miss of a royal house did not tell a peasant he had her notice. She did not revise a judgment aloud, because to a person raised at the top, the appearance of certainty was a kind of armor, and to crack it in front of an inferior was to bleed. She cracked it now, deliberately, because she was, above everything else, a strategist, and a strategist who clings to a wrong assessment, because admitting the right one is uncomfortable, is a strategist who loses. She corrected herself in the open, at the cost of her pride, because winning mattered to her more than her pride did. And that, more than anything she said, told Tang Yu what kind of ally and what kind of enemy he had just acquired. "Murong Xue," she added, after a moment, as though the introduction cost her something. "Young miss of the Murong house. And I think you and I want the same thing, which is a circumstance I find as distasteful as it is useful." "We want the same thing," Tang Yu repeated. He did not lower his guard. A royal house's young miss who suddenly found him useful was not a thing he was prepared to trust on a single fight. "And what is it you think I want, young Miss Murong?" "The chain," she said simply, and watched his face. "The harvest. The thing that runs up past the houses, that the Chui house feeds, that the whole rotten East is built on." She saw the flicker in his eyes, the confirmation, and a cold satisfaction touched her lovely face. "I thought so. You're not running east to escape the bounty. You're walking into it, toward the Chui house, following something. A ledger, perhaps. You have the look of a man with a map." She stepped closer, lowering her voice so the retainers could not hear. "Here is my proposal, Rootless One, and I will make it only once. A temporary pact. You want the harvest's head. So do I, for reasons of my own. You are a weapon that cannot be harvested. I am a young miss with a house's resources and a knowledge of the eastern country that you, a backwater peasant, conspicuously lack. Apart, we are each hunting the largest predator in the world half-blind. Together, She let it hang. Together, we might actually be dangerous to it. A pact. Until our purposes diverge. After which we are, of course, free to become enemies. Tang Yu looked at her for a long moment, the cold, lovely face, the white silk, the calculating eyes, the certainty cracked and reforming now into something sharper and more interesting. And he heard, under the proud proposal, the thing she was not saying. Your reasons of your own, he said. What are they? A royal house's young miss doesn't hunt the chain her own kind feeds on for sport. You said the Chui house feeds the harvest. But you're Morong, not Chui. He watched her face and found the seam. Your house is on the wrong end of it, isn't it? The houses don't all sit at the same table. Some harvest, and some get harvested. For the first time, Morong Shui's perfect composure broke, and what came through the crack was a flat, cold fury, banked a long time. The look of a woman whose calm had been holding that fire down for years. The Morong house, she said, very quietly, was a great house once. 3 generations ago we sat among the highest in the east, a name spoken with the Chui and the others in the same breath. And then the Chui house and the powers above it decided on the simplest way to weaken a rival. Fighting is expensive and risky, and leaves blood on the floor that other houses notice. So instead they chose to bleed it. Quietly, patiently. To take the Morong house's gifted children in the harvest, generation after generation. Every promising root we produced skimmed off in the trials and shipped higher and called an honor, so that our talent withered, and our strength faded, and our standing fell, year by year, decade by decade, while the Chui house, who did the skimming, rose into the places we had vacated. It is the perfect crime, rootless one. It looks like nature. It looks like the Morong house simply declining, losing its luck, failing to produce the talent it once did. And the truth, that we have been farmed, stays hidden from the whole East, from most of my own family included. That our decline was harvested out of us, root, by the smiling house next door. Her hands had curled into fists at her sides, the white silk trembling. My elder brother had a superior root, the first the Morong house had produced in 50 years. He was the pride of us, the one who would finally restore the house, the proof that our blood was not yet spent. I worshipped him. He used to carry me on his shoulders through the gardens and tell me that one day we would sit at the high tables again, that he would make it so. He went to the sect trials at 14 and was selected with great ceremony, and the recruiters praised our house, and we held a feast. Her voice had gone flat and terrible, and we never saw him again. A season later a letter came. A cultivation accident, it said. A tragic loss. His remains could not be recovered. I was 9 years old, and I believed it for 6 years, until I was old enough and clever enough to read the house's own records and understand that my brother's superior root had not died in any accident. It had been cut and shipped east, and was, for all I know, still beating in some Chui young master's chest this very night. She looked at Tang Yu, and the cold fury in her eyes was suddenly, horribly familiar. He had seen it in a mirror, in a ditch, for years ago. So no, rootless one. I do not hunt the chain for sport. I hunt it because my house is cattle that the Chui house has been quietly butchering for 3 generations, and the whole East knows it, and keeps its mouth shut, and I am the only Morong left with the talent to do anything but kneel and be bled. We are not so different, you and I. You were a waste they harvested. I am a young miss of a house they are harvesting. The only difference is that they could not finish you. And Tang Yu, looking at the proud, furious, grieving young woman of a bled house, understood that the harvest's great genius was also its great weakness. It had made enemies of everyone it touched, at every level of the chain, and there were a great many people, all the way up, who would help tear it down if only someone showed them it could be done. The grainkeeper in the freed town, the grandmother with the shoe, the wild tribe's lawn she came from, the disciples like Ji1 who had half known and chosen not to ask, and now a young miss of a fallen royal house, harvested from above even as her family knelt at the high tables. All of them taught to believe resistance was impossible, all of them waiting, without daring to hope, for proof that it was not. He was not gathering allies, Tang Yu realized. He was gathering the already wronged, and there was no end of them, because the harvest had left a wound at every level it fed on, and the higher he climbed the more of them he would find. A secret army of the bled, scattered and silent and hopeless, needing only a single rootless boy to walk into the teeth of the thing and live, to show them the wall could come down. Then we have the same enemy, he said. Pact accepted. Until our purposes diverge. Until our purposes diverge, she agreed, and the wary thing between them, equal parts alliance and threat, settled into place. She did not offer her hand. He did not expect her to. It was not that kind of pact. Lanchi made her opinion of it plain the moment the young miss was out of earshot. You're letting a royal house's daughter walk with us, she said flatly, falling in beside Tang Yu, her wild eyes hard. A house's young miss, mountain boy. They're born liars, that lot, the worst of all of them. They smile, and they bargain, and they call it alliance. And the whole time they're working out the angle. She's using you for something, and the day she has it, that pretty white knife of hers goes in your back. I know, Tang Yu said simply. Lanchi blinked. You know. She told me half the truth in the past, that her house is bled, that she hates the chain. That part's real. You can't fake the kind of fury she's carrying. I've worn it myself. But there's a half she didn't tell me, an angle she's playing that's hers alone. And yes, the day our purposes split, we'll be enemies, and she'll be a dangerous one. He looked at the white-robed young miss walking proud and apart at the head of her retainers. But that's true of every alliance worth having out here, Lan Shi. The town that shelters me would give me up if the price got high enough. The fallen prodigy could decide his sect was worth crawling back to. Even you, he glanced at her, a ghost of a smile. Even you follow me for your own reasons, and the day I become the thing your people hate, you'll turn on me too, and you'd be right too. I don't trust her. I don't trust anyone as blindly as the soft men want me to. But I don't need to trust her. I only need our enemies to be the same long enough to use her, as she's using me. Two predators who both want the same prey don't have to love each other. They only have to point the same direction until the prey is down. His smile faded. And keep one eye on the other the whole time. Which I will. Which she will. That's the pact. It's honest, in its way. More honest than most. Supplies had been a quiet problem on the road, until the system reminded Tang Yu it had solved that already. A company of 5 and a pack of beasts ate a great deal, and a heretic with a price on his head could not simply walk into the border cities to buy, and the spirit herbs the freed town had pressed on them were running low. But on the first night after the pass, sitting at the fire with Murong Shue's white-robed retainers camped warily at a careful distance, Tang Yu reached into the cool gray nowhere of the system pocket, the storage space the relic had given him on the mountain, the place from which nothing could be taken, and found it full. He had forgotten what he had put there. Every quest reward the system had paid out, and he had not needed. Spirit stones from the Chow Vault he had taken on the way out of the estate. The refined weapons and pills of the dead bounty hunters, swept into the pocket in the moment after the fight, without his even thinking about it. The pocket had been quietly filling for weeks, a vault that traveled with him, and now, on the long road east where a hunted heretic could buy nothing in the open, it paid. He drew out spirit stones to feed the company's cultivation, herbs and pills for Su Qing's rapid climb, traveling supplies enough for the whole strange party. Murong Shui watched a backwater peasant produce a royal house's worth of resources from a storage space no nascent soul should possess, and added it, silently, to her rapidly growing list of things about the Rootless one that did not add up. A storage pocket of that size was the province of spirit severing masters and royal treasuries, and yet here was a rootless peasant pulling spirit stones and pills from the air like a conjurer at a festival. She said nothing, but Tang Yu, who had learned to read the cracks in the curtain, watched her watch him, and saw the careful young miss filing it away with all the rest, the impossible climbing, the unreadable route, the conscience, the storage pocket, building, behind those sharp dark eyes, a picture of him that grew more interesting and more valuable and more useful by the day, and he marked that, too. An ally who is busy calculating your worth is an ally who has not yet decided how she means to spend you. When the time came to decide that, he intended the choice to be his, made first, and made his own. The relic, Lan Shi said, around a mouthful of dried meat, grinning at the young miss's carefully hidden astonishment. You'll get used to it. He owns nothing, our mountain boy, and somehow he's never short of anything. It's the strangest thing about him, and that's saying something. On the 6th day, they passed a harvested village, and the wider world's bigness and richness stopped mattering. Because here was its true face. It sat off the eastern road in a fold of the hills, and at first it seemed only poor, until Tang Yu's company drew near and saw what was wrong with it. There were no young people, no children of an age to test. The village was old men and old women and infants and the broken, and a silence over all of it, the particular silence of a place that has been visited, again and again, by men in fine robes who take the gifted children and call it a blessing and leave the grief behind. A grandmother sat in a doorway holding a faded child's shoe and staring at nothing. A field stood half-tilled because there were not enough strong young backs left to work it. It was Songyang. That was the thing that stopped Tang Yu cold in the road. The horror of the harvested village he had braced for. What undid him was how familiar it was. It was his own village, and 100 villages like it. The same poverty, and the same grief, and the same dull, worn-smooth hopelessness, multiplied across a whole continent for 300 years. He had thought, deep down, that what had been done to him was a particular cruelty, a clan's greed, a merchant's knife, a single boy's bad luck. Walking through the harvested village, he understood at last, all the way down, that it had never been particular. He was not one boy wronged by bad luck. He was one grain in a harvest, one name in a ledger that ran to 100,000 names, one child among generations of children fed into a machine so vast and so old that the people it fed on had stopped, most of them, even being able to see it. The grandmother with the shoe did not hate the recruiters who took her granddaughter. She had no more idea who to hate than a field has of the scythe. That, Tang Yu thought, his jaw tight, was the true monstrousness of the thing. Deeper than the taking itself ran the way its victims had been taught that the taking was simply the weather, a fixed fact of a fixed world, no more to be resisted than the turning of the seasons. The recruiters came through a month ago, an old man told them, when Tang Yu stopped to ask, his voice flat with a grief worn so smooth it had stopped sounding like grief. Took for this time. Said they had spirit roots, said it was a great honor, said we'd hear from them when they were settled. My granddaughter was one. She was 9. He looked at the strange company with dull, hopeless eyes. You're cultivators. Fine robes, some of you. You're the same as the ones who took her, near enough. What do you want here? There's nothing left to take. It struck Tang Yu like a blow that you're the same as the ones who took her. Because the old man had the right of it, at least on the surface. They were cultivators. Some of them, now, wore fine things. Murong Shue's white silk, Ji Wan's good traveling clothes, the spirit stones and pills the pocket fed them. To a harvested old man in a doorway, a cultivator was a cultivator, a robe was a robe, and the difference between the ones who took his granddaughter and the ones standing in his road now was a difference he had no way to see and no reason to believe in. And Tang Yu understood, in that flat, hopeless stare, the true depth of what the harvest had done. The harvesters had not only taken the children, they had left the people they robbed unable to tell a thief from a rescuer, because for 300 years there had only ever been thieves, and a man cannot recognize a thing he has never once been shown. That, Tang Yu thought, is the wall. Deeper than the realms, deeper than the houses, the true wall is this. That this old man cannot tell the difference between me and the men who took his granddaughter, because he has never once been given a reason to believe the difference exists. I have to be the reason. Over and over, in village after village, all the way east. I have to be the proof that a cultivator can come to a harvested town and not take. Tang Yu had nothing to say to him that would not be a lie, so he said the only true thing he had. I'm going east, old man, to the place they take them, and I'm going to make the men who do this answer for it. I can't bring your granddaughter back. I won't promise you that, but I can promise you that the men who took her are going to pay for every child they ever stole, and yours will be on the ledger. It was the same promise he had made the freed town, the debt collector's promise, and the old man looked at him with the dull eyes of a man who had stopped believing in promises 3 harvests ago. And then, slowly, something flickered in them, the smallest, most dangerous spark, because the rootless one's voice had carried the one thing the harvest could never afford to let its victims feel, the certainty that it could be done. There was a story, the old man said at last, very quietly. Come up the road a few days back. From the west. They said a clan fell, a whole clan, in a night, and a sect after it, beaten by a rootless boy with a wood axe. We didn't believe it. Stories come up the road all the time, and every last one of them turns out to be wind, because everyone knows the world doesn't work that way. He looked at the axe across Tang Yu's back, and at his face, and something old and broken in him seemed to shift. A stone moved off a buried thing. That was you, wasn't it? The boy from the west. His voice cracked. Then the story's true. Then it can be. He could not finish it. He pressed the faded little shoe to his chest and bent over it, and his shoulders shook, and it was not quite weeping, because weeping requires hope, and he had spent his last hope years ago. But it was the first thing near it that the harvested village had felt in a very long time, and it had come up the eastern road on the back of a rumor about a rootless boy who proved the impossible. That, Tang Yu thought, was the contagion the envoy feared. The axe was the least of it. The thing that spread, the thing that could not be stopped at a wall or bought off with silver, was his story. That night, at the fire, Su Qing was quiet for a long time, the new light troubled in her chest, before she asked the question. The men who took her, she said. The recruiters, the ones who run the harvest house. The Chui house. When we reach them, what do we do with them? She looked at him across the fire, and her face was not the soft herb gatherer's daughter's face anymore. It was the face of a woman who had thrown away her whole life and watched a clan fall and was now learning, day by day, exactly what kind of road she had chosen. I keep thinking about that old man. About the grandmother with the shoe. I want them to pay. I want it so badly it frightens me. That's the part that frightens me, Tang Yu. The fear isn't that the justice will slip away from us. It's that I might like it too much when I take it. She looked into the fire. I was a herb gatherer's daughter. A month ago the worst thing I'd ever done was sell a man a tonic that didn't work. And now I've killed men in a pass and felt something move in me. I felt good, for a heartbeat, when the hunter who'd cut you went down. And I keep thinking, that's how it starts, isn't it? That's how a person becomes the thing they set out to destroy. One justified killing at a time. Each one a little easier than the last, until you're standing over a town you've bled and telling yourself they had it coming. So I'm asking, while I still can, while it still bothers me. I watched you stand over Chao Sun and choose to let him live as a ruined thing. And I watched you let the patriarch live broken. And I'm asking, is that what this is? Justice? Or are we just going to become a new and better kind of butcher, working our way up the chain, leaving our own grandmothers in our own doorways? It was the question, Tang Yu thought, that separated him from the men he was climbing to destroy, and he was glad she had asked it, and he gave her the truest answer he had. I've thought about it, he said, every day since the slab. And here's where I've come to. The men who run the harvest aren't evil because they take. They take because they're certain there's no cost, because the people below them have never been able to make them pay, and so the whole question of right and wrong has stayed invisible to them, leaving only the one fact they can see, which is that taking pays. I'm not going to become them. Where they take, I'm going to collect. He leaned forward, the firelight on his face. There's a difference, and it's the only difference that matters. A butcher takes from the helpless because he can. A collector makes the powerful pay what they owe to the helpless. The harvesters will answer for what they did, measured against the ledger of who they did it to, the debt, and that reason alone. The day I start taking from someone weaker than me because there's no cost to it, that's the day I've become Chao Tianyu, and you have my permission, Su Qing, to put a knife in me. He held her eyes across the fire. Keep asking me that question. Every time. It's the rope that keeps me from falling off the edge of this thing. Don't ever stop asking it. She held his gaze a long moment, and then, slowly, nodded, and the trouble in her new light eased a little. And across the fire, Murong Shui, who had been listening with the careful attention of a woman recalculating, said nothing. But something in her guarded face had shifted, because she had judged the rootless weapon to be sharp, hungry, useful. And here he showed her a conscience he had thought about carefully, a thing that had stood nowhere on her whole list of him. The road east grew tense and strange after that, and oddly, the strangeness helped, because a company that bickers is a company that is becoming a family. Ji Wan and Lan Shi had decided, somewhere in the past, to hate each other. The fallen sword prodigy of a great sect and the wild beast-tamer of the hunted tribes were, on the surface, opposites. He precise and proud and sect-trained, she feral and mocking and sect-loathing. They spent the eastern road needling each other without mercy. Lan Shi called him sect-boy and mocked his careful forms. Ji Wan called her tribeswoman and flinched, theatrically, from her beasts. They argued about everything. The route, the watch order, whether his sword or her tiger had killed more hunters in the past. 11, Lan Shi would say, polishing a bone knife. The tiger's count. You and that twig of yours managed. What, 6? 9. Ji Wan would answer, with wounded precision. And they were the armed ones, not the stragglers your overgrown housecat picked off the edges. Housecat. She would say it with relish, just to watch his jaw tighten. He'd be very hurt to hear that. He thinks very highly of you, sect boy. He keeps trying to herd you into formations, like you're one of his slower wolves. And Ji Wan, who had spent his whole life among disciples who flattered him and elders who used him, would scowl and bicker back, blind for days to the fact that he had stopped flinching from the beasts, that he had started leaving the wolves the flank he could not cover, that he and the wild tribeswoman had begun to fight as two halves of one thing. Until the day in a roadside skirmish when he turned his back on a charging hunter without a thought because he knew, with total certainty, that a gray wolf would be there. And it was. And afterward he and Lan Shi looked at each other across the dead man, and said nothing, and the not saying anything was its own kind of treaty signed. And Tang Yu, watching them, understood that the bickering was how the two of them were learning to trust each other. The rough, prickly way that two proud, wounded, lonely people lean on each other when both are too guarded to admit they need anybody. By the time they neared the harvest house, the two of them could clear a road of hunters between them without a word, and still find the breath to argue about who had done more of it. They tracked the Chui invoice trail east through the chain's own infrastructure. For once you knew what to look for, the harvest was everywhere, written across the eastern country in plain sight for anyone who had stopped believing the lie. The recruitment stations in the border cities, where gifted children were selected. The sealed wagons on the trade roads, moving east under house guard, barred to every eye along the way. The way the chi veins of the land itself ran thin around the great houses, drained by centuries of harvest. Murong Shui, who had spent her whole life inside the chain, read its signs for him. She pointed out the shipping routes, named the lesser houses that served as way stations, traced the flow of stolen routes east and up toward the place where the region's harvest was gathered before it climbed higher still. She knew it all with a cold, encyclopedic precision that was its own kind of indictment. Which cities ran recruitment stations, and which merely paid the tithe in silver, which sealed wagon convoys carried roots, and which carried the more ordinary plunder, which house had risen by harvesting, and which, like her own, had fallen by being harvested. I have spent 6 years learning this, she said, when Tang Yu remarked on it, and there was no pride in it, only a quiet, patient anger. Reading the records that were kept locked away from me, that I was meant to stay too foolish and too obedient ever to open. Mapping a thing everyone in the East pretends does not exist. I knew where every road led before you ever crawled out of your ditch, rootless one. What I did not have, she glanced at him, at the company, at the wild girl and the prodigy and the rising root, was a weapon the chain could not simply harvest the moment I pointed it. A map is worthless without a blade to follow it. And I had begun to think no such blade existed in this world, that the chain had made certain of it 300 years ago, until a peasant with a wood axe broke a clan and a sect in a single season and walked east straight at it, as though it were a thing that could be fought. Her voice was very even. You have no idea, I think, how long some of us have been waiting for someone the harvest could not eat. How quietly, how without hope. I will use you, rootless one, exactly as I told you I would. But understand that use is the coldest word I have for it. There are people in this East who have been kneeling and being bled for 300 years and praying, without daring to say it aloud, for exactly the thing you are. And every road, exactly as Pan's ledger had promised, ran toward one place. A great house on a hill at the heart of the eastern country, the seat of the regional harvest, where the gifted children of 100 bled villages and a dozen bled houses were processed and stored and shipped toward the court that fed heaven. The Chui house. The harvest house on the hill. It was beautiful. That was the obscenity of it. Tang Yu had half expected a slaughterhouse, something black and grim that wore its purpose on its walls. The Chui harvest house was a palace. White marble terraces rising in tiers up the hill, gardens lit with floating spirit lamps, graceful towers reflected in still ornamental lakes, all of it glowing softly in the dark, like something out of a child's tale of heaven. Wealth beyond anything the valley could have imagined. 300 years of harvested talent converted into marble and silk and light. And underneath the beauty, his nascent soul sense could feel them. The wards, layered and vast and cold. The ceiling arrays woven through the white stone, and deeper still, beneath the lowest terrace, a great muffled absence where Qi should have been, the dead quiet of a vault sealed so completely that even his sense could only find its edges. The vaults, where the roots were kept. They reached it on the 9th day, and made camp in the high hills above it under cover of night, and looked down at the place where the answer to every name the harvest had taken sat behind walls of white stone, and Tang Yu felt the weekly quest stir behind his eyes, the green light steady. Reclaim what was stolen. It had begun with one root, his own. It had become, somewhere on this long road, every root the harvest had ever cut. Down there, in jade jars in the sealed dark, beat the stolen futures of 100 villages and a dozen bled houses. The grainkeeper's granddaughter, the old man's 9-year-old, Murong Shue's brother, perhaps, and the 4 taken from the harvested village a month ago, and 1,000 more, 300 years of the gifted reduced to inventory and waiting on a shelf for a buyer. Tang Yu looked down at the beautiful palace built on all of it, and the cold thing in his chest did not rage. It simply made a note, and added a column to the ledger, and began, quietly, to calculate the seam. Tomorrow night, he said quietly, looking down at the lights of the harvest house. We go in, we find the vaults, and the records, and we learn where the chain goes from here. And we free whatever's left in there to free. He looked at the strange company around him. The bled young miss, the wild tribeswoman, the fallen prodigy, the rising girl who kept him honest. Get what rest you can. Tomorrow we open the largest account on the ledger. But when the watch changed in the deep of the night, Tang Yu woke to find one of their number gone. Murong Shui had slipped out of the camp. He found her at the edge of the high rocks, alone, looking down at the lights of the Chui harvest house with an expression he had not seen on her before. The strategist's calculation gone, the young Mrs. Distaste gone, and underneath them both something raw and personal and old laid bare. She did not hear him approach. Even at the 3rd layer he had learned to move like the woodcutter he had been, silent on the high stone. And he watched her, for a moment, before she knew he was there, watched her hand drift to a small jade pendant at her throat that she had kept hidden under the white silk, and heard her murmur, so quietly the wind nearly took it, a single name that was not her brother's. The name had been a man's, spoken with a tenderness her cold face never showed in daylight, and it had not been her brother's, and Tang Yu turned it over in the dark and did not like the shapes it made. A brother, harvested, was a grief that explained the fury, but a second name, hidden under the silk, murmured down toward the sleeping house in the dead of night, that ran deeper than grief. That was a purpose, specific and personal, and a purpose she had hidden even while she bargained him into a pact, which meant the pact had a floor under it she had not shown him. She had her own agenda. He had known it from the past. A young miss of a royal house did not throw in with a hunted peasant out of simple shared hatred. The pact was real. Her fury at the harvest was real. But there was something else down there in the Chui house that Murong Shui wanted, something personal and hidden, something she had not told him and did not mean to. And Tang Yu, watching her in the dark, understood that the wary alliance he had made was warier than he had let himself believe, and that he would have to learn the shape of her real game before it cut him. He withdrew, silent, back into the dark, and let her keep her secret a while longer, because he had a few of his own, and because tomorrow they would walk into the heart of the harvest together, and a man learns the most about an ally in the moment the killing starts. He lay awake the rest of the watch, looking up at the strange eastern stars, and turned the whole of it over. The road behind, a valley freed, a clan broken, a sect humbled, 2 realms climbed. The road ahead, a harvest house full of stolen futures, a chain that ran up past the houses to a council, and past the council to a crowned hunger, an envoy patiently letting him ripen, a sect bent on branding him heretic, a young miss with a hidden game, and somewhere very far above all of it, the thing Qin Yuan had died failing to reach. It was too much, by any sane measure, one rootless boy and a handful of the desperate against a whole rotten civilization. But Tang Yu had learned, in a ditch, that too much was just the size of a thing seen all at once, and that anything, however vast, could be eaten one bite at a time by something with a bottomless enough hunger. He had the most bottomless hunger the world had ever grown. And tomorrow night, he would take the first bite of the east. He sat on at the edge of the camp, looking down at the beautiful lethal palace on the hill, and let the weight of where he had come settle over him. A month ago he had been the waste of Songyang village, a rootless cripple cutting wood, beneath the notice of even the Chow Town's beggars. Tonight he sat above the seat of a royal house, at the 3rd layer of nascent soul, with a fallen prodigy, and a wild beast tamer, and a rising cultivator, and a royal young miss in his strange company. planning to breach the heart of the Eastern Harvest. The distance he had traveled was not measurable in miles. He had crossed from one world into another, from the bottom of the chain to the threshold of its middle, in a single brutal season, and he understood, sitting there above the sleeping camp, that there was no going back to being small. The waste was gone. Something else wore his patched shirt now, and the thing it wanted was the largest thing anyone had ever wanted, and tomorrow it would begin to take it. Below them, in the white-walled house on the hill, behind sealed doors and silent wards, the stolen roots of 100 villages waited in their jade jars in the dark, and the answer to the question the whole valley had been asking for 300 years waited with them. End of Hour 8. Hour 9, the Harvest House, the breach in the dark, the vaults of stolen roots, the tide ledger that proves the harvest climbs higher than even the houses, to a Continental Council, and the thing sealed in the deepest chamber that has been waiting a very long time for someone to wake it. They went over the white wall in the dead hour of the night, when the spirit lamps had burned low and the beautiful palace slept, and Tang Yu learned what 300 years of harvest looked like when you finally got behind the marble. The plan was Murong Shui's, refined by Tang Yu's eye for seams. The Chui Harvest House was a fortress dressed as a garden, layered with wards a nascent soul could not simply walk through. But wards were made of qi, and there was one creature in the world that walked through qi by drinking it. Tang Yu went first and alone, the origin route open, and where the ceiling arrays should have flared and screamed at the intrusion of an unranked cultivator, they instead guttered and dimmed, their qi draining quietly down into the bottomless thing in his spine as he passed, so that he moved through the outer wards like a man walking through cobwebs, unmaking them as he came. It was, Murong Shui had admitted in the planning, the only reason the breach was possible. The Chui House's wards were the finest money could buy, layered detection arrays and binding arrays and alarm wards, woven by spirit-severing masters, proof against any infiltrator who fought wards with stealth or strength or cleverness. They had never been built to stop an infiltrator who simply ate them, because no such infiltrator had ever existed. The vast security of the harvest's heart rested, like everything else, on the one law the origin route broke. That power could be measured and walled against. He felt the small, fierce satisfaction of it as he moved. The Chui had built every wall against the wrong enemy, because for 300 years there had been no other kind, and now the one kind they had never imagined was walking through all of them at once. Behind him, in the gap his passing opened, the company slipped over the wall, Su Qing and Ji Wan and Lan Shi's pack, silent in the dark, and Murong Shui and two of her best retainers, white silk traded for dark, her beautiful face set with a purpose. Tang Yu was watching very carefully now. They had come down from the ridge an hour after the spirit lamps dimmed, leaving the camp dark and the horses tied a lead back in the pines, and the approach had been the worst part. The long crawl down the bald shoulder of the hill toward the white wall, the 8 of them strung out in the wet grass, every one of them knowing that the Chui house had killed better armed parties than theirs for less. Lan Shi had sent her smaller beasts ahead, the foxes and the night birds, and they had come back with the shape of the watch, 2 patrols on the wall, a 3rd in the gardens, and the great detection arrays humming over all of it like a held breath. A normal party died at the wall. The Chui did not need their guards to be clever. They needed only their wards to be perfect, and they were, and for 300 years that had been enough. 40 heartbeats. Murong Shui had breathed, flat against the grass beside him, her eyes on the patrol pacing the parapet. From when the array notices you to when this entire hill is awake, and there are 40 nascent soul tier guards in that garden. I have watched 3 other parties try a Chui vault, Rootless one. I watched them die, every time, in under a minute at the wall. Her cold eyes had cut to him. Everything we do tonight rests on the one thing I cannot quite make myself believe, even having seen you do it. That you can walk through that array, and it will not wake. A pause. If you are wrong about yourself, we are all of us dead before the second patrol turns. I'm not wrong, Tang Yu had said, and gone first, alone, down off the shoulder of the hill, and up to the base of the white wall, into the teeth of the finest wards money could buy. And the array had reached for him, and found nothing to grip, and quietly begun to die. They came down into the gardens of the Chui house, past still ornamental lakes and floating dimmed lamps, and the beauty of it lay over everything like a lie. And then they reached the lowest terrace, where the gardens ended and a great sealed door of black iron was set into the hill itself, and beyond it Tang Yu since had felt that muffled absence all night, the dead quiet where Qi should have been. He laid his hand on the wards of the door and drank them down until the iron groaned and the seal failed, and they went through into the vaults, and the lie ended. The vaults of the Chui house ran deep into the hill, chamber after cold chamber, and they were full of roots. Tang Yu stopped in the first chamber and could not, for a moment, make himself move. They lined the walls floor to ceiling, shelf upon shelf of small jade jars, each one sealed, each one glowing faintly from within, each one holding a single spirit root suspended in a preserving array, folding and unfolding slowly in the dark like a small captive light. There were hundreds of them in the first chamber alone, and more chambers beyond it, and more beyond those. The absence his sense had felt for a mile around revealed now for what it truly was. It was the opposite of emptiness, a silence so total it could only come from this many sealed lives held in this much cold dark. And it was orderly. That was the part Tang Yu could not get past, walking slowly down the first row. It was the sheer cold bureaucracy of it, somehow worse to him than the horror. The jars stood shelved with a warehouse's tidy method, by region, then by year, then by grade. Each section neatly labeled, the older stock toward the back, the finer roots set apart on higher shelves behind their own finer seals. There were ladders on rails for reaching the high shelves. There was a dust cloth folded on a clerk's stool. Someone came down here, day after ordinary day, and dusted the jars, and updated the labels, and moved the new stock in and the sold stock out, and went home at the end of a shift and thought of it as a job. The men who ran the harvest were clerks, mild and tidy and a world away from any monster howling over a pit of blood. They worried about inventory turnover and storage conditions and getting a fair price. And that, Tang Yu understood, looking at the dust cloth folded so neatly on the stool, was the true and final horror of the thing. That the largest crime in the history of the world had been made survivable to the men who committed it by the simple trick of turning children into stock, and a slaughter into a ledger, and a soul into a line item with a grade and a price. Every man in this house had been spared, by that trick, the feeling of being a murderer. They had only ever had to feel like good employees. He stopped before one jar at the height of his eyes, and made himself read the label, because he owed it to the thing inside to be looked at by someone who knew it was a person. Female. Age 8. Windroot. 3 petals. Lin Village, Northreach. Acquired spring, year of the iron ox. Grade, middling. Reserve price, 40 spirit stones. 40 spirit stones. He had carried more than that out of the Chow vault in a single careless handful. An 8-year-old girl with a windroot, taken from her village in the spring, shelved in the cold for who knew how many years, waiting in the dark to be sold for 40 spirit stones to a buyer who wanted a windroot and did not much care where it came from. Tang Yu stood before the small folding light and felt the thing in his chest, which had not broken at the slab or the ditch or the burning of his own village, come closer to breaking here, before a jar, than it had ever come. And then it did not break, because he would not let it, because the grief he spent on himself was grief stolen from her, and the girl in the jar needed something harder and more useful than his grief. She needed the account settled. He gave her that, silently. 40 spirit stones, he thought. I will collect it from them at 1,000 times the price. Every one of you. All the way up. Heavens, Su Qing whispered behind him, her hand at the new light in her own chest, her face gone white. These are, every one of these is. A child, Tang Yu said. His voice did not sound like his own. Every jar is a child. He walked slowly down the rows and read the small labels affixed to each jar in a clerk's neat hand. A name, a village, a date, a grade, a price. The grainkeeper's granddaughter could have been on any of these shelves. The 4 taken from the harvested village a month ago. 300 years of the gifted, reduced to inventory, catalogued and priced, and shelved in the cold to wait for a buyer. He had known, abstractly, the scale of the harvest. He had said the words, 100,000 names, a continent, 3 centuries. But he had not understood it until he stood in a stone chamber and looked at the actual jars, row on row on row, each one a small light that had once been a person, each one labeled with a price in a tidy hand. He walked deeper, because he had to, because turning back was its own kind of cowardice, and he had promised himself a long time ago that he would always look at the thing directly. The second chamber was finer than the first, the high-grade stock, the jars set further apart on their shelves, each behind its own better seal, each label written in a more careful hand, the prices longer. Male. Age 6. Fire root, 5 petals. Reserve, 900 spirit stones. Female. Age 11. Ice root, 6 petals, exceptional clarity. Reserve, 4,000. Held, pending buyer of rank. And then, on the finest shelf of all, behind a seal that had cost more than the grainkeeper's whole village would see in a generation, 3 jars set in a row with a single bracket note in the clerk's hand binding them together. Siblings. Twin roots, paired. Do not split lot. Paired sets command premium. 3 children of one family, taken together, kept together, shelved together, for one reason only. Tang Yu understood, his stomach turning. A matched set of sibling roots fetched a higher price intact, like a matched pair of vases. The clerks had folded 3 separate tragedies into one tidy lot and stamped a markup on the seam. There's a system to it, Su Qing whispered, and there was a horror in her voice past tears now, a flat, sick understanding. Tang Yu, look, they grade them, they reserve them, they hold the fine ones back for richer buyers, they bundle the families because families sell for more. This is something colder than cruelty, something that goes all the way past it. It's... She could not find the word. It's a business, Tang Yu said. The cruelty would mean they felt something. A man who tortures you, at least, knows you're alive enough to hurt. This, he gestured at the careful bracket note binding 3 stolen children into a premium lot. This is what it looks like when they've stopped knowing that. When you've become a figure in a column, a grade, a reserve price. When you're worth only what a buyer will pay. He moved on down the finer shelves and read the careful hand and took the measure of every line. The cold thing in his chest, which had carried him through the slab and the ditch and the hall, met the vaults of the Chui house, and held. It went very still and very clear, and made a vow that had no words. And then the green light of the system flared at the base of his spine, deeper than the cold, flat system voice, a thing from further down, the first petal of the origin root opening wider in the presence of so much stolen power, and the weekly quest blazing across his vision. Quest, reclaim what was stolen. It had begun with one root, his own. Standing in the vaults, surrounded by the harvest of 3 centuries, he understood at last the true size of the quest the relic had given him, and felt the realm wall in him groan under the weight of the vow he had just made, and break. Ding. Nascent soul, layer 4. He climbed in the silence of the vaults, fed this time by stillness alone, by the sheer concentrated presence of the stolen, the ambient chi of 1,000 sealed roots pressing on the air, the origin root drinking it, raising him a rung in the dark simply because he stood inside the largest crime he had ever seen. He did not like it, and he made himself, deliberately, feel the wrongness of climbing on the dead. The chi seeping into him was the residue of stolen children, and to rise on it without flinching would be to become, in a smaller way, the thing he hunted, a man who grew strong on the harvest and felt nothing. So he climbed, because he needed the strength and there was no refusing it, but he climbed grieving, and marked each rung gained here as a debt added rather than a victory won. The harvest had fed him with the children it stole. He would pay them back by spending every drop of it tearing the harvest down, and he swore it silently, climbing among the jars. While Tang Yu read the labels, Murong Shui had gone still and silent, drifting down the rows of jars with her cold face very carefully blank. And Tang Yu, watching her even through the horror, saw what she was doing. She was searching, reading the labels with a desperate, focused hunger, looking for a name. And he let her, because he had his own thing to find, and it was in the next chamber, on a stone clerk's desk between the shelves, the records. The tithe ledger of the Chui Harvest House was a great bound book of jade slips, and it was where the chain stopped being a rumor and became a map. Tang Yu pressed his chi into it and read, and the resolve in him hardened with every line. Pan's ledger had shown the harvest running up, clans to sects to the Chui house. The Chui house's own records showed where it went from there, and it went higher. Every root in these vaults was inventory waiting on a single recurring entry, the tithe. Twice a year, the Chui house, for all its marble and its power, for all that it was a royal house that ruled a swathe of the East, packed its finest stolen roots into sealed convoys and sent them up to a place the records named only with a sealed Tang you did not recognize, the Continental Council. The 9 elders who sat over the entire continent, who pretended to rule it, who were, the ledger made it undeniable, the next rung of the harvest, the clearinghouse above the clearinghouses, to whom even the royal houses paid their tithe in stolen children. He read further, and it grew worse, because the ledger recorded more than the river flowing up. It recorded what the council demanded. The tithe came as an assessment, a quota, levied on the royal house from above as the royal house levied grain tithes on the villages below. So many roots of such and such grade, due twice a year, on pain of consequences the ledger left unwritten, yet plainly dreaded. Greed drove only a part of it, if that. The Chui house harvested because it was required to, because the council above it required tithe, because the council was in turn required to render tribute higher still, the demand flowing down through the whole pyramid as the stolen roots flowed up. Every level was a tax collector for the level above and a victim of it, all the way down to the recruiter taking a 9-year-old from a doorway, all the way up to what? The ledger's highest entries bore that one unreadable seal, and stopped, because the Chui house did not dare write what sat above the council. He read the numbers, and the numbers were the worst of it, because numbers could not flinch. The assessment was written plainly. 400 superior roots per annum, of which no fewer than 40 of the full 7 petals, rendered in 2 convoys, spring and autumn, to the council seat. 400 children a year, from this one royal house, just to meet quota. And the quota had a history, columns of it going back generations, the demand creeping upward decade by decade as the thing at the top grew hungrier. And in the margin of one old entry, in a hand stiff with fear 3 generations dead, he read the note that froze his blood. A single line recording the year the Chui house had come up 40 roots short, and what the council had done about it. The council called it, in that cold clerk's hand, a correction. The council had simply sent its own collectors down into the Chui lands and taken the shortfall directly, and had assessed the missing 40 against the Chui house's own gifted children, the master's own sons and daughters, harvested out of their own nurseries to settle their own debt. After that year, the ledger noted, the Chui house had never again come up short. They had learned, as everyone in the pyramid learned, that the only thing more terrible than feeding the harvest was failing to. Pan's ledger, Tang Yu thought, had been a peddler's scrap by comparison, a few dozen children, a single valley, one greedy man's slice. This was the real shape of it, an empire of accounts, an assessment levied on royal houses, a quota enforced by the threat of being harvested yourself, a continent organized top to bottom for the single purpose of moving stolen lights upward through the dark. He had thought, breaking Pan, that he had struck the harvest, He saw now that he had stepped on one ant at the very bottom of a hill that climbed past anything he could see. It doesn't stop at the houses, he said quietly, and the company gathered around him in the cold chamber. I thought the Chui house was the top of the regional harvest. It's not. It's a supplier too. And worse, it's a conscript. Everything here, all of it, 300 years of it, it's a tithe. A quota. The Chui house harvests the region because a council that sits over the whole continent demands it, twice a year, by the jar, on pain of something even a royal house is afraid of. He looked up. Pan was the bottom rung. The Chow were the rung above. The sect above them. The Chui house above that. And above the Chui house, a council of 9 that rules everything. And they are only the next clearinghouse, paying their own tithe higher still. The scale of it pressed down like the vault silence. It's not a chain. It's a pyramid, and the whole of it has been feeding upward for 300 years towards something I still can't see the top of. You can, said Murong Shui, from the dark of the next chamber, in a voice that had changed entirely. They found her in the deepest of the storage chambers, and she was not searching anymore. She stood before a single jade jar she had taken down from a high shelf, holding it in both hands as though it were the only thing in the world, and the cold, perfect mask was gone from her face, washed away by tears she did not seem to know she was shedding. The jar glowed faintly in her hands, a single root folding and unfolding in the preserving array, and on its label, in a clerk's tidy hand, was a name Tang Yu did not need to read to know. My brother, Murong Shui said, very quietly, not looking up from the jar. Chui Heng's house has kept it 11 years. A superior root, too fine to ship up with the common tithe, held back, the records say, pending a buyer of suitable rank. 11 years, on a shelf, in the cold, waiting to be sold. Her hands were shaking around the jar. This is why I came. Your war is real, rootless one, and I want it one. But under the war, beneath everything, I came for this. I told you my house was bled. I did not tell you that I have spent 6 years learning the location of every Chui vault in the east, hunting for this, for the one jar with my brother's name on it, so that I could. Her voice broke, so that I could take him home, bury him properly, in the 11 years of him sitting on a shelf to be haggled over. She finally looked up, and the fury and the grief in her face were a thing Tang Yu knew from the inside. So now you know my secret, rootless one. The young miss of the Murong house crossed a province and made a pact with a hunted peasant and infiltrated a royal vault, for a jar, for a brother 11 years dead. You may laugh, if you like. I'm not going to laugh, Tang Yu said quietly. He thought of 7 petals of stolen light folding shut in Pan's fist, of carrying that grief for 4 years. I cut my own root out of a man's chest and gave it to someone who'd treasure it. I know exactly what that jar is worth. Take him home, Murong Shui. We'll free the rest. She looked up at him then, really looked, the cold strategist calculation gone entirely from her face for the first time since the pass. And what was underneath it was something raw and young and grieving. The 9-year-old who had worshipped a brother and lost him to a lie. I came into this pact meaning to use you, she said, very quietly. I told you so. A weapon I would point and spend. I have spent 6 years learning to want only what is useful, because wanting anything else, in my family, in this world, gets it taken from you. Her hands tightened around the jar. And you found my brother's name in a vault full of stock, and stopped your own war for a heartbeat to tell me to take him home. That was not useful to you. It cost you time, in a burning house, with guards coming. She studied his face as though it were a thing she did not quite have a category for. Why? Because it was right, Tang Yu said simply. That's the whole of it. It was right, and I could, so I did. That's the difference between me and the thing we're hunting, Murong Shui. The only difference, but it's everything. They only ever do what's useful. I try to do what's right, when I can afford it, and even sometimes when I can't. He started toward the records again. You can keep treating this as a pact of convenience if it's easier. But I'd rather you knew, going in, that I'm not actually that kind of ally. I don't spend the people who walk with me. Ask the wild girl. Ask the swordsman. Ask the village girl I gave a fortune to. A faint, tired smile. You threw in with the one strong man in the east who isn't going to use you. I imagine that's going to take some getting used to. Something moved in her cold, lovely face that she did not have a name for, and she did not answer, and tucked her brother's jar carefully into her storage ring as though it were made of glass, and followed him toward the records, a fraction less guarded than she had been, and a great deal more dangerous to the harvest for it. He turned to the company. All of it. Every jar in these vaults, the preserving arrays broken, the roots. He stopped, because he did not, in truth, know what to do with them. A stolen root could not simply be returned to a child 11 years gone, but it could be freed, released from its cold jar, its captive light let go, the crime undone in the only way left. We free them, he said. Every one. The harvest ends here, in this house, tonight, for these. And we burn the records into every jade slip we can carry, so the world learns where the chain goes. That was when the alarm wards he had drunk through finally finished failing in a way the house could not ignore, and far above them, through the stone, a great bell began to toll, and the Chui harvest house woke fast. The bell was answered by a second and a third, a brazen clamor rolling down through the hill, and Tang Yu's sense filled with movement. the spirit lamps flaring back to life all through the palace above, doors slamming, the dormitory of the house guard emptying, 2 score nascent soul tier signatures converging on the vault stair from every wing of the great house at once. Morong Shui's 40 heartbeats. They had spent far more than 40 heartbeats reading ledgers and freeing lights, and now the price came due. They're coming, Jiwan said, already moving, his sword clearing its sheath with a ring, the fallen prodigy's face settling into the cold focus that had once been the pride of the Azure Abyss. Down the stair, all of them. Tang Yu, that stair is the only way in or out of these vaults, and it is about to be very full of Chui swords. Then we hold the stair, Tang Yu said, and the company moved to it without being told twice, because they had done this before, in a freed town, in a mountain pass, and they had learned the shape of standing together against a tide. He did not order a retreat, though retreat was the same thing, though they had the records and the witness in the jar and could have been over the wall before the guard reached the vault. He did not retreat because the jars were not all freed yet, and because running now meant leaving the harvested stock, and the whole point of the Rootless one, the contagious, dangerous, world-cracking point of him, was that he did not leave the harvested stock. Free what's left while we hold. He called to Su Qing, and set his feet at the mouth of the stair, his father's axe across his hands, as the first of the Chui guard came down out of the firelight with blades drawn and the absolute confidence of men who had never in their lives lost a fight in their own house. They were wrong about tonight, and the first rank of them learned it in the narrow throat of the stair, where Jiwan's sword and Lan Shi's pack turned a flood into a killing trickle. But behind the guards, unhurried, came something the guards' confidence had been borrowed from, and the stair fell silent before it as the lesser men drew back to let their master pass. The master of the house came down into the vaults himself, and he came alone, which told Tang Yu everything about how dangerous he was. Chui Hung was an unremarkable-looking man, middle-aged, neat, dressed in the deep blue and silver of the Chui house, with the soft hands and the bored eyes of an administrator, a man who managed an inventory and paid a tithe and had, Tang Yu did not doubt, never once thought of the jars on his shelves as anything but stock. He descended the vault stair without hurry, took in the broken seals and the gathered intruders and the young miss clutching a jar, and his gaze settled on Tang Yu with the mild irritation of a man whose ledger has been disordered. The Rootless one, Chui Hung said. We were told you might come. We did not expect you to come here, into the vaults, like a common thief. His sense reached out, brushed Tang Yu, found the same nothing everyone found, a nascent soul fourth-layer body with no root the eye could name, and his irritation deepened into contempt. You have caused the Chui house a great deal of inconvenience tonight, breaking my seals and frightening my staff. The envoy wished you taken whole and ripe. I am inclined, after this, to send you east in rather more pieces than he asked for. He can reassemble you at his leisure. He glanced, with faint distaste, at the broken jars and the freed lights rising around the chamber, like a man eyeing spilled goods. Do you have any idea what you have cost me tonight? Each of those was inventory, catalogued, promised, some of it spoken for by buyers of considerable rank, who will not be pleased to learn their order was let loose into the air by a peasant with a grudge. And that, Tang Yu thought, looking at the neat, unremarkable face, was somehow worse than any monster could have been. Chui Hung was not evil in any way large enough to feel. He had simply spent a lifetime managing an inventory, and across all his decades he had held himself blind, heartbeat by careful heartbeat, to the truth that the inventory had been children. Seeing it was inefficient, and Chui Hung was, above all things, efficient. He fought barehanded, his soft hands simply folded, and the killing weight of a nascent soul master, high in the realm, Tang Yu judged, the peak of it, a full step or two above his own fresh fourth layer, rolled down the vault stair like a tide. You keep children in jars on shelves, Tang Yu said, and you're worried about your inventory being disordered. He set his feet and unslung his father's axe, and behind him the company spread to fight, and the captive servants of the house, the ones who tended the vaults, who labeled the jars, who had been brought down by the alarm and now pressed against the walls in terror, watched. Good. Let's disorder it. The fight in the vaults was the hardest Tang Yu had faced since Pan, and it was fought in front of an audience that mattered. Chui Hung was no swaggering elder. He fought as he kept his ledger, efficiently, coldly, every motion economical, a peak nascent soul master spending exactly as much as the task required and no more. After the first exchange there was no heat in it. There was only the cold competence of a man removing an inconvenience, and that, Tang Yu found, was harder to fight than fury. A furious man overcommits. A man who has reduced you to a task in his ledger does not. Chui Hang's arts were precise and sparing and lethal. Short, perfect strikes of compressed chi, sealed and frugal, each one placed exactly where Tang Yu's guard was weakest. The work of a master who had spent decades learning to kill as he had spent decades learning to file. Crack, crack. Tang Yu turned what he could and ate what he could not. And for the first stretch of it he was losing as he had lost to Pan at the start, outclassed by a higher realm and a harder skill, driven back through the chambers, past the rows of stolen jars, the company hard-pressed around them. It was a strange and frightening thing to fight a man who would not be drawn. Every foe Tang Yu had beaten on the long climb up from the ditch had beaten himself a little. In the end, the rider's contempt, the gate elder's pride, Pan's gloating, the sect elder's certainty. He had learned to fight the gap between what a strong man thought of himself and what was true, to let pride open the guard. Cui Heng had no pride to bait. Whump! A compressed bolt of chi took Tang Yu high in the shoulder and spun him into a shelf, jade jars shattering around him, freed light spilling cold across the floor. Crack! The next caught his raised forearm, and he felt the bone go, a clean break, and the master pressed the advantage with flat, clerk-like economy. He simply noted the broken arm, adjusted, and aimed the following strike at the side that could no longer guard, as a clerk corrects a figure. He fought in silence, every motion spent on the work and the work alone, a man doing a distasteful job thoroughly, and it was, Tang Yu thought through the white burst of the breaking arm, the most purely dangerous thing he had ever stood against, because the master kept himself whole and seamless through every exchange, and a seamless man gives an axe nowhere to land. Tang Yu, Su Qing's cry, somewhere behind, and he could not answer, driven back another 3 steps, ribs screaming, eating the strikes he could and bleeding from the ones he could not. Boom. A two-handed press of chi he caught full on the crossed haft of his father's axe, and which still hurled him the length of a chamber, boots skidding through broken jars, until his back struck the cold stone wall of the vault and the breath went out of him in a rush. Cui Heng walked after him without hurry, hands folding for the next strike, his blue robes barely disordered, his bored eyes already calculating the angle of the finish. A peak nascent soul master, 2 layers above him, fighting clean and flawless, every strike landing true. By every measure that had ever decided a fight, Tang Yu was already dead. He knew it. The master knew it. The terrified servants pressed against the walls knew it, and some of them had already begun, from old habit, to look away from the killing of one more fool who had dared the Cui house. Ji Wan and Lan, she held the converging house guards in the stair, the fallen prodigy, and the wild beast-tamer fighting as the single thing they had become, cutting the Cui guards off before they could flood the vault. Su Qing put herself between the fighting and the terrified servants, a wall of clean 7-petal light, shielding the very people the house had enslaved. And Murong Shui fought at Tang Yu's flank with a controlled, lethal fury Tang Yu had not seen in her before. Her brother's jar was sealed safe in her storage ring now. Her cold composure burned entirely away. 11 years of grief poured into a thin silver sword that moved like a striking snake. Cui Heng's chi strikes opened Tang Yu's guard and scored his ribs and drove him to one knee among the broken jars, the preserving light of a dozen freed roots rising around him like sparks, and the master observed it with the mild satisfaction of a man whose calculations were proceeding correctly. But the calculations were wrong, because they did not include the one variable no master of the harvest had ever had to account for, and the variable was this, that every blow Cui Heng landed, the origin root drank, and that they were fighting in the largest concentration of stolen power in the eastern country, 1,000 sealed roots pressing their ambient chi on the air, all of it bleeding slowly into the bottomless thing in Tang Yu's spine. The Cui had built a vault to hold their hoard, and they had built it around the one creature in the world that could eat power, and the longer the fight went, the more Cui Heng's own efficiency fed it. And the master, who had expected to wear down a 4th-layer thief, watched with the first crack in his bored composure as the thief grew stronger. It was, Tang Yu thought through the pain and the climbing, the most fitting fight he had ever had. Every other foe he had eaten his way past, the rider, the enforcer, the gate elder, Pan, the sect elder, had fed him only their own strength. Here, in the vaults, he fed on the harvest itself. The stolen power of 300 years of children, thick in the air all around him, drained slowly into the rootless air built to undo it, so that the very crime he had come to end was the thing that gave him the strength to end it. It was justice with a shape, the harvest losing, in part, to the roots it had hoarded, to their ambient chi, drunk down by the one boy the harvest had tried and failed to take. Tang Yu felt the dead children in the jars in his veins, lending him their stolen light one last time, and he climbed on it, and it steadied something in him that the horror of the vaults had shaken. And in front of the captive servants, the men and women of the house who had spent their whole lives certain that the masters were untouchable, that the order of the vault was the order of the world, the rootless ones stopped giving ground. Ding! Nascent soul, layer 5. He came up off his knee among the broken jars at the 5th layer, the realm wall breaking under the weight of the vault and the fight and the vow. And now he was no longer a step beneath the master, but level with him, climbing past him, and the splitting axe began to find the seams in Cui Heng's precise arts that a moment ago had been beyond his reach. Crack! He split a chi shield that should have held. Whoosh! The axe opened a line across the master's neat blue robes. Cui Heng gave ground for the first time, his bored eyes finally registering something other than contempt, the cold administrative fear of a man whose numbers have stopped adding up. And now the fight ran backward. The broken arm knit as the origin root poured drunk down chi into it, the bone setting with a grind Tang Yu felt in his teeth, and he came forward off the wall that should have been his grave with his father's axe rising. Every strike Cui Heng had landed to break him now fed the thing that hunted him. Every elegant, economical bolt of chi the master spent was one more swallow down the bottomless throat in Tang Yu's spine. The master adjusted, of course he did. He was a master, and pulled his strikes shorter, tried to fight without spending, tried to deny the rootless thief the feeding. But you could not fight a nascent soul climber with a closed fist. The moment Cui Hung stopped spending chi to keep from feeding the origin root, he stopped pressing, and the moment he stopped pressing, Tang Yu was on him. Boom. The axe drove the master back into his own shelves. Crack, crack. Two splitting strokes. The master's arts could no longer fully turn, because the thing turning them was no longer 2 layers below. It was level now, and climbing still, and it had been eating him the entire time. For the first time in a lifetime of efficient, untroubled murder, Cui Hung wore the expression of a man losing a fight he had already filed as one. What? What are you? Cui Hung breathed. The same question Pan had asked, the same question the elder had asked, the same question waiting on the lips of every master still above him. You eat the vaults, you're eating the stock. I'm collecting a debt, Tang Yu said, and found the seam, and ended it. The splitting axe came down and split Cui Heng's defense and the master of the harvest house with it, and the man who had kept children in jars folded among his own broken inventory, and the bored eyes that had never once seen the jars as anything but stock went wide and empty at last. And the captive servants pressed against the walls of the vault watched the rootless one stand over the body of the master they had thought a god, among the broken jars and the freed lights, and the worship of a lifetime. The certainty that the Cui house was the fixed order of the world, cracked in them exactly as it had cracked in a freed town and a humbled square, and began to fall away. These were captives themselves. Tang Yu saw it now, looking at them, a world apart from the willing clerks who had made their peace with the work. They were gifted enough to be worth keeping, too poor a grade to be worth shipping, kept down here to tend the vaults precisely, because they could be controlled, and because there was a cold efficiency in making the harvested labor the harvest. An old man among them had the sect brand of a failed disciple. A young woman bore the binding scars of a sealing collar at her throat. They had spent their lives in the cold chambers, dusting the jars of children who might have been their own neighbors, kept obedient by the absolute certainty that the Cui house could not be opposed. And they had just watched that certainty die on the end of a woodcutter's axe. It's true, then, the old branded man whispered, staring at the dead master, his voice shaking. The story from the west. The rootless one. We heard it down here. Even down here it reached us, the masters cursing it, and we didn't dare believe. He sank to his knees, in something rawer than worship, and the others sank with him, their legs simply giving way under the weight of a world turned over. You killed Master Cui Hung, in his own vault. He was the order of the world to us. And you split him like firewood. The young woman with the sealing collar at her throat kept her feet while the others fell. She stood against the cold shelves with her chin up and her eyes burning, and where the old man's face held only shock, hers held something that had been waiting a long time for a door to open. 40 years my mother dusted these jars, she said, her voice low and steady and shaking only at the very edges. And then they collared me when my root came in too strong to ship and too weak to keep whole, and set me to dusting them too. I have labeled children, rootless one, with my own hand. I wrote the prices. They made the harvested into the keepers of the harvest, because it costs nothing and because it teaches us, every day, with our own hands, that the jars are just the way of the world, and there is no use weeping over inventory. She reached up and touched the sealing collar at her throat, the binding scars under it. Take this off me. I have wanted, for 9 years, to do to this house exactly what you have just done, and I never once believed it could be done, because believing it could be done was the most dangerous thought a collared thing could have, and I beat it out of myself every time it came. Her eyes were wet now, but her voice did not break. And then you came down the stair and did it. So take this off me, and tell me it's real, and I will carry your story to the gates of the council seat itself. Tang Yu crossed to her, and drew the splitting edge of his chi fine, and cut the sealing collar from her throat with a single careful stroke, and caught it as it fell. It's real, he said. The collar crumbled to dead gray metal in his hand. It's off, and you don't owe me the story. You owe it to yourself, and to your mother who dusted these jars for 40 years, and to every child you were made to price. He pressed a handful of spirit stones into her hand, as he had pressed a fortune on a village girl a lifetime and 6 realms ago. Go, life first, and when you're ready, tell them what you saw. You're free, Tang Yu told the trembling servants, into the silence after. He crouched down to the old branded man's level, as he had crouched once to a dying merchant and a begging young master, but gently this time. The house is broken. The man who collared you is dead in his own vault. You will never label another child for the rest of your lives. You can go anywhere you like, up the stair and out the gate and into whatever's left of your lives. He paused. But I'm going to ask one thing of you, and only one, and you're free to refuse it. Go up and out and into the cities and tell everyone you find what you saw down here. The jars, the shelves, the labels with the prices, the ledger, and where the roots go, and what the houses send up to the council twice a year. Don't let it stay a rumor that came up the road and died on deaf ears. Be the witnesses. Make it a thing that happened, that people you can name saw with their own eyes. His voice was very quiet, and very certain. The harvest has run 300 years on the dark, on the fact that the ones it robs are kept in the dark about all of it. The shape of the thing, the vaults, the truth that the children they grieved as lost to accidents waited on shelves instead, alive in the cold, to be sold. You've seen it. You're the crack in the dark. That's the only payment I want from you. Carry the story. It's worth more than any blade I own. And then he turned to the company, and to the vaults that ran deeper still into the hill. Free the jars. All of them. Let the lights go. And then we burn this place to the ground, so the Chui house never harvests another child. They were halfway through it, Su Qing and Ji Yuan moving down the rows, breaking preserving arrays, the captive lights rising one by one out of their cold jars, and fading gently into the dark like released breath, when Tang Yu found the deeper door. It was at the very back of the deepest chamber, behind the last shelf of jars, and it was not like the others. The vault doors had been black iron and warded, the work of the present age. This was older, stranger, wrong in a way that made the hair rise on his arms. It was a single slab of gray stone, and Tang Yu knew it the instant he saw it, in his bones, before his mind caught up. It was the same gray stone as the slab in the cave on his mountain, the slab that had sealed Qin Yuan's inheritance for 300 years, carved with the same kind of deep, bold strokes by what must have been, he understood with a chill, the same ear as hands. There were words cut over it, half-worn, in the old style, and his nascent soul sense could read the shape of them where his eyes could not. Where the cave slab had said to the one who owns nothing, this one said something grimmer. To the one who would not run. He stood before it, and could not move, and the not moving had nothing to do with the guards or the fire or the freed lights still rising at his back. It was the stone. He had spent the worst and most important night of his life in front of a slab of exactly this gray, in a cave on his own mountain, watching it open to a thing that had been waiting 300 years for a boy with nothing. And every nerve in his body was telling him that the slab in front of him now had been cut from the same quarry, in the same lost age, by hands that had known the same secrets. The harvest doors were iron and arrays, loud with the chi of the present world. This was older than all of it. The Chui house had built its vault around this stone as a city grows up around a thing it has forgotten how to fear. Generations of clerks shelving their inventory as stones throw from a sealed door, they all dared only leave unnamed, feeding it, and never asking what they fed. Tang Yu read the worn words a second time, to the one who would not run, and felt the meaning of them settle into him with a cold that had nothing to do with the vault's chill, because Qin Yuan's stone had been keyed to the one who owns nothing. And these two doors, he understood, were a matched pair across 300 years, cut by the same war, meant to be found by the same kind of person, saying two halves of a single sentence one comrade had left for the other's heir. And behind the gray stone, where all night his sense had met only the muffled absence of the vaults and the cold silence of the stolen roots, it now met something else entirely, a presence, vast and sealed and ancient, and this was the thing that stopped him dead, that froze the company behind him, that made even Lan Shi's tiger flatten itself to the floor with a low whine, awake. Whatever was behind that door had been sealed there a very long time, longer than the harvest house above it, longer than the Chui name. And it had felt him the moment he came over the wall, and it had been waiting, with the terrible patience of the very old, for him to find his way down to it. The origin root's first petal, which had been blazing steady all night in the presence of the stolen power, suddenly pulsed. A hard cold throb, like a struck bell answering another bell, reaching toward the thing behind the gray door as though it knew it. Don't, Murong Shui said sharply, behind him, her voice tight with the inherited dread of a royal house's daughter who knew the old stories. Rootless one, that stone, the Chui keep something behind it. The house records call it only the guest. It is older than the harvest. The masters of the house do not open it, they only feed it, and they are afraid of it. Whatever your relic is doing, whatever it's reaching for, do not open that door. But Tang Yu did not need to open it. As his hand drifted toward the gray stone, drawn by the pulse of the petal, a voice came through it, colder than any system's flat chill, drier than any living man's speech, something ancient and vastly, horribly amused, rolling out of the sealed stone like a draft out of a cave. Well, the sleeper said, and the company flinched as one, the voice somehow in the stone and in their skulls at once. After all this time, I felt you come over the wall, little thief. I felt the wards die as you passed. I have not felt a ward die that way in 300 years. There is only one thing in all the world that walks through chi by eating it. A long, dry, terrible chuckle that raised the hair on every neck in the chamber. The old thief actually did it. He left a pup. Tang Yu. Su Qing breathed behind him, her arms full of freed lights, her face white. What is that? What is behind there? Even Lan Shi, who had walked the wild places and seen things the cities had no names for, stood very still, her hand frozen on the great tiger's flattened head, the wildness in her gone watchful and afraid. Murong Shui alone met the voice with grim recognition, her face set like someone hearing a dreaded old story confirmed, the inherited dread of a house that had whispered those stories for generations, and her hand had drifted to the hilt of her sword, which Tang Yu knew, even as he knew it would do nothing, was the gesture of someone facing a thing far past the reach of any blade in the room. Tang Yu stood frozen with his hand a breath from the gray stone, the petal pulsing in his spine, and made himself speak. You know Qin Yuan. Know him, the sleeper said, and the dry amusement curdled into something older and more bitter. Boy, I climbed beside him. 300 years ago, when the harvest was young and we were both fool enough to think it could be fought, there were a handful of us who saw the shape of it and swore to bring it down. Qin Yuan, myself, others, gone now. We climbed together, the whole long chain, all the way up to the thing at the top. And we learned, at the top, the truth that the chain exists to hide. The voice dropped, and the cold amusement was entirely gone. Qin Yuan ran. He came home, and he hid his work in a stone, and he keyed it to a thing the top could not eat, and he gambled 300 years on a pup. A clever gamble. I see now it even paid. But I did not run, boy. I stayed, and I fought, and I lost. And because I could not be killed, I was put down here, in the dark, behind this stone, to be fed and watched and used, for 300 years, by the very thing I climbed to destroy. So yes, I know Qin Yuan. I am the one who did not run. Is he alive? The question came out of Tang Yu before he could weigh it, and he heard how young it sounded, and did not care. 300 years a legend, a name on a slab, a voice in a relic, and Tang Yu had never once, until this moment, let himself wonder whether the man who had made the inheritance in his spine might still be drawing breath somewhere under the same sky. Qin Yuan. He didn't ascend. The harvest feeds the heavens. You said the way up is the way they eat the gifted, so he can't have just left. He ran home. He carved his work into a stone. Then what? Where did he go? The sleeper was quiet, and when it spoke again the dry amusement had gone very thin. You asked the question I have asked the dark for 300 years, pup, and I will give you the same answer the dark gave me. I do not know. He outlived me. That much the relic in your spine tells us both, because a dead man's work does not wait 3 centuries and then choose an heir. But where he hid himself, or what it cost him, or whether the thing at the top ever found him in the end. A pause, and something in the ancient voice that might, in a living man, have been grief. He left me here, boy. We swore we would climb together, and we would fall together if we fell, and at the top, when we saw the truth, he looked at me, and he ran and I stayed. And I have had 300 years in the dark to decide whether he was a coward or the only wise man either of us ever was. I have decided he was wise. It took me 2 centuries. He saw what I would not. That reaching the thing at the top only feeds it, and the one way to break it is to seed the world beneath it, to leave behind a kind of person the thing at the top had no way to eat or foresee, one that only bred faster the harder it was hunted. His running was the fight, boy. He carried the war home in his hands and buried it in a stone where the top could not reach to dig it out. And the seed, the voice said, and Tang Yu felt the weight of 300 years turn and fix itself on him. The seed is standing in my vault with my old comrade's whole stolen art blazing in its spine, asking me if the gardener is still alive. I do not know if Qin Yuan lives, pup, but I know that he won a wager tonight that he placed before your great-grandfathers were born, and that is the closest thing to him still being alive that this world has seen in 300 years. The petal pulsed harder, and Tang Yu felt the meaning of it land. That this was a cautionary tale and an ancestor and a warning all at once, a thing of Qin Yuan's own era, sealed in the heart of the harvest as a trophy. And the petal's pulse told him something the sleeper had not said, that the inheritance in his spine recognized the thing behind the stone, like a key recognizing the lock it was cut beside. Whatever the sleeper was, it had stood close enough to the making of the origin root, 300 years ago, that the relic still answered its presence. 2 old comrades of a lost war, one who ran and hid his work in a stone on a mountain, one who stayed and was hidden in a stone in a vault, and Tang Yu, the pup, standing between their 2 sealed stones with the work of one blazing in his spine and the warning of the other rolling out of the dark. It was, he thought, the strangest inheritance any boy had ever walked into, where another heir got gold or a name. He had gotten a 300-year-old war, half lost, handed down through gray stone to a rootless orphan who had been chosen precisely because he had nothing left to lose. What's at the top? He said, his voice low. You climbed to it. You saw it. The council. The harvest goes up to the council and above the council. He had to know. What feeds on all of it? What's the thing the chain pours into? The sleeper was silent for a long moment, and the silence was worse than the voice. You are not ready to hear it, pup. Qin Yuan's gamble has paid 1 petal's worth, and you stand here proud of having broken a clan and a sect and a house. And you have not the faintest idea of the size of the thing you have set yourself against. The council kneels too, as the houses kneel to it, as you knelt to the chow once. Above the council, the voice paused, and when it came again it was almost gentle, which from that ancient bitter thing was the most frightening register of all. You burned a vault tonight, and freed a few hundred lights, and you think you struck a blow. Let me give you, for free, the only thing worth knowing, so that you understand what you are and are not doing. You imagine the harvest runs on gold, on power. Put those small thoughts away. The roots you freed tonight, the children in the jars, the whole 300-year river of the stolen flowing upward through clan and sect and house and council, all of it, Every drop is tribute. Food. It flows up and up and up, and at the very top it is poured into the mouth of the thing the council serves, and the houses fear to name, and you have never once imagined. And the petal in Tang Yu's spine blazed, and the gray stone trembled, and the sleeper spoke the name, and the whole shape of the war Tang Yu had stumbled into changed forever. The court that feeds heaven, the sleeper said. A hunger that wears a crown, above the heavens, that has eaten the gifted of the mortal world since before your council's first elder drew breath. And it built the entire chain, clan to council, 300 years deep, for one purpose only, to fatten its herd. Call it by its true size, pup. You are one ant who has discovered that the whole world is a farm, and that you and everyone you have ever loved are the livestock. And you have just burned one barn, and felt proud, while the farmer above the sky grazes on, eyes elsewhere, your fire too small to lift its head. Above them, the bell still tolling, the freed lights still rising, the fire's lawn she had set beginning to climb the marble, and Tang Yu stood frozen before the gray stone with the petal blazing in his spine, hearing the true size of it at last from a thing that had climbed to the top and lost. Run, if you have sense, the sleeper said, and the dry amusement crept back into its ancient voice, almost fond. You won't. Every one of us stayed and climbed, to the last fool. Qin Yuan's pup. Go on then. Climb. Burn your barns. Free your lights. And when you reach the top, when you stand where I stood, and see what I saw, remember that one old fool in a vault told you what you were walking toward, and that you walked anyway. A last dry chuckle, fading as the fires rose. I am always here. Come back when you have grown enough to be worth talking to. Or do not, and be eaten with all the rest. It makes very little difference to a thing that has waited 300 years in the dark. The voice faded back into the sealed stone, the presence withdrawing, and the petal's pulse eased. And Tang Yu stood a moment longer with his hand near the gray door, and did not open it, because Murong Shui was right, and because he had learned to know a thing too dangerous to free when he heard one. We go, he said quietly, turning from the stone. Now, the house is burning, and we have what we came for. He looked at the company. Su Qing with her arms full of freed lights, Ji Wan and Lan Shi at the stair, Murong Shui with her brother's jar held to her chest. We have the records. We have the witnesses. We have the name. He started up the vault stair toward the rising firelight, and the resolve in him had changed shape entirely, grown vaster and more certain, because the sleeper had given him, for free, the one thing he had been climbing toward without knowing it, the size of the enemy, and the name at the top. The court that feeds heaven. They came up out of the vaults into a house already burning. Lan Shi's fires climbing the white marble, the beautiful palace of the Chui house going up at last into the night it had hidden behind for 300 years. The freed servants fled before them up the stairs and out the gates, scattering into the dark to carry the story. The last of the house guard had broken when their master fell. And as the company crossed the burning gardens toward the wall, the freed lights came up out of the vaults behind them, released, one after another. As the fires reached the broken jars, a slow rising tide of small soft glows lifting out of the smoke and the flame and dispersing gently into the night sky, hundreds of them, then thousands, the captive lights of 300 years let go all at once. Tang Yu stopped at the top of the wall and looked back and watched them rise and held his silence, and the whole company held it with him. Su Qing was weeping openly, the new light bright in her chest answering the ones in the sky. Ji Wan stood with his sword lowered and his proud face undone. Even Murong Shui, her brother's jar held to her heart, watched the rising lights with tears she no longer bothered to hide. They were only the roots set loose. Tang Yu knew, bright shed husks of stolen power, while the children themselves lay 11 years, 100 years, 300 years gone, past the reach of any fire to call back. But the lights rising into the smoke were the nearest thing to a funeral the harvested had ever been given, the first time in 3 centuries that anyone had stood and watched them go and grieved. And that, too, was a kind of payment on the account. It heard us coming over the wall, Su Qing said quietly. Beside him, the freed lights reflected in her wet eyes. The thing behind the stone. It said it felt you the moment you crossed. Tang Yu, it climbed beside Qin Yuan, and it lost, and it's been down there 300 years, and it told you to run. She turned to look at him, and the question on her face was the one that had been gathering since the ledger, since the quota, since the word farmer. We burned a barn. That's what it called this. One barn. We nearly died for one barn, and it laughed at us for being proud of it. So tell me, and tell me true, because I gave up my old life to walk behind you, and I would do it again. But I want to hear you say it. When the enemy is the whole sky, and a thing that climbed all the way to it tells you to run, what are we even doing? Tang Yu watched the lights rise a moment before he answered, hundreds of them now, thousands, lifting out of the burning house into the dark. When I was 13, he said slowly, I lay in a ditch with my root cut out of my chest, and the whole world was Elder Pan, and Pan was a god, and there was nothing under heaven that could touch him. That was the whole sky, then, just one fat root peddler. And I was an ant at the bottom of that hill, and if you'd told me to run I'd have had every reason to. He looked at her. Pan's dead, Su Qing. I split him. The whole sky turned out to be a man, and the man turned out to be killable, And then the sky got bigger, the chow, the sect, this house, and every time it got bigger it also turned out, when I reached it, to be made of killable men doing a job. The sleeper wants me to look at the size of the sky and despair. But it gave itself away. It said the council kneels. It said the houses are afraid. A thing that has to be feared and obeyed all the way down is just the biggest frightened man in a very tall pyramid, Su Qing, whatever it calls itself. And frightened men can be reached. He nodded at the rising lights. We didn't burn one barn for nothing. We burned it so that woman with the collar walks to the council seat and tells them what she saw. The harvest runs on everyone believing it's the sky. Every barn we burn, one more person stops believing. That's not nothing. That's the only thing that's ever brought a sky down. Su Qing looked at him for a long moment, and then back at the lights, and did not argue, because she had heard the thing she had come up the wall needing to hear. She had never asked him to call the enemy small. She had only needed to know her woodcutter still meant to climb it anyway, with his eyes open. And now she knew. Ji Wan, listening, said nothing, but his knuckles eased on his sword hilt. Even Murong Shui, her brother's jar held to her heart, watched the rootless one with something in her cold face that was no longer calculation. Behind him, in the dark, behind the gray stone, the sleeper that had climbed beside Qin Yuan 300 years ago and lost settled back into its waiting, and was, for the first time in 3 centuries, very slightly less bored. And the Chui harvest house burned on its beautiful hill, the fires climbing the white marble, the freed lights rising into the smoke like 1,000 small souls let go at last. And far to the east, where the convoys of stolen roots ran up toward the seat of the Continental Council, the harvest stirred again, and word began to climb, higher this time than it had ever had to climb before, that the rootless heir, past breaking a clan and a sect, had now burned a royal house's vaults, freed its stock, taken its records, and learned its tithe. And he was climbing, now, with his eyes open, toward the council, and the court, and the farmer above the sky. End of Hour 9. Hour 10. The court that feeds heaven. The freed region in upheaval. A nascent soul collector sent to take Tang Yu in person, and the dying truth that turns a boy's revenge into a war for the whole mortal world. They came down off the burning hill into a region that had come undone, and Tang Yu learned that breaking a thing was the easy part. The hard part was everything that came after. Behind them the Chui harvest house burned all night and into the dawn, a column of black smoke standing over the eastern country like a struck banner, visible for 50 li in every direction. With that smoke Tang Yu had done more work than with any blade he owned. By the time the company reached the first crossroads town below the hill, the smoke had arrived before them, and so had the story, carried on the scattering feet of the freed vault servants and the fleeing housefolk. The Chui house had fallen. The Chui house, that had ruled this swathe of the east for 300 years, that levied its harvest on every village in the region, that no army had ever breached and no enemy had ever survived. The Chui house was burning, and its master was dead in his own vault, killed by a rootless peasant who walked through wards by eating them, and split a peak nascent soul master like firewood. The town met the news in silence. That was the first thing Tang Yu noticed, and from it, he learned something. The people watched the company come down the road. The woodcutter with his father's axe, the herb girl glowing with 7-petal light, the wild girl and her tiger, the fallen sword prodigy, the young miss in road-stained silk. Another town might have cheered. These faces held a trembling, disbelieving hope, the hope of people who had been taught their whole lives that hoping was the most dangerous thing they could do. They had lived under the harvest so long that they had forgotten how to be glad. They had only the raw, painful beginning of joy, the kind a person feels when they are afraid to hope and are hoping anyway. And they watched Tang Yu pass with that thing naked on their faces. They kept it locked behind their teeth, every last one of them, because speaking it would make it real, and if it were real and then taken away, it would kill them. They don't believe it yet, Su Qing said quietly, walking at his side, her own face troubled. They want to, but they've been bled 300 years. They think it's a trick, or a dream, or that the Chui will rebuild and come asking who cheered. She looked at the silent watching faces. What do we even tell them, Tang Yu? The master who terrified them their whole lives is dead, and they don't know how to stand up in a world where that can happen. We don't tell them anything, Tang Yu said. Telling them is what the Chui did. We show them, and then we leave them to decide for themselves what to do with a world that just changed. He stopped in the center of the town square, where a Chui tide stone stood. It was a great carved marker where the village had been made to leave its quota of grain and silver and, twice a generation, its gifted children. He laid his hand on it, and let the origin root drink the binding array woven into its base, the array that had compelled the village to obey it for 3 centuries, and the stone cracked from foot to crown and fell in 2 halves into the dust. The square went utterly silent. Then a single old woman at the edge of the crowd made a sound, half a sob, half a laugh, and sank to her knees before the broken stone itself, passing Tang Yu by, as though she could not believe a thing she had been forbidden to even imagine could simply be broken by a man in the daylight. That's all, Tang Yu told the square, his voice carrying. It was always just a stone. They were always just men. Tell your children you saw it break. And the company walked on east, leaving a broken tide stone and a town that would, slowly, over the days that followed, begin to learn how to stand. But on the road, Tang Yu learned the other half of the lesson, the half he had not wanted to learn. 2 days out from the burning hill, they passed a lesser house, already in flames. It was a small bled clan, this one, that had held a single valley under the Chui's heel for generations, far down the chain from any harvest house. It had been overrun in the night. Tang Yu saw it once, and the killers were a rival clan come hunting, predators rather than freed men, who had heard the Chui's spine was broken and moved that same week to seize the dead master's leavings. There were bodies in the valley road. There was a child crying in a doorway, and the men putting the little clan to the torch wore no harvest brand. They were the first maggots in the open wound Tang Yu had cut. He stood on the valley road and looked at the burning lesser house and the crying child, and felt the broken stone gladness of the crossroads town curdle into something heavier and harder to name. He had thought, in the simplicity of his rage, that breaking the harvest could only make the world better. In the valley he learned otherwise. A spine could be monstrous and still be the only thing holding a body up. Break it carelessly, and the body buckled where it stood, and the strong fell on the weak in the falling. He gave the crying child to a village down the valley and a handful of spirit stones to keep her, and walked on east with a new weight in his chest, understanding for the first time that the war he had started would have a cost measured not only in the harvest's dead, but in the chaos of its absence. And that the cost was, now, partly his to answer for. The region was coming apart, and Murong Shui made Tang Yu understand that he was responsible for what it came apart into. She found him that night at the edge of the camp, where he sat apart with his father's axe across his knees and the Chui tithe records spread before him, and she came and sat close, her old careful distance set aside, the strategist's reserve gone. Her brother's jade jar, Tang Yu noticed, had come up out of her storage ring and hung now on a cord at her throat, openly, where she could feel it. You have made a vacuum, rootless one, she said, without preamble. Do you understand that? For 300 years the Chui house was the order of the East. Its harvest was monstrous, but it was also a spine. It kept the lesser houses in their places, it settled their disputes, it held the roads. You broke the spine in a single night. And now every petty lordling and bandit king and ambitious second son from here to the sea has just learned that the spine can be broken. Her dark eyes held his. Tomorrow there will be war. 100 small, ugly ones, far beneath the war you came to fight. 100 houses grabbing for the Chui's lands and vaults and tithe rights. You opened this region, Tang Yu, and called it freeing it. What it becomes now, a freer place or 100 smaller Chui houses fighting over the corpse of the big one, depends on what you do in the next month, and on nothing else. Tang Yu was quiet a long moment, looking at the records, the columns of stolen children reduced to tidy figures. And you know what to do, he said. About the vacuum. I know the East, Murong Shui said. I know every house in it. Who is bled and who does the bleeding. Who can be turned and who must be broken. Which lordlings will pledge to a banner and which will only ever follow a fist. My house, the Murong house, was great once, before the chain bled it down to one province and a handful of survivors, and a young miss crossing the country for a jar. I have spent my whole life learning the politics of the harvest from the underside, as one of its victims. That knowledge is the only weapon I have ever owned. She drew a breath, and Tang Yu saw it cost her something. Saw the last of the cold, scheming armor she had worn since the past come off and stay off. I came into this pact meaning to use you, and I told you so. And then you stopped your war to hand me my brother's jar, because it was right. So here's what I have decided, woodcutter. I am done using you. I am going to serve you, and freely, by my own choosing, because you are the first power I have ever met in this rotten world that I would actually want to win. Let me read the region for you. Let me turn the houses that can be turned. Let me build you a banner out of the vacuum you made, before someone worse does it first. A thin, real smile, the first he had ever seen on her. You are very good at breaking things, rootless one. You are going to need someone who knows how to keep them from rotting once they are broken. Let that be me. Tang Yu looked at the young miss of the bled Murong house, at the jar worn openly at her throat now, at the offer she had made freely, as a thing chosen rather than bargained, and he thought of how he had stood in the Chui vault and told her he did not spend the people who walked with him, and how she had not believed him then, and seemed, now too. I'd be a fool to say no, he said. I don't know how to build a banner. I only ever learned how to swing an axe. He extended his hand to seal a pact meant to hold. Read the region for me, Murong Shui. Turn who can be turned. I'll break who can't. And when it's built, it belongs to the East, free and clear. I want the thing at the top of the chain, and the East is just the road there. He paused. But I won't leave 100 smaller harvests behind me when I go. That much I owe the broken stone. She took his hand, and the pact was sealed, and it was the first alliance of the war that came after. And she changed, after that night, in a way Tang Yu watched with quiet fascination. The cold, scheming young miss who had met him at the pass, who had measured every word for its use, who had worn her grief and her agenda alike behind a mask of porcelain calm, did not vanish, exactly. The sharpness was still there, the ruthless clarity that made her the finest strategist he had ever met. But she turned it outward now, away from him, aimed at the chain instead of held between them like a knife. She threw herself into the work of building his banner with the ferocity of a woman who had spent 6 years with no outlet for her hatred but a single jar, and now had a war. She mapped the East on the war table from memory, house by house. She drafted the messages that turned the turnable lords. She read the Chui tithe records faster and more shrewdly than Tang Yu ever could, pulling from the dry columns the exact pressure points of the regional harvest, which convoy routes mattered, which houses owed what, where the chain was brittle. And through all of it she wore her brother's jar at her throat, openly, where the whole company could see it. And Tang Yu understood that the jar had become something more than grief now. It was her reason made visible, worn on a cord where she could touch it and remember. It was the answer to the question the whole rotten world threw at anyone who dared resist it. Why fight a thing that cannot be beaten? She had crossed a province for a brother 11 years dead. Now she would unmake a continent for him. And Tang Yu, who had begun this knowing she meant to use him, found that he had somehow acquired the most dangerous ally in the East, a mind all her own, that had chosen, freely, to aim itself at the same throat he meant to cut. And in the days that followed, the alliance began to form, because the vacuum drew people like a wound draws the body's heat. They came to the company's camp in 2s and 3s at first, then in delegations. The heads of the lesser houses, the ones the Chui had kept ground down, the bled and the resentful and the quietly furious. They came because the smoke on the hill had shown them the impossible was possible, and because Murong Shue's quiet messages, carried by her retainers along roads she had memorized over 6 years of hunting, had reached exactly the right ears. A bled house here, drained of its gifted for generations, its young misharvested, its elders nursing a hatred they had never dared name. A merchant clan there, ruined by the Chui's tithe, that had the silver to fund a war but never the spine to start one. A village alliance of the high reaches, who had buried too many children taken in the night. They came and they looked at the rootless one, at the unranked thing in his spine that no harvest could touch, at the man who had walked into the heart of the East's great fortress and walked out over its ashes. And they began, cautiously, half disbelievingly, to do a thing that had not been done in 300 years. They began to imagine that the harvest could be opposed, and to look for a banner to do it under. The one Tang Yu remembered longest came on the 4th day, an old man, the head of a high-reach village alliance, who walked 3 days down from the mountains on a stick to stand in the company's camp and look at the rootless one with his own eyes. He kept his back straight and his hands on his stick, and where the others had brought a bow or a pledge, he brought only himself. He stood there, leaning on the wood, and he wept, and his tears carried something past grief that Tang Yu had no word for. 61 years I have buried them, the old man said at last, when he could speak. Every spring the Chui riders came up the high road and took the gifted children, and every spring I stood at the village gate and counted them into the cart, because the 1 year my grandfather's grandfather did not, the riders took the whole village instead. 61 years I have been the man who hands over the children, because handing them over saved the rest, and I have hated myself every single day of it. And for all 61 of those years I kept the door in my own mind bolted shut against the thought that there was any other way, because believing it and being wrong would have broken me. His old hand shook on the stick. And then the smoke came up over the Chui hill, and the story came up the high road. And I am 80 years old and I walked 3 days down a mountain on a stick, because I had to see with my own eyes whether the thing I never let myself believe was true. He looked at Tang Yu, and the weeping ran down into his white beard. Tell me it is true, rootless one. Tell me an old man did not spend his whole life handing over children to a thing that could have been fought. Or no, do not tell me. I could not bear it if it were a kindness. Just let me look at you. Let me see the man who broke the cart. Tang Yu crossed to him and took the shaking old hands in his own and held them, and said nothing, because there was nothing to say that would give the old man back his 61 years. And the old man looked into his face for a long moment, and seemed to find what he had come all that way to find, and nodded once, and turned and started the long walk back up the mountain to tell his village that it was true. Tang Yu watched him go, and the weight in his chest grew, because every face like that one was a debt, and the debt was owed not by him but by the chain, all the way up. And he meant to collect it. Tang Yu was not comfortable being the banner. He said so, to Su Qing, more than once. I'm a woodcutter who got angry, he told her. I don't know how to be a thing people kneel to. Every time one of those househeads bows to me, I want to tell him to stand up, that I'm just a man with a grudge, that I only want my own account settled. But Su Qing, who had grown wiser as she had grown stronger, only shook her head. It was never you they're kneeling to, Tang Yu, she said. They're kneeling to the idea that it can be done. You're just the proof the idea is standing on. They need somewhere to put 300 years of swallowed rage, and you're the first place that's ever been safe to put it. She touched the 7-petal light in her own chest. Let them. What they're offering you runs deeper than pride. It's hope. And hope is the one thing the harvest could never make, and the one thing it's most afraid of. So Tang Yu let them come, and Murong Shui read them and sorted them and turned them, and a thing that hovered somewhere between an army and an alliance and a banner began, slowly, to gather in the freed East around a woodcutter who only wanted to climb to the top of the chain and break it. And in the quiet hours, between the delegations, Tang Yu sat in seclusion with the origin root, and consolidated what the Chui vault had given him. The fight with Cui Heng and the ambient power of the vaults had pushed him to the 5th layer of nascent soul in a single night, a climb too fast to be stable. A foundation built that fast would crack under him at the worst possible moment if he did not set it. So he sat, in the pre-dawn cold, and did the unglamorous work that the stories left out, the slow work of settling, of letting the climb take root, circulating the drunk-down power of 1,000 freed roots through the hollow vessel again and again, letting it find its level, compressing it, making it his own rather than merely his. The origin root's single open petal turned slowly in his spine, drinking the ambient spirit chi of the freed region, which ran richer now than it had in living memory, because every root the company freed from its jar released its captive power back into the air, and the eastern country, bled dry for 3 centuries, was for the first time in generations beginning to breathe. Ding. Nascent Soul, Layer 6. It was the first breakthrough he had earned by patience rather than violence, and it felt different in his chest, steadier, deeper, a realm consolidated rather than merely seized. He came out of the seclusion at dawn with the 6th layer set solid beneath him, his foundation no longer racing ahead of itself, and he understood, settling the axe across his back, that he was becoming something the harvest had never had to face, a freak that ate chi and was learning, on top of it, to be a master, patient and deep and hard to break. The thought would have frightened the Cui house. It was about to frighten the man they sent next, because the chain had noticed the smoke, and the chain sent a collector. He came alone, as Cui Heng had, but where the master of the house had been an administrator who fought like a clerk, the man who walked into the company's camp 3 days later was something else entirely, and Tang Yu's skin crawled the moment he sensed him on the road. The origin root, which had been turning slow and content in the rich freed air, went tight and still, a man's gut going tight at a predator he cannot yet see entering the room. His name was Yin Shou, and he introduced himself with a courtesy that was somehow worse than any threat. He walked into the camp openly, in the daylight, past the wary retainers and the bristling pack, dressed in the plain gray traveling clothes of a man who went where he was sent and did what he was paid for, where a house would have worn silk. He stopped before Tang Yu and bowed, a small precise bow, the bow of a professional to the subject of a job. Tang Yu of Xianxia, he said. His voice was pleasant, unhurried, the voice of a man entirely at ease. The Rootless one. I have come a long way to meet you. My name is Yin Shou. I am a collector of the Continental Council, and you, I am sorry to say, are my assignment. The word collector landed in the camp like a stone in still water. Morong Shue's hand went to her sword. Jiwan rose. Lan Shi's great tiger came up off its belly with a sound like tearing canvas. Yin Shou did not so much as glance at them. His eyes, calm, gray, patient eyes, stayed on Tang Yu, and they had in them the mild, professional interest of a man examining a specimen he had been told was unusual. And the wrongness of him filled the camp like cold water. Every foe the chain had sent before had carried his menace on the outside. The rider's swagger, Pan's gloating, Cui Heng's bored contempt. Yin Shou kept his hidden, deep under the skin. He was perfectly calm, perfectly courteous, perfectly still, and that stillness was the most frightening thing Tang Yu had ever stood in front of, because it was the stillness of a man for whom violence had become plain work, the passion and the pride long since drained out of it until only the task remained. His chi lay flat and gray and patient over the whole camp like a net already cast, waiting. Where a master's chi pressed down with rage and weight, his only spread, level and watchful, and Tang Yu understood without being told that this man had killed more gifted cultivators than the entire Chao clan and the Cui house combined, and had felt, at the killing, exactly nothing. Where a crueler man would have found pleasure and a prouder one the satisfaction of a craftsman, Yin Shou found only the mild closing out of another finished assignment. Lan Shi's tiger would not stop growling. Su Qing had gone pale. Even Ji Wan, who had stood against his own master without flinching, had his sword half drawn and his knuckles white, because the prodigy had been raised in a great sect and knew, where the rest of them only sensed a wrongness, exactly what a council collector was, the thing the sect elders themselves spoke of in lowered voices. The gray hunter you prayed would keep walking right past your name. You should know what I am, before this goes further, Yin Shou said, because I find that the work goes more smoothly when the subject understands. A house like the Cui harvests its own region, clumsily, in bulk, taking children from villages because villages cannot fight back. That is the low work, and it is done by low men, and you have just shown the East exactly how fragile those low men are. He smiled, faintly, without malice. I am the high work, what the council sends when a target is too dangerous, too valuable, or too embarrassing to be left to a house. I collect the difficult ones. The prodigy whose talent outgrew his usefulness. The young master who learned too much. The heretic who started to believe the harvest could be fought. The smile did not waver. I have collected a great many heretics, Tang Yu of Xianxia. I am very good at it. You are, I will admit, the most interesting assignment I have had in 40 years, a thing with no root that the harvest cannot take in the usual way. The council wishes to know what you are. So do I, frankly. And so I have come to take you apart carefully enough to find out. 40 years collecting your own kind, Tang Yu said, very quietly, reading the man, reading the gray clothes and the calm eyes and the courtesy. You're gifted. You have a root. You're one of us. One of the harvested. A man who faced the choosing a house clerk is spared, and somewhere along the way they offered you a choice. He set his feet. And you took it. You bought your own neck by handing them everyone else's. For the first time, something flickered behind Xianxia's calm gray eyes, past anger, into a kind of weary recognition, the look of a man who has heard the accusation before and made his peace with it long ago. Yes, he said simply. They came for me when I was 11, as they came for you, as they came for the young Mrs. Brother. And in the cart, on the road to the vaults, the man driving looked at my root and saw it was fine enough to be worth more as a hunter than as stock, and he offered me the only choice the harvest ever offers anyone clever enough to be useful. Serve, or be served. Eat, or be eaten. Collect, or be collected. He spread his hands, calm, reasonable, terrible. I was 11, and I did not want to die in a jar. So I chose. And I have spent 40 years on the right side of the only choice that has ever mattered in this world. And I have a long life and a fine cultivation and a promised seat at a table you cannot imagine. And the only price was that I stopped pretending the people I collect are anything but the livestock the world has always known they were. The gray eyes settled on him, almost gently. You made a different choice. I respect it. It will not save you. Shall we begin? The hunt the council sent to take Tang Yu became, in the space of a breath, the hunt Tang Yu had been waiting for. Because Xianxia had made one error, the same error the whole chain made, top to bottom. He had come expecting to do the collecting. He had read the reports of the Rootless one and understood, abstractly, that the boy ate chi. But understanding it abstractly and standing in front of it were different things, as the writer had learned, and the gate elder, and Pan, and Chui Hung. Xianxia opened with a collector's art, and it was a terrible one. A binding net of gray chi threads that snapped out from his spread hands to wrap a target, immobilize the meridians, and hold a cultivator helpless while the collector did his careful work. This was the killing art, Tang Yu understood with a lurch, that had taken 1,000 difficult targets over 40 years, the net that had held screaming prodigies still while Xianxia collected them. It snapped out across the camp faster than the eye could follow, gray and inescapable, and it wrapped Tang Yu from shoulder to knee. And the origin root drank it. The binding net was made of chi, and there was one creature in the world that walked through chi by eating it, and Xianxia, for all his 40 years, for all his calm mastery, watched his collecting net, the net that had never failed, drain away into the unranked thing in the boy's spine and vanish. For one heartbeat, the collector's gray eyes went wide. It was the only warning he got. 40 years, Tang Yu said, stepping out of the dissolving net with his father's axe coming off his back, and you never once met the one thing your net doesn't hold. And he turned the hunt around. The duel that followed was the hardest test Tang Yu had faced since Pan in the Burning Hall, and it was fought as the worst fights are, against a man who was genuinely, deeply better than him at the actual craft of killing. Because Xianxia recovered from his shock with the speed of a true veteran, and once his binding net was gone he showed why the council had trusted him with 40 years of impossible assignments. He was a peak nascent soul master, the 8th or 9th layer, Tang Yu judged grimly, a full realm span above his own freshly set 6th. And unlike Chui Hung, who had fought like a clerk balancing a ledger, Xianxia fought like what he was, a hunter, who had killed gifted and dangerous people for 40 years and learned every way a desperate cornered cultivator could try to save his own life, and how to close each one. Crack. His palm strikes came wrapped in the gray collecting chi, and where they landed they did not merely bruise. They bound, seizing the meridian beneath, trying to lock Tang Yu's body a limb at a time. Whump. Tang Yu took one on the thigh, and his leg went dead and cold. The meridian sealed, and he nearly went down, dragging himself back on one good leg, as the collector pressed in with the patient relentlessness of a man who had done this 100 times and was never in a hurry. The company moved to help, and Xianxia handled them without taking his eyes from Tang Yu, which was its own kind of terrifying. A flick of gray threads tangled Ji Wan's sword mid-stroke and flung the prodigy back. A wall of binding chi turned Lan Shi's charging tiger aside and held it snarling and helpless in the air. He caught Murong Shue's silver thrust on a contemptuous two-fingered block and bound her wrist so that her sword fell from a hand she could no longer feel. He did it all almost gently, almost absently, like a master swordsman disarming children, and all the while his real attention stayed fixed on the Rootless one, peeling Tang Yu's defenses apart strike by measured strike, sealing him meridian by meridian, collecting him as he had collected 1,000 others. For the first long stretch of the fight, Tang Yu was being taken, slowly, by a better man, and he knew it. It was a different kind of fear than Chui Hung had been. The master of the house had been a wall, cold, precise, impossible to provoke. Xianxia was a net, and a net did not need to beat you. It only needed to wrap you, one strand at a time, until you stopped being able to move and the work could begin at leisure. Crack. A gray thread snapped across Tang Yu's shoulder, and the arm went heavy and slow, the meridian half sealed. Crack. Another caught his side, and his breath shortened, his ribs locking. The collector ignored the easy kill and hunted the bind instead, placing each strand with 40 years of patience, herding Tang Yu like a spider, herding the thing in its web, closing the exits one by one. And it was working. Tang Yu felt himself slowing, felt the cold creep of sealed meridians spreading limb to limb. Whump. A binding palm took him square in the chest and slammed him to his knees in the trampled grass, half his body cold and dead. And Xianxia walked toward him through the scattered, helpless company with gray threads spooling from his calm hands. His voice as mild as a man discussing the weather. There, the collector said gently. You feel it now? They all feel it at this part. The slowing. It is not painful if you stop fighting it. I have collected braver men than you, Tang Yu of Xianxia, and the brave ones and the cowards all reach the same stillness in the end. Be still. Let me see what you are. And Tang Yu, half sealed, on his knees, with the net closing, did the one thing Xianxia had never, in 40 years of collecting, learned to expect. He stopped fighting the net and started eating it. But Xianxia's every bounce strike was qi, and every scrap of it that touched Tang Yu, the origin root drank. That was the thing the collector had never learned in 40 years, because nothing in all that time had ever required it. His art was attrition, bind, seal, exhaust, collect. It was the perfect art against any normal cultivator, who had a finite well of qi and a body that could be locked one meridian at a time. It was the worst possible art to use against a bottomless throat, because every binding thread Xianxia spent, Tang Yu ate, and every meridian Xianxia sealed. Tang Yu's drunk-down power forced back open, and the longer the collector worked his patient method, the more of himself he poured down the rootless one's spine. Tang Yu took the worst beating of his life, and he climbed on it, as he had climbed on Pan, as he had climbed on Shui Heng, the dead-cold leg waking, the sealed meridians tearing back open, the sixth layer straining and groaning, and then, under the weight of the hardest fight he had ever survived, breaking. Ding. Nascent soul, layer 7. He came up off the bound, sealed, dead-legged crouch at the 7th layer with his father's axe rising, and the gap that had been a full realm span was a realm span no longer. Crack. He split a binding net that should have held him forever. Whoosh. The splitting axe came around in the low, brutal woodcutter's arc that no elegant art had ever quite known how to read, and opened a line of blood across Xianxia's gray sleeve, and for the first time in 40 years, the collector gave ground. And then the fight reversed as Tang Yu's fights always reversed once the gap closed, all at once, like a dam going. The dead-cold sealed leg woke as the origin root forced the meridian back open, warmth flooding down it. The heavy slow arm came alive. The locked ribs released. The net had very nearly cornered him. Now he came up off his knees as something climbing past the man who had almost taken him. Crack. He split a binding net across its grain, the gray threads scattering into dead motes. Boom. The flat of the axe caught Xianxia's guard and drove the collector back 3 full steps. His clothes disordered for the first time, his calm gone. The collector tried to re-net him, spun out a great gray web of binding qi, the killing cocoon that had ended braver men than Tang Yu. And Tang Yu walked into it with the axe up and drank it to nothing in 3 strides, the web guttering and dying around him, feeding the thing it was meant to hold. 40 years of perfect craft, and the longer it went the stronger the rootless one got, because attrition was a war of wells, and Tang Yu's well had no bottom and Xianxia's, however deep, did. The collector's face, as his ultimate art died feeding his target, was the face of a man watching the one law he had built a life on simply cease to be true. What? Xianxia breathed, retreating, his calm cracking at last into something Tang Yu had seen on every face the harvest sent against him. The rider and the elder and Pan and Shui Heng. The same dawning disbelief running all the way up the chain. You eat the binding. You climb while I collect you. What are you? The one your net doesn't hold, Tang Yu said, and pressed, and now the hunt ran entirely the other way. He broke the collector in front of the freed houses, and that mattered as much as the breaking. Because they were watching, the delegations, the bled house heads, the resentful lordlings, the merchant clans, all the gathered half-believers of the freed East who had come to look at the rootless banner and decide whether the impossible was real. They had heard about the Chui house, but hearing was a story. This they saw with their own eyes. They saw a collector of the Continental Council, a thing most of them had only ever heard of in nightmares. The gray hunter who came in the night, untouched and undefeated in living memory. They saw that collector driven back, step by step, by a woodcutter with his father's axe. They saw the binding net that had held their own harvested children fail. They saw 40 years of the chain's certainty come apart in the morning light, and they understood, in their bones, in a way no speech of Murong Shui's could have made them understand, that the thing they had come half hoping to believe was true. One of the watching house heads, a hard old woman who ruled a bled clan of the Salt Flats, who had buried 2 of her own grandchildren to the Chui's quota and come to the camp with her jaw set, and her hope locked away behind it, made a sound when the collector's binding net failed that Tang Yu heard even over the fight. Too raw and wounded to be a cheer, it came out of her as a single broken cry, the cry of a woman watching a law she had organized her whole grief around simply break in the daylight. The thing they were never supposed to be able to fight could be fought. And Tang Yu, even in the teeth of the duel, understood that this was the true weapon he was forging in the freed East, deeper than the axe, deeper than the banner, deeper even than the eating root. This, the moment, repeated in front of more and more witnesses, when a person who had spent a lifetime certain that resistance was impossible watched the impossible happen and felt the certainty break. Every collector he broke in front of a crowd, every Chui house he burned where the bled could see the smoke, was another crack in the 300-year dark. And there was the one thing that the harvest, for all its quotas and its councils and its court above the sky, had always failed to find a way to kill. A story people had seen with their own eyes, that they could not be talked out of, and that they would carry home and tell. The Salt Flats matriarch was watching far more than a fight. She was being handed a thing she could give her surviving grandchildren that her own grandmother had never been able to give her. The knowledge that the harvest was a thing built by men's hands, never any law of the world, and that what men built, men could break. Xianxia fought to the end with a veteran's skill, but the climb had taken the gap, and the origin root had eaten his art, and the splitting axe found the seam at last. It broke through the gray binding guard and laid the collector on his back in the trampled grass. His meridians cracked, his collecting chi scattered. 40 years of impossible assignments ended by the one assignment that ate everything he threw. Tang Yu stood over him with the axe lowered, breathing hard, his sealed legs still half dead beneath him, and did not finish the stroke. Because the man on the ground had stopped fighting, and because Tang Yu had learned, somewhere on the long climb, that there were things worth more than a kill, and one of them was a dying man's truth, spoken where a region could hear it. You corroborated something for me, just now, without meaning to, Tang Yu said, standing over him. I already knew the name at the top. I heard it from a thing older than your council, sealed in the dark, that climbed to the top 300 years ago and lost. But a sealed oracle's word is just a story to the men out there watching. He raised his voice, so the gathered houses could hear it. You're a living collector of the Continental Council. So say it where they can hear, Xianxia. Tell them where the children go. Tell them what your seat at the table is for. Tell them what's at the top. And Xianxia, dying in the grass, his 40-year certainty broken open along with his guard, told them, and the telling was worse than any blow. You want them to hear it, the collector said, and a terrible thin laugh came out of him, blood on his lips. Fine, let them hear it. Let them learn what I learned, since it costs me nothing now. His gray eyes found the watching crowd, the bled house heads, the half-believers, and his ruined voice carried across the silent camp. You think the harvest is the Chui house taking your children. You think it stops at the houses, or at the council. It does not stop. The houses tithe to the council. The council, he coughed blood, the council tithes higher. All of it, every root, every child, every light, in every jar, 300 years of it. It flows up, and up, past the council, past anything any of you have ever seen or named, to one place. There is a thing above the heavens. It wears a crown, and it has a hunger that has never once been full. You think the council rules the harvest. The council serves it, knee bent like all the rest. We all serve it. The whole world is its herd, and the chain, clan to sect to house to council, exists for one purpose, and one purpose only, to fatten the herd and bring it the cull. His eyes, fading, found Tang Yu's. The court that feeds heaven. That is the buyer. That is who I collected for 40 years. That is the table I was promised a seat at. The name fell into the silent camp, and this time it came from a living agent of the chain itself, where before only a sealed thing in a buried vault had spoken it, said now in front of 100 witnesses, and Tang Yu watched the truth land on the gathered houses and saw the exact moment the war stopped being his alone and became theirs. It feeds something above the heavens, Morong Shui said into the silence, and her voice was steady but her face was white, because hearing the sleeper say it in a vault was one thing, and hearing a council collector confirm it before the whole region was another. Past greed, past power, all the way down to hunger. The harvest goes deeper than cruelty for profit. It's men being a farm, for a thing in the sky. She looked at Tang Yu, and the full size of it was in her eyes. This is bigger than a crime, then. We're fighting an appetite. The whole chain is just the throat. I told you the court would take the rest of your lives, Xianxia said, and the thin laugh was almost kind now. The last cruelty of a man who had given up everything to serve a thing and learned, too late, what did it cost him. Here is the joke, rootless one, the one I have never said aloud in 40 years. The seat at the table, the promised place, the reward for the collector who serves well. His fading eyes held a bitterness 3 decades deep. There is no seat. I worked it out a long time ago and kept working anyway, because by then there was nothing else to be. The collectors who serve longest and best are fattened, and they call it being elevated. We are simply the herd that gets the most feed before the cull, kept clever and strong because a clever, strong hunter brings in better stock. And then, when we slow down, when we start to ask questions, when we get too old to chase. He stopped, and that old buried anger was the truest thing in his ruined face. I am 61 years old. I was sent to collect a thing that eats chi, alone, with no support, on a fool's assignment any collector my age would recognize as a quiet death sentence. They sent me to be spent on you, Tang Yu of Xianxia. Taking you was never the point. The council culled me by aiming me at the one target it knew would kill me, and called it an assignment. His eyes closed. I always was livestock too. I just got better feed. Go and break their table, pop. Every last one of us was only ever meat for it. And the collector of the Continental Council, who had hunted his own kind for 40 years for a reward that did not exist, died in the grass of the freed East. And the freed houses, who had come to see whether hope was real, went home carrying the worst and most galvanizing truth in the world, that the harvest was an appetite to be killed, too deep in the world's bones to ever be reformed away, and that the man who could kill it, if anyone could, had just broken a council collector in front of their eyes. In the days after, the company changed, as a company does when it has stood together through a thing that should have killed it. Su Qing fought at his side now, shoulder to shoulder, a full partner in the line. She had been a herb gatherer's daughter with a stolen-back seven-petal root and no idea what to do with it. She was becoming, week by week, a cultivator in her own right, climbing fast on the finest root in the East, and in the duel with Xianxia she had done a thing Tang Yu had not seen before. When the collector's binding she had pinned her wrist, she had stayed calm and steady, turned the 7 petals clean light inward, and burned the binding off, freeing herself, then put her body between the collector's stray threads and the terrified retainers. She was no longer the girl he had given a fortune to in a market town. She was the conscience of the company and, increasingly, its second blade, and Tang Yu watched her grow with a fierce private pride that was the closest thing to family he had felt since the slap. And her cultivation was a thing of quiet wonder, because the 7-petal root she carried was the very root that had been carved out of Tang Yu's own chest at 13, his stolen inheritance, reclaimed from Pan's corpse, and given freely to the one person in the world he trusted to treasure it. In Chao Sun's stolen body it had withered, because a stolen root in an unworthy vessel always withered. In Su Qing it bloomed, climbing realms at a pace that would have been the envy of any sect's first disciple, the superior root finally in hands that deserved it. There was a strange and perfect symmetry to it that Tang Yu never tired of. The harvest had taken his root to make a worthy son for a great clan, and it had died on the vine. He had given the same root to a herb gatherer's daughter who had once shared her last bun with a starving stranger, and it had thrived beyond anything the clan had dreamed. All the root had ever needed was a good person to carry it. And every realm Su Qing climbed on it was a quiet, daily refutation of the entire logic of the harvest. It was proof, written in her rising light, that the gifted were people first and last, who flourished when they were loved and withered when they were stolen, never the resource the powerful allotted among themselves, and that the chain had the whole truth of the world exactly backward. It's strange, she told him once, looking at the 7 petals turning in her chest. I'm carrying the thing they cut out of you. Sometimes I feel like I'm cultivating for both of us, like every realm I climb. Some of it's yours, the life you'd have had if they'd never come up the mountain. Tang Yu had only shaken his head. It's all yours, he'd said. I gave it away. That's the whole point. A thing you give can't be stolen. But he had been glad, in a place too deep for words, that the root that should have been his was climbing in the chest of someone who shared her bun with strangers. Jiwan came to him that same week, and did a thing his proud sect-bred heart had clearly cost him to do. He knelt. I followed you out of the Azure abyss because I had nowhere else to go, the fallen prodigy said, his sword laid across his palms. Because you beat my master and turned my world over, and I could not unsee it. Call that what it was, a man falling, grabbing the nearest solid thing. Loyalty had nothing to do with it. He raised his head. I have watched you break a clan and a sect and a house and a collector, and I have watched you hand a grieving woman her brother's jar and free a vault full of strangers and refuse to be the lord 100 houses are begging you to be. I know now what I grabbed. So this time I come to you on my feet, Tang Yu, a swordsman choosing, with the falling long behind me. My sword is yours, against the chain, against the council, against the thing in the sky, to the top, or to my death, whichever comes first. I swear it on the name the sect took from me. Tang Yu was quiet a moment, looking down at the kneeling prodigy and the sword laid across his palms, and when he answered it was not with the grand acceptance the oath seemed to ask for. I won't take an oath sworn on a name they took from you, he said. Stand up, Jiwan, and take your name back first. Your own name, the one that was yours on the day before they ever found you, the one they buried under the disciple they made of you, and then threw away. He reached down and closed the prodigy's hands around his own sword hilt, gently. I don't want a disciple. The sect had disciples, and it spent them like coin, and you've already knelt to one master who saw you as a thing to be used. I had enough of being used for both of us. A faint smile. Walk beside me, shoulder to shoulder, your own man. Swear to the cause if you want, to the broken stones, to the freed lights, to the children in the jars, but don't swear to me. I'm just the man who got angry first. The day you'd follow me into something wrong is the day I've become the thing we're fighting. And on that day, I want you standing where you can put that sword through me. He drew Ji-Wan up to his feet. That's the oath I'll take. A blade that walks beside me with its own eyes open, free to turn on me the day I earn it. And Ji-Wan, who had been raised in a sect that prized nothing so much as obedience, looked at the Rootless one as though he had been handed something he did not have a name for, and sheathed his sword, and stood. And the oath he made then, wordless, was a truer one than the kneeling had been, and the company had gained a comrade where a lesser man would have offered only a servant. Even Lanshi's pack grew, because the freed region's air was rich now with the spirit power of 1,000 released roots, and the beasts drank it as the land did. The great tiger swelled and deepened, its chi thickening towards something past a mere spirit beast. The foxes and the night birds grew clever and strong. New beasts drifted in from the wild places, drawn by the richness, and Lanshi, who spoke to them in the old wordless way, gathered them, so that the company traveled now inside a moving circle of wild things that the harvest clerks would never know how to fight. The land's waking up, she told Tang Yu, her hand on the great tiger's flank, her wild eyes pleased. 300 years they kept it starved, drinking the roots out of it before they could breathe. Every jar we free, the land breathes again. The beasts feel it first. Soon the people will. She grinned, fierce and feral. You're not just breaking houses, woodcutter. You're feeding the world back. The wild knows it, even if the cities don't yet. But the chain knew it too, and the chain was no longer sending houses and collectors. Word reached the Continental Council, as Murong Shue's intelligence confirmed, the rumors running west to east along the same convoy roads the stolen routes ran, that a boy in the freed east had broken a clan, beaten a sect elder, burned a royal harvest house, freed its vaults, scattered its records, and now killed a council collector sent to take him, and was gathering the bled houses of the region into something that was beginning to look like a banner. To Pan, the rootless one had been an inconvenience. To the Chow, a threat. To the Chui house, an embarrassment. To the Continental Council, the 9 elders who sat over the whole continent and tied their stolen children up to the court itself, the rootless one was, for the first time, a problem, and the council did what powers always do with a problem they cannot yet measure. It convened to decide whether to buy him or bury him. The Continental Council was, Murong Shui had taught him over the long evenings, the highest power any mortal in this world would ever see or name. 9 elders of the spirit-severing realm and beyond, who sat in a sealed seat at the heart of the continent and ruled, in all the ways that mattered, everything beneath the heavens. They settled the wars of kingdoms. They licensed the great sections. They set the harvest quotas the royal houses bled their regions to meet. To every soul Tang Yu had ever known, the council was the ceiling of the world, the final authority above which there was only heaven itself. And that, Tang Yu now understood, was the most carefully maintained lie in the entire structure. Because the council was not the top. The system had shown it, the sleeper had said it, and Yin Shou had confirmed it with his last breath. The 9 elders who ruled the continent knelt, in their turn, to the court that fed heaven, tithing their stolen children upward exactly as the houses tithed to them. The council let the world believe it was the summit because a summit that answers to nothing is far more terrifying than one that serves a master, and because the court above it preferred to remain a thing kept beyond the reach of mortal imagining, walled off from every living mind below. So the 9 elders, who feared nothing under heaven because they served the thing above it, convened over the question of a single rootless boy in the east, and Tang Yu, who now knew the secret of their own subjection, who knew they were livestock in finer robes exactly as Yin Shou had been, found that he was no longer able to fear them as the world did. You could not be ruled by a ceiling once you had seen the sky above it. They will not send another collector, Murong Shui said, spreading what her sources had gathered across the war council table, her strategist's mind fully engaged now. The bled young miss become the company's eyes. A collector is what you send for a heretic. You are past being a heretic, Tang Yu. You have a region. You have a banner. You killed the man they sent to collect you, and you did it in front of witnesses who are now carrying the story up every road on the continent. Her finger traced the routes. So the council has 2 choices, and it is drafting both. The first is to co-opt you, to send a summons dressed as an honor, an offer of a seat among the ranked powers, a place in the chain. They would rather own you than fight you. An unranked thing that eats chi is far more useful as a collector than as an enemy. They will offer you everything. And if you refuse, her finger stopped. The second draft is already being written beside the first. They will declare you a heretic before the whole continent, brand the entire freed East as a rebellion, and send something far worse than a collector to erase you and everyone who knelt to your banner. Spirit severing, at the least. Perhaps more. She looked up. They have not decided which. They are watching to see what you do. Everything now depends on how you answer what is coming. And what was coming? Tang Yu felt before he understood it, because the origin root felt it first. He was in seclusion again, settling the 7th layer, when the single open petal in his spine began, without his willing it, to turn faster and to warm, and a thing he had felt only twice before stirred in the depths of the sovereign system. It was warmer than the flat chill of the system voice, deeper than any breakthrough, a memory, surfacing as the first one had in the burning hall when Pan died. Qin Yuan's memory, the inheritance reaching up through 300 years to show its heir a thing it judged him finally ready, or nearly ready, to see. Ding. Inheritance memory fragment, unsealing. It came in pieces, fragments through deep water, only the leading edge of a vision, where the first memory had come whole. A man on a mountain, Songyang, his own mountain, 300 years younger, looking up at a sky that was wrong, at a crown of cold light above the heavens that should not have been there. The same hunger Tang Yu had felt in the Chui vault, but vaster, the original of which every harvest jar was a single drop. A voice, Qin Yuan's voice, the first time Tang Yu had ever heard it that was not carved in stone, saying something to someone just out of the memory's reach, saying, "Cannot be done alone, I have seen it now, it cannot be finished by one, which is why I will not finish it, which is why I will." And then the fragment frayed and scattered, the petals turning slowing, the memory sinking back down into the system, leaving Tang Yu kneeling in the pre-dawn cold with his heart pounding in the shape of a thing he had not quite been shown burning behind his eyes. But pieces of it stayed, like the scraps of a dream, disordered, vivid, refusing to cohere. A glimpse of a great height, a place above the clouds and above the clouds above those, where the air itself was a cold, imperial gold, the color of a thing that ruled from far above the world. A sense of others. Qin Yuan had not climbed alone. There had been a handful of them, the comrades the sleeper had spoken of, a fellowship climbing the chain together 300 years ago, and Tang Yu felt their presence in the memory like warmth at the edge of a fire, and felt, too, the cold place where most of them had gone out. A glimpse of Qin Yuan's face, young and fierce and terribly tired, turning back from the height to look at something, at someone, with an expression Tang Yu knew from the inside, the expression of a man choosing to do a hard thing that would look, to everyone watching, like cowardice. And under all of it, threaded through every fragment, the same half-heard sentence, circling, insisting, the thing the inheritance most wanted its heir to carry away from this first surfacing. It cannot be finished by one, which is why I will not try to finish it, which is why I will leave a, and there the word that mattered most frayed away into the deep water, unspoken, withheld, save for a later petal and a readier air. Tang Yu reached after it, and could not catch it, and knew, with the certainty the system always left behind, that he had been shown exactly as much as he was ready for, and the rest held back for a later day. He had seen enough, a piece of the whole, with the rest still to come, he understood, when he was ready, as the petals came, one realm at a time. Enough, this piece, to know that the sleeper had told the truth in the vault, that Qin Yuan had climbed to the top, and seen the thing in the sky, and learned at the very summit that it could not be beaten alone. He had come home with his head high, to do the one thing a single climber could do against an appetite too vast for any one life. He had planted a seed. He had made the origin root, and left it in a stone, keyed to a person the court could not eat, and gambled 300 years that the seed would grow into the thing he could not be. Where one climber had failed, a banner would rise, and behind the banner a contagion, something that spread past any single hero's reach. Tang Yu knelt in the cold with the half-memory burning in him and understood, at last, what he was for. And it was so much larger than revenge that for a moment he could not breathe. And then the sky over the freed east turned to gold, and the council announced the war that came after. It came at dawn, 3 days after the collector died, a thing new to every soul among the freed houses, the oldest of them included, because it had not been done in living memory. The sky over the whole region, from horizon to horizon, suddenly darkened, the morning sun blotted as though by a passing wing, and then a single vast seal of cold gold light unfurled across the heavens, a continent-spanning array of characters in the high old script, hanging over the freed east like a brand pressed against the sky itself. Every househead and villager and freed servant and bandit king, every one of them stopped where they stood and looked up at the gold seal burning across the dawn, and felt the weight of the thing that had made it. A power so far above the Chui house, above the collector, above anything the East had ever feared, that it did not need to send a man. It simply rode its will across the sky for a continent to read. The effect on the freed East was immediate, and it was exactly what the council had intended. 3 days of broken tithe stones and weeping old men and half-formed hope, and then, in a single dawn, the sky itself turned to gold, and the 9 elders of the continent wrote a boy's name across it in characters a li high. And 300 years of conditioned terror came flooding back into the region all at once. In the crossroads town where the old woman had wept before the broken stone, people fell to their knees in the streets, certain the end had come. In the high reaches, the village alliances looked up at the gold seal and remembered, in their bones, what the chain could do, and some of the houses that had crept toward Tang Yu's banner crept quietly back from it that same morning, because a broken Chui house was one thing and the will of the whole continent written across heaven was another. This was the council's true weapon, and Murong Shui had named it before it fell, a reminder, sharper than any blade. The harvest had always ruled by the certainty that it could not be opposed, and Tang Yu had spent 3 days teaching the East to doubt that certainty. So the council answered, in place of any army, with a single overwhelming display set where every doubter would see it, designed to make the freed East feel, in one golden instant, exactly how small the rootless one was against the thing above the sky. It was politics written in light, and it was very nearly enough. Tang Yu could feel the hope he had kindled guttering all across the region under the weight of that seal, the half-believers remembering their fear, the banner he had not wanted threatening to scatter before it had ever truly formed. Tang Yu stood in the camp with the company around him, the half-memory of Qin Yuan still burning in his spine, and looked up at the Continental Council's summons hanging over the world, and read the gold characters that every soul in the freed East was reading at the same moment. A name, his name, Tang Yu of Xianxia, and beneath it a command in the old script that brooked no refusal and offered, as Murong Shui had foreseen, both the honor and the threat folded into one. Come to the seat of the council, and be raised, or be unmade. There it is, Murong Shui said quietly, at his side, her face turned up to the gold seal, her brother's jar at her throat. Both drafts at once, the summons and the brand, hanging over the whole East, where every house that knelt to your banner can see it and understand what kneeling to you now costs them. She looked at him. They have made their move, Tang Yu. The continent is watching. Whatever you do next, you do it under that sky, in front of all of them. So, the strategist's eyes steady on his. The council has summoned the Rootless One to answer for unmaking the harvest. What does the Rootless One say? Tang Yu looked up at the gold seal burning in the dawn sky, at the will of the 9 elders who tithed children to the court that fed heaven, written over the heads of the freed East, and he thought of a broken tithe stone, and a collector who learned too late he was livestock, and a man on a mountain 300 years ago who had seen the thing in the sky and planted a seed instead of dying. And the cold, clear thing in his chest, which had carried him from the ditch to here, did not waver. He says he's coming, Tang Yu said. On his own terms, with his axe in his hand, past their offer of a throne and past their threat of a grave alike. He shouldered his father's axe, and the gold seal burned over him, and the freed East watched. Tell them the Rootless One is coming to the council seat to do to the 9 elders exactly what he did to the Chui house. And tell them to read the sky carefully, all of them, because it's the last time the council ever writes its will across it unanswered. End of Hour 10. Hour 11. The price of a root. The allies debate whether to answer a summons or defy the continent. The second memory comes whole. Why Qin Yuan left in air, the nascent soul sealing, a council assassin in the night, and the brand that turns a summons into a war. The gold seal hung over the freed East for 3 days, and in those 3 days Tang Yu learned that the Continental Council had aimed its summons at everyone who had begun to believe in him. It did not fade. That was the cruelty of it, and the craft. A lesser power would have written its command across the sky and let it gutter out by nightfall. The council left its seal burning over the whole region, dawn to dawn again, a continent-spanning array of cold gold characters a li high that met every soul in the East when they woke, when they worked, when they lay down afraid to sleep. Tang Yu of Xianxia, come to the seat of the council, and be raised, or be unmade. And under that unfading brand the freed East, which had spent a handful of glorious days learning to hope, began, exactly as the 9 elders had intended, to remember its fear. The half-believers went quiet. The lordlings who had crept toward Tang Yu's banner crept away again. The villages that had cheered the breaking of the tithe stones now looked up at the gold seal and understood that they were standing in the open, under the eye of the highest power in the world, beside a man it had named. And to stand beside him now was to be seen standing beside him. Tang Yu walked through one of those villages on the second day of the seal, and there he learned exactly how good the council's weapon was. It was a village that had cheered him a week before. It had pulled down its own tithe stone and danced in the square and pressed dried fruit and rice wine on the company as they passed. Now the square was empty. The doors were shut. The dried fruit sellers had taken in their stalls. And as the company walked the silent street, Tang Yu saw the faces at the cracks of the shutters, bare frightened faces, every one of them. Watching the named man pass through their village under the eye of the sky and praying, he understood that the council's gold gaze did not linger on the place that had cheered him. An old farmer Tang Yu had shared a cup with a week earlier met his eyes through a half-open door and looked away and quietly closed it. The closing was cowardice only to a stranger. To a father it was the oldest, plainest truth there was, that a man with children to feed could not afford to be seen smiling at the thing the sky had named. Tang Yu did not blame the closing door. He understood it to the bone. But he marked it, walking on through the silent square, because it showed him the precise mechanism the gold seal was built to work. It made the people afraid to be near him, stripping the seed of its soil one frightened shutter at a time, until the contagion had nowhere left to spread. This is how they fight a banner, Murong Shui said grimly, on the third night, the gold light falling cold across the war table where the company and the heads of the bravest houses had gathered. They fight it with exposure, not armies. They cannot yet measure you, Rootless One. They do not know what you are, and a power that cannot measure a threat is afraid of it. So they do the thing fear does. They raise the cost of standing near you. Every house under that seal is now asking itself the same question. Is the Rootless One worth being branded with him? Is hope worth the eye of the council? She looked around the table at the grim, frightened faces of the house heads who had come, and at the empty seats of the many who had not. And you can see their answer in the seats that are empty tonight. The seal aims its threat at them, Tang Yu, and through them, it means to leave you standing alone under the sky with no banner left to lead. Then we should answer it, said one of the house heads, the Salt Flats matriarch, the hard old woman who had cried out when Yin Shou's net failed, and who had not left when the others wavered. Not the way they want. But we cannot simply stand under that thing and let it bleed our courage out night after night until the alliance rots. Either the rootless one goes to the seat and faces them, or he defies them openly. But he cannot do nothing, because nothing is exactly what the seal is designed to make us do. She set her old hands flat on the table. I have buried 2 grandchildren to these people. I did not come down out of the salt flats to watch a banner die of waiting. Decide, woodcutter. Go or defy. But decide. And so the debate that the gold seal had been designed to provoke broke open across the war table, and it split the company down the middle. G1 was for defiance. The summons is a trap dressed as an honor, the swordsman said, his sect-bred knowledge of the councils weighs hard in his voice. I was raised under these people, Tang Yu. I know how they work. You walk into the council seat, and one of 2 things happens. They collar you into the chain as a ranked power, which you will refuse, or they kill you in a sealed hall 1,000 li from any witness, where no story can follow. The seat is their ground. It is the only ground where the thing that makes you dangerous, the watching houses, the spreading story, cannot reach you. Defy them. Make them come here, into the freed east, onto ground where every blow they strike is seen. Never go to them. Morong Shuel was, to Tang Yu's surprise, not certain he was wrong. He is right that the seat is a trap, she said slowly. He is wrong that defiance is free. Defy the summons openly, and the council has its excuse. It brands the whole East a rebellion, not just you, and it sends an army this time, worse than any assassin or collector, and every house that knelt to your banner burns with you. Defiance damns them faster. She turned the problem over with the cold thoroughness Tang Yu had come to lean on. Go, and you walk into their hands. Defy, and you call down the army before you are ready. The summons is a perfect trap precisely because both doors lead into the fire. Which is why, she said, looking at Tang Yu. I think the answer lies in the wall between the 2 doors, and I think you already know it, because it is the same answer you have given every trap since the ditch. Su Qing had been quiet through all of it, sitting at the edge of the firelight with the 7 petals turning slow in her chest, and when she finally spoke it cut through the strategist's deadlock to the thing underneath. You're both arguing about the doors, she said. Go or defy, the seat or the field. But you're both still letting the council decide what the choices are. That's what a trap does. It threatens you. And worse, it makes you argue inside the shape it drew. She looked at Tang Yu. Every time you've beaten one of these things, you did it by refusing the door they offered. Pan offered you a kneel or a death. You ate his chi. The Chui wards offered you stealth or strength. You ate the wards. The whole reason they can't measure you is that you keep refusing the shape of the question. So don't ask whether to go to the seat or defy it. Ask what they're afraid of, and then do that, whatever door it fits through. She held his eyes across the fire. They wrote that seal because they're afraid of what you'll say if you keep talking, Tang Yu. So forget go or defy. The answer is, talk louder. All the way to their front door if that's what it takes. Tang Yu looked at her a long moment, and something settled in his chest. I don't walk through the doors they build, he said quietly. I eat the wall. But this time he could not see what the wall was, and so he did the thing he always did when the path was unclear and the enemy was vast. He set the debate aside, and went into seclusion, and asked the inheritance. He had been climbing too fast and fighting too hard since the Chui vault, and the 7th layer beneath him was solid but unfinished, and he needed, before whatever came next, to set his foundation and hear what the system had been trying to tell him since the gold seal rose. So he withdrew to a still place above the camp, under the cold gold light, and turned the origin route inward, and did the patient deep work of settling a realm. The freed air of the east ran rich into him, the released spirit power of the Chui vaults still thick over the region. The single open petal in his spine drank it and turned, slow and deep. And the 7th layer, circulated and compressed, and made wholly his own, gave way at last beneath the patient pressure of a man no longer in a hurry. Ding! Nascent soul, layer 8. And as the 8th layer settled into him, deeper than any realm he had yet held, the air of the high reaches of nascent soul, where a cultivator began to brush against the ceiling of mortal power, the thing the system had been straining toward since the gold seal rose finally broke its surface, and Qin Yuan's second memory opened in him. This time it came whole, as a life. Ding! Inheritance resonance, second memory, unsealing. He was Qin Yuan, 300 years ago, and he was climbing. Tang Yu lived it as he had lived the first memory in the burning hall, poured wholesale into a mind not his own. And what he found there shook him more deeply than any blow the chain had ever landed, because Qin Yuan, the legend, the ascended sovereign of Songyang, the impossible name carved over a stone, Qin Yuan had been, at the root of him, exactly what Tang Yu was, an angry boy from a poor mountain village who had seen the harvest take someone he loved and decided, with nothing, against everything, to climb the chain and break it. He had been an ordinary boy who simply refused, and the refusing had carried him up, and he had climbed with others. The fellowship the sleeper had spoken of bloomed whole in the memory now, 7 of them, 7 young cultivators from across the continent who had each, separately, seen the shape of the harvest and sworn to end it, and who had found one another on the long climb and become something that had never existed before. Where men had only ever built sects and clans, here was a conspiracy of the unwilling, climbing the chain together, clan to sect to house to council, breaking the harvest certainty wherever they passed, gathering hope behind them like a wake. Tang Yu felt Qin Yuan's love for them, the 6 who climbed beside him, with an ache that was not his own and that he could not separate from his own, because he had 6 of his own now, did he not? Gathered on his climb, and the memory was showing him their 300-year-old reflection, and he felt them die. That was the heart of the second memory, the thing Qin Yuan had sealed deepest, and that Tang Yu was only now judged ready to carry. The fellowship had climbed all the way to the top. They had done the thing 300 years of the chain had sworn was impossible. They had reached the court that fed heaven, the appetite above the heavens, the crown of cold hunger at the summit of the chain. And there, at the top, in the place where Qin Yuan had gone expecting the final battle, the 7 of them had learned the truth that the entire 300-year chain existed to hide, that the court could not be killed by climbing to it. Tang Yu felt Qin Yuan understand it. In the memory, in a single annihilating instant, that the court ate power, all power, any power, that the stronger a cultivator climbed the more nourishing he became, that to ascend the chain and strike the court at its summit was simply to deliver it the finest possible meal. The fellowship had climbed for years to become strong enough to kill the thing at the top, and at the top they learned that their strength was the one thing it most wanted, and that what the world called ascension had always been a harvest of the very greatest roots. The gifted who climbed highest, delivered at last to the mouth at the summit. The court cultivated strong cultivators. They were its crop. The whole chain, clan to council, was a farm for growing the strong, and ascension was the cull. And Tang Yu saw it. He saw, through Qin Yuan's 300-year-old eyes, the thing at the top, for one glimpse that he knew would mark him for the rest of his life. It was not a demon. That was the worst of it. He had braced, in the memory, for a monster, a devil, a thing of fangs and malice he could hate cleanly. What Qin Yuan had found at the summit of the chain, above the last heaven, was worse than malice, because it was indifferent. A vastness. A crown of cold pale light, so large the mind refused its edges, past cruelty and past kindness alike. No more aware of the gifted it consumed than a farmer is aware of the individual grains of a harvest pouring through his fingers. It did not hate the world it ate. It did not think of the world it ate. It simply fed, as the sea is wet, as the cold is cold. It was an appetite so old and so total that cruelty would have been a kind of relationship, and there was no relationship. Only the endless patient gravity of a hunger that had arranged an entire mortal world, 300 years deep and a continent wide, into a machine for delivering itself the choicest souls, and that would go on doing so, calmly, indifferent even to the names of the things it swallowed, until something it could not eat finally arrived to starve it. Tang Yu felt Qin Yuan's hatred break against that indifference like a wave against a cliff and find nothing to grip, and understood, in that glimpse, the deepest root of the sovereign's despair. You cannot make a thing that does not see you answer for what it does to you. You can only take away its food. 6 of the 7 died learning it. Tang Yu felt each of them go. He felt them throw their hard-won power at the crown of hunger, and felt the crown drink it and grow brighter. Felt the fellowship that had climbed 300 years' worth of the chain spent in moments against a thing that fed on exactly what they had become. And the memory gave each of them a face and a name, because Qin Yuan had loved them each as a person. Tang Yu felt them one at a time, each with a particular way of being brave. There was the laughing one, a swordsman who had joked his way up the entire chain and who went silent for the first time at the top, and then threw himself at the crown still trying to grin, and was gone. There was the quiet healer, a woman who had spent every rung keeping the others alive, who understood the truth of the court a heartbeat before the rest, and screamed at them to run even as she spent herself buying the seconds. And Tang Yu felt Qin Yuan's grief at her death blur into his own grief for Su Qing, who was exactly that, the one who kept them whole, and his chest seized in the seclusion at the overlap. There was the angry one, who had started the fellowship, who had been to Qin Yuan what Tang Yu was learning to be to his own, the first refuser, the one who saw the shape of it before anyone, and who died last of the 6, cursing the crown, refusing it with his final breath even as it drank him. Tang Yu felt each of the 6 go into the mouth at the top, and felt Qin Yuan's 300-year-old grief as though it were fresh, because to the inheritance it was fresh, sealed at full strength for exactly this moment, so that the heir would learn the lesson as a wound rather than a cold fact. This is what climbing to strike the top costs, the memory said, in the language of grief rather than words. This is what it bought. 6 of the best the world ever made, fed to the thing they came to kill. Do not make their mistake. Do not feed it your strength. I am showing you their faces so that you never climb to the crown thinking strength is the answer, because strength is the meal. And he felt Qin Yuan, the last of the 7, standing alone at the top with his comrades gone into the mouth he had come to close, and making, in the worst moment of his life, the moment the memory had been built around, the choice that had looked, to everyone after, like the cowardice of a legend who simply vanished. He ran clear-eyed. Tang Yu felt the truth of it from the inside, and it broke something in his chest, and remade it harder. Qin Yuan ran because he had finally understood the problem, and once he understood, the old plan, climb, ascend, strike the top, looked backward, worse than doomed, the exact mechanism by which the court was fed. You could not beat an appetite by becoming a better meal. The harvest ran on the strength of the gifted, harvested young or harvested old, in a jar or at an ascension. It made no difference to the mouth at the top. And a thing that fed on strength could not be killed by strength, by one climber or 700, because every blow only fed it. It could only be killed by the one thing it could not eat, by refusal spread wide enough to starve it, by a world that would not be hurted, by so many people, in so many places, declining to be livestock, declining to climb the chain, declining to feed the cull, declining to believe the harvest was the way of the world, that the farm itself failed from the bottom, simply walking off the field, with never a blow struck at the top. And Qin Yuan, alone, the last of his fellowship, could not be that. One man could only ever be one more meal. So he ran home to Songyang, to the poor mountain that had made him, and he did the only thing a single climber could do against an appetite too vast for any one life. He took everything he had learned, and he made a seed. Where another man would have built a weapon, an air forged strong enough to finish the fight, Qin Yuan had buried that hope at the summit with his comrades. He made a cultivation the court could not eat, a hollow vessel, an origin root, a thing with no root to harvest, that ate power instead of being eaten, that could not be taken in a jar or culled at an ascension because it broke the one law the whole farm ran on. And he keyed it to a person, and sealed it in a stone, and gambled 300 years that the seed would find soil, that it would grow past the old dream of a lone hero soloing the court and into a contagion, a thing that could not be harvested, walking the world, freeing the harvested, breaking the certainty, teaching the field to refuse, until the refusal spread wider than the court could eat and the farm starved from the ground up. That was why he left an heir, to start the thing he had finally understood could not be won by fighting, the fight he had lost left behind him for good. Tang Yu came up out of the second memory in the cold gold light with tears on his face that he did not remember shedding, and knelt a long time under the seal, shaking, the shape of his life rearranged. He had thought he was climbing the chain to break it at the top. Bigger and bigger blows, all the way up, until the last and biggest blow killed the thing in the sky. He understood now that this was the trap, the same trap that had eaten 6 of the 7, the exact mistake the court most wanted him to make. He was a seed meant for the whole field. His war was to spread the one thing the court could not eat, the refusal, the contagious certainty that it could be done, until the harvest had no field left to reap. Strength only fed the appetite. Every freed jar, every broken tithe stone, every house turned from fear to defiance, every witness carrying the story up a road, that was the weapon. The axe only cleared the way. The weapon was the world he left behind him as he passed, refusing. And he understood, kneeling there, why Qin Yuan had keyed the seed to him, passing over every prodigy and every great clan's heir to reach a rootless orphan from the same poor mountain, a boy with nothing, dumped in a ditch to die. Because a seed of refusal could only grow in soil that had already refused. Because the one person the harvest could never co-opt was the one it had already thrown away. Because the contagion needed to start in someone who could look at everything the chain offered, a rank, a seat, a place, the collector's bargain, the council's honor, and turn his back on every scrap of it, having learned in the ditch exactly what all of it was worth. Qin Yuan had chosen a person the harvest had already failed to break, and trusted that, broken as he was, he had become exactly the soil his seed required. And there was a last turn to it, the hardest and most freeing of all, that Tang Yu only understood as the memory settled fully into him. He had spent his climb measuring himself against the size of the enemy. Pan was a god until he wasn't. The Chow were the sky until they weren't. The council was the ceiling of the world until the sleeper named what knelt above it. And at every rung the same fear had ridden him. It keeps getting bigger, and one day it will be too big, and I will reach the rung I cannot climb. The second memory killed that fear, because it showed him the fear was the wrong shape entirely. The question had never been whether he could grow big enough to kill the thing at the top. He could not. Every soul who had ever lived was too small for that, and always would be. That was the final point, the lesson 6 of the 7 had died to learn. So the size of the enemy did not matter. It could not matter, because he was never going to win by being bigger. He was going to win, if he won at all, by being a thing the enemy could not eat, walking the world, making more of them, and that he could do at any size. A rootless orphan at chi condensation could refuse. A peak nascent soul could refuse. The refusing grew with how many people caught it, no matter the size of the enemy. Which meant the terror that had ridden him all the way up, the dread of the rung too high, was simply, beautifully, irrelevant. He would never be strong enough. He did not need to be. He needed only to be unneedable, and loud, and impossible to stop from spreading, and those he already was. Tang Yu knelt under the gold seal and felt 300 years of someone else's grief turn, in his own chest, into something that was almost lightness, the strange fierce freedom of a man who has just learned that the fight he cannot win is not the fight he is in. He rose, at last, and went down to the camp, and he was changed, and the company saw it. You found something, Su Qing said, searching his face. In the seclusion. Something big. I found out what I'm for, Tang Yu said. And it's not what I thought. He gathered them, the company, and the house heads who remained, and he told them the second memory, plainly, because it was not his to hoard. It was, he understood now, the very contagion it described, a thing that grew stronger the more widely it was spread. He told them that the court could not be killed by a blow at the top. He told them why the chain grew the strong and culled them at ascension, why every legend who had ever ascended had been harvested rather than freed. And he told them the thing that landed hardest in the firelit circle of frightened, bled, hoping faces, that the weapon against the harvest was all of them. I'm just the seed, he said. The thing that can't be eaten, walking the field, so the field can see it's possible. But the weapon is you. Every one of you. Every house that refuses the quota. Every village that stops believing it's the way of the world. Every story carried up a road that the council can't talk anyone out of, because they saw it with their own eyes. The court is an appetite, and you don't kill an appetite with a sword. You starve it. And a thing that eats the whole world can only be starved by the whole world deciding, house by house and village by village, to stop being its food. He looked around the circle. That's the war. Ours, all of us together. And it's the one war in 300 years the harvest has no idea how to fight, because it has only ever known how to cut a throat or crush an army. And this is just more and more people, in more and more places, refusing, until the farm has nothing left to reap. And in the firelit silence after, the freed houses of the East, who had come to the war table afraid and wavering under the gold seal, began, one by one, the Salt Flats matriarch first, to align behind the Rootless one, and they did it standing upright, as the first refusers of a field 300 years overdue to revolt, done at last with sheltering under any strong man's shadow. It was the matriarch who put it into words, rising in the firelight with her old jaw set. I have been afraid of the council all my years, she said, as my mother was, and hers. I came to this table 3 days ago ready to go home, because the gold in the sky reminded me what being afraid feels like, and I am old, and I am tired, and I have already buried 2 of my grandchildren to these people. She looked around the circle of frightened faces, and then at Tang Yu. But you have just told me a thing I cannot unhear, that the harvest does not need me to fight it, that it needs me to refuse it. And refusing is a thing I can do sitting in my own salt flats, with my own people, whether the Rootless one lives or dies 1,000 li away at the council seat. That is different. That is a war an old woman can fight. I cannot beat a spirit-severing master. But I can tell the next rider who comes up my road for his quota that there is no quota, that there will never again be a quota, and that he may take it up with the whole salt flats if he likes. Her old voice did not shake. I have spent my whole life believing the harvest was the sky itself. You have shown me it is only ever men. So here is my house, Rootless one, offered as the thing you said, standing beside you and not behind you. A field that refuses. And if they kill you on the road, we will refuse without you, and tell our children why, and let them refuse, until the thing in the sky starves. And one by one around the fire, the others rose and said the same in their own words. The high-reach alliances, Murong Shui's turned lords, the ruined merchant clans, and what had been a frightened gathering under a gold brand became, in the space of an evening, the first sworn refusers of the contagion Qin Yuan had planted 300 years before. Murong Shui read the new shape of it before any of them. This changes the summons, she said, when the househeads had gone and the company sat alone under the gold light. You have been treating the council seal as a trap to escape. It is a trap, but you have just turned yourself from a man into a story, and a story plays by different rules than a man. A man who answers the summons walks into a sealed hall and is never seen again. But a story that answers the summons, openly, as a banner, with every house on the road watching the Rootless one walk to the council seat to say the harvest can be refused, that story cannot be killed in a sealed hall, because killing it only proves it. Her strategist's eyes were bright. They built the summons to isolate you. We can turn it into the largest stage in the world. You will answer it, Tang Yu. And you will answer it as the seat itself, walking openly to the heart of the chain where a summoned subject would have crept to the seat to be judged, in front of every house and village on the road, carrying the second memory like a torch, so that the contagion spreads down every li of the journey faster than they can burn it. A thin smile. The council summoned a man to a sealed room. We will send them a story that the whole continent is watching walk toward them. Let us see them try to make that disappear. But before the road, the council made its true answer to the summons, and it came in the dark. Because the council had never intended the honorable summons to be its only move. The gold seal was the open hand. The closed fist was already on the road, sent quietly ahead of the seal it pretended to serve, and it reached the camp on the night Tang Yu topped the realm. He had gone back into seclusion to set the 8th layer and press toward the ceiling, because Murong Shui's road would not wait, and a banner that walked to the council seat had better walk at the peak of his realm. And under the cold gold light, with the rich freed air pouring into him and the second memory still blazing in his chest with the clarity of a thing finally understood, the 8th layer gave way to the last and highest rung of nascent soul. Ding. Nascent soul, layer 9, peak. Realm complete. And the origin root, which had carried a single open petal since the core peak in the freed town a lifetime ago, bloomed its second. He felt it open in his spine like a second sun catching light from the first, the deep green gold unfolding of a petal that meant a whole realm completed. the hollow vessel maturing one stage further along the path Qin Yuan had set it, the inheritance deepening toward whatever it would finally become. Ding. Sovereign System, Stage 6. Second petal, open. Two petals turned now where there had been one. The bottomless thing in his spine grown deeper and stronger and more wholly his. A rootless orphan standing at the peak of nascent soul, at the ceiling of ordinary mortal power, with two petals of an impossible flower opened in the place where his stolen root had been. And the second petal did more than make him stronger. It made him more. With the first petal alone, the origin root had been a throat. It ate, it climbed, it could not be taken. With the second open, Tang Yu felt the thing begin to show him what it was truly for. His sense reached further and saw deeper. The qi he drank now refined him as well as filled him, the hollow vessel learning to do more with what it swallowed. And beneath it all he felt, for the first time, a faint thread of connection running back through the inheritance, back through the second petal to the second memory, back through Qin Yuan to the lost fellowship, as though each petal that opened brought him one step closer to understanding as well as power, to the whole of the plan the sovereign had sealed in pieces across the realms. Two petals, two memories. He understood the rhythm of it now. The inheritance was a teacher rather than a weapon handed over all at once, doling out strength and truth together, one realm at a time, trusting the air to be made ready by the climb itself. And whatever bloomed when the third petal opened, at the peak of spirit severing, the realm whose master was even now being sent to unmake him, Tang Yu understood it would bring the next piece of the thing Qin Yuan most needed him to know, along with the power to survive that realm. He came out of the seclusion at the nascent ceiling, more powerful than he had ever been, the second memory clear and the second petal bright. And that was the moment the whisper struck. He did not announce himself. That was the first thing, and it told Tang Yu everything. The collector had come in daylight, courteous, a professional doing open work. This thing came in the dead hour, silent, and Tang Yu never sensed it on the road, because there was nothing to sense. It had spent a lifetime learning to carry no qi a watcher could feel, to move through the world as an absence, a held breath, a whisper. That was the thing that made the whisper more frightening, in its way, than the collector had been. Yen Shou had been a presence, a gray weight you could feel coming, a master who announced his mastery. The whisper was an absence, and an absence could not be guarded against, because there was nothing to guard. The camp's wards were keyed to detect intruding qi. The whisper carried an emptiness where his qi should be, an emptiness he had hollowed his own presence down to over decades, so completely that detection arrays found nothing to catch. He did not break the wards as Tang Yu did, by eating them. He simply was not enough of anything for the wards to notice. It was, Tang Yu understood, a kind of dark mirror of his own gift. Where the origin root could not be sensed because it read as nothing, the whisper could not be sensed because he had made himself almost nothing, a man who had given up every scrap of presence a cultivator builds in exchange for the one terrible skill of arriving unfelt. The council had chosen the assassin with care. To kill a thing that could not be sensed, they had sent a thing that could not be sensed. The first Tang Yu knew of it was Su Qing's scream. The assassin had come for the thing Tang Yu loved, not for Tang Yu himself. That was the craft of it, the cruelty the council had chosen. A killer sent to take Tang Yu would have to face Tang Yu, and the rootless one ate what he was given. So the council had sent its killer for Su Qing, to break him by breaking her, to teach the seed that the price of refusing was paid by everyone who walked beside it. The whisper went for Su Qing in the dark, silent, a sliver of poisoned shadow sliding between the sleeping camp's wards as though they were not there. And only the seven-petal root saved her in that first instant, the root that had been Tang Yu's own, the finest in the east, which flared awake of its own accord at the nearness of killing intent, and threw a clean shield of seven-petal light across its bearer a heartbeat before the poisoned blade reached her throat. The blade struck the shield instead of the girl, and Su Qing screamed, and woke, and the camp came alive in chaos. And Tang Yu, 100 paces away, just risen from his seclusion at the new peak, turned at the scream with his heart in his throat and his father's axe already in his hand. What followed was a hunt, and for the first terrible minute Tang Yu was the prey of his own fear. Because the whisper was good, genuinely, frighteningly good. A peak nascent soul master of a discipline Tang Yu had never faced, the art of killing a target rather than overpowering one, quick and quiet and gone. He flickered through the dark camp like a thing made of shadow and intent, striking and vanishing, and every strike was aimed at Su Qing, because the assassin had read his target perfectly. The rootless one ate qi, could not be poisoned, could not be bound, could not be killed by any of the chain's usual tools. But the rootless one had a heart, and the heart had a name, and a man defending someone he loves fights 100 times more desperately and 100 times worse than a man defending himself. The whisper tried to get past Tang Yu, again and again, to the girl with the seven-petal light, knowing that one touch of the poisoned blade was all it would take. And it nearly worked. Tang Yu threw himself between the whisper and Su Qing and fought with exactly the desperate, wild, overcommitted fury the assassin had counted on, and the whisper slipped him twice, flickered past his guard toward the girl, and was turned back the first time only by Su Qing's own seven-petal shield, and the second only by Lan Shi's great tiger hurling its growing bulk into the assassin's path. The camp was chaos. Ji Wan's sword flashing at shadows. Murong Shui's retainers forming a desperate ring around Su Qing, the pack filling the dark with snarls. And through it the whisper moved like death given the slip, untouchable, patient, waiting for the one opening that would let him reach the girl and break the seed's heart forever. It was the worst kind of fight, because it was a fight Tang Yu could not simply win by being strong. Every other foe the chain had sent, he had beaten by enduring, by eating the blows, climbing on them, outlasting the gap. But you could not endure your way through a thing that did not want to hit you. Swish. The whisper flickered past his left, a sliver of poisoned dark, and Tang Yu's axe found only empty air where the killer had already not been. Swish. He came from the right, low, fast, and Tang Yu got the haft across in time, and felt the poisoned blade screech off the wood a hand's breadth from his ribs, and did not care about his ribs, because the killer was not aiming at his ribs, the killer was using him as a door to swing open. The assassin fought by patience, by being everywhere the defender was not, by turning the defender's own desperate strength into the gap he slipped through. And Tang Yu's strength was desperate, because his heart was hammering with a terror he had not felt since the slab, the specific unbearable terror of a man who can take any blow aimed at himself and cannot take the one aimed at the person behind him. He was fighting badly and he knew it and he could not stop, because love made him fast and love made him strong and love, the whisper had calculated correctly, made him clumsy. He lunged when he should have held, chased the shadow when he should have guarded the girl, did exactly the overeager things a man does when the thing he cannot afford to lose is a single failed parry away from death. But Su Qing did not break, and that was the thing the council's assassin had not weighed, because the council weighed everyone by the old logic, and the old logic was 300 years out of date. She had grown beyond the herb gatherer's daughter he had been sent to murder, into a cultivator carrying the finest root in the East, and she had spent these months learning to use it. And when the whisper slipped past Tang Yu the third time and came for her through the dark with his poison blade, Su Qing stood her ground. She turned the 7 petals clean light outward and met the assassin's killing strike with a flare of pure root light. She could not kill him. She was not strong enough for that. But she staggered him, threw his perfect silent rhythm off by a single crucial beat, made the untouchable killer flinch and check for the first time all night. And one beat was all Tang Yu needed. Because Tang Yu was at the peak of nascent soul now, with 2 petals open and the second memory clear, and his fear burned off into something far worse for the whisper. And when the assassin flinched off Su Qing's light, the rootless one stopped being the desperate prey of his own terror and became, in a single breath, the hunter at the top of his realm. Crack! The splitting axe caught the whisper mid-flicker, where he should have been a shadow and was, for one beat, a man. Boom! The assassin tried to vanish, and Tang Yu ate the chi he vanished with, the bottomless throat drinking the very art the whisper used to disappear, so that the killer who had never once been caught in a lifetime of silent murders found, in horror, that he could not disappear from the one thing in the world that drank the dark he hid in. You came for her, Tang Yu said, very quietly, very cold, his peak realm power filling the camp like a tide, to break me. You read me right. She's the best of us, and losing her would have ended me. The axe rose. You read everything right except the one thing every last one of you gets wrong. You think a man defending what he loves fights worse. He found the seam, and the whisper's silent art could not eat its way free of the thing that ate everything. He fights worse right up until the moment he stops being afraid. And then he fights like the end of the world. The whisper tried, in his last seconds, to do the one thing he had learned in 40 years of survival. He tried to become nothing, to hollow himself down past sensing and slide away into the dark between the campfires, the escape that had carried him out of 100 killings that went wrong. Whoosh. He spent his whole presence at once, the desperate full version of the absence art, the move that should have erased him from the world. And Tang Yu drank it. The bottomless throat in his spine took the assassin's vanishing, drank the very nothing the whisper was trying to become, so that the killer who had survived a lifetime by being unfindable found himself, for the first and last time, completely and horribly present, solid, sensible, real, dragged into the open by the one thing he could not slip. His eyes went wide with the particular terror of a man whose single trick has been eaten. Crack! The splitting axe came down through the seam in a silent killer's guard that had never had to hold against a thing it could not flee, and the whisper of the Continental Council, the absence, the held breath, the knife the 9 elders sent for a sleeping girl, became, in the instant of his death, the most present he had been in 40 years, and then nothing. So died the whisper of the Continental Council, the killer who had never been caught, sent to break the seed by murdering its heart, in the silent camp he had crept into, killed at the peak of a realm by a rootless orphan whose heart he had read correctly and whose limit he had read 300 years out of date. And Su Qing, shaking, the 7-petal light still bright around her, looked at Tang Yu over the assassin's body, and did not need to say what was in her face, which was that she had been the beat that won the fight, the very thing the council had bet would be the company's weakness. Tang Yu crossed to her through the settling chaos and took her by the shoulders, and for a moment the banner and the seed and the war all fell away, and he was just a man who had nearly watched the person he most loved in the world die in the dark. "You're hurt," he said, his voice not steady. There was a thin line of blood along her forearm where the poison blade had grazed the edge of her shield, and he had the antidotes the company carried for exactly this, and his hands were already moving. Don't ever do that again. Don't stand and trade strikes with a thing like that. You should have run. You should have let the shield hold and run." "And gone where?" Su Qing said, and there was a steadiness in her that had not been there in the market town, the calm of a woman who had just discovered the floor of her own courage and found it held. "Tang Yu, he came for me to break you. If I'd run, he'd have chased, and you'd have come after him wild, and he'd have used you the whole way. The only way to break his plan was for me to not be breakable." She let him bind the graze. The seven-petal light already burning the poison out of the shallow wound faster than the antidote could. "You gave me this root so it couldn't be stolen, and so I could treasure it. But I've been thinking, these last weeks, that you gave it to me for a third reason you maybe didn't even know yet, so that the thing they'd use to hurt you could defend itself. I've stopped being the soft place in your guard, Tang Yu. I'm the one part of you they can't get to now, because she can stand on her own." She met his eyes. "That's what the root's for. Stop trying to put me behind you. I'm worth more beside you, and you know it, and tonight proved it." And Tang Yu, looking at the herb gatherer's daughter who had grown into the steadiest blade in his company, found he had no answer but the truth. "Beside me then," he said. "Heaven help them." And then they searched the body, and found the thing that turned a murder in the dark into the weapon that broke the council's mask. It was a token, a small, cold, gold disc, half the weight of a spirit stone, bearing the same high-script seal that hung unfading across the sky, the personal authorization of the Continental Council itself. Murong Shui turned it over in the firelight with hands that were not quite steady, and her strategist's face went from grim to fierce in a single breath. "Do you understand what this is?" she said, low and intent. "Do you understand what they have handed us? The summons in the sky is the council's open hand, honor, a seat, a raising, all of it dressed in the high courtesy of the continent's highest body, witnessed by every soul in the East. And this," she held it up, "this is the same council's authorization, on the same night, for an assassin to creep into your camp and murder a sleeping girl to break you. The honor and the knife, the summons and the whisper, signed with the same seal, sent the same night, by the same 9 elders who pretend to sit in lawful judgment over the whole world." Her eyes blazed. "They have just proven, in their own hand, that the Continental Council, the highest authority any mortal will ever know, the body that licenses every sect and judges every kingdom, sends assassins in the dark while it offers honor in the light. That for all its claim to be the lawful summit of the world, it is exactly the same thing as Pan and the Chow and the Chui house, only higher. A harvester that murders to protect the harvest, wearing the robes of justice over a killer's hands. You don't understand how rare this is," Jiwan said, staring at the disc, and there was something close to awe in the fallen prodigy's voice. "I was raised in a great sect, under these people. The council's whole power rests on one thing, that it is above the dirty work. The houses harvest, the sects enforce, the collectors and the whispers do the killing in the dark. And the council sits over all of it with clean hands, the lawful judge, the body that punishes the harvest's excesses to seem just while it takes its tithe of children from the top. The proof always stops one rung short of the council itself, because the council never holds the knife. It only ever signs the order, and the orders die with the killers who carry them." He looked up. "A whisper does not carry a token. Ever. The whole point of a whisper is that he cannot be traced back. For one to be carrying the council's own seal." He shook his head slowly. "Either they grew arrogant, certain a sleeping girl's murder would never be questioned because the rootless one would be too broken to question it, or they never imagined the assassin would fail, and so never imagined the token would be found on a living battlefield instead of vanishing with him into the dark. Either way, Tang Yu, you are holding the thing that does not exist, the knife with the judge's fingerprint still on it. In 300 years I do not think anyone has ever carried one out of a council ambush alive." A grim, fierce light came into his face. "Show it to the continent. They will try to call it forgery, of course. Let them. The more loudly the council insists it did not send the knife, the more people will wonder why it is shouting. Then it goes on the road with us," Tang Yu said, taking the cold gold token and closing his fist around it. Right beside the second memory, they wrote a summons across the sky for the whole continent to read. "Good. Let it read this too. Let every house and village on the road to the council seat hear that the 9 elders offered the rootless one in honor with one hand, and sent a knife for a sleeping girl with the other, and signed both with the same seal." The token was cold in his fist, and worth more than any blade he owned. "They wanted to expose me under their sky. I'm going to expose them under it. Every step of the way to their own front door." After that, the decision was easy, because Murong Shui had been right. The answer lay in the wall between the 2 doors, eaten through. He would answer the summons, but on his terms, and as the thing he had become. He would walk to the seat of the Continental Council openly, as the banner, with the company beside him, and the second memory in his mouth and the council's own assassination token in his fist, and he would spread the contagion down every li of the road, house by house, village by village, the rootless one walking to the heart of the chain to tell the world the harvest could be refused, and to show it, in cold gold, that the council murdered in the dark to keep it. The freed houses of the east would hold the region behind him. The Salt Flats matriarch and the High Reach alliances and Murong Shui's turned lords, the first refusers, keeping the broken ground from rotting back into 100 smaller harvests while the seed traveled to the capital. It was the wall eaten through, the answer the summons had never been built to allow, as every wall had been eaten through since the ditch. The farewell to the east took 2 days, and Tang Yu found it harder than any fight. The freed region could not be left to drift while the seed traveled to the capital. Murong Shui had been blunt about that. The valley of the burning lesser house still fresh in all their minds. And so the company spent 2 days knitting the thing that would hold the ground behind them. The Salt Flats matriarch took the high reaches and the eastern villages, her hard old authority a spine the smaller houses could lean on. Murong Shui's turned lords took the Conver roads and the broken Shui lands, charged with keeping the opportunists from carving the corpse of the harvest house into 100 smaller harvests. The witnesses from the Chui vault, the branded old man, the collared woman, all the scattered carriers of the story, were given a charge of their own, to keep telling it, in every town the company would not reach, so that the contagion spread in their wake even where the banner did not walk. What Tang Yu left behind him was something stranger and, as he had learned from the second memory, far more dangerous to the chain than any army, a region that had decided to refuse, organized just enough to hold, seated with a story it could not be talked out of. Hold the ground, he told the gathered househeads on the last night, but more than that, keep refusing. Don't wait for me to come back and save you. The whole point is that it doesn't need me. Every quota you turn down, every child you don't hand over, every story you keep telling. That's the war, and you can fight it whether I live or die on the road. That's what makes it the one war they can't win. Kill me, and the refusing goes on without me. That's the thing Qin Yuan built. Be it. And the househeads, who had come to him weeks ago as frightened subjects looking for a strong man to hide behind, swore to hold the East as the thing he most needed them to be. Refusers who did not need him to keep refusing. You understand what you are choosing, Murong Shui said quietly, the night before the road, the gold seal still cold overhead. You are walking to the most powerful place in the world to put it on trial in front of the whole continent, not creeping to the seat to be judged. They will not allow that. The moment they understand that the summons has become a stage, that you have turned their own trap into the largest platform the contagion has ever had, they will stop pretending. The honor will end. And what comes after the honor ends will be the thing they send when pretending is over, worse than any assassin in the dark or collector on the road. She held his eyes. Are you ready for that? No, Tang Yu said honestly. But I'm ready to make them be the ones who end the pretending, in front of everyone, so the continent sees who drew first. He looked up at the cold gold seal. Let them brand me. Let them send their worst. Every mask they tear off is one more house that refuses, one more village that stops believing, one more step towards starving the thing in the sky. They can't win this by fighting me. That's the secret. I just have to make them keep trying, where everyone can see. And so, at dawn, the company took the road west toward the seat of the Continental Council, and the freed east held the ground behind them, and the gold seal burned overhead. And the road itself became the weapon, exactly as Murong Shui had foreseen. In every town the company passed, Tang Yu did the same thing. He walked into the square, under the cold gold summons that hung over the freed east, and he held up the assassin's token where the crowd could see it gleam, and he told them, plainly, in a woodcutter's words, with no sec polish on any of it, what the council had done. He told them about the honor in the sky and the knife in the dark, both signed with the same seal on the same night. He told them about the Chui vaults and the children in the jars and the tithe that climbed to the council and passed it. He told them about Yin Shou, who learned too late he was livestock, and about the court that fed heaven, the appetite at the top that grew the strong only to cull them. And he told them the one thing that mattered more than all the rest, that it could be refused, that the harvest the world called the way of the sky was only men, all the way up, and that men could be made to stop. The contagion spread down the road faster than any rider could carry word of it, because Tang Yu was telling the towns they did not need to follow him, that the refusing was theirs to do whether he lived or died, and a thing a person can do themselves spreads 100 times faster than a thing that needs a savior. By the third day the company traveled inside a swelling rumor, the road ahead of them already buzzing before they arrived, the gold seal overhead now reading to the crowds as the council's fear rather than its power, because why brand and summon a single rootless man across the entire sky, unless the highest power in the world was afraid of what he had to say? And it was in a town square on that third day, with the token gleaming in his raised hand and a crowd of hundreds drinking in the truth, that the council stopped pretending, exactly as Murong Shui had foretold. The gold summons in the sky changed. It happened everywhere at once, every soul from the eastern sea to the western mountains looking up as the cold gold characters that had hung over the world for days suddenly rewrote themselves. The honor burned away, the raising and the seat and the high courtesy all dissolving. and in their place a new word forming across the sky in characters of cold and final judgment, a word that had not been pronounced over any living soul in 100 years, a word that turned a summoned subject into prey that any power in the world was now licensed to hunt. Heretic. Tang Yu of Xianxia. Heretic. Enemy of heaven. To be unmade. And beneath the brand, in the high script, the Continental Council named the thing it was sending to do the unmaking. And where it had spent collectors and whispers and harvest house masters before, this time it reached up into the realm above everything Tang Yu had ever faced, the realm the 9 elders themselves dwelled in, the first true ascent past the ceiling of nascent soul, a spirit-severing enforcer, the Council's own blade, a master of full realm above the Rootless one, dispatched with the authority of the continent's highest body to erase the heretic and every refuser who stood beneath his banner. The name of the realm landed in the square like a stone, and Ji-Wan went pale, because the sect-bred prodigy understood what it meant where the villagers only felt it. Spirit-severing, he said, low, at Tang Yu's shoulder. Tang Yu, that is the next world. Everything you have fought, the rider, the elder, Pan, Chui Heng, the collector, the whisper, every one of them was nascent soul or below. Mortal cultivation. You have spent your whole climb inside one realm band, eating your way up it rung by rung. Spirit severing is the threshold the council elders themselves dwell at, the first true severing of the mortal self, and a master of it is not stronger than a peak nascent soul, as the 9th layer is stronger than the 8th. He is stronger as fire is stronger than wood. They are sending the first thing from the world above the one you have been climbing, and they are doing it on purpose, now, the moment you reach the ceiling of yours, because they want to crush you in the exact gap you cannot cross. He gripped his sword. A man at nascent soul peak who faces spirit-severing dies, every single time, all through the history of the chain. It cannot be done. The gap is a wall, not a rung. Everything they've ever sent me has been a wall, not a rung, Tang Yu said, looking up at the brand. But he had felt the truth of Ji-Wan's fear even as he answered it. He felt the size of the thing on the road, the cold weight of it already pressing toward them from the west, a power that pressed like the sky itself, vast and impersonal, and from a height he had never yet had to reach, beyond anything Chui Heng or the whisper had brought to bear. For the first time since the second memory had freed him of the fear of the rung too high, Tang Yu felt the old dread brush him again. He had learned from the memory that he did not need to grow big enough to kill the court, and that was true, and it had freed him. But the memory was silent on surviving the next thing the council threw at him before the contagion could spread, and a seed crushed in a square was a seed that never grew. The plan needed only that he stay alive on the road to the court, and the thing coming up that road was from a world above his own. Tang Yu stood in the town square with the cold gold token in his fist, and the brand burning over the world, and the frightened crowd looking from the sky to him and back, and the cold clear thing in his chest, which had carried him from the ditch to the peak of nascent soul, did not waver, because he had seen the second memory now, and he knew at last that the size of the thing coming for him was not the measure of whether he could win. There it is, he said, into the silent square, loud enough for the whole crowd to hear, looking up at the word heretic burning across the sky. That's the mask coming off. They offered me a seat 3 days ago. Today they call me an enemy of heaven and send a master to unmake me, for the crime of telling you the truth, and showing you a token, and refusing to creep to their door in the dark. He raised the cold gold disc so the square could see it gleam under the brand. Remember which one they did first. Remember that the honor was the lie and this is the truth, and that they only ever pronounce the word heretic over the one thing they're afraid of, which is anyone who's stopped being afraid of them. He shouldered his father's axe, and the brand burned over him, and the spirit-severing enforcer was already on the road. Let him come. I've climbed to meet everything they've sent so far. Let's see what's at the top of the next rung. End of Hour 11. Hour 12. Why he left in air. The spirit-severing enforcer falls on the company. The contagion against the impossible gap. The cost that forces a rootless orphan to do the one thing 300 years of the harvest swore could not be done. Climb a whole realm in a single breath. The council's enforcer caught them on the 4th day of the road, in the gray hour before dawn. And the moment Tang Yu felt him coming, he understood that everything he had fought until now had been the foothills. He felt it, as the whole company felt it. It was less a presence approaching than a pressure descending, a weight settling over the road, and the waking fields, and the distant town, as though the sky itself had grown heavier. Lan Shi's beasts went to their bellies in the wet grass, every one of them, the great tiger included, flattened by an instinct older than courage. The horses screamed and tore their pickets, and the chi of the world for a li in every direction seemed to bow, to lean toward the thing walking up the road out of the dark. Tang Yu had stood under Pan's killing weight on the mountain, and Chui Heng's in the vault, and the collectors in the camp, and he had learned the shape of a nascent soul master's pressure like a sailor learns weather. This was not that. His body knew it before his mind did, every nerve in him screaming the single fact that Ji-Wan had named in the square 3 days before. Every gap before this one was a rung you could climb. This one is a wall. That's it. Ji-Wan breathed, and the fallen prodigy's face had gone the color of ash, Because of all of them, he alone had stood near a spirit-severing master before, in the high halls of the Azure Abyss, and knew the weight of one in his bones. That's the realm above. Tang Yu, I have felt the sect's own grand elders at their full power, and they did not press like this. This is worse. This is... He swallowed. A grand elder at least wears his power like a robe, folded away, mannered. Whatever the council sent wears it bare. A killer, at the peak of its art, flaunting every last ounce of what it is. Around them the road had gone wrong like the air goes wrong before lightning. The puddles in the cart ruts trembled. A flight of dawn birds broke from the roadside trees all at once and fled west, away from the thing coming up the road, leaving the branches bare behind them and the dawn stripped of birdsong. In the distant waking town, Tang Yu could feel the mortals stirring uneasily in their beds without knowing why, the animal part of them flinching from a weight their minds could not name. It was the pressure of a thing that had cut so much of itself away that what remained was almost pure intent, almost pure edge. A man who had made himself into a sword and forgotten he had ever been anything else. Tang Yu had climbed an entire chain of monsters to reach this road. He understood, feeling the gray weight come, that he had just met the first one built on a scale his climbing had not yet touched. The enforcer came alone, on foot, unhurried, and he did not look like the end of the world. He looked like a tall, spare, gray-robed man of middle years with a long straight sword across his back and a face wiped utterly smooth of anything Tang Yu could read. He had braced for cold like Chui Heng's, or boredom, or cruelty, and found instead something worse than all of them. Emptiness, scoured clean, the face of a man who had taken something out of himself and never put it back. He stopped 20 paces up the road from the company, and his pale eyes passed over them, over Ji-Wan's drawn sword and Lan Shi's flattened pack, and Su Qing's seven-petal light, and Murong Shue's bared steel, with a flat indifference, and settled on Tang Yu. I am Gu Jian, the enforcer said. His voice was quiet and even and entirely without weight, a voice that had nothing behind it. Enforcer of the Continental Council, you are the heretic Tang Yu of Songyang, and you have been branded an enemy of heaven, and I have been sent to unmake you. He did not draw the sword. He did not need to, and all of them knew it. Your friends may leave. The council's writ is for you alone, and I take no joy in waste. I have no joy to take in anything, which makes me very good at this. Send them down the road, and they live. Keep them, and they burn with you. It makes no difference to me. I am only telling you so that the choice is yours and not mine. They don't leave, Tang Yu said. His voice came out steadier than he felt. And they don't take orders from me. Ask them yourself. They stay, said Ji-Wan, and Lan Shi, and Su Qing, and Murong Shui, near enough to one voice that it might as well have been. Gu Jian inclined his head a fraction, as though noting a figure in a ledger. As you wish. And he came up the road, and the duel that was not a duel began. It was over almost before it started, and that was the lesson. Tang Yu had fought a great many opponents on the long climb, and against every one of them he had eventually found the rhythm, the seam, the overcommitment, the place the gap could be closed by eating and climbing until the fight came down to skill at an even tier. He set himself to do it again, the origin route open and hungry, his father's axe rising, the whole hard-won machinery of his climb engaged. And Gu Jian walked through all of it as though it were not there. Where Pan had eaten and Chui Heng had struck and the collector had bound, the enforcer simply moved, a register past all of them, and the long sword came off his back without any visible decision to draw it, and the world between him and Tang Yu seemed to fold. Crack. The first blow took Tang Yu across the chest before his eyes could resolve the stroke that made it, a line of cold fire that opened his guard and his flesh together and flung him back the length of the road. At the peak of nascent soul, with 2 petals open and a season of impossible fights behind him, he had not even seen it. And that was the thing that frightened him, lying in the road with his chest opened. The pain he could shrug off. He had a great deal of practice with pain. What chilled him was the speed. Every foe he had ever beaten, he had beaten by reading them, by finding the rhythm of a fight, the place a guard wanted to break, the seam in an art. It was the one gift 4 years of being the waste had ground into him deeper than any cultivation, the woodcutter's eye for the fault in a thing. And against Gu Jian, that eye was simply too slow. The enforcer moved in a register above the one Tang Yu's senses worked in, like a hawk above a mouse. It was a tier of speed and precision that made all of his hard-won reading useless, because you cannot read a stroke you cannot see. This was what Ji1 had meant. This was the wall the others had only been rungs against. Every fight before this, the gap had been a quantity, more layers, more power, a bigger number he could eat his way up to. This gap was a kind, and no amount of climbing within his own realm would ever close it, because the distance was measured in something other than rungs. He always got up. He climbed back into the fight on instinct, eating the spillage of chi off the enforcer's strikes as he had eaten everyone's, and felt, with a lurch of pure animal fear, that there was almost nothing to eat. Gu Jian's chi did not spill. A nascent soul master, however skilled, leaked power with every blow, and that leakage had fed Tang Yu up the entire chain. The enforcer leaked nothing. His was a higher and colder and more complete kind of cultivation, every scrap of it controlled and contained and severed clean from waste, and fighting him was like trying to drink from a blade. Crack, crack. 2 more strokes. Tang Yu barely turned, his arms shrieking, driven back and back. And then Gu Jian's pale, empty eyes narrowed by a hair, and the enforcer reached out with his free hand and did the thing his realm was named for. Tang Yu felt it as a cold hook sinking into the center of him, past his body, down into the self beneath it, into the attachments and the bindings and the deep roots of a person, the things that make a cultivator a someone rather than a bare sum of power. It was the signature art of spirit severing, the realm's whole terrible gift, to reach past a foe's body into the soul of him and cut. To sever a man from his own spirit root, from his cultivation, from the loves and the rages and the memories that anchored him, and leave him a hollowed husk to fall. It was how Gu Jian had killed 100 heretics, and how every master of the harvest had climbed to this realm and become the empty thing it was. The cold hook sank into Tang Yu, found the deep root of him, and pulled, and closed on nothing, because there was no root there to cut. Where every other cultivator in the world had a spirit root, a deep anchor the severing art could hook and tear, Tang Yu had only the hollow vessel, the empty place where his root had been carved out at 13, and the origin root that had grown in the cavity. Reaching into the rootless one with the perfected killing stroke of his entire realm, Gu Jian found a smooth-walled hollow where a soul's root should be, and slid off it, and failed. For the first time, something moved in the enforcer's scoured empty face. It was very small, and it was attention, the flicker of a man who has done a thing 10,000 times without once failing and has just felt it fail. There is no root in you, Gu Jian said slowly, drawing back the cold hand, studying Tang Yu with those pale eyes as though seeing him for the first time. I reach for your anchor to sever it. As I sever every climber the council sends me to. And there was nothing to take. You are at the peak of nascent soul, and you have no spirit root. Something that was almost, in its bare way, like wonder. What did they do to you? And in the heartbeat that Gu Jian paused, in the small gap the enforcer's first failure had opened, the system, which had been silent and straining since the gray weight first descended on the road, surfaced the last of what it had been holding, and showed Tang Yu the final piece of why he was. Ding. Inheritance resonance, the last seal. It was not a long memory, like the second had been. It was a single understanding, dropped whole into him, the answer to a question he had carried since the cave. Why me? Why a rootless orphan from a poor mountain? Why the inheritance of the greatest cultivator the world had ever made had been keyed, of all the souls alive, to a thrown-away woodcutter's waste? And the answer, when it came, was so simple and so brutal, and so perfectly just that Tang Yu nearly laughed in the middle of the killing. Because the hollow vessel could only grow in a hollow. That was the whole of it. Qin Yuan's inheritance, the origin root, the thing the court could not eat, could not be seated in a normal cultivator. A whole man, a rooted man, a prodigy with a fine spirit root blazing in his chest, had no room for it. The vessel needed an empty place to form, a cavity where a root had been and was not, the exact wound that the harvest carved into a child when it cut the root out. And there was only one thing in all the world that made hollows, the harvest itself. Every harvested child was a hollow, for the instant before they died. Because that was the other half of it, the half that made Tang Yu the only one. The harvest hollows did not survive. The root theft killed them, or the dumping did, or the despair. A child carved open and discarded did not live to climb a mountain. The harvest made hollows by the 1,000, and the hollows died by the 1,000. And Qin Yuan had left his seed in a stone on a harvest-worked mountain and gambled 300 years on the one thing the machine almost never made, a hollow that lived. A child the harvest tried to eat and failed. One the harvest carved out and threw away, and who climbed out of the ditch anyway. The harvest had made him. That was the joke at the bottom of everything. The thing that made Tang Yu want to laugh and weep at once, standing bleeding on a gray road under a branded sky. Pan, cutting a 7-petal root out of a 13-year-old's chest for 40 spirit stones, had thought himself at ordinary butcher's work. He had in truth been carving, with his own thin knife, the one vessel in all the world that Qin Yuan's inheritance could use, and then, because the boy was worthless once emptied, throwing that vessel into a ditch on the exact mountain where the seed lay waiting. The harvest had reached down to take a child, and in the taking had built the single weapon that could not be taken, and had dropped it within a mile of the stone that armed it. 300 years of the harvest making hollows, and 300 years of those hollows dying, and on one cold morning the machine had finally produced, by pure blind cruelty, the thing its maker had been waiting for, an unspent heir. A hollow that walked. The harvest had built him, and armed him, and aimed him, and never once understood that it was doing it. And the understanding did something to Tang Yu that no breakthrough ever had. 4 or 5 years he had carried the cutting as the central wound of his life, the worst thing that had ever been done to him, the crime at the root of his hatred, the moment the waste was made. He had hated Pan for it, and the Chow, and the whole chain above them, with a hatred that had fueled every rung of his climb. And now the system showed him the cutting from the other side, and the hatred did not lessen. Pan had still strapped the child to a slab and carved out his soul for coin, but it was joined, suddenly, by something vast and strange and almost like awe. Because the very thing that had been done to destroy him was the thing that had made him the one person in 300 years who could end the men who did it. They had meant to empty him into a corpse, and had instead carved the one vessel their own master's inheritance required. They had meant to throw away a worthless husk, and had instead planted the seed within reach of the soil it needed. Every cruelty the harvest had ever worked on him had been a step in arming the thing that would unmake it. Luck had nothing to do with it. He was the harvest's mistake, the one hollow in 3 centuries that had refused to die, in whom the crime and the cure were the same wound, and the knowledge settled into him past any comfort, as a terrible, clarifying purpose, the final lock of his life turning over with a sound like a struck bell. You want to know what they did to me? Tang Yu said, and came up off the bloodied road with his father's axe, and his voice had changed. They harvested me, cut my root out at 13, and threw me in a ditch to die. The same thing your council does to 400 children a year. He looked at the empty-faced enforcer, and understood him now, completely, in a way he had not a moment before. And then they did the same thing to you, didn't they? A different blade, the same wound. To climb to your realm, to reach spirit severing, you had to cut something out of yourself. And you cut your heart, your love, your grief, whatever made you a person. That's how all of you do it. That's why every master of the harvest is empty. The realm asks you to sever an attachment, and the easiest thing to cut, the thing that buys the most power for the least pain, is the part of you that can still see the children as children. The understanding was a cold, clean blaze in him. You're a hollow too, Gujian. They just made you cut your own. Gujian's pale eyes did not waver, but he did not strike, either, and that stillness was its own kind of answer. Spirit severing requires the severing of an attachment, the enforcer said, at last, evenly. You call it cruelty. I call it the door. You cannot pass into the realm above the mortal while you are still anchored to the mortal. Every cultivator who has ever crossed that threshold has cut something. I cut what bound me. So will you, if you cross at all. And you will not cross, because you are at the peak of nascent soul, and I am a realm above you. And that gap stays shut to any man in the middle of a fight he is already losing. He raised the long sword. You have an interesting nature, Rootless one. The council will want to study what is left when I am done. Hold still. And he came in to finish it, and Tang Yu, bleeding, outmatched, a full realm beneath the blade falling toward him, understood that Gu Jian was right about exactly one thing and wrong about the most important. The enforcer was right that the realm demanded a severing. Tang Yu felt the truth of it in his own body, felt the origin root straining at the ceiling of nascent soul, felt that the wall to the realm above was not a thing brute force could break. He had climbed every other wall by eating and surging, and this wall, the spirit-severing wall, would not yield to power. It asked a different price. It asked him to cut something, to sever an anchor, to let go of a piece of what bound him to the man he had been. And the scene was right there. The love, the people at his back, Su Qing and Lan Shi and Ji Wan and Murong Shui, the attachments that made him reachable, the exact weakness Pan had found, and the collector had aimed at, and the whisper had tried to kill. The realm whispered that he could cut them, that severing the love would buy the power, that it always had, for everyone, that this was the door and the love was the lock. It was the easy cut. It was the cut Gu Jian had made, and Shui Heng, and every empty master of the harvest. Cut the heart, keep the power, become the thing that climbs. Tang Yu refused it. He had stopped thinking of himself as noble long ago, so this was no fine gesture. He refused it for a colder, surer reason. He had finally understood, in the blaze of the last memory, what the inheritance was for, and that severing the love would make him exactly the thing it was built to defeat. The harvest's whole strength was a continent of people who had cut their hearts out to climb, masters who had made themselves empty so that the children in the jars could be inventory. A rootless heir who cut his own heart to beat them would only be one more empty thing at the top of the ladder, one more master who had become a monster to fight monsters, and the seed Qin Yuan planted would have grown into precisely the crop it was meant to poison. No, he would not cut the love. The love belonged to the man he was becoming, and pointed only forward. So he cut the other thing. He reached down, in the half-second before Gu Jian's blade, into the deep root of himself that the enforcer's art had failed to find, and he found there, in the hollow, the one anchor he could sever, the one attachment that truly chained him to the smaller man he had been, the 4 years of being the waste. The cold place the slab had made. The voice underneath everything that still, even now, even at the peak of nascent soul with a continent learning his name, whispered that he was nothing, that he was the thing beneath notice, that the village had been right and the ditch was where he belonged, and all of this was a borrowed dream he would have to pay back. The wound, the victim, the harvested boy who still, in the deepest cold cellar of himself, believed he was livestock that had merely gotten lucky. That was the anchor. The love was something else entirely. The love was new. The love was the climb. The wound was the chain. And the wound was the one thing in all the world he could cut and lose nothing he wanted to keep. He severed it. In the gray dawn, under the falling blade, Tang Yu reached into the hollow where his root had been and cut loose the 4 years of the waste. The memory he would keep, the memory was fuel. What he cut away was the belief, the deep animal conviction that he was, underneath it all, still the thing they had thrown away. He He let the waste die, finally and completely, for years and a continent late, and felt the chain that had bound him to the ditch since he was 13 simply part, and fall away into the hollow, and dissolve. It hurt more than any wound the enforcer had laid on him, and it hurt in a way that healed. For 4 years the waste had been the floor of him, the thing he stood on even when he stood on nothing else. They cannot take what I am, because I am already nothing, because I have already lost everything that could be lost. The waste had been armor. It had been the cold certainty that kept him climbing when hope would have broken him, the refusal that lived underneath the body, born in a ditch out of having nothing left to protect. And he understood, cutting it loose, that it had also been a cage. A man who believes underneath everything that he is nothing struggles. Always, to believe that what he builds is real, to trust the people who love him, to put down the brace against the next betrayal. The waste had carried him up the mountain. It could not carry him into the realm above. To cross, he had to trust. Trust that he was no longer the thing in the ditch. Trust that the love at his back was his to keep. Trust that the climb was real and his to keep standing on. He had to believe he deserved to be standing where he stood. And that belief was the one thing the waste had never, in 5 years, allowed him. So he cut the waste and let himself, for the first time since he was 13, simply be what he had become. He was done forever with the lucky husk, with the thing that had only escaped its proper place in a jar. He stood instead as Tang Yu, who had climbed 2 realms and freed a region and earned, blow by blow and rung by rung, every inch of the ground beneath his feet. And the wall broke. Ding. Realm, spirit severing, layer 1. Attachment severed. This breakthrough felt like nothing before it. The climb up nascent soul had been a filling, a deepening, more of what he already was. This was a transformation, a crossing, the mortal self thinning into something clearer and colder and vaster, and warm still at the heart of all that cold. That was the thing Gu Jian's pale eyes registered. In the instant the rootless one rose off the road into the realm the enforcer had said he could not reach, that Tang Yu crossed into spirit severing, still warm, still loving, still anchored to the fore at his back, the love uncut, the heart whole. He was a spirit-severing cultivator who had paid the realm's price without paying its usual cost, who had found, alone in 300 years, the other thing to sever, and kept the one thing every other master of the realm had thrown away. Gu Jian had swung expecting to cleave a peak nascent husk. His falling blade met instead a thing that had just stepped onto his own rung, rising, with 2 petals turning, in a hollow where its heart wound used to be, and its actual heart blazing untouched and whole. The new realm settled into Tang Yu in the space of a heartbeat, and it was like waking up. The world that Gu Jian had moved through too fast to see, the register above his senses, the hawk's tear where the enforcer's strokes had been invisible, resolved, suddenly, into something he could read, for now, was as far as it went. The enforcer still had 60 years of art, and Tang Yu had less than a minute in the realm, and to match him was a long way off yet. But he could see now, where a breath ago he had been blind. The long sword's arc unfolded slow enough to answer. The cold severing hand telegraphed its reach. The fight dropped out of the hawk's register, and into one where a woodcutter's eye could find the fault again. And under the new sight ran the new strength, fuller and steadier than nascent soul had ever been. The mortal coil thinned away into something that touched the edge of the immortal. And the origin root, 2 petals turning, drank deeper and refined faster, and held it all together around the warm whole heart he had refused to cut. He had crossed into the realm of the men who ran the harvest. And he had crossed it without becoming one of them. Crack. For the first time, Tang Yu's axe met Gu Jian's sword and held, steel ringing on steel, as an equal. The duel that followed was the hardest of his life, harder than Pan, harder than anything, because every other foe had grown into his power, and Gu Jian had instead carved himself down to nothing to reach it, and there is nothing harder to fight than nothing. But Tang Yu was at the enforcer's realm now, freshly and rawly into spirit severing. The gap closed from a wall to a rung, and the origin root drank what little the enforcer could be made to spill, and the splitting axe, the woodcutter's art that found the fault in anything, in stone, in steel, in a man's defense, began, at last, to find the seams in a guard that a moment ago had been beyond him. Crack. Whoosh. He turned a stroke that would have killed him, and answered it with a splitting blow that drove the enforcer back a step. And every time Gu Jian reached out with the cold severing hand, the art of his whole realm, it found the same hollow as before and closed on nothing. Because the one weapon that defined a spirit-severing master was the one weapon that did not work on a man with no root to sever. It drove the enforcer, by degrees, towards something Tang Yu had never seen a master of the harvest reach, the edge of his own certainty. Gu Jian fought with the scoured economy of 60 years, every stroke spent to the gram and dry of any heat. But a swordsman's whole art rests on a foundation of things he need not think about, and the deepest of Gu Jian's was that against any cultivator beneath him, the severing hand ended the fight whenever he chose to spend it. It was the floor under his every exchange, the guaranteed last word. And the floor was gone. Crack. He reached for Tang Yu's anchor and found the hollow and slid off, and in the half-instant his certainty cost him. The splitting axe was there, opening another line of blood. Whoosh. Boom. The enforcer adjusted. He was a master, and stopped reaching for the root that was not there, and fought with the sword alone, pure and cold and lethal. But a spirit-severing master who cannot sever is a master fighting with one hand, and he knew it, and the Rootless one knew it. And for the first time in 60 years Gu Jian was in a fight whose ending he could not simply reach out and right. Tang Yu bled and climbed and split and endured, fresh into the realm and rawer than his foe by a lifetime of art, losing more exchanges than he won, taking 3 cuts for every one he gave, but standing, trading with a spirit-severing master and standing, because the one trick that should have ended him on the first exchange found nothing in him to end. "You are warm," Gu Jian said, and for the first time there was something almost like strain in the empty voice, something almost like the ghost of a feeling he had cut out long ago stirring at the impossibility in front of him. "You crossed into the realm, and you are still. You did not cut them. You are anchored to 4 mortals, and you crossed anyway. That cannot be done. The anchor drags you back. The love is the chain. I cut mine. Every master of this realm cuts theirs. You cannot be standing here, at my tier still." He could not finish it, because the word he was reaching for was one he had severed out of himself decades ago, and could no longer quite remember the shape of. Still able to give a damn. Tang Yu finished for him, and split his guard, and laid a long line of blood across the enforcer's gray robes. "Yeah, turns out that was never the thing I had to cut. You all cut the wrong thing, Gu Jian. 300 years of you, cutting out your hearts to climb. Every last one of you blind to the other thing and they're worth cutting instead." Boom. The flat of the axe caught the enforcer and staggered him, and Tang Yu pressed, raw and savage and warm and climbing. "You cut the only thing that could have stopped you from becoming this. I cut the thing that was stopping me from becoming me. That's the whole difference. That's why your council's going to lose." And that was the moment the second weight arrived, because the council had not sent only one. He came down the road from the east, from the direction of the freed lands, and the company felt his pressure as they had felt Gu Jian's, a nascent soul peak at least, perhaps a touch into the realm above, a master of the deep and patient kind. He was robed in the deep blue and silver of the Chui royal house, and his face was a more refined and more powerful version of a face Tang Yu had last seen dying among broken jars in a vault, the family resemblance of the man who had run a single harvest house and the man who had run the whole region. This was the Eastern Envoy, the true head of the Eastern Harvest, the one who had stood above the Chui house and the Chao clan and all the lesser links, the one who, the second memory's word for it surfaced cold in Tang Yu's mind, had been letting him ripen, watching the Rootless one climb and break his way up the chain with the patient interest of a man who means to harvest a thing once it has grown large enough to be worth the cutting. "Chui Rong," Morong Shui said, low and hard, at Tang Yu's flank, and there was a lifetime of cold history in the way she said it. "The Eastern Envoy. The man who sets the quotas for every house in the East, who signed the assessment that bled my house, who has been farming this whole region for 30 years from behind a courtier's smile. He runs the harvest you have been climbing, Rootless one. The Chui house you burned was one of his warehouses. He is the regional head." Her sword came up. "And if he has come himself, in the open, beside a council enforcer, then they mean to end this here, today, on this road. Both of them, together, on you. Then they've made a mistake," Tang Yu said, and felt the steady thing in his chest, vaster now since the severing, settle into the calm before the worst fight of his life. "They've come to finish me together, which means they've put the regional head of the harvest and the council's own blade on the same road, in front of the same witnesses, at the same time." He set his feet, fresh spirit-severing power turning in him, the company spreading to fight at his back. Let's make it cost them both. It was, by every measure that had ever decided a fight, a hopeless position. A cultivator 1 hour into spirit-severing, his body still ringing from the crossing, his guard already opened and bleeding from a master of the realm. And now a second master closing from the other side, the patient envoy who had run a region's harvest for 30 years and had not survived that long by taking foolish risks. 2 of them, both above him, on 2 sides, with a battered company at his back that could buy him seconds, but could not match either foe. Gu Jian came in from the west with his cold sword and his colder art. Chui Rong came in from the east with the smooth, economical strokes of a man who fought as carefully as he kept his books, never spending more than the task required, hurting Tang Yu between himself and the enforcer like a thing to be pinned and finished. Crack, crack. Tang Yu turned the envoy's stroke and ate the enforcer's spillage and gave ground, then gave more, driven back along the gray road with 2 realms above him bearing down from 2 directions at once. And for a long and lung-burning stretch of the morning the whole of his new realm's strength bought him nothing but the privilege of not yet being dead. He could not beat them both. He knew it with the cold clarity the severing had left him. The only question the morning was really asking was whether the company could turn 2-on-1 into something survivable before the 2 masters ground him down to nothing between them. Chui Rong did not waste breath on speeches. He had run the Eastern Harvest for 30 years precisely because he wasted nothing, and he fought like a man who had ordered 10,000 deaths and never once dirted his own sleeve until it suited him. But he was not alone on the road, and that was the thing both masters, in the old arrogance of the harvest, had failed to weigh. Because the company had become, over a season of impossible fights, Exactly the thing the harvest could not understand. Past any tally of a leader and his followers, they fought now as one will through many bodies. Lan Shi loosed her pack at Shui Rong's retainers, the great tiger, grown vast and deep now on the freed region's rich air, hurling itself into the knot of blue-robed house guards that came down the road behind the envoy, scattering them, while the wolves and the hawks cut the rest off before they could close on Tang Yu's flank. Ji-Wan put himself in the gap between Tang Yu and the enforcer's reach. The fallen prodigies soared a silver blur, too slight to beat a spirit-severing master, yet fast enough and brave enough to make Gu Jian spend a half-second turning him aside. And a half-second, against a foe a realm above, was a gift beyond price. Su Qing stood at Tang Yu's back with her seven-petal light flaring, shielding him from the strokes he could not see, burning the severing chi off the air before it reached the others, the herb-gatherer's daughter becoming a wall of clean light between the harvest and the people she loved. The company held, outmatched, outranked, a realm beneath the lowest of their foes. They held, and gave Tang Yu the one thing the Harvest Masters had never had to account for, because the Harvest Masters had all cut away the very thing that made it possible. People who would stand in the gap for each other and not break. And it cost them. This was a brawl against things from a higher world, ugly and far from any clean heroic tableau, and it bled. The great tiger took a stroke of Shui Rong's chi across the flank that would have killed a lesser beast and dragged itself back snarling, half-lame, to put its body between the envoy's guards and Lan Shi. Ji-Wan, darting into the enforcer's reach for the third time to steal Tang Yu another half-second, was not fast enough on the way out. Gu Jian's pale eyes flicked to him, and the cold severing hand brushed the prodigy's sword arm, and Ji-Wan screamed and went down clutching a limb gone suddenly dead and gray, the meridians half-cut, his sword falling from fingers that no longer answered. He had paid the gap's price, and he had paid it gladly, and he dragged himself one-handed back to his feet and stood guard over the fallen with the wrong hand rather than leave the line. Su Qing's shield guttered and flared and guttered again as she spent herself faster than a fresh cultivator should, burning the severing chi off the air, taking a backlash that drove her to one knee and rising from it white-faced and bleeding from the nose and not stepping back. They were losing pieces. They were a company of the outmatched, paying in blood for every second they bought him. And every one of them held the line, bleeding, half-crippled, white with spending, and rooted to it anyway. And that, the simple refusal of 5 people to abandon each other to things they could not beat, was the variable the Harvest's whole cold arithmetic had never once had to solve. And Murong Shui did not fight. She had spent the whole season learning the East house by house, turning the turnable, reading the chain from the underside, and she spent it now, in the middle of the road, on the one gambit no blade could have managed. Shui Rong, she called out, her clear cold voice cutting across the battle, and she held up something that caught the gray light, a jade slip, one of many she had carried out of the burning Shui vault, the tithe records, the Harvest's own ledger. Your own guards, hear me. I am Murong Shui. Of the Murong house your master has bled for 3 generations, and I have read your master's books. Every one of you blue robes fighting for him. Do you know what the envoy's records say about your own villages? Your own families? I do. I have the quotas with your house names on them. The man you are dying for has been selling your children up the chain for 30 years and calling it an honor. Her voice rang down the road. He told you the Rootless one was a heretic, an enemy of heaven. He lied. The enemy of heaven is the man whose ledger I am holding, and I will read it aloud, name by name, to every house in the East, unless you put up your swords right now and let the Harvest's regional head answer for himself. It was better than any blade. Tang Yu felt the blue-robed guards waver. He felt the gambit land, the doubt spread, the careful 30-year machine of Shui Rong's authority crack as the men who served him began, one by one, to lower their swords and look at their master with the dawning horror of people learning what they had been part of. Shui Rong's smooth economy cracked with them. For the first time the envoy's patient face showed something close to fear, and yet colder than fear, the specific fury of an administrator whose ledger has been turned against him, whose own instrument has been seized by an enemy who knew, somehow, that the Harvest's deepest weakness was that even its servants did not truly know what they served. It worked because it was true, and the blue robes felt the truth of it in the pit of the stomach. These were ordinary men under the monster's colors, guardsmen, second and third sons of bled lesser houses, men who had taken the Shui silver because it fed their families and had been told, their whole careers, that the Harvest was a lawful tithe to heaven, an honor, the way of the world. To a man they had served a long way from any vault, the truth of the thing kept always one rank higher than they stood. And here was a young miss of a royal house holding up the Harvest's own books and telling them, by name, that the children taken from their own home villages, the cousins, the neighbors, the ones the recruiters had carried off in ceremony and called selected, had been told they were honored, and were all the while being sold, shelved in jars, shipped west by the master they were bleeding to protect. One guard near the back lowered his sword first, staring at Murong Shui, his face working. Then 2 more. Then a whole rank of them. The certainty of careers draining out of their faces as the thing they had refused to let themselves wonder about for years was said aloud, with proof, in the open, on a road where their master was visibly losing. "My sister," one of them said, hoarse, to the empty air in front of him, his blade dropping to the dirt. "They took my sister. They said it was an honor. They said." He could not finish. And the authority Chui Rong had built over 30 years came apart under a single spoken sentence, where every blade in the world had never touched it. The guards who were the envoy's whole strength in that moment becoming, one stricken face at a time, simply more of the harvested learning at last whose side they had always truly been on. "You little," Chui Rong began, turning toward Murong Shui, his composure gone, his guard for one fatal instant opening as his attention split between the woman with his ledger and the rootless one with the axe. And Tang Yu took the opening. Crack. The splitting axe came around in the low brutal woodcutter's arc and found the seam in the envoy's divided guard, the exact fault that Chui Rong's split attention had opened, and drove the whole of a fresh spirit-severing cultivator's strength into that single line. Chui Rong was no weakling. He turned most of it, reeled back, blue robes flying. But Tang Yu was on him before he could recover his economy, and the origin root had drunk 30 years of harvest off the spillage of the fight, and the second blow split what the first had cracked. The Eastern envoy, the head of the harvest that had bled a region for 3 generations, the man who set the quotas and signed the assessments and let a rootless boy ripen for the cutting, folded on the gray road among his own defecting guards. And the patient, smooth face that had ordered 10,000 harvests went slack and empty at last, undone by a woodcutter's axe and a young Mrs. Ledger and a company that would not break. Chui Rong did not die quickly, and in the little time he did the thing the powerful always seem to do at the end, the thing Pan had done and Chui Heng had done. He reached, with his fading strength, past dignity and straight for the one truth he thought might still wound. "You think you have won something," the envoy breathed, blood at the corner of his patient mouth, his eyes finding Tang Yu's. "A region, a morning. You have cut off one hand of a thing with 10,000 hands, rootless one, and the council will grow another before the season turns. I set the quotas for 30 years. Do you imagine I was the only one who could? There is a man exactly like me in every region of the continent, and a council above us to appoint 100 more." He coughed, and something like the ghost of his old smooth confidence flickered. "You cannot kill an office, boy. You have only made a vacancy." "Maybe," Tang Yu said, and crouched down to the dying man as he had crouched to a dying peddler on a mountain, level with him, unhurried. "But you're forgetting the part that scares you. I didn't just kill the man who held the office. I read his books out loud to the men who served him, and they put down their swords." He nodded at the blue robes standing stricken among their dropped blades. "You can appoint another envoy. You can't untell them what they just heard. That's the thing your council never understood, Chui Rong. Offices you can refill, but a story, once it's loose in the men who carry your spears, you can't ever put back. I'm not making vacancies. I'm making witnesses." He stood. "Die knowing the last thing you did was hand 100 of your own guards the truth. That's a better death than you earned." And the Eastern envoy's patient eyes went finally empty, on a gray road, in front of the very men whose certainty he had spent 30 years keeping, and the regional harvest died with the man who had run it. And Gu Jian, the council's enforcer, watching the regional head of the Eastern harvest die on the road, did the one thing a thing of pure cold calculation does when the arithmetic turns against it. He stopped. The enforcer drew back, the long sword lowering, his pale, empty eyes moving over the broken envoy, the defecting guards, the unbroken company, and the warm, impossible spirit-severing cultivator standing bleeding at the center of it. He was not beaten. Tang Yu knew it, and Gu Jian knew it. A fresh first-layer spirit-severing could not kill a master of the realm, and the duel, if it ran to its end, would still most likely end with the rootless one dead. But the envoy was gone, the regional harvest was broken, the guards had turned, and the witnesses were spreading the story up every road already. He had come for a clean kill, a quiet unmaking in a sealed hall. What the road offered him now was a long and costly and very public fight against a thing his own realm's signature art could not touch, in front of 100 eyes, with nothing left to win. It was, in the end, the coldest calculation of a man made entirely of cold reckoning, and it broke in Tang Yu's favor for the one reason the harvest could never fix. A man who has cut away everything, but the arithmetic has nothing left to fight for. Winning the duel would cost him blood and hours in the eyes of 100 witnesses, to kill a thing the council no longer fully understood, in service of a verdict that a single enforcer had become the wrong instrument to deliver, and there was nothing in the hollow where his heart had been to make that cost worth paying. He had severed his rage long ago. He could not kill in fury. He had severed his pride. He could not be goaded into staying. He had severed his loyalty down to mere obedience, and obedience told him to report and live, to carry word home rather than spend himself dying on a fight gone strange. Hollowed to the edge that made him unstoppable, he found himself, in this one moment, unwilling. And Tang Yu understood, watching the enforcer weigh it, that he was seeing the harvest's great strength reveal itself as its great flaw, a thing that cuts out everything but function has no reason to bleed for anything, and so it does not, when bleeding stops being efficient. The masters of the harvest would always, in the end, choose the ledger over the cause, because they had cut away everything that was not the ledger. Tang Yu's company had just bled themselves white, refusing to leave each other. Gu Jian looked at a hard fight with no profit in it, and simply declined. You crossed the gap, Gu Jian said, and the empty voice held something that, in a man with a heart, might have been the beginning of unease. In the middle of a losing fight, with an enforcer's blade falling on you, you crossed from nascent soul into spirit severing. And you did it warm. I have hunted heretics for the council for 60 years, Rootless one, and I have never seen the thing I have seen on this road this morning. He sheathed the long sword across his back. I am going to withdraw now, and report what you are. You have not beaten me. We both know that. I withdraw because what you are has grown past the reach of a single enforcer. The council sent me to unmake a clever nascent soul rebel. Something else entirely is standing on this road. His pale eyes held Tang Yu's a moment longer. You cut the wound and kept the love. I did not know that was a door. Every one of us crossed believing there was only the one. And then, very quietly, almost to himself, I have spent 60 years certain I cut the only thing there was to cut. I would like to be wrong. It is the first thing I have wanted in a very long time. He turned and walked back down the road the way he had come, unhurried, a realm above them all and choosing, for reasons even he did not fully seem to own, not to spend it. And the gray weight lifted from the road as he went, and the company let out a breath it had been holding since before the dawn. And the east was free. It did not feel, in the moment, like the enormous thing it was. The morning held its quiet around them, a gray road, a dead envoy, a company too battered to cheer. But Morong Shui understood it, standing over Cui Rong's body with his ledger still in her hand, and she said it aloud so the others would understand it too. He was the head, she said quietly. Past any single house, past any one link in the chain. The head, the man who ran the entire Eastern harvest, who set every quota, who held the whole regional machine together from behind his courtier's smile. The Chow were a clan. The Cui house was a warehouse. Cui Rong was the hand that moved them all. She looked up, and there was something in her cold face that Tang Yu had never seen there, a kind of disbelief, the disbelief of a woman watching a thing she had hunted her whole life simply end. With him dead and the enforcer fled and his guards turned, the east is a body with its head struck off. The riders sit idle. The quotas go unwritten. The convoys to the council seat will form up out of empty air, because every hand that once moved them is dead or fled or standing here in the dirt with its sword down. Her voice was not quite steady. 300 years, and the eastern harvest is over, Tang Yu. Finished, dead in the road. The whole region from the western mountains to the sea, free. You have torn a hole the size of a kingdom in the side of the thing that feeds heaven, and the east is empty now of any hand with the power and the authority to sew it shut. Tang Yu stood on the gray road in the rising sun and felt the size of it land, the first whole region, in 300 years, lifted off the harvest table, and the cold, clear thing in his chest, which had carried him from the ditch to here, warmed in that moment and felt, for once, like the morning around him. And the east, that morning, began to learn it was free. The thing did not announce itself with trumpets. It spread like water, low and quiet and unstoppable. The defecting blue robes scattered down the roads with the truth burning in them, and the freed Cui guards joined the witnesses already loose in the land, and the story ran ahead of the company faster than any rider. That the eastern envoy was dead, that the council's own enforcer had turned and walked away, that the man who set the quotas would set no more. In one village a rider of the harvest came up the road that very afternoon for an overdue tithe, in the old way, with the old certainty, and found the whole village standing in the road to meet him, and turned his horse and fled for good. In another, an old man who had handed over children at the gate for 50 years walked out to the broken tithe stone and simply sat down beside it and wept, while his neighbors stood around him not knowing what to do with the grief that had finally been given permission to exist. The riders stopped coming. The convoys stopped forming. The recruiters who had walked into villages like lords for 300 years found, that week and the next, the rank above them gone silent and unable to enforce the quota, and the villages below them shut tight and unwilling to fill it. And the whole vast machine of the eastern harvest, which had run on nothing but the certainty that it could not be opposed, simply ground to a halt, region-wide, as the certainty died. What broke the harvest was a belief, deeper than any battlefield could reach, and a belief broken does not grow back as an army does. The east was free because, town by town, it had stopped believing it was livestock, and there was no envoy left alive in the region with the power to make it believe again. Su Qing came to him through the settling quiet, and she looked at him for a long moment before she spoke, and what she said was not about the battle. You're different, she said softly. She studied his face, the seven-petal light still bright in her chest, her eyes searching his. Since the breakthrough, since whatever you cut to cross into the new realm, you've been, Tang Yu, for as long as I've known you, there's been a thing underneath you. A cold weight. A flinch, deep down, like a part of you was always braced to be thrown back in the ditch, always waiting for the world to remember you were the waste, and take it all away. It's been there since the frozen stream. Since before. Her voice was gentle. I can see it's gone. You crossed into the realm above the mortal, and you came out lighter. Warmer, even, somehow, which everyone says is impossible at your new realm. What did you cut to do that? What did you let go of? The waste, Tang Yu said simply. He looked at his own hands, at his father's axe, at the freed road and the company around him. The realm asked me to sever an attachment. And the thing I was most attached to, the deepest anchor in me, deeper than anything, turned out to be the 4 years of believing I was nothing. The harvest cut my root out when I was 13, and I climbed all the way up here, 2 realms, a continent, a whole season of impossible fights, and I never once noticed that I was still carrying the ditch inside me, still half believing them. Still, underneath, the waste who got lucky. He met her eyes. So I cut it. The wound, that, and only that. They wanted me to cut the love, you and all of you. That's the easy door. That's the one every last one of them took. I kept the love whole and cut the wound instead. I finally let the waste die. A slow, tired, real smile, the kind he had not had the muscles for in 5 years. Turns out I didn't need it anymore. Turns out I haven't been the waste for a long time. I was just the last one to put it down. Su Qing looked at him, and her eyes were wet, and she did not say anything, because there was nothing to say to a man who had finally, 5 years late, set down the thing that had been crushing him since before she pulled him out of a frozen stream. She just stepped in and put her arms around him, there on the freed road in the morning light, and Tang Yu, who had crossed into the realm above the mortals, still warm, still anchored, still able to give a damn, held on, and did not flinch, and was not braced for anything to be taken away. And then he went to the others, because the morning had been bought in their blood, and he would not let the cost go unmarked. He knelt by Jiwan first, and took the gray, half-severed sword arm in both hands, and let the origin root pour a slow flood of drunk-down chi into the cut meridians as it had knit his own bones 100 times. You went in 3 times, Tang Yu said quietly, working against a spirit-severing master with a nascent soul sword, 3 times, to buy me half a second each. That's the bravest stupid thing I've ever seen a man do. Jiwan, white with pain, managed the ghost of his old proud smile. A blade that walks beside you, the prodigy said through his teeth, with its own eyes open. You said that. I was watching the gap. Someone had to. And Tang Yu, knitting the badly cut arm, a wound the severing had marked deep, slow to heal, and never quite whole again, found he had nothing to say to that but the truth. It walked beside me, all the way to the wall and back. He set Lan Shi's great tiger's flank next, and Su Qing's spent and bleeding self, and last of all stood among the 4 of them. The swordsman with the ruined arm, the Beast-Tamer and her half-lame tiger, the herb girl burned hollow with spending, the young miss with the harvest ledger still in her hand. But the harvest masters do not lose a kingdom in silence, and far to the west, the answer to the freed east was already being written. It came at noon, as the company tended its wounds and the freed region began, town by town, to understand that the riders were not coming anymore. The sky, which had carried the cold gold heretic brand for days, changed again. The single brand burning over the world flared brighter and spread, and became something vaster, where one seal had hung, now a great convocation of them, 9 cold gold sigils blazing into the heavens from horizon to horizon, the personal seals of all 9 elders of the Continental Council at once, joined into a single continental decree such as had not been written across the sky in living memory. Every soul from the eastern sea to the western mountains looked up at it. The council had summoned men to a seat before, and burned 1 heretic's brand for 1 heretic's name. This decree reached past all of that. It was a call to war. The whole continent felt the weight of it at once, as the road had felt Gu Jian's pressure that dawn, only vast beyond reckoning. 9 spirits severing elders, and worse, the assembled authority of the entire world, leaning their will against the heavens together so that the very light of the noon sun seemed to dim under the cold gold of it. In the freed east, the newly unbound villages looked up from their first morning of freedom and felt 300 years of conditioned terror unfurl across the sky above them, and some of the joy that had begun, so carefully, to grow that morning guttered and shrank back. In the western cities under the council's own hand, the ranked powers read the convocation and began, that very hour, to muster. The great sects unsealing their war halls, the royal houses calling their banners, the whole ordered machinery of the continent turning, ponderous and immense, to face a single freed kingdom in the east, and the rootless heretic at the heart of it. It was the largest answer the harvest had given to anything in living memory, and it was meant to be. The council had let the lesser links handle the rootless one for a season. A peddler, a clan, a sect, a house, a collector, a whisper, an envoy, an enforcer, and one by one he had broken them and climbed past their corpses, and now, with a whole region torn free and the contagion spreading down every road, the 9 elders had finally understood what the sleeper had understood in his vault and Gu Jian had understood on the road, that this was no longer a matter for a single blade. So they reached for the one thing that had ever truly kept the harvest standing, past mere strength, deeper than strength, scale, the sheer crushing weight of a whole world that believed it could not be opposed. And they brought the whole of it down on the east at once. Tang Yu stood on the freed road and read the 9-fold seal burning across the noon sky. The full Continental Council, all 9 elders, declaring the rootless heretic and every soul who stood beneath his banner an enemy of heaven and of the ordered world. This summons reached for the gathered strength of the continent. Every sect, every house, every rank power that owed the council its license and its place, called to converge on the freed East and drown the contagion in the only thing the harvest had ever truly had in abundance: numbers and the certainty of 300 years. There it is, Morong Shui said quietly, at his side, her face turned up to the ninefold seal. You freed a kingdom this morning, and by noon they have called the whole world down on it. They cannot let the East stand free, Tang Yu. A freed region is a thing every other bled region can see, and the one thing the harvest cannot survive is people seeing that it can be done. So they will spend the continent to erase it. Everything that comes now comes all at once. She looked at him. The regional war is over. You won it. And the continental war just began. And this time they are not sending a man. They are sending the world. Tang Yu looked up at the 9 cold seals burning across the sky over the kingdom he had freed, and the company gathered close around him. Su Qing with her 7-petal light, Ji Wan with his lowered sword, Lan Shi with her great tiger, Morong Shui with the harvest's own ledger in her hand, and he did not waver, because he had crossed into the realm above the mortal that morning still warm, and had learned, at last, what he was for, and was no longer afraid of the size of the thing arrayed against him. Good, Tang Yu said, into the noon light, looking up at the war being summoned to wage against him. Let them send the world. The world is full of the harvested. Every sect they call down on us is full of people whose children they've taken. Every house in that army has been bled to fill the same convoys we just stopped. He shouldered his father's axe, the freed East at his back and the ninefold seal burning overhead. They think they're sending an army to crush a heretic. They're sending me the whole harvested world, gathered in one place, where every last one of them can watch what happens when the thing they could not eat stops running and turns around. His voice was very quiet and very certain, and carried down the freed road to the gathered, listening company. Let them all come to the East. It's time the harvest met its crop with its eyes open. End of Hour 12. Hour 13. The heretic brand. The continent's gathered powers converge on the freed East, the harvested armies that learn whose side they are truly on, and the rootless heir who turns an army sent to crush him into the largest congregation of refusers the world has ever seen.